Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Rebirth. Ugh. Ah. My head hurts so badly. Rudra clutches his forehead as a sudden pain in his forehead startled him awake. Where am I? He looks around only to be greeted by a completely white room. Am I kidnapped? These are his first thoughts. Rudra slowly stands up and looks for an exit. After seemingly walking for 15 minutes, he is unable to figure out the dimensions of the room, much less an exit. The room is white as far as he could see. Ugh. He groans in pain as his head hurts and some memories flood in. My name is Rudra Reshemiya, a 26 years medical student. This year I graduated with my master's degree and went out with my friends to celebrate our graduation late at night. After celebrating till midnight, I returned to my hostel dorm to sleep. The hostel dorm room wasn't the best out there. On the contrary, they were quite old and dilapidated. But who is he to complain when most student lives in similar conditions? After he entered the room, he switched on that creepy LED room bulb which flickered off and on because of poor voltage supply. Damn. That LED bulb always gave me goosebumps whenever I switched it on late at night. I had complained numerous times to the dorm caretaker to fix the line, but it always fell on deaf ears. I always wondered if someday that bulb will short-circuit and burn me to death in my sleep. Shaking his head, Rudra recalls the events again. After he switched on the bulb, he entered the washroom and washed up to remove his tiredness as then went to sleep. I remembered switching on the fan as I laid on the bed. Wait a moment. It was that damn fan that fell on my head and crushed my head instead of that creepy bulb. I knew it, someday that hostel room would be the death of me. But never I expected it to be that fan. Rudra takes a deep breath and curses those hostel authorities. Fuck you all. Damn it. In all years of my college life, you killed me on my last day of college. Arg. I am so mad. Rudra kicks up a fuss as he madly curses those hostile authorities to vent his frustration. Never mind. It's not like I will return to life. He shakes his head in dismay. Meanwhile, a transparent apparition is looking at the antics of Rudra and is amazed by Rudra's tantrum. He chuckles slightly and approaches Rudra. The sudden chuckle startles Rudra, and he turns around to locate the source of that chuckle. He is stunned to see an apparition walking towards him. Is that another ghost? Rudra is scared to see the apparition. You are. The apparition smiles at him and releases a soothing aura to lower his guard. Don't worry, child. I am not a ghost or spirit. I am what humans call a god. God proclaims his identity. Really? Rudra is doubtful of the claim, but he decides to trust the other party. Am I dead? God is startled to hear this question from Rudra. Yes, child. You are dead. So, I really died. Rudra's expression turns solemn and he sulks in a corner. God stares at Rudra's solemn expression and sighs to himself. The Reaper picked up the wrong soul again. Lately, he is making a lot of blunders. Looks like I have to replace him. Child. Don't lose hope. God consoles Rudra's poor soul. You still have a chance. What? Really? Can I return back to life? Rudra ecstatically stares at God. No. That's not possible. After your death, your family members held a funeral for you and incinerated your body. So, you don't have a body to revive. God shakes his head. Is that so? The light in Rudra's eyes turns dim. Child. Don't lose hope yet. Although you can't return to your previous life, there is still the next life. So, I can reincarnate. Joy appears in Rudra's eyes. Then what kind of world will I reincarnate into? He curiously stares at the god. God ponders for a while and turns to Rudra. Initially, you were going to reincarnate on Earth and live a successful next life with the amount of karma you have amassed in this life. But I will give you a choice of world. Rudra ponders for a while as the memories of various animes, novels, comics, and stories cycle through his mind. Then I will choose the Naruto world. He relays his thoughts without hesitation. Naruto world. God raises an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? Yes, I am. Rudra nods his head. Since you chose such a dangerous world, I can't allow you to go and die there again. I will turn your karma into boons. These boons will give you an initial advantage, but after a while, you will have to depend on yourself. Boons. Rudra's eyes shine brightly. Can I pick my boons? He excitedly asks God. No. God shakes his head. I will give you 3 boons. Your first boon will be elemental affinity. Since it is a world with chakra, you need talent to wield elements. So, I grant you an affinity for all elements from birth. Although you have an affinity for every element, you still have to train and master your proficiency on your own. That's quite good. Rudra nods his head. I won't shy away from hard work and training. I haven't spent countless hours in the cadaver room performing surgeries on corpses for nothing. It requires a strong will and patience to do so. Noticing Rudra's resolute expression, God nods his head. Your second boon is a large chakra pool and enhanced regeneration. It will increase your survival. Now for the final boon. God turns to Rudra and asks him. Which clan would you like to be born in? Which clan? Any clan outside the Uzumaki, Senju, Hyuga, and Uchiha is a no-go. These clans are the real powerhouses of the Naruto world. Rudra weights his options. In the later series, the whole world is based on ocular power. So, I will remove Senju and Uzumaki from the list, which leaves me with Hyuga and Uchiha. One has Byakugan and the other has Sharingan. Byakugan can evolve to Tenseigan and Jogan, whereas Sharingan can evolve to Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Rinne Sharingan. Rudra ponders the ups and downs of both clans. If I am born in a branch family of Hyuga, then I will be branded with their cursed seal at birth and will be oppressed by the main family. As for the Uchiha clan, I will have to worry about survival. Wait. Survival. Since I survive no matter what, then might as well pick the Uchiha clan. As for the problem related to the clan massacre, I will see it in the future. Also, most of the badass characters of the series are from the Uchiha clan. Take Madara, Itachi, Shisui, and Sasuke for example. Rudra makes a decision. I want to be a part of the Uchiha clan. Then Uchiha clan is it then? God nods his head. Then, I will reincarnate you in the Uchiha clan. But do you really want to be born in the Naruto world? You still have a chance to pick a more peaceful world, don't regret your decision later. The god warns him. These words pour a bucket of cold water on Rudra's head and think about his options. There were too many powerful beings in that universe. Leaving Ishiki Otsutsuki, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki Otsutsuki aside, there is an entire clan of Otsutsuki members. Then there is Madara, Obito, Pain, and all those powerful ninjas. Looking at the name of such figures, mere talent and hard work aren't enough. He also needs luck to overcome such obstacles. Thankfully, God provided him an opportunity. I lived this life full of regret, but I won't make the same mistake again. Even if I die early, at least I will die content. Rudra has a resolute expression. That's the spirit. God nods his head in satisfaction. All right. Since you wish to be born as an Uchiha, then I will remove the bloodline limit imposed on you. Also, the world might be a little different from your knowledge. Rudra gratefully bows his head to God. Farewell then. Also, keep in mind to live your new life to the fullest with no regrets. I would watch over you. Farewell. A white light engulfs Rudra's body, and he loses consciousness. God looks at the departing back of Rudra and remembers the blunder caused by the Reaper. It was Rudra's roommate's turn to die, but Reaper accidentally picked up this guy instead. While Rudra was grieving his death, God was checking his profile. This boy had a tragic past. His parents passed away when he was a kid. His uncle adopted and raised him. It wasn't out of kindness, but greed. The greed to inherit Rudra's fortune, left behind by his father. As he grew up, the attitude of his uncle and aunt turned cold as they forced him to hand over a large portion of his fortune as compensation for raising him. To distract himself from this mess, he enrolled in a medical university to pursue a career in medicine. His parents wished him to become a doctor, and Rudra dedicated all of his efforts to their dream. He was a compassionate person who will secretly help various poor people through illegal operations. Though it was a severe crime to practice without a degree, the boy had enough belief in himself. After all, those poor people had no options. They had no money to pay for medical expenses, and one way or another they will die eventually. So, they chose to believe in Rudra. This act of kindness helped him amass karma. Your destiny is your own, even if fate has something else in store for you. God shakes his head and summons the Reaper. A/N. This is an edited version of chapter. Edited on June 7, 2021. I will continue to edit chapters till chapter 120 to improve the quality of the novel. So, new readers, please have some patience since it was my first time when I started writing. As for old readers, I won't disappoint your expectations. Chapter 2, Madara is my grandfather. Rudra groggily opens his eyes. His body feels weak and there is a stinging pain in his butt. He suddenly feels an urge to cry. Yua. Yua. Sounds of the wailing of a baby echo in the forest. Akira Uchiha and Aiko Uchiha dotingly gaze at their newborn son. They were worried when the newborn infant remained silent after the birth. Congratulations. Akira and Aiko. Another person enters the hideout. Your newborn son took your looks, Akira. When he will grow, he will surely be a lady killer like you. These words interrupt their thoughts. Oh. You are here, Yagami. How is it outside? Akira cautiously mutters these words as he activates his Sharingan to check the chakra signature of Yagami. Everything is alright for now. There is no need to worry. Yagami replies. Upon confirming the identity of Yagami, Akira heaves a sigh of relief and greets him. Thank you, Yagami. I would also like to hear good news on your side too. I heard that Fumiko is also pregnant and could give birth anytime. I would like to see my nephew soon if we are able to escape alive from this ambush today. Akira closes his eyes and sorts through the events. A few months ago. Inside the Hokage office. Hiruzen. The situation at the border is constantly deteriorating. IWA is instigating the war insurgents of Takigakure to attack our borders. Danzo clenches his staff. I am already aware of it. The leader of the war insurgents has Iwa's backing. So, it's hard to track his whereabouts, much less assassinate him. We have lost many shinobis because of this. Hiruzen rubs his forehead. Why don't you commission the Uchiha clan for this mission? Danzo raises a question. No. That won't do. Uchihas have already contributed their fair share in the previous war and they are currently in process of recuperating. Also, recently there are various reports of their members going missing or being killed during missions. Hiruzen shakes his head. Then, do you have any other solution for it? Danzo groans. The members of the rest of the clans are already holding the fort at borders. Hiruzen. You can't be lenient with the Uchiha clan. Danzo pressures him. Danzo is right. Hamura and Koharu enter the office. You guys. Fine. I will talk with the Uchiha clan leader. Hiruzen relents under their constant pressure. It has been almost 8 months since the clan issued the mission to 3 of them. They infiltrated Takigakure as rogue shinobis. Unbeknownst to them, Aiko was pregnant at that time. Akira and Yagami slowly rose through ranks in the organization and became the right-hand and left-hand men of the leader, respectively. Finally, after 8 months Akira got an opportunity to assassinate the leader. After the assassination, they successfully escaped the organization and arrived at the borders. But somehow, IWA ninjas were waiting for them in ambush. Akira has doubts that someone leaked the information of their mission to IWA ninjas. It has been a week since the relentless pursuit of IWA ninjas. The group has clashed multiple times with the IWA ninjas and killed a lot of them. Their supplies are almost running out and they are exhausted mentally and physically. The enemy ninjas are out for blood and they never left pursuing their trail. The recent team they annihilated comprised 5 jounins, 10 special jounins, 25 chunnins, and multiple genins. It was a very close fight. During their previous confrontation, Aiko received a blow on her womb, which led to premature gestation. It has been almost 9 months since her pregnancy and their child was close to being born, but the last battle leads to premature delivery by a week. Akira was worried about his wife and child. But somehow his wife and child made it through. Our son looks healthy. Look at his small beady eyes curiously searching his surroundings. Aiko's voice interrupts Akira's train of thoughts as she happily hugs their son in her embrace. Yes, he will be a great ninja like my father. Akira had a sad expression as he says these words. The identity of his father is a secret, a taboo. No one in the village is aware of it, except his family. His mother raised him alone and never revealed his father's identity to him until her death. He was only aware of the fact that his mother Kasumi Uchiha was the elder sister of Kagami Uchiha, his uncle who was a close aide to the second Hokage Tobirama. Yagami was the only son of his maternal uncle, Kagami. Neither Kagami nor Kasumi mentioned anything about his father until their death. It was on her deathbed that his mother mentioned that his father was none other than the famed co-founder of the village Madara Uchiha. He was grief-stricken because of the death of his mother and the revelation of his father's name. His father was a traitor and deserter of the village. To preserve her son's life, Kasumi never mentioned Madara's name to anyone. Only his uncle was aware of this matter and he too never disclosed it to anyone, not even to the second Hokage. After all, he is the grandson of the ghost of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha. Rudra is stunned when his new father spoke these words. From listening to his parents' conversation, he came to know about a lot of things. First, his parents' names are Akira and Aiko Uchiha and Yagami Uchiha is the name of his uncle. But that isn't the important point. I am reborn as Madara's grandson. Even he can't believe his own words. Really? There was such a thing in Naruto. Really? Of all the people I could have born to, I was born as Madara's grandson. Wait. Madara had a love interest, and he had a son. Rudra is dumbfounded at this revelation. Things really are different in this Naruto world. Maybe it is an alternate universe of Naruto. Have you thought of a name for him? Yagami questions the couple. It was mother's greatest wish for her grandson to be named after my uncle's name. Akira continues as he gently strokes Rudra's head. Father loved his brother very much. So, I will name my son after my uncle's name in his remembrance. From today onwards my son will be called Izuna Uchiha. That's a good name. Now, I was really curious about the identity of my grandmother. Izuna has a smile on his face. Yagami approaches the newborn child and holds him in his arms as he cries joyfully. I am an uncle now. Fumiko will be thrilled to hear this news. Akira and Aito have a smile on their face and Akira teases him. Oi. Yagami, we have already named our child. You two decide a name for your child. I have already decided long ago. If my newborn is a girl I will name her Kaori, if it is a boy his name will be Shursue Uchiha. Shursue. Izuna is stunned when he hears this name. Don't tell me, it's Shursue Uchiha. So, Kagami Uchiha is my granduncle. Izuna laughs loudly but only giggles escape from his mouth. Suddenly. Swoosh. Swoosh. The sudden sound disturbs the silence of the forest, as kunais are flung from a trap set near their hideout. Enemy attack. Yagami has a grim expression on his face. The trio immediately raise their guard. Aito wraps Izuna in her clothes and ties him to her back. Someone triggered the trap set by them, which means an enemy ambush. Yagami and Akira immediately move out from their hiding to sense their enemies. 10 jounins, 20 special jounins, and nearly 30 chunnins level ninja had surrounded them. There are no genins as it is meaningless to bring them. There is no need for cannon fodders. Their ambush is ready. This time they will certainly kill these Konoha ninjas and deal a severe blow to Konoha. A/N, I don't know how pregnancy works for ninjas since they bleed occasionally. Just take this part with a pinch of salt. Note this chapter is edited on June 8, 2021. Chapter 3, Ambush. Edited on July 8, 2021. IWA ninjas are ready to assault the Konoha shinobis. After the Second Shinobi War, the tension between two hidden villages has grown even further. This time their targets are powerful Uchiha clansmen with Sharingan. They are notable characters in the bingo book. There are orders for ninjas to run when facing them alone. Akira, the Lightning Blade, had a bounty of 100 million Ryu in the bingo book. His name is Lightning Blade because of his mastery of the Lightning Chakra. He could coat his blade with Lightning Chakra and slaughter enemies like a reaper. He earned his fame as the Lightning Blade during the Second Shinobi War. Back then, he slaughtered a group of 2 jounins and 30 chunnins with numerous genins while surrounded by enemies. His blade danced on the battlefield as it reaped many lives. Aiko, the Red Blossom, has a bounty of 75 million Ryu in the bingo book. She is a very proficient genjutsu expert which paired with her Sharingan is a deadly combo. She is able to put enemies in a genjutsu in the blink of an eye. Red Blossom leaves would rain when she initiates her genjutsu. Her genjutsu would end with red blood flowers blooming in the battles. Yagami, the Shadow Flicker, has a bounty of 90 million Ryu in the bingo book. He is proficient with Body Flicker Jutsu which he pairs with Shadow Clone Jutsu to confuse his opponents with his extremely fast speed. The moment you figure out the real Yagami would be the moment your head falls off from your body. Facing these opponents would lead to a terrible end, similar to their previous squad who met their doom. They received intel from their spy in Konoha about the Uchiha trio. The intel was a little late, and thus they could only intercept them on their return to Konoha. This time IWA is ready to pay the necessary price to get rid of these 3 shinobis. The Jounin commander closes the intel scroll as he explains the details of their target. Gulp. The nearby chunnins gulp a mouthful of saliva. They are the cannon fodder in this mission as their task is to distract enemies in this fight. The IWA team warily draws their weapons and slowly surrounds the hiding spot of the Uchiha group. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Furious Gale. A massive fireball enhanced by wind jutsu drops in between the jounins and chunnins. Arg. Ah. Half of the chunnins are immediately engulfed in flames as their screams echoes in the forest. Even some of the nearby special jounins are caught in the attack too. This attack was too sudden for them to react. Huff. Huff. Akira and Yagami breathe heavily as they confront the remaining IWA shinobis. Their combination attack was able to take down lots of chunnins but the primary target was the tracking unit of the special jounins. The attack was a success as most of the tracking nins were killed. Akira immediately unsheathes his chakra blade and coats it with lightning chakra. Clang. He blocks an attack from the Jounin commander of the IWA nins. Akira easily repels the surprise attack. TCH. The IWA Nin commander clicks his tongue. He used the opportunity after the previous fireball jutsu to launch a counterattack. But he failed to get a hit in. After failing his attack, he retreats as the skirmish begins without any words from either side. Clang, clang. Clashes of kunais and blades echo in the silent forest as sparks erupt after each collision. Aito, who is hiding nearby, has amassed enough chakra for her genjutsu. Swish, swish. She quickly makes some hand signs. Genjutsu, Sharingan, Demonic Flower Blossom. Red blossoms began to rain as many IWA ninjas are caught in the genjutsu. Aito retreats, as she had expanded half of her remaining chakra reserve to cast the previous genjutsu. She creates an opportunity for the duo. Akira and Yagami nod towards each other. Whoosh, whoosh. They immediately began to massacre the IWA jounins. Akira stabs two of the jounins with his lightning blade and Yagami slits the head of one jounin and remaining tracker nins. Release. The IWA nin commander is the first to dispel the genjutsu. He notices the slaughter caused by the trio. Damn you, Konoha scums. He quickly makes some hand signs and smashes his hands on the ground. Earth-style, fissure. The ground split apart and a gigantic rift appears beneath Akira and Yagami. Swoosh. Both of them jump in the air and avoid the attack. Whoosh. They reunite with Aito as all three of their back are placed against each other. They warily stare at the remaining shinobis of IWA. It's just like the second shinobi war. Akira has a helpless expression. There are 7 jounins, 15 special jounins, and 15 chunnins left on Iwa's side. We are almost out of chakra. The real fight is about to begin as many IWA jounins have yet to expand their chakra. I will handle the jounin commander. Akira nods as he clashes with the IWA nin commander. Both Aito and Yagami confront the remaining jounins. Swish, swish. The IWA commander makes some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Earth-style, mud prison. He isolates Akira from Aito and Yagami as he smirks at Akira. Akira, the lightning blade. I, the rock fiend Daichi of IWA, will send you to the afterlife. Akira ignores his taunt and makes some hand signs. Lightning-style, lightning blade cutter. He coats his chakra blade with lightning and he slices a nearby wall in half. Daichi makes more hand signs. Earth-style, mud thorns. Multiple massive spikes erupt from the ground and aim for Akira. Swoosh. Akira jumps up and avoids the attack. Earth-style, mud bullet. Daichi spews out a mud bullet and aims it at Akira. Shurring. Akira predicts the trajectory of the mud bullet with his Sharingan and bends his body in midair to dodge the attack. While in midair, he makes some hand signs. Fire-style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He spews out a large number of small fireballs at the IWA commander. Earth-style, Earth Wall. IWA commander blocks the fireballs with an earth wall. Boom. Boom. The fireballs explode on top of the mud wall. Ha. Swoosh. Akira flickers towards the mud wall with the lightning blade in his hand. Slash. He slices through the mud wall and aims for the head of the IWA commander. The lightning blade slices through the IWA jounin commander. The latter melts in a pool of mud. A mud clone. This is bad. Akira hurriedly jumps in the air as the clone melts to reveal a large number of paper bombs. Release. Boom. A massive explosion occurs as the paper bomb explodes on top of Akira. Dust and debris rise in the air. The deafening explosion shakes the nearby ground. Bang. Akira is thrown out from the blast. He slams into a nearby tree. Blurg. Akira coughs up some blood. He was able to predict the path of explosion using his Sharingan and thus was able to avoid most of the impact. Even so, the explosion was too powerful, and the shock waves hit him. I have no time to waste. This is an opportunity. Akira slowly stands up as he supports his body with his blade. Ruthlessness flashes through his eyes as he makes some hand signs. Lightning-style, lightning spear. He coldly stares at the IWA jounin commander who is blinded by the dust and debris of the explosion. Swoosh. He throws the lightning blade towards the enemy commander. Stab. The lightning spear stabs the commander straight in the heart. His eyes widen in surprise as he stares at a badly wounded Akira. His consciousness slowly fades away as his last words are stuck in his mouth. You didn't die from the explosion. Meanwhile, things aren't looking good on Aito and Yagami's side. They are continuously assaulted by the attacks from the remaining 6 IWA jounins, other special jounins, and chunnins. Aito gathers some of her remaining chakra and casts another genjutsu to distract the IWA ninjas while Yagami deals with them. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The enemy ninjas are caught in her genjutsu as they are temporarily paralyzed by it. Swish. She takes out a kunai from her holster and dashes towards the enemies to slit their throat. She takes out kunais and shurikens from her holster and throws them at nearby chunnins to clear their distraction. In the meantime, Yagami is able to successfully kill another IWA jounin before the rest of them dispel the genjutsu. Only 5 jounins and 10 special jounins are left. They have killed all the chunnins. Boom. A huge explosion occurs inside the mud prison as it crumbles apart. Smoke and dust block their vision as large amounts of debris are hurled their way. The shock wave from the explosion flung them away. Whoosh. Aito and Yagami quickly take cover behind the trees. Aito has a worried expression as she stares at the remains of the mud wall. Dust and debris settle to reveal a haggard Akira kneeling with one foot on the ground. The corpse of the IWA Jounin commander lies in front of him. A/N The Uchiha trio has been on a run for a week. They are exhausted and very low on chakra. Plus, multiple enemy teams are in their pursuit. Chapter 4, Desperate Straits. The IWA Nin commander was dead. All of the remaining IWA ninjas were stunned to see this. But they soon got their bearings as their enemies were out of chakra and many of them had preserved their chakra. They began to surround Akira, Aito, and Yagami. Indeed, Akira and Aito were out of chakra and were weakened. Akira got serious injuries from the earlier explosion. Most of the flesh from his left hand was torn as it was blown by the explosion. His left hand was barely hanging as it was almost disabled and needed immediate attention. Aito wasn't in a good state too. She was still weak from her delivery of Izuna. Although she was a ninja and had a stronger body, but prematurely delivering Izuna and then constantly fighting with enemies took a toll on her body. Yagami was in a better condition compared to both of them. His body flicker didn't use much chakra and he wasn't seriously injured either. All 3 of them faced the IWA ninjas with their backs touched to each other. Aito lovingly gazed at Izuna as she muttered. "Don't worry, mother will protect you at all cost." She wrapped Izuna tightly in bandages and tied him to her back. She made sure to leave some breathing space for the baby. Izuna looked at the fight between his parents and IWA ninjas as tears began to flow his eyes. He cried silently, as he doesn't want to distract his mother to tend to him. Izuna thought to himself. I was an orphan in my previous life. My parents were doctors and they wanted me to become a doctor too. When I was 10 years old they died in a car crash. I was adopted by my uncle's family. They barely paid any attention to me, all that mattered to them was the money my parents left behind. I was successfully enrolled in one of the major medical universities in my country as I wanted to fulfill my parents' wishes. I lost my parents in a previous life, I don't want to lose them again. A large amount of chakra began to gather in his eyes. The emotions triggered a change in his chakra as eyes began to change. A one-tomo Sharingan awakened in both of his eyes. His newborn body wasn't able to bear the stress caused by his violent emotions and the awakening of Sharingan as Izuna fainted. His parents were unaware of the changes in Izuna as they were too focused on the battle ahead and assumed Izuna to be asleep. We can't hold for too long, we are almost out of chakra reserves and I can only perform another C-rank jutsu before I run dry. Akira told them about his situation. I am out of chakra and can only rely on kenjutsu and taijutsu to fight. Aito reminded. I have a little bit of chakra left for another B-rank jutsu and 1 C-rank jutsu, after which I would have no chakra to spare. Yagami made them aware of his reserves. Akira and Aito nodded to each other and they made up their mind. Akira took out a scroll hidden underneath his jounin vest and he handed it over to Yagami. Yagami was stunned when Akira gave him the intel scroll. Before Yagami could speak, Akira interrupted. Yagami, you are the only wind user among us. Also, you are fastest among all 3 of us and you are the only one with some chakra left. We will distract the enemies, while you retreat and hand this information to village. This is very crucial information, we can't delay reporting this to Hokage. Yes, Yagami, you go retreat to the village and take care of my son in our absence. Aiko spoke as she began to untie Izuna from her back. She handed Izuna to Yagami and told him to take care. Yagami had tears in his eyes as he spoke. But I can't do this. Look at newborn Izuna, how would I answer to him when he asks me about his parents? Would I say, your uncle was a coward who ran away when your parents put their life on the line to save you? I can't do this. No, buts. Yagami, promise me you will take care of Izuna. We can escape from this situation this time around. If we continue to fight, all 3 of us will perish and they will kill Izuna too. But if distract them long enough, one of us can escape and maybe call backup. Akira reprimanded Yagami as he reminded him of their mission. Also, you are going to be a father too, go and take care of Fumiko and my nephew. Aiko reminded Yagami of his wife and yet-to-be-born son. Yagami hesitated for a while before he nodded. All right. I will hurriedly retreat and inform the patrol at Fire Nation's border to send back up to you guys. But before that, let me help you guys even if a little. Yagami kept the scroll in his vest pockets and tied Izuna to his back as he began to weave some hand signs. This conversation only took place in a matter of seconds as IWA Nines warily stared at them. Though they were in an advantageous position, they were still wary of any potential trump cards from these Uchiha shinobis. There was a saying in other villages, never blink before an Uchiha in a battle, otherwise the moment you blinked would be the moment you lose your life. Wind style, vacuum cleaver. Yagami needed a large amount of wind chakra and sucked in a large amount of air as he spewed out a huge scythe made out of the compressed wind. The wind scythe traveled diagonally, chopping down trees as it traveled towards the IWA ninjas. IWA ninjas responded quickly as all of them made hand signs in unison and yelled. Earth style, rock wall. Large rock walls were erected from the ground as they blocked the majority of the attack. Still, the rock wall was sliced open and cut down 5 of the special IWA jounins, and 1 jounin lost his right hand in the attack. Dust and debris rose as trees fell on the ground. Akira and Aito threw some more smoke bombs in the dust to create a smoke screen. The IWA ninjas reacted quickly as one of them made hand signs and shouted. Wind style, gale wind. In the meantime, Yagami began to dash towards the Fire Nation border as carried Izuna on his back. He looked back once at Akira and Aito and prayed in his heart. Please return safely for your son, Izuna. A gale blew away the smoke and dust as Akira and Aito appeared in IWA ninjas' vision. They were startled when they were unable to locate the Yagami. Realization dawned on them as one of the IWA jounin and 2 special jounin began to run towards the Fire Nation in the direction of Yagami. Akira and Aito were helpless to stop them. Instead, they focused their attention on the remaining IWA ninjas. Today I will show you the skills of the son of Ghost of Uchiha. Akira muttered as he swallowed some chakra pill and began to weave hand signs. He was ready to sacrifice himself to save his son. Aiko silently followed along with Akira as she too swallowed chakra pills to recover some of her lost chakra and began to weave hand signs. Today the Lightning Blossom duo will show their terror to the IWA ninjas. Yagami was hurriedly running towards the Fire Nation borders to ask for reinforcements. He had tears in his eyes as he knew it was futile. By the time reinforcement will reach them, everything will be over. But he still clung to the final straw of hope for a miracle. Within 10 minutes, the border patrol tower was visible to him as he spotted the patrol team. Reinforcement. We need reinforcements. He huffed as he shouted to the patrol ninjas. The ninja team was startled when they heard a shout. They immediately raised their guard as they were ready for an enemy attack. But they dropped their guard when they noticed the Sharingan and Konoha headband on the newcomers. We were on an important mission and got ambushed while retuning. Huff. Huff. There are 5 jounins and 5 special jounin remainings. The direction is 2 o'clock northeast, hurry up and save them. I need to immediately return to the village to inform Hokage-sama. The patrol guards nodded as one of them hurriedly went to inform the captain and the rest of them marched in the specified direction. Yagami ran towards the Konoha village as tears spilled from his eyes. He felt guilty and helpless as he began to reprimand himself on his powerlessness. Large amounts of chakra began to gather around him as it began to flow towards his eyes. Izuna was startled awake as he sensed the amassing of chakra. Blood began to trickle from Yagami's eyes as the 3 tomos in his Sharingan began to spin rapidly. While they merged and formed a shuriken pattern tilted at 45 degrees. Yagami had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and it is similar to Shursui, that means my parents are, no. Izuna began to wail loudly. Yagami was startled out from his thoughts as he began to tend to Izuna to stop his crying. Don't worry, Izuna. Everything will be all right. I am sure Mama and Papa will return safely. So, don't cry. But he was aware of the dire straits of Akira and Aiko. He was consoling Izuna as well as himself. He marched on as for now, the most important issue was to return to the village. Chapter 5, The Third Hokage. Yagami ran towards the village with his fastest speed. The village was very far from the border and he had to stop for a while before to rest. He stopped near a stream as he drank some water. Yagami was stunned to see the resilience of Izuna as he muttered. All along the way, this kid only cried once and has been silent since then. The kid must be hungry, but I have no way to feed him. I have to hurry up to the village and inform Fumiko about this news. Maybe he fell asleep from exhaustion, or perhaps newborn infants tend to sleep more. Yagami gently stroked Izuna's head as he went to the stream. He saw his reflection in the water. Yagami activated his Sharingan and he infused a bit more chakra in his eyes as the tomos in his eyes changed to a shuriken pattern. So, this is the forbidden power of the Uchiha clan achieved by the loss of loved ones. I would never wish for this power if it is granted in exchange for the life of your loved one. Yagami muttered as he closed his eyes and stopped infusing chakra in his eyes. After resting for a while, he began to run towards Konoha. He traveled tirelessly for another 6 hours and finally, Konoha appeared in his vision. He increased up his speed a notch as he was in a hurry to inform Hokage. He approached the village but was blocked by 2 Jounin guards. Yagami activated his Sharingan as he forked out a Konoha identity. Upon seeing the Sharingan, the guards nodded and one of them said, "Hurry up. The Hokage is waiting for you to report about the matter." Yagami nodded and hurriedly dashed towards the Hokage monument. He approached the Hokage monument and hurriedly ran towards Hokage's office. One of the guards at the entrance told him, "Hokage-sama had been expecting you." Yagami knocked on the door of Hokage's office. "Come in." A voice came from inside. Yagami twisted the knob of the door as he entered inside the room. A Konoha elder was discussing some matters with the Hokage. Yagami recognized the elder as Danzo Shimura of the Root. Root was one of the hidden underground organizations of Kanagaku responsible for gathering intel, and Danzo was its head. Danzo was a very known elder of the village and was the teammate of the third Hokage and was considered as one of the candidates for the seat of Hokage, but he ultimately lost to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is the current Hokage. The third Hokage nodded to Danzo as Danzo slowly walked away while gazing at Yagami. Izuna suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as felt like he was being stared by a hungry wolf. I was startled and anxiously looked around. A shaggy black-haired middle-aged man with his right eye concealed in bandages was staring at me. He had a cane in his left hand and there was a scary X-mark scar on his chin. He wore a black, hooded trench coat and high-length black ninja sandals. His right arm was bandaged as it was tied with another bandage and hung from his neck. Fuck. I am scared, that's Danzo, for fuck's sake. Why he's staring at me as I owe him something? I must maintain my distance from him until I got strong enough. Danzo felt some movements from the baby in Yagami's arm and he thought to himself, I feel like this child is afraid of me. Danzo looked at himself and nodded, I indeed look scary in this appearance. Guess I will go with this outfit for a while then. Izuna looked at the retreating back of Danzo as gears began to churn in his small brain. Wait a sec. Danzo visited Hokage just right before the time Uncle Yagami came to report intel and left as soon as possible. Also, I overheard IWA ninjas talking about a spy, there is definitely a connection. It didn't take long for Izuna to figure out that his parents had been plotted against by Danzo. Rage consumed Izuna as he began to struggle in Yagami's arms. Yagami was startled by Izuna's sudden tantrum as he tried his best to appease Izuna. Izuna calmed after a while as he vowed to himself. Danzo, the day I get the confidence to kill you will be the day you breathe your last. Izuna knew Danzo wasn't an easy opponent. Sasuke was able to beat Danzo just out of pure luck as he was holding back to fight against Tobi and was wary of any surprise attack from Tobi. Another factor was that Danzo was old at that time and wasn't able to utilize Hashirama's cells skillfully. Although the current Danzo didn't have Shirsui's Mangekyo, he still had someone else's Sharingan in his right eye. And guessing from the look of his right hand, the arm of Shin Uchiha is yet to be transplanted, which means Orochimaru had yet to transplant Hashirama's cells. Yagami began to report the mission's details to Hokage as explained by all of the events, including the sacrifice of Akira and Aiko and the possibility of a traitor in Konoha. When Yagami was explaining to the third Hokage about the mission, Izuna was staring at him curiously. The Hokage had tan skin and dark brown, spiky hairs, and he had a small goatee to boot. The man was wearing a red full-length kimono which was tied using a white sash. The custom Hokage hat and a smoking pipe was placed on the table and he was attentively listening to Yagami. So, he is the incompetent third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Izuna had mixed feelings about Hiruzen from his description in anime and manga. Izuna had only one word to describe third Hokage: hypocrite. Yes, a hypocrite. Hiruzen was a hypocrite who appeared to withhold various values, will of fire, and shit. And presented himself as the light to the world but concocted many dark schemes with Danzo and many a time would ignore Danzo's evil plots and even forgive Orochimaru for his crimes because he was their sensei. If this Hiruzen is the same as described in the manga and anime, then he wouldn't hesitate to add another person to his need to remove list. Hiruzen sighed when he heard about the possible deaths of Akira and Aiko as he consoled Yagami. Don't worry, the village will help to find the bodies of Akira and Aiko. If not, then I wouldn't be able to confront my late friend, Kagami, after my death. You are Kagami's son and uncle of this child, so I will place this child in your care. Yagami nodded tearfully as he departed from Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at the departing back of Yagami as he picked up his smoking pipe and began to smoke as he muttered. I hope it was not you, Danzo. Teacher Tobirama had already isolated the Uchihas and his actions may lead to unrest among Uchihas. After all, who would like to get kicked despite their loyalty? Hiruzen had a headache as he thought about such matters. He took out a crystal ball from the drawer and began to channel his chakra into the ball. It was his hobby to peek at the new seedlings of the Konoha. He soon spotted a yellow-haired 14-year-old kid in Jounin vest training near Hokage. He nodded to himself, a fine young seedling indeed. Jiraiya had done a really good job to raise such fine young shinobi. He got a headache as he remembered his disciple Orochimaru. Orochimaru was his candidate in line for the position of next Hokage, but Orochimaru somehow was involved with Danzo in various things which made him worry. Shaking his head, he continued peeking. Ohan. Observing the young generation of Konoha. Chapter 6, Emergency. After an hour of peeking, Hiruzen stowed the crystal ball back in the drawer. He signaled nearby Umbus who were guarding him to leave him alone for a while. After confirming that all of the Umbus had left the room, Hiruzen retrieved the scroll left by Yagami. He began to read through the scroll and began to contemplate over the intel written in it. The activities of Iwagakure had been pretty suspicious lately. It had been 2 years since the Second Ninja War ended. Konoha faced Tsunagakure and Omegakure. The majority of war took place in Omegakure led by Hanzo, which led to the downfall of Omegakure. Anoki, that fence-sitter of Iwagakure, joined the war when the majority of the damage was done to both sides. His village reaped the most amount of benefits and managed to consolidate its foundations even more. Although Kumogakure wasn't involved in the Second Ninja War, the Third Rakage had been strengthening his military forces for a while. Konoha didn't suffer any terrain or economic damage, but the war cost the lives of most of its shinobis. So, they are still in the process of recuperating from their losses, and this suspicious activity by Iwagakure raised alarms for them as they needed to take precautions in advance. Another war in the next 5 years may lead to a decline in the power of Konoha. His 3 students performed spectacularly in the previous war and made names for themselves as the legendary Sanins. Lately, Orochimaru had been involved with Danzo with some shady experiments. He would look into them in the future, as his hands were tied to maintain the stability of the village for now. Also, according to intel from his Umbus tailing Danzo, Danzo seemed to have some dealings with the Hanzo of the Salamander. Hiruzen contemplated over this matter. Although there are various shady and unclear parts in the intel about their collaboration, and I am unclear of Danzo's motives, but I trust Danzo that he won't take any actions against the interest of the village. Sigh. I am getting old and I need to find a successor for the Hokage's position. After Yagami left the Hokage's office, he hurriedly rushed towards Uchiha compounds. After the appointment of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan was assigned the role of village military police force, and thus their clan compounds were pushed to the edge of the village. Although there was some unrest among the clansmen about this matter, the clan was still able to flourish. Yagami hurriedly entered the Uchiha compounds and dashed towards his house. After he entered the house, he was greeted by his wife Fumiko, who had a bulge in her stomach. He hurriedly held her and passed Izuna to her as he spoke. Fumiko immediately boiled some milk and warmed it mildly to feed to the baby. Fumiko was shocked by the action of Yagami, but she still did what Yagami said to her. After 5 minutes, Fumiko walked out of the kitchen with milk in a bottle and began to slowly feed Izuna. Izuna was very hungry from previous events. His body automatically moved when milk was placed in his mouth as he began to suck the nipple of the bottle and drank milk. While drinking milk, he stared at Fumiko and started thinking. So, she is Aunt Fumiko, the mother of Shisui Uchiha. It wasn't clear in anime or manga about any of the parents of Shisui, but if my guess is correct, they somehow died in war or were secretly disposed of by the root. After all, Shisui was an important piece of Danzo, and Danzo tends to gain full control over his subordinates. In this life, I would try my best to protect my loved ones. I will at least save uncle and aunt, even if it means to confront Danzo earlier than necessary. As Izuna was lost in his thoughts and was drinking the milk, Fumiko was having a questionnaire with Yagami. So, whose child is this? You went out on a mission with your team 3 weeks ago. If my memory serves me right, you have returned at least a week ago. Yagami was overwhelmed by her questionnaire, was about to respond to her when Fumiko interrupted. Don't tell he is your illegitimate child, Yagami Uchiha. So, this was the reason you returned late from your mission. You cheated on me, Yagami. Answer me, Yagami. Yagami was about to respond to her but was interrupted again. When I was tending to your house here in Konoha, you went out somewhere to enjoy yourself and even brought a child with you. Yagami, you even forgot about our incoming child and left me alone. I am not satisfied with your answer, then don't even think about seeing my face again. I will return to my father and complain to him about your debauchery. He is clan leader, he will surely take actions against you, and also my younger brother Fugaku is about to succeed him as village chief. Your days in the village would be numbered. Fumiko threatened Yagami, who at this point was sweating buckets of sweat. He hurriedly held Fumiko's hand with one hand and placed his other hand over her mouth as he stopped her from speaking. Stop. Let me explain. He began to narrate the incidents of the mission as tears began to stream down from his eyes while explaining. Fumiko attentively listened to her as her eyes became moist and she started bawling out her eyes. Fumiko cried for a while before she was interrupted by a tug on her clothes. Izuna was staring at the conversation between Yagami and Fumiko, and he was amused by their interactions. The bubbly personality of Fumiko surprised him, but what shocked him more was the revelation. So, in this universe, Fumiko is the elder sister of Fugaku. What the actual fuck? It was never mentioned in anime or manga, but maybe it is one of the arrangements of God. Now, I must save Itachi and his family. I don't care about other Uchihas, as most of them are way over the head, drunk upon their power and bloodline. Maybe this is the side effect of the bloodline curse. Black Zetsu sure has tempered a lot with Uchiha bloodline. If I am unable to find a cure for the curse, then I guess a wipeout of the Uchiha would be necessary, or I can kill those stubborn old fools of the Uchiha clan and preserve its heritage. That black zombie plotted and wiped out the entire lineage of Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Maybe he had a greater grudge against Hagoromo compared to Hamura. Hyuga clan was able to survive after all. Feeling tired, Izuna pulled the clothes of Fumiko as he wanted to sleep. Fumiko looked over at Izuna, who was tugging her clothes. Her motherly instincts kicked in as she was able to sense what Izuna was conveying. She laid him on a small crib nearby. Yagami and Fumiko were expecting their first child, so they had made all the necessary preparation for the welcome of the child. She gently caressed Izuna before she covered Izuna in a blanket. It was the month of September and the cold wind was flowing outside. To prevent the baby from catching a cold, she gently wrapped him in the blanket before she returned to Yagami to continue their conversation. Fumiko went to one of the nearby cabinet as she pulled its drawers and took out some bandages and medicines. She applied the medicines and wrapped bandages around Yagami's wounds as she continued to ask. So, he is their child? Now I noticed it, he looks similar to Akira. I am sorry, Yagami, for accusing you falsely. Yagami gently caressed her bulge as he muttered. It's all right. I don't want Izuna to feel the absence of his parents. We will take care of him like Overchild, and he will be the elder brother of our Shursue. Shursue? Fumiko frowned as she questioned. Yes, Shursue, that's the name I thought for your baby boy. Yagami replied. How are you so sure that our child will be a boy? Questioned Fumiko. I have a gut feeling that our newborn child will be a boy. Enough of that, list all of the necessary things required to take care of a newborn child. I will immediately buy them. We will pamper Izuna a lot. Fumiko nodded as she began to list out the things necessary for child care. Tomorrow I will go and consult my father more about this matter. Also, I will meet Fugaku. After all, he will soon turn 22 and I need to find a suitable girl for him to marry. Knock knock, knock. Yagami-san. Yagami-san. Their conversation was interrupted by as an Uchiha clansman in police uniform knocked on their door. Yagami frowned as he immediately greeted the police officer and inquired. What's the matter, Kazuma-san? You seem to be in a hurry. Yagami-san, one of the umbus from Hokage's office came to inform me at the police station. There seems to be an emergency as your presence is required at the village hospital. Kazuma replied. A terrible premonition rose in Yagami's heart as he clutched Kazuma's hand and furiously shook him. Please elaborate more, Kazuma-san. What's the matter? I am not aware of necessary details too, I was only told to inform you about this matter. Kazuma replied as he pulled back his hand as he stared at Yagami in accusation. Ignoring the ugly expression on Kazuma's face, Yagami dashed towards the village hospital as he jumped on the roof and disappeared. Chapter 7, Reaper from Hell. A few hours earlier. At the border of Fire Nation, there was an intense fight going in the forest. Akira and Aito were engaged in a furious fight against IWA ninjas. 4 jounins and 3 special jounins surrounded both of them. The right hand of one of the jounin was detached, but he still wielded a kunai in the left hand and clashed with them. Clank, clank. The sound of metal hitting metal rang as both sides retreated after an attack. Both Akira and Aito had consumed some chakra pill and were regenerating their chakra while combating IWA ninjas. Earth style, mud bullet. One of the jounins made some hand signs and spewed out a bullet of mud. Akira jumped up in the air and dodged the bullet as the bullet hit a nearby tree and broke into half. Clang. Akira blocked an attack from the rod of another IWA jounin as used the momentum from the attack to somersault and land on the branch of a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Aiko also wielded metal wires as she tied many shurikens to it and launched them at the 3 special jounins. She controlled the directions of the shurikens with the wire as she continued to assault the special jounins. The IWA special jounins jumped and dodged as they ran in between the trees. Aiko was tracing their movements with her Sharingan as she continued to attack them without giving any chance for making hand signs. The remaining 2 jounins of IWA needed chakra in their hands as one of them flung a huge rock towards the Aiko. Earth style, boulder crash. A large rock was flung toward Aiko. Aiko immediately pulled the metal wire as all the wires tightened as made a trap tied in between the trees. The rock was blocked by a large number of wire strands as few of them snapped. The broken wires launched shurikens with much greater speed towards the special jounins as the back of one of the special jounin was impaled by many shurikens. The impaled special jounin breathed his last, his body dropped on the ground. The other 2 special jounins were able to take cover behind the trees and escape from the shurikens. Aiko panted and covered her arms with bandages as her arms were bleeding from the strain from the wire. Although she was able to block the rock jutsu with wires, it created a huge amount of tension in metal wires as they pierced her skin and wounded her hands. Akira noticed this and hurriedly regrouped with Aito. He wasn't able to gather enough chakra, but he gathered all of his restored chakra in his eyes as they began to change. The tomos in his Sharingan merged as they formed a pinwheel with 4 spokes perpendicular to each other tilted at 45 degrees. Blood leaked from both of his eyes as he muttered, "Mangekyo Sharingan." The IWA ninjas were startled, then saw, and they hurriedly made hand signs to interrupt Akira. "Gates of Hell, Reaper summon." Akira slumped on the ground as his vision began to blur. Mangekyo Sharingan puts a heavy toll on the user's body and their vision would deteriorate over time. The awakening of a Mangekyo Sharingan granted the user a powerful unique power at a great cost. The unique power of his Sharingan was able to open the gates of hell to summon a Death Reaper for 30 seconds, which was able to slaughter his enemies before vanishing. But there was a catch with this power. Whenever he used this power, entirety of his chakra reserves will run dry and a portion of his vitality would be consumed and he would be bedridden for months. So, he always used this jutsu as a last resort as he won't able to use it again for a while with his eye. He casted this jutsu during the Second Shinobi War with his right eye when he was surrounded by lots of Omega Kure ninjas. That was his first time using this jutsu. The duration of this jutsu depended on his chakra reserve capacity rather than the amount of chakra he had left. The limit can be overdrafted, but then the vitality of the user will begin to drain. Every powerful jutsu had its own weaknesses. He awakened his Sharingan during the Second Shinobi War when one of his close friends died in the war. His newly awakened Sharingan cast this jutsu and slaughtered an entire team of Jounins. The jutsu drained his chakra and vitality as he fainted. He was saved by Aito, who carried him over to the camp. He had to rest for the entire 6 months before he was able to do the mission again. He later married Aito, and after he confessed his love to her, Akira fainted with such thoughts as he was caught by Aito. A large Torii gate encircled within a circle opened in the air as an eerie skeletal hand grabbed the edges of the door. A large scythe dripping with blood slowly emerged from the door. An eerie aura was emitted from the scythe as nearby trees began to wither as large clouds began to swirl and cover the sky, blocking the sun. Darkness surrounded the nearby area as the scent of blood and death permeated in the air. The IWA ninjas were terrified as their gathered chakra dispersed from their bodies. The legs became jelly as their face went pale. A large skeleton covered in purple robes with green eyes emerged in the real world. Its gloomy eyes gazed at the IWA ninjas. Scree! The Reaper screeched loudly as it slowly began to float towards the terrified IWA ninjas. It slowly raised its massive blood-red scythe and swung it. A large gale blew away all nearby trees as a large crater was left in a 100-meter radius. The bodies of the IWA ninjas were nowhere to be seen. The Reaper opened its mouth wide open as its skeletal jaw appeared in Aiko's vision. The Reaper sucked the souls of the IWA ninjas as it dragged them to depths of the hell to be never reincarnated again. 30 seconds were up as the Reaper entered inside the door as the door closed shut and disappeared. The sky began to clear, but the nearby area was devastated beyond recognition. All of the life forms in the radius of 100 meters except for Akira and Aito died. Akira and Aito laid inside the crater for a while as Aito gathered enough energy to move. Her body was very weak and even moving a step caused pain in her entire body. Akira laid unconscious in her lap as she stared at the dripping blood from his eyes. She took out a bandage, wiped the blood from Akira's eyes, and tied the bandage over Akira's eyes. She began to wrap Akira's left hand with bandages too as it was badly mutilated and needed immediate attention. She opened a sealing scroll and took out a small bottle of potassium permanganate as he bit the cap off and dripped the bitter red medicine on Akira's arm. She dressed Akira's and her wounds as she began to stand up slowly. She lifted Akira's unconscious body and placed it on her shoulder and began to crawl out of the crater. As she was walking out from the crater, a memory of the Second Shinobi War flashed by in her mind. It was the same setting as the present. Akira laid unconscious on the ground. It was she who noticed him and carried him over to the camp. With such thoughts, she slowly reached the edge of the crater as she climbed out of it. She was stunned to see the sight out from the crater. Nearly 10 IWA Umbu surrounded her and were ready to assault her. A pained expression rose on her face as she gave up on her misfortune. So, their reinforcements appeared after all. Aiko closed her eyes and waited for her imminent death. Chapter 8, Severe Injuries. Kenjutsu Style, Executioner's Slash. A large white blade made of chakra appeared from the depths of the forest and gorged out a small fissure in the form of a slash in front of IWA ninjas, thus preventing their forward march. The IWA Umbus immediately retreated as they warily stared at the newcomer. A Konoha ninja with silver hairs and dark eyes that had dark lines underneath them appeared in their vision. The man had spiky, silver-colored hair that reached into the middle of his back tied in a ponytail and bangs that hung over his Konoha forehead protector. He wore a standard Konoha nin uniform with a pair of gloves, flak jacket bandages on his right arm, and the addition of distinctive short sleeves which had red edges and the standard crest of Uzushiogakure on it. There was a holster hung diagonally upon his right shoulder. The man had a chakra saber in his right which emitted a streak of white chakra. One of the IWA shinobi hurriedly opened up his bingo book as he checked the details of the newcomer. There was a picture of the newcomer with his details printed on the bingo book. Name, Sakumo Hatake. Code name, White Fang. Age, 35 years. Affiliation, Konohagakure. Shinobi rank, Jounin rank. Threat level, S rank. Bounty, 250 million Ryo. Other information, a very powerful Jounin rank ninja of Konoha who made his name in the Second Ninja War. He is also known to have killed Sand Village puppeteer Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. His most recognizable trait is a white light chakra saber which he wields with proficiency. Skilled in Kenjutsu, several A-rank ninjutsus, and hand-to-hand combat. If faced against him, any shinobi below the Kage level is advised to run to preserve his life. The IWA Umbu went pale in fear as he hurriedly conveyed the details to other IWA Umbus. Retreat, we aren't his opponent. He is the famed, White Fang of Konoha. Run. All of the IWA Umbus began to retreat as they made a smokescreen with smoke bombs. Sakumo ignored them as went near Aiko and Akira. Aiko, who saw IWA Umbus retreating, heaved a sigh of relief as she thanked Sakumo. Thank you, Sakumo-san. If it was not for your timely arrival, I and my husband would surely have died. Sakumo nodded to Aiko in response as he helped her take support against a nearby tree. He began to maneuver around the surroundings to detect any possible ambush. After searching for a while, he perched on a nearby tree as he gazed down at the remnants of the battle below. Sakumo was surprised to see the radius and depth of the crater. He reassessed the Uchiha couple as his opinion of them was raised up by a notch. So, this is the power of a genius Uchiha. They sure are freak of nature, and given enough time they may surpass me in future. After a while, an entire troop of Konoha ninjas arrived on the scene. They began to scout near the vicinity as one of the vice-captain reported to the Sakumo. Captain. We have scouted out the vicinity for any possible ambush and have cleared the IWA ninjas which trailed the other Uchiha. Now we are waiting for your further orders. There are no orders for now. Just escort the Uchiha couple safely to the village. Also, tell the medic needs to tend to their injuries. They have suffered some serious injuries and need immediate medical attention. Half an hour earlier, Sakumo overheard the backup request from the Uchiha shinobi. The Uchiha shinobi turned out to be the only son of his late sensei Kagami Uchiha, who died during the later years of the First Shinobi War. So, his teammates are the son and daughter-in-law of the Demoness Onizen, who was the elder sister of his sensei Kagami Uchiha. He was the captain in charge of the border patrol team for this month, as recently there was some unrest at the border. He immediately ordered his team and vice-captain to gather some ninjas and medics to act as reinforcement as he marched in advance, which led to the current situation. The medic ninjas checked the condition of Akira and Aiko and did some primary treatment. The medic ninja used the mystic palm technique as he healed the external wounds on their body. After performing the basic healing, he replied, "This is all I can do for now. There aren't necessary instruments to treat them completely. They needed to send to Konoha's main hospital immediately." Sakumo nodded as he ordered his men to retreat. Shortly after they arrived at their base camp, a team consisting of 2 Jounins and 3 special Jounins was dispatched to Konoha with Akira and Aiko in tow. At present time, back in the Konoha, Yagami hurriedly rushed to the hospital as he pushed aside lots of people and entered the hospital. Many people were irritated by his carelessness and informed hospital authorities. He was stopped by a squad of Umbus who lead him to Hokage. The Hokage was waiting for him in one of the wards of the hospital. Yagami hurriedly greeted Hokage as he impatiently asked, "What's the matter, Hokage-sama? Why you urgently called for in village hospital? Don't tell me." Tears began to overflow from Yagami's eyes as he was unable to complete the sentence. Hiruzen coughed up a little bit as he consoled Yagami. "That's not the matter. I have a piece of good news for you, both of your relatives survived the chase." Yagami wiped the tears from his eyes as a smile bloomed on his face. "Thank God. They survived the ambush. Where are they? I want to meet them as soon as possible." Hokage coughed again as reprimanded Yagami. "Let me complete my explanation. Both of them were saved by Sakumo Hatake, who was captain in charge of the patrol team whom you informed. Listen to the report of the doctor before celebrating." Hiruzen pointed at the nearby doctor dressed in a medical coat. The doctor nodded at Hokage and spoke. "Both Akira and Aiko Uchiha are in a very serious condition. Although their external wounds were healed by the primary treatment of the medics, internal and mental injuries are still present." The doctor stopped for a while as he picked up a file from the nearby table. He flipped some pages and continued. "The patient Akira Uchiha had exhausted the entirety of his chakra, and a loss of vitality is also detected in his body. This is the outcome of overexertion from the possible usage of a very powerful forbidden jutsu by the patient. Severe mental trauma is also detected, which would require the help of a Yamanaka clan member to recover. Also, overusage of Sharingan had led to temporary vision loss. The patient would be in a coma for a while, and if my estimates are correct, he would take a minimum of 10 months to recover back to his peak condition. The doctor placed the file back on the table and picked up another folder as he began to recount again. The patient Aiko Uchiha suffered from an internal injury in her wound during pregnancy, which leads to premature delivery. Although the delivery was successful, her womb is damaged permanently and she won't be able to give birth again in the future. Similar to the previous patient, this patient also overdrafted her chakra reserves and there is a trace of chakra pills in her body. She would be hospitalized for at least 3 months and would be discharged after that. Yagami heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the news of their safe return. A huge burden was lifted from his shoulders as he smiled cheerfully. Although he was worried about the Akira and Aiko's injuries, the important matter of their safe arrival overshadowed his worries. The doctor stared at Yagami before he spoke. Yagami-san, it would be for the best if you could escort the newborn child to hospital for his checkup. The baby was born prematurely and we need to check to make sure the baby is healthy. Yagami nodded and thanked the doctor. The doctor nodded and returned back to his work. Yagami was eager to meet Akira and Aiko but was stopped by a nurse. The patients are resting and it is recommended to not disturb their rest. Please visit after a while. Yagami could only sigh helplessly as he came out of the hospital. The gloominess in his eyes was replaced by worry. He went to a nearby civilian store and purchased all the necessities mentioned by his wife. Yagami returned to his house as he explained the entirety of the matter to Fumiko. He was bombarded by another round of questions as he silently explained the details to his wife. After Fumiko was satisfied with the explanation, she went to the nearby crib and picked up Izuna as she held him gently in her arms. Let's go. I will escort you to the hospital and meet with Aiko. I have some serious talking to do with her. Yagami nodded as both of them slowly walked towards the hospital. Chapter 9, Failed Schemes. Yagami and Fumiko reached the hospital with Izuna. Izuna was still sleeping in Fumiko's arms. Yagami informed the doctor about Izuna as the doctor agreed to do a checkup of Izuna. The doctor picked up Izuna and placed him on the bed to start his checkup. The doctor took out a stethoscope as he recorded the heartbeat of Izuna. The count was 70 beats per minute, which were normal for an infant. Next up, he called his Hyuga assistant to check the chakra network or any internal damage to the kid. The Hyuga activated his Byakugan as he began to check the chakra network. This. The Hyuga was startled as he screamed loudly. The doctor and Uchiha couple were surprised by the exaggerated reaction of Hyuga. What's the matter, Asahi? What did you see? Was there any problem? The doctor calmly inquired from the Asahi Hyuga. What's the matter? Speak. Is my nephew all right? There is anything wrong with him, right? Fumiko launched a barrage of questions at Hyuga medic. The Hyuga medic gulped his saliva. Izuna was startled by the noise and he began to cry. I was tired and lost in my sleep. Suddenly, I felt like somebody is peeking through me. I was startled awake as I checked my surroundings to look for the pervert who was defiling me with his gaze. What awaited me was the creepy white eyes of Hyuga. The eyes felt like they were checking every nook and cranny of my body. I was startled by those eyes as I shouted in my fear, but what came out of my vocal cords was the cry of a baby. The doctor and the Uchiha couple blamed the Hyuga for Izuna's crying. The Hyuga apologized as he deactivated his Byakugan. Fumiko picked up Izuna as she began to gently pat Izuna to stop his crying. Izuna stopped crying after a while. The attention of a doctor and the Uchiha couple turned to Asahi and they questioned him. So, what was the matter? Asahi gulped another mouthful of saliva before he answered. There is no problem with the body of the infant. In fact, the kid might be healthier than any normal infant. So. Fumiko frowned and was irritated by the roundabout manner of this Hyuga. The anomaly is that the infant has huge amounts of chakra reserves abnormal for his age. Also, the color of the chakra of his chakra is different from other people. His chakra color transits between the 7 color of rainbow and would occasionally turn black and sometimes white. I have never seen anyone with such a weird chakra color. Izuna, who heard it, began to sweat bucket as he mentally prayed. Oh. Shit. These Hyugas with their creepy eyes. Why he had to check my chakra. Any excuse could be made for the large amounts of chakra, but how to explain the festival lights color of my chakra? Izuna began to contemplate over this matter. Suddenly the light bulb of his thought lit up as an idea popped up in his mind. Festival lights. I have an affinity for all elements, which means light element too. Can't I manipulate my chakra color to appear monochrome? Izuna focused his mind as he began to mutter in mind. Change my chakra color to green. Change my chakra color to green. Izuna muttered for a while, but he felt no change in his body. Instead, he built up some pressure in his intestines and released a fart through his anus. Brrrr. Everyone presented in the room was startled by this sound as they looked at Izuna. Izuna embarrassedly closed his eyes as he muttered in his thoughts. Damn it. The doctor approached Izuna as he placed his hand on Izuna's stomach as checked it before he asked. He is all right. There is no trouble with his body, there was just built-up of gases in his body which he released. What did you feed him earlier? We fed him some packaged milk from the shop. The milk was fresh and was supplied this morning. Fumiko replied to the doctor. The doctor nodded and advised. I would recommend feeding mother's milk for at least the next 3 months. Yes, I will keep that in mind, Fumiko replied. All right. Asahi, activate your Byakugan and check the chakra of Izuna again. Asahi nodded and activated his Byakugan as he checked the chakra of Izuna again. Strange, it is green in color. Asahi muttered. Maybe your eyes are faulty, go and get an eye checkup. Fumiko replied angrily. She was pissed by this Hyuga who made her Izuna cry. But, I am currently using an eye drop prescribed by Dr. Yoshio. What prescription? That Dr. Yoshio of yours is a quack. Giving such a faulty prescription. Fumiko angrily snarled. Cough, cough, cough. The doctor coughed violently before he replied. That quack Dr. Yoshio would be me. I am sorry if my prescription is faulty, but please don't blame my professional skills or I would ask to visit another doctor. Dr. Yoshio was angry as no doctor liked to be called a quack on their face. He blamed the entire fault on Asahi and thought of working him to death for the entire next week. Asahi felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the expression of Dr. Yoshio. Dr. Yoshio had an ugly expression on his face as he angrily stared at him. Asahi gulped a mouthful of saliva as he thought. Please, God. Spare me from this demon. I don't want to overwork again. Fumiko apologized and hurriedly left the room with Izuna and Yagami. They asked one of the hospital staff for the room of Aiko Uchiha and Akira Uchiha. The staff member checked the room and directed them to room number 23. They thanked the staff member and hurried to the room. After they reached the hospital room, they knocked the room slightly and waited for a reply. Come in. Yagami and Fumiko entered the room and saw Akira still lying in coma with an 4-drip and a cardiometer attached to him. On another near to the window, Aiko sat on the bed with bandages wrapped around her arms as she stared at them. Aiko waved her hand at Fumiko and spoke. How are you, Fumiko? Oh. You brought Izuna with you. Come and give him to me. I want to see his face and soothe my heart. Fumiko handed over Izuna to Yagami before she stomped her way to Aiko and angrily twisted her ear. Ah. It hurts, Fumiko. Stop twisting my ear. But Fumiko continued and angrily questioned. Answer me, Aiko. What thoughts were in that little almond-sized brain of yours when you decided to stay in the land of waterfalls for too long? I felt very good in that place. All the waterfalls and the scenic view. Aiko replied. Ah. Fumiko twisted her ear harder as she questioned the sanity of Aiko. Aiko, do you know how much I missed you, and the first thing I heard about you is such a terrible news. I wasn't able to sleep the entire night when I heard about the mishap from Yagami. What if? Fumiko stopped as she wasn't able to mutter the next words and she began to cry in Aiko's arms. Aiko consoled her for a while as she muttered. Oh. The devil of Uchiha has such a sweet spot in her heart. Fumiko got up and twisted Aiko's ear again as Aiko grimaced in pain, but she had a grin on her face. Don't take such reckless actions again. You are a mother now and you should behave like one. Take care of your Izuna. I heard from the doctor that you won't be able to become a mother again. Is that true? Fumiko asked with worry. Aiko smiled as she gently stroked Izuna's head. I won't take such reckless actions again as I would retire as a shinobi. I will take care of Izuna, and don't worry, Izuna is enough for me, and beside your son would also be my son. Fumiko smiled as she wiped away her tears and hugged Aiko. Welcome back, Aiko. I missed you. I missed you too, Fumiko. Yagami watched their interaction silently as he observed Akira and silently prayed. Get well soon, my friend. Your family is waiting for you. Giggle, giggle. The giggling of a baby was heard as Izuna tried to hug his mother. Izuna was startled when he saw his father and mother alive. He felt genuinely happy when his parents were alive. He tried to call his mother, but what came out of his mouth were the giggles of a baby when he tried to speak to her. He hugged his mother and laid on her chest. Aiko was happy when she saw Izuna giggling. She misunderstood his action of hugging her for his hunger. She removed her ninja vest slightly and began to breastfeed Izuna. Izuna was perplexed when Aiko began to feed him, but he happily went along as he began to drink his mother's milk and felt bliss. Somewhere in the outskirts of Konoha, in an underground building, a goat-masked shinobi in an umbu outfit presented a scroll to a man sitting on a seat similar to Hokage. The man dismissed the umbu as he opened the scroll and read its contents. Damn it. My plan failed. The man slammed his hand on his seat as he shouted angrily. My purpose to create unrest among Uchihas failed, I have to think of another way. Chapter 10, Reflection on Past and Plans for Future. A fair-skinned boy with spiky, black hair with a tint of a blue tint to them was lying lazily in the grass. He wore a black-colored t-shirt and black pants with Uchiha crest imprinted on its back. The boy had black eyes with a golden pupil. He laid lazily on the ground with one leg crossed over another as he was lost in his thoughts. His eyes changed as a Sharingan with 2 tomos appeared in both of his eyes. His Sharingan was different from usual, as instead of the usual black pupil, his Sharingan had a golden pupil. The sclera and cornea of his Sharingan were normal, the only difference was the golden pupil and silver iris which were similar to his normal eye. The boy began to mutter. It had been 3 years since my rebirth in this world. Lots of things happened in the past 3 years. Shursue was born 1 month later than me. My father took 9 months to recover from his coma. Mother took care of me for 9 months together with Uncle Yagami and Aunt Fumiko. Fugaku, the younger brother of Aunt Fumiko, became clan head a year ago, when Grandpa clan leader passed away unexpectedly. Izuna sighed as he recalled all these events. Uncle Fugaku married Aunt Mikoto 6 months later. That wedding was such a hassle. Izuna caressed his cheeks as he remembered those old cronies of the Uchiha clan pulling his cheeks non-stop. He shuddered when he felt that sensation as it was one of his worst days ever. He gazed at Shursue who was playing with a toy shuriken and kunai and sighed. I wondered how this little guy was able to handle all those aunties and grandmas. Damn. Even the kid toys of this world are kunai and shurikens. I miss those days when I played with small remote control cars. Izuna shook his head of such thoughts as he recalled more memories of the past 3 years. Recently, I saw some change in the chakra of Aunt Mikoto. When I secretly activated my X-ray vision to check her womb, I was able to see the formation of an embryo. So, this means Itachi would be born in the next 8 months at most. The Third Ninja War would begin in the next 5 years, I would have to train harder in the future. Izuna sighed when he recalled his progression in the past 3 years. I was able to awaken my Sharingan at birth, but it took me 3 years to evolve it to 2-tomo Sharingan. Part of the reason being, I was under constant watch from my parents and was unable to keep it active all the time. I don't want to freak out my parents by showing them an awakened Sharingan on a newborn baby. Also, the pupil of Sharingan is golden with silver iris, maybe it is the mutation granted by the boon from God. Also, my Sharingan is a Chokutomo just like Madara and Sasuke's, and even Dad's Sharingan is Chokutomo. Well, it can be linked to father and me being part of Madara's lineage and Sasuke being Indra's reincarnation. In my free time when I wasn't under the observation of any of my parents, I would practice my Sharingan and successfully evolved at 2-tomo just by keeping it on. I had massive amounts of chakra, thus constant usage of Sharingan had no negative impact on me. But the most depressing thing is, I can't practice ninjutsu and chakra control exercises. My body is still that of a 3-year-old boy, it won't be able to handle the stress from my massive reserves of chakra despite a healing factor comparable to Hashirama. I am not a masochist who will suffer unnecessary pain to gain a tiny bit of power while greatly harming my body. The medical knowledge from my previous life is of great help here as I can easily recognize any abnormality in my body through my Sharingan and would be able to act accordingly. There is no particular major difference in the body of a person from the shinobi world and my home world except the chakra network. I assume that the chakra network is similar to the circulation system of the body where it circulates chakra through the body instead of blood and a person can release chakra through his tenketsu points. To confirm my analysis I secretly checked the body of civilians with my Sharingan. There was no fundamental difference between their body and the shinobi's body. Only the bodies of civilians were unable to utilize chakra because either their chakra wasn't enough or their chakra network was blocked. To unlock one's chakra a person has to flow his chakra in a particular manner so as not to damage the chakra meridians. This whole ordeal looked like a cultivation world's shit to me. Back to the point, I haven't unlocked my chakra because of fear of backlash from chakra meridians. I will try it in the next few months. So, my training was meh. The only exception being Sharingan. But that didn't stop from reading books. I was able to read and write at the age of 1.5. This greatly shocked my parents as they attested me as a genius, the rumors of which were exaggerated in the village. Danzo won't try any tricks again for a while. Ever since then, the Uchiha clan grew wary of village elders when my parents briefed them on the possibility of a traitor during the clan meeting. Those old fogies of the clan grew wary as recently lots of Uchihas with Sharingan went missing or were found dead with their eyes gouged out. The clan demanded an answer from Hokage to which as usual he could only convince them with some shitty reason which I am unaware of. I began to decide my future plans as my journey in the ninja world will begin soon. Firstly, I will awaken my chakra but at the age of 4. Then I will master the fire style, great fireball technique which I already knew hand sign of. Courtesy to father and my Sharingan which copied it when father practices in the backyard. This will graduate me from the so-called ceremony of Uchiha. I wasn't particularly fond of their custom, but I had to respect my parents' wishes. And the most important thing, I won't even touch taijutsu until I turn 7. My body and all my bones will be grown by the age of 7, and practicing after that won't hinder my growth and negatively impair my body in any way. So, until then I will mostly train in ninjutsu. As for sage arts, that's something leagues away from for now. If I can see Jiraiya or Minato use the technique, then I would be able to see the nature energy with my eyes and then direct it in my body to attain sage mode. I activated the electromagnetic spectra mode of my Sharingan and looked into the air. Various colors of different frequencies and wavelengths appeared in my vision and painted it like a canvas. Damn it. I can't recognize nature energy among all of this nonsense. I have to figure out the color and type of nature energy before I master sage mode, so that's a plan far away in the future. I helplessly shook my head and began to focus on other things. One of the most brilliant hypotheses I made was about the use of Kekkei Genkai. If I have enough proficiency in the required nature release and I can see the ratio of chakra type in a Kekkei Genkai, then I would be able to perhaps replicate the Kekkei Genkai. That's my assumption for now, and I need to verify it somehow. But till now, I haven't seen any Kekkei Genkai user of chakra type. The physical users of the Kekkei Genkai are all around me. The scary eyes of Hyuga still creep me out. I closed my eyes as I laid in the backyard of my house while keeping an eye on Shursue. Ni-san, Nii-san. My thoughts were interrupted as Shursue walked to me and began to pull my t-shirt. I deactivated my Sharingan as asked Shursue. What's the matter, Shursue? Shursue tossed the toy kunai towards me and spoke in a cute voice. Ni-san, play ninja with me. You will become enemy and I will be the brave ninja who defeats you. Shursue, why am I always the bad guy? Sometimes you become the bad guy and I will be the good guy. Shursue shook his head as he spoke. No, Nii-san, you look more of a bad guy than me. I looked at my spiky hairs and my cool black attire as I thought out loud. Shursue, how do I look like a bad guy to you? Shursue placed his small under the chin as he looked like he was seriously contemplating over the profoundness of life. After a while, he spoke. I have a gut feeling that you will ruin many people in the future. Speechless, I was utterly speechless at those words as I continued to get defeated by Shursue. Chapter 11, Unlocking Chakra. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. Izuna and Shursue turned 4 this year. It is the month of October as 4 months passed by since the birth of Itachi. Fugaku threw out a clan-wide celebration party as every clansman from old to young was involved in the celebration. The majority of my time passed in escaping from the clutches of aunties and grandmas who like to pull my cheeks. Last week, Shursue celebrated his 4th birthday and only family members were invited to the celebration. I got to tease Shursue a lot this time. I was very excited today and was unable to hold my excitement as a smile would bloom on my face from time to time. Because today was the day, Father promised to take me out to training grounds to awaken my chakra. My training can start now and I will be able to grow stronger and surpass everyone one by one. Ni-san, that's creepy. Stop smiling like that. Shursue, have you taken a pledge or something to break my sweet dream? Today, both of us will awaken our chakra, which means we will be able to become a real ninja. A cute smile bloomed on Shursue's face as he curled up his lips and smiled eagerly. Yes, I will become the best ninja in the world and would make Uchiha clan proud. I sighed and shook my head. In the original story, you were used and disposed of by Danzo, thus that dream of yours was left unfulfilled. But in this timeline, you have me. I will help you rise to become one of the top powerhouses of the world. I promise you, Shursue. So, are both of you ready? Our thoughts were interrupted by Uncle Yagami who came to pick us up. Where is my father, Uncle Yagami? Oh. Akira went to the ninja weapons store to pick up some chakra papers. We will test your chakra nature too while we are at it, so we can train you more effectively in your chakra natures. Yagami replied as he led us out of the Uchiha clan compounds. I stared curiously around as I asked Uncle Yagami. Uncle Yagami, why are we moving out of the clan compounds? Won't we awaken our chakra in Uchiha training grounds? Yes, father, why are we moving out from the clan compounds? We were about to awaken your chakra in the Uchiha compounds, but Hokage-sama requested to watch the chakra awakening of the genius of Uchiha in his presence as goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. So, your uncle Fugaku would also be present. I thought about this matter and snorted in my mind. This is yet another plot from that Danzo. He wanted to test the potential of the new generation of Uchiha and wanted to detect the threat we possess to him. I am sure it was he who requested the Hokage to watch us while he secretly monitors us from the dark. Uncle, why the Hokage-sama wanted to watch some kids like us awaken their chakra to strengthen the bond with our clan? This doesn't make any sense, I probed. Yes, father, how come a powerful shinobi like Hokage-sama have time for us little kids? Shursue chimed in. I gave a mental thumbs up to Shursue. Shursue, good job. Yagami hesitated for a while before he spoke. Apparently, From what I heard from Fugaku, this was the idea of one of the village elders during the annual village meeting of heads of various clans, and after some thoughts, the Hokage and Fugaku agreed to it. So, here we are. I nodded my head as I thought. Being recently appointed as a clan head, Fugaku is still a greenhorn, but he will learn over time about the intricacies of politics and schemes of the village elders. Yagami led us to the training ground 3 of the village. Whenever I passed by that huge Hokage mountain carving on the hill, I would always be reminded of the reality and cruelty of this world and warn myself to prepare myself well. We soon reached the village where I spotted my father discussing something with Fugaku. Fugaku had short, brown hair that reached to his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes. He had the ever-present stern on his face, which made the crevices near his chin more visible. He wore the standard Jounin flak jacket, along with a black shirt with the Konoha Military Police Force symbol on the shoulders, shin guards, and a black, open front apron with a white diamond pattern on the bottom. He noticed our presence and nodded to Yagami. Would he ever smile in his life, I wondered as I watched his interaction with my father. After around 15 minutes of wait, the entourage of Hokage arrived with 4 Umbu guards who hid as soon as they reached the training ground. Sorry for my late arrival. I had some necessary work to tend, so I wasn't able to make it in time. The Hokage greeted Fugaku and my father as he laughed heartily. I was able to feel a chilly gaze of a ravenous wolf upon him. I shivered as I looked around to check for the source. So, Danzo is here too. Too bad, I can't use my Sharingan to locate him. I guess I can sense negative emotions directed towards me, maybe a trait of my mutated Sharingan, or these are just my natural instincts. No matter what it is, I would be a lot helpful in future battles, as I would be able to sense hostile intention directed towards me. In a nearby bush. Danzo was surprised for a second when he intently stared the older Uchiha kid and the kid who began to look around, seemingly searching for something. The senses of this kid are very sharp. Maybe he is a sensor-type ninja. My root is lacking sensor-type nins, he would be a good collection to my root. But before that I need to see his potential for myself. After all, I don't want someone useless to enter my root meant only for elites among elites. In the training ground, after the pleasantries were exchanged, Hiruzen spoke. Let's cut the chase and return to the matter. I am sure the kids are excited to awaken their chakra. So, we shan't keep them waiting. Akira and Yagami nodded as they urged us to move to the center of the training ground. Shursue, you go first. I want to see your awakening with my eyes first, I spoke to Shursue. Okay. Nisan, as you wish. Shursue nodded and moved towards the center of the field. Yagami followed Shursue as Shursue sat cross-legged on the ground. Yagami forked out a scroll from his pocket and gave it to Shursue. Read it carefully, Shursue. After you have read and memorized the contents, close your eyes, and began to follow the instructions written on the scroll. Father will help you during the process, so don't worry about anything. Yes, Father. I will do as you say. Shursue took the scroll and began to memorize its content. Meanwhile, my father took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it over to me. Izuna, this is for you, memorize it well and I will help you later during the process. I nodded and took the scroll. My memory was pretty sharp as my mental age was higher and my soul was stronger than an average person, courtesy of God for reincarnating me with intact memories. It took me only a minute to memorize the contents of the scroll, but just for bluffing Hokage and Danzo I took a whole 8 minutes to read the scroll and returned it to my father. Fugaku and Hiruzen were stunned by this, as it takes 15 minutes even for a genius child to memorize the entire chakra pathway cycle and other details of the scroll. Approximately, after 2 minutes later than me, Shursue was done too as he handed over the scroll to Yagami. I am done too, Father. I have memorized all of the contents of the scroll. Fugaku and Hiruzen were perplexed again. One kid was fine and could be treated as once a genius in the century, but for two to appear at the same time. Hiruzen sighed as he thought. Times are changing fast, geniuses are appearing one after another. First Orochimaru, then Minato, then Kakashi, and now these two. Each of them is more monstrous than the other. Guess, I would have to retire from the position of Hokage and pass the will of fire of the first Hokage to future generations. I wonder how things will turn out in the future with the birth of so many geniuses. Yagami nodded as he said. That's my genius boy. Now start to follow the instruction written on the scroll. Shursue closed his eyes. Yagami places his hand on Shursue's back as he released a surge of chakra inside Shursue's chakra pathway. Shursue, use the surge of chakra to direct your chakra from your navel region and follow the pathway written on scroll to complete a cycle. Chapter 12, Bluffing the Hokage. Shursue followed the instruction of Yagami and began to manipulate the chakra according to the chakra pathway. Popping and cracking sounds could be heard from Shursue's body as the obstruction blocking his chakra system began to clear. Sweat trickled down from Shursue's face as he was manipulating the chakra and completing the chakra cycle. Boom. A small explosion of chakra occurred. A large burst of chakra was released from Shursue's body. A small dent appeared on the ground near Shursue as some spiderweb-like cracks spread him. A large amount of chakra seeped in the earth and some of it escaped to the atmosphere. I was able to see a green clump of chakra mixing and dispersing in the atmosphere. So, that rainbow mess of the chakra in the atmosphere is the excessive chakra released from the body or justice. That explains why everything appeared like a painting as people with various chakra nature releases their chakra in the atmosphere which accumulates over time. The process of eradicating the will of the user and turning it into nature energy takes up a lot of time, perhaps decades or centuries depending on the will of the user. That explains the renewability of nature energy and chakra in the body. The body produces chakra from the diet and nutrition intake and adds chakra nature to it. The chakra thus produced has the will of the user which allows a ninja to perform ninjutsu. Whereas nature energy is directly absorbed from nature and has the will of the entire planet to say if the planet is considered a living entity. Excessive intake of this energy will overwrite the will of the user's chakra with the planet's will and change their chakra nature. That explains the process of turning into stone when an excessive amount of nature energy is absorbed. Only people with large amounts of chakra can master sage mode as the will in their chakra overpowers the will of the planet and thus they can use it as their own. The sage energy contains the potent energy of the entire planet, thus granting extraordinary strength and resilience. Also, sage energy doesn't have any elemental type, so it works against justice which has elemental resistance or immunity. The case of Obito as a 10-tailed Jinchuruki was a prime example of this. I wonder what kind of changes will occur to me when I will use sage mode. After all, I have an affinity for every element. I dismissed my thoughts and focused on the chakra awakening. Shursue was panting as he unlocked his chakra. He breathed heavily for a while before he replied. Yay! Father, I unlocked my chakra. Now, I can learn ninjutsu and become a ninja. Being a ninja isn't all about chakra and ninjutsus. You have a focus on another aspect too if you want to become a spectacular ninja. Yagami taught Shursue, but there was a smile on his face. Okay. Now come here and infuse your chakra in this chakra paper. We will test out your chakra nature. Yagami handed over a chakra paper to Shursue. I was also curious to know the chakra nature of Shursue as I forgot such minor details from the story. I could tell that Shursue had fire release and wind release, but I'm curious to know about his other chakra nature. Shursue grabbed the chakra paper and infused his chakra into it. The paper split into 3 parts, one of the parts caught fire and turned to ashes. The second part wrinkled and the third part remained as it is. So, Shursue has 4 chakra natures, I murmured to myself. Hokage and the rest of the people were stunned to see this development. Shursue was confused about the details as he gawked at Yagami. Yagami coughed and explained. Shursue, you have an affinity for 4 nature transformation. 3 of them are elemental nature transformation and the remaining 1 is the non-elemental nature transformation. Shursue asked again. Father, what affinities do I have? Can you explain it to me? Yagami nodded and explained. When you infused your chakra into the chakra paper is split into 3 parts which mean you have wind affinity or wind release. The wind chakra is very sharp and tends to cut things. Then, one of the split paper caught fire and turned to ashes. This means you have a fire affinity or fire release. The Uchiha clansmen are born with a fire affinity. The second part of the paper was wrinkled by your chakra, it demonstrates the lightning release. The third part of the paper remained as it is which demonstrated the non-elemental nature transformation of yin or yang release. In the case of us Uchiha, the Sharingan is unlocked by our unique chakra which in turn is caused by the unique yin release of our Uchiha spirit and chakra. So, your last affinity is yin release. Fugaku and Hiruzen congratulated Yagami. Congratulations. Yagami. Your son is a genius born with 4 chakra nature transformations. Haha, now I am more curious to see the chakra nature of the genius boy of Uchiha known for an excellent memory and his intelligence. Hiruzen stared at me as he spoke those words. In the nearby bushes, Danzo was excited to see the chakra affinity of Shursue. I must get that boy to join Root at any cost. He would become a valuable tool for my plans. I must recruit him at all costs even if it means going against Hiruzen or Uchiha clan. But before that, let's see the chakra affinity of the other little guy, the supposedly genius of the Uchiha clan after the ghost of Uchiha. Now, it was my turn to unlock my chakra. I was excited as after this I could start making use of my second boon for real. I went to the center of the field and sat down. My father placed his hand on my back as he spoke. Just calm down your nerves and follow the chakra pathway. I will release a surge of chakra in your body. I nodded as I closed my eyes and began to feel the changes in my body after my father released his chakra in my body. The chakra released by father went inside my body as my body began to resist the external chakra. I calmed down my nerves as I let the chakra interfere with the dormant chakra in my navel region. When father's chakra approached my chakra, the dormant chakra reacted violently as it roared and began to flow through my chakra meridians or veins. Akira was pushed back by the sudden violent storm of chakra. He retreated further, looked at Izuna in surprise. The mouth of Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Yagami was wide open as they stared at Izuna without blinking their eyes. A huge storm of chakra visible to naked eyes gathered around Izuna as it ground the ground near him, creating a crater with Izuna as the center. The Umbus were alerted as they came out of their hiding and looked at the massive storm of chakra. Inside the storm of chakra, Izuna silently cycled his chakra along the pathway written in the scroll. Popping and cracking sounds emitted from his body as his chakra destroyed all the obstruction blocking its flow. The potent chakra of Izuna cleared all the obstructions as it continued to repeat the cycles. After 4 and 5 cycles, the violent storm of the chakra calmed down as a soothing feeling filled his body. Izuna inspected his own body as he felt strength coursing through his body. So, this is what it felt after you unlock your chakra. It feels like I have endless energy. My chakra capacity is equivalent to one tail and thus I have lots of chakra. So, that's why Naruto was so hyperactive, he had lots of energy to spare for his pranks and mischiefs. As I was lost in pleasure after unlocking my chakra, reality poured cold water upon me as it dawned on me. Damn. That Danzo and Hiruzen are inspecting me. What should I do now? How to explain this to me? Maybe I should feign ignorance for now and how a kid is supposed to know about such stuff. But I should be wary from now on and try to never catch the eyes of Danzo. Remaining calm and low-key is the way to go until I gain enough strength. After that, I will pay back to them multifold and willfully demonstrate my strength. My sweet bubble of dreams was busted by the crooning of an old goat with a goatee. Fugaku, what was that? Were you able to notice something with your Sharingan? Fugaku was perplexed by the question of Hokage, but he dismissively nodded his head. My vision was blocked by that huge burst of chakra. So, I wasn't able to notice any abnormality except that this kid Izuna had large amounts of chakra. If my guess is correct, his chakra reserve is almost equivalent to a high jounin. Yes. I think so too. The genius of Uchiha didn't disappoint us at all. He would be a valuable asset to the village and will carry the will of fire of first Hokage much brighter than anybody else. Hiruzen spoke as he walked towards me. Kid. What's your name? He forked out a sweet candy from his pocket and passed it to Izuna. So, here it comes, the famous sugar-coated words of Hokage which he used to bluff young children. If it was my previous world, the children there wouldn't even look at this shady guy and would immediately begin to cry and create a ruckus that could be heard from half the city away. He thinks he can bluff anybody with these outdated lines used by kidnappers to entice children during the late 90s. Chapter 13, The Light Element. I will play along with you old men. After all, I don't want someone to be head over heels on me for some crappy reason. I took the candy from Hokage and opened the packaging and began to eat it. Fuck. It is the cheapest candy available in village. I kept these thoughts to myself as I flashed a smile to Hokage. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Thanks for the candy. Now don't be so formal to me. Just call me Grandpa Hokage, as this is what most of village children call me. Hiruzen smiled gently towards Izuna as he spoke to him. Okay. I will keep that in mind, Hokage-sama, I mean Grandpa Hokage. Good. Now let's test your chakra nature. I began to fidget when I heard those words. I have an affinity for every element known. What kind of reaction will the chakra papers give out when I infuse it with chakra? Akira nodded towards Hokage as he fished out a chakra paper out of his pocket and handed it to me. I looked at my father as I muttered. Father. I don't feel well. Can we do the chakra paper test another day? Akira had a troubled look on his face when he heard my words. He hesitated for a while before he eventually decided. Okay. I will talk to Fugaku and Hokage-sama about it. I nodded with joy at my father as I acted the part of feeling unwell and slumped on the ground. My father immediately caught me as he spoke to Hiruzen and Fugaku. Izuna isn't feeling well, I will take him back home. He will be fine after resting for a while. If you want to know about his chakra nature, I will test out and tell you later. Hiruzen waved his hand and said. It's fine to go take him home to rest. It is nothing of major importance. You can report it anytime. Akira nodded to Hiruzen and Fugaku as he piggybacked me and dashed towards the Uchiha clan. What happened to that kid so suddenly? I only gave him 6 months old candy to eat, which I usually carried in my pocket. Was there anything mixed in the candy or it was stale? Hiruzen thought about the matter. Meanwhile, in the nearby bushes. Damn. That Uchiha brat left without showing his chakra nature. I must place root umbus to keep an eye on both of these kids. Although, I can't monitor them inside the Uchiha clan, being able to track their whereabouts outside the Uchiha clan compounds is fine by me. If I can control these 2 Uchiha brats, then I will be able to control the entire Uchiha clan in the future. The position of Hokage would be in my grasp soon. Danzo signaled his root umbus to retreat to headquarters as he disappeared from the spot. Yagami together with Shisui in his arms flickered out from the training ground. I and father reached home as mom welcomed us back. She was worried to see me lying on father's shoulders as she asked, "Are you alright, Izuna? Come, mama will take care of you." Aito snatched Izuna from Akira as she began to cuddle with him. "My boy is a real ninja now. You must be tired from unlocking your chakra, now go and rest. Mama will prepare your favorite food at dinner tonight." I slowly wobbled to the bedroom as I pretended to be tired. Once I entered the room, I jumped on the bed and silently shouted in my mind, "Finally, I can train in ninjutsu." Gone were the days when I had to helplessly wait for ninjutsu training. Now from which element I should start with? I began to contemplate as there were too many options to start with. Fire and lightning jutsus would be taken care of by my father. I can ask Uncle Yagami to train me in wind jutsus. As for earth and water style jutsus, I will put them on back burner until I join the academy. Now, this left with me other elements that were uncharted territory for me. I knew of some other elements besides the one mentioned in Naruto like space element, time element, light element, dark element, void element, and chaos element. Other elements are still unknown to me. I can't practice in space, time, void, and chaos element as these are too complex and I need some sort of external aid or assistance to figure them out. That leaves me with light and dark elements. I think the light element would be easy to master compared to the dark element. The number of hours I spent on learning the properties of light in physics sure would come to use here. I would have never thought that such a thing would happen when I slammed my head in those physics books to prepare for the college entrance exam. Light can be used in a variety of ways. I can adjust its wavelength to manipulate the effect on the surroundings. There are infrared rays, ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, microwaves, radio waves, and whatnot. The possibilities are endless. But I need to figure out my necessity for now. I want to evolve my Sharingan as soon as possible while hiding it from the eyes of everyone present out there. Maybe I should try mastering optical illusion first. I can bend light around my eyes using the phenomena of refraction and dispersion to create an illusion to hide my Sharingan. But there is a catch in this technique. Any Uchiha or Hyuga would be able to see the infused chakra around my eyes and would be able to figure out the use of ninjutsu. I would have to figure out a way to disrupt their senses. I laid on the bed as I was trying to figure out a feasible way to hide my Sharingan. Wait a sec. I am a retard. How could I forget about the genjutsu? It will easily synchronize with the light element and enhance the genjutsu. So, I can cast a small genjutsu around my eyes using the light element, which makes people believe that my eyes are normal instead of Sharingan. And the best person to learn genjutsu is right at my house. Mother with the best teacher to teach me genjutsu. I locked the room from inside and activated my Sharingan as I laid on the bed and began to recall the hand seals required for the fire style, Great Fireball technique. I want to surprise my father by performing this jutsu on my first attempt and thus force him to teach me more jutsus. Learning the Shadow Clone and Multi-Shadow Clone jutsu would be a good start as it can exponentially increase my chakra training and other sorts of training. For now, I should just train in the basic chakra control technique. I insert my hand in my pocket and took out a bunch of leaves I plucked earlier. I will practice the leaf concentration exercise till dinner. It is a very good exercise for a beginner like me who knew almost nothing about the chakra control. I placed the leaf on my forehead as I began to concentrate my chakra and focus on the center of the leaf. It is a common exercise taught in the academy and I don't want to spend most of my time in the academy learning beginner stuff. Kakashi was able to graduate from the academy at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. This news created a shock among villagers as they marveled at the abilities of Kakashi. Kakashi had too much potential and talent, too bad he wasted it on a grave. Kakashi is 9 years old now, 5 years older than me. Uncle Sakumo is still alive, he is yet to fail on his mission and commit suicide. If possible, I want to stop him from dying. In the future, he could be a good alternative for Danzo. I don't know the necessary details of Uncle Sakumo's death. But in anime, it was 2 years before the third Shinobi War that Kakashi started behaving like my high school principal who continued to bitch about rules. So, I still have 2 years, maybe I should interact more with him. That reminded me of the incoming third Shinobi War, maybe I should participate in it from backlands to broaden my horizons about the warfare of the Shinobi world. After all, I am still a greenhorn to all this killing. Operating on dead bodies was one thing, but killing actual living people is another. I have to stain my hand with blood, I want to carve out a name for myself in the Shinobi world. And in the future, I would have to face grandfather too. I don't want any interactions with the Black Zetsu until the fourth Shinobi War. I may be able to deal with him earlier, but that would alert the Kara organization led by Ishiki Otsutsuki. He is one scary guy the likes of which Kagaya couldn't compare to. Chapter 14, My First Jutsu. I practiced the leaf concentration exercise until dinner time. Izuna, Izuna. Come down to eat dinner. Mother has prepared your favorite dishes today. Yes, mother. I will be there soon. Izuna stopped his training as he went downstairs. He went to the washroom and quickly washed himself up before he ate his dinner. Eat more, Izuna. Today mother is proud of you. You even stunned the Hokage who praised you in front of the clan head. I am very happy for you. Don't hesitate to tell mother if you need anything from me. Izuna nodded as he ate his dinner. Mother. Teach me Genjutsu techniques whenever you are free. I want to learn Genjutsu from you. Aiko smiled as she spoke. Silly child. You need to learn to have basic chakra control before you can master even the simplest Genjutsu. Mother will help you train in chakra control whenever you are done training with your father. Okay. I replied as I silently ate my food and thought about the optical illusion jutsu. So, it all boils down to good chakra control. Then, I will take one step at a time and master the basic chakra control first. Don't be upset, Izuna. Father will teach you new cool jutsu tomorrow. Every Uchiha prides themselves on this technique as this marks the start of their ninja career. The jutsu will be a surprise and you must wait until tomorrow to learn it. I will see who will surprise whom. Will Shursue join us too? Yes. He will be there to learn that jutsu too. Now, don't be impatient and wait for tomorrow. Izuna hurriedly rushed ahead to sleep in the bedroom. He felt really tired after the chakra awakening in the morning and leaf concentration practice in the evening. Tomorrow will mark the day of the first display of his talents to the world. Izuna yawned as he laid on the bed. In the morning at 7:00. I am standing in the backyard of my house. Father is standing in front of me with a chakra paper in his hand. Okay. No one is observing you now. You can use the chakra paper to check your chakra nature. I tilted my head as I am surprised by the claim of my father. You can bluff Hokage and others, but you can't bluff me, your father. You were fine when you pretended to faint in the training ground. I was able to notice it in the first instant, but I played along. Akira questionably looked at me as he inquired. So, tell me now, what was it that made you pretend to faint? Don't lie to me as I would be able to detect it. Akira activated his Sharingan as he looked at Izuna. Damn it, father. Is this a fucking FBI investigation? Why would you have to activate your Sharingan? I made a cute puppy face as I looked at my father with teary eyes. Akira's face flinched for a second before he retained his serious expression. Lies. All of those were lies. What puppy face, what teary eyes. Even a grandma won't throw you a bone with such a face. Those novels and animes overrated this puppy face technique. Guess, I will have to figure out another way to convince my father. I will speak the truth with a bunch of lies mixed within. Father. When I was in the training ground yesterday, I felt like someone was observing me very closely. So, I pretended to faint as I was really afraid. I answered as I began to shed crocodile tears. My father took the bait as he consoled me. Don't worry, Izuna, you weren't the only one who felt like that. I also felt like someone was spying on us yesterday, but I paid no heed to it yesterday as Hokage-sama was present there. I assumed that the person was one of his men. Wow. Father had sharp senses. I beg to say even Hiruzen wasn't aware of Danzo's presence. But father was able to feel the spying eye of Danzo. Guess, he is Madara's son, he had talent but lacked the knowledge of his legacy until the death of grandmother. So, there was no motivation for him to push forward. Madara was able to grow so powerful because he had a rival in the form of Hashirama Senju, and those were warring periods with constant wars and bloodshed. I will become my father's motivation and convince him to train harder. Okay. Enough of the chit-chat. Now test your chakra nature or we will be late for your jutsu training. Akira took out the chakra paper and handed it over to Izuna. I grabbed the chakra paper. To be honest, I was curious to see the reaction of chakra paper on contact with my chakra. I infused a little amount of chakra in the chakra paper. The chakra paper disintegrated into nothingness, as not even a speck of its dust was left. Akira was stunned. I was stunned too as I expected the chakra paper to go bonkers with all kind of shit like fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, space, and all. But this, what the heck? Try again. Just try again. The previous chakra paper might be a defective one. Father took out another chakra paper and handed it over to me. I tried to infuse chakra again into the paper, but the result was the same. It disintegrated into nothingness. This father, what is my chakra nature? I joked to hear the response of father. Father muttered some incoherent words as he nodded to himself. Don't mention this event to anyone. When I mean anyone, not even Shursue, and your uncle Yagami. Just tell others your chakra affinities are the same as Shursue. Now, let's go to the Uchiha Lake to practice your first jutsu. Okay. Now I am genuinely confused. What the heck? What kind of fantasies did father think of? I am curious to know about them. We arrived at the Uchiha Lake, Uncle Yagami and Shursue were waiting for us. Why are you so late, Nii-san? I have been waiting for you for a while now. Shursue puffed up his cheeks as he angrily asked me. I patted Shursue's head as I answered to him. I was late because my father was testing my chakra affinity. Hey. Ni-san, what are your chakra affinities? I want to know about them too. Oh. They are the same as yours. I also have fire, lightning, wind, and Een release. Okay, aren't you excited about your first jutsu? Yes, Nii-san, let's learn the jutsu. Uncle Yagami nodded to us as he approached the bank of lake. He quickly made a few hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uncle Yagami spewed a large fireball that burned for a while and evaporated lots of the lake's water. The fireball released was far smaller than the one I saw during the confrontation with the IWA ninjas. I suppose he infused a lot less chakra in the fireball. Shursue gaped at the sight of fireball with twinkling eyes. I will try first. I have memorized the hand signs for the fireball. I spoke after Uncle Yagami was done with the fireball jutsu. I went near the bank of the lake and weaved hand signs for jutsu in quick succession. Akira and Yagami were stunned by the fluidity of hand signs of Izuna. The movements were almost similar to those who had practiced the jutsu a lot. Fire style, great fireball technique. I spewed out a large fireball larger than that of Uncle Yagami's as I used 1/10 of my chakra reserves. The fireball extended till the end of the lake as it evaporated almost the entirety of the lake, leaving only some water patches behind. Akira and Yagami were shocked to see the jutsu succeed and they congratulated me on success. Well done. Izuna, you succeeded on your first try. Nobody was able to that in the Uchiha clan. Many people required at least a week of training before they could cast the fireball jutsu, and your fireball was stronger than the average fireball. I was happy for successfully casting my jutsu but was sad to see only an above-average fireball after exhausting 1/10 of my chakra reserves. Wasteful. Too wasteful. My chakra control is very poor. If my chakra control was good, I could save up to 75% of chakra in the previous jutsu. After this, I will ask Mom to train me in chakra control. I came out of my thoughts as I looked in the direction of Shursue. Shursue went near the bank of the lake and slowly performed the hand seals. He gathered some chakra and released it. Fire style, great fireball technique. A small ball of fire came out of his mouth which dissipated after traveling a little distance. Shursue was sad to see his small fireball as he complained. Why my fireball is so small? Whereas Izuna Nii-san's fireball was many times bigger than mine. Yagami consoled him, don't worry, I am sure you would be able to do the same after a little practice. Shursue nodded as he began to practice the fireball technique. Guess, geniuses have differences too. Itachi was able to perform the fireball on his first try. As for me, I am a cheat, not a genius. I shook my head as I approached my father. Father. Teach me shadow clone jutsu. I spoke directly without any roundabout manner. My father was surprised by my request as he questioned. Izuna. Shadow clone is a B-rank jutsu that can only be performed by having the Jounin level of chakras. Although your chakra capacity is enough, the shadow clone has no practical battle applications. It is only good for scouting and reconnaissance, as it eliminates the risk of death at the cost of some chakra. Shadow clone halves the user's chakra, thus preventing the user from performing any powerful ninjutsu. Are you sure you want to learn it? Why would I not learn it? That's my ticket to dominating the plebs in the future, how could I not learn it? Father. You know I have lots of chakra. This jutsu won't harm me and will help with my chakra control. Akira thought for a while and nodded. He showed me the hand signs required for shadow clone and warned me to practice moderately. Yes, father. I will keep that in mind. I nodded to him as I began to practice. This will mark the beginning of my journey towards great power as I will become OP. Chapter 15, Academy. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. I am 5 years old now. Lots of things happened in the previous year. I mastered the shadow clone to the point that I only need one hand seal just like Naruto to perform the jutsu. I began training multiple shadow clone after I begged father to teach me the jutsu. I have to show him my perfect shadow clone before he reluctantly passed the scroll containing the jutsu to me. Father wasn't able to perform the jutsu as it required Uzumaki levels of chakra to be performed and thus was a forbidden jutsu. My greatest gain was chakra control. Mother trained me non-stop to practice in chakra control. I learned walking on walls, trees, and even water. It took me a month to master all these techniques. My control of chakra was raised to the proficiency of a chunin after 1 year of training with my mother. Father also taught me a few lightning release ninjutsus which are quite powerful. I learned the body flicker technique from Uncle Yagami, but he warned me to not use the technique in battles unless I awaken my Sharingan. I also learned quite a few wind jutsus. I am only lacking the earth release and water release jutsus. I will get plenty of chances to learn those jutsus in the future. Father trained me in shuriken jutsu as it is considered as the specialty of Uchihas. It took me a while to get used to the weight of kunais and shurikens, but after a year of regular training, I was able to hone my skills to a chunin level. If I pair it with Sharingan, I can even go hand-to-hand with a jounin in shuriken jutsu. He also taught me some basics of taijutsu, which I practiced for a while. I had decided to start my physical training only after I turned 7, as this is the optimal age to do so. All of the bones of the body would have been formed and it would be the start of the first growth spurt in kids. Mother taught me a few genjutsu techniques and I mastered them perfectly. There was little progress in the development of the optical illusion technique. Despite my awareness of the laws of light behavior, it was pretty hard to influence others to fall into illusion. My test target was as usual Shursue, whom I bribed to play along with me. I guess it will take me another 6 months to create the optical illusion technique. My inability to reveal my Sharingan was hindering my growth. But there was a piece of good news. The new session for the academy would begin soon and I together with Shursue will enroll in the academy. Today was the day for academy enrollment. I and Shursue went to academy accompanied by Uncle Yagami. Father was on a mission and wasn't able to accompany us. We reached the academy, which was near the Hokage office just right at the base of the Hokage mountain. There was a giant kanji sign for fire imprinted at the front of the building. There were lots of people gathered at the front of the academy. I spotted members of Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Uchiha, Inuzuka, and Aburame clan members together with their children gathered at the entrance of the academy for their children to participate in the academy entrance examination. There were many other minor clans too, but I wasn't aware of any of their names as there was no detailed information in manga or anime about them. I knew only about Sarutobi clan because it was the clan of the third Hokage. By reading books in the Uchiha clan I came to know of a few other minor clans like Shimura clan, Onokuma clan, Hataki clan, and the Kurama clan. There were a few civilians with their children standing nervously on one of the corners of the academy. The children were nervous as they would face other kids from various influential clans. This got me intrigued as I wondered, how will the academy evaluate the civilian kids? Every kid from any clan would have learned a jutsu or two of their clan and thus would certainly enter the academy. But what about civilian kids with no access to any jutsus? My doubts were cleared soon. A chunin came out from the entrance of the academy and posted a notice. The kids from ninja families would be assessed in the backyard of the academy, whereas civilian kids would be assessed in the front ground. All of the clan kids went to the backyard of the academy, including me and Shursue. All of the kids began to whisper among themselves with their respective friends and families. I began to check my surroundings to search for any chunin or jounin who will conduct the test. Suddenly I shivered as I felt a scrutinizing gaze upon me. He frantically began to search around again but wasn't able to spot anyone. Fuck. It is that pervert Hokage again. He is observing the recruits of the academy. But what's with this gaze on me? I grumbled and ignored the gaze as I closed my eyes. In the Hokage office. Hiruzen was perplexed when he noticed the Uchiha kid searching for something the moment he laid his eyes on him. The kid can sense my gaze on him. What a monster. Such chakra sensitivity at such a gaze, I shall train him as one of the possible candidates for the Hokage. This kid has too much potential, I won't allow Danzo to recruit this kid. He is mine. I mean he will be in my care. I felt a chill run down my spine. Somebody is having unhealthy thoughts about me. Must be Danzo for sure, it can be that pervert too, I am not sure, but it is one of them. I was able to figure out about my ultra-sensitive. It is neither a Kekkaigenkai or instinct, it is because of my strong soul blessed by God. I can somehow feel any negative intentions against me. Clap, clap. Our attention was gathered by a chunin who began to announce academy rules. Not everyone can enter the ninja academy. Some of you will be recruited in the academy, but some of you will be failed. Now listen to the academy rules. Rule number 1, all of you are required to love the village and help to preserve village's peace and prosperity. Rule number 2, all of you should have a firm and unyielding mindset that can endure the hard training. Rule number 3, all of you should be healthy in both body and mind. Now we will conduct your test to determine your qualification. Follow me whenever your name is announced. The academy entrance exam thus began. Honestly, I wasn't anticipating too much from this exam. I have suffered more in my previous life where I have to compete with a million other students just to qualify for the college. Compared to that, honestly, this is child's play. Well, I am a child after all, but still, this exam would be a breeze and I can graduate at the same time if I want to. But that would be pretty suspicious. I will at least spend 6 months in the academy before I request for graduation. Soon, it was my turn as the chunin called my name and I walked away with him. He took me to one of the closed training halls as there were 3 chunin instructors seated on a chair, and surprisingly on the middle seat sat the Hokage himself. He smiled at me and gestured me to sit on the seat in front of him. He gently questioned me. Why do you want to become a ninja? I want to become a ninja to grow strong. So, I could protect my loved ones from any harm. I unhesitatingly replied. Hiruzen nodded to himself as he further asked. What are your thoughts about the village? Oh. He wants to test my character, so he phrased his question in such a way. But old man, I have no qualms with the village. This village was founded by my grandfather when he wasn't manipulated by Black Zetsu, so, I will fulfill his wishes and protect the village. Though I have a different opinion about the people of the village. I will protect the village whenever the village will face any danger. What will you do, if you failed the examination today? Is he trying to pull an Ibiki Marino on me? Then I will try in the next examination and will succeed. Hiruzen nodded as he was satisfied with my responses. A good seedling indeed. He then instructed the Chunin instructor to test my taijutsu, ninjutsu, or genjutsu talent. I performed well in taijutsu as I fought with a Chunin and suppressed him when the later was holding back to the level of a genin. For the ninjutsu, I performed the signature Uchiha Fireball Jutsu and immediately passed. The Chunin instructor trapped me in a genjutsu which I quickly dispelled and even reversed on the Chunin who was caught off guard. Such proficiency would have easily graduated me from the academy. I have to show some talents if I want to graduate early. My only weakness was taijutsu which I will practice soon. The exam came to an end as I was passed and the Chunin instructed me to arrive early the next morning for the opening ceremony. Hokage-sama, that kid is already as strong as a genin. Hiruzen nodded as he replied. The academy isn't just about battle capability. Kids needs to interact with each other and also learn subjects from academy. This may seem redundant during wartime but for now, kids still needs to grow under a stable environment and foster positive feeling for village. The Chunin silently nodded his head as he stared at Izuna's departing back. I walked out of the training hall as I anticipated my academy days in the ninja world. Chapter 16, First Day of Academy. Next day we arrived early in the morning. There were lots of children gathered in the front training ground of the academy waiting for the commemoration of ceremony. After half an hour, when all of the students were present there the ceremony started. It was a boring event and I felt like sleeping when the Jounin and Chunin instructors gave their speech. Now, it's time to end the ceremony. I opened my eyes as I yawned when the announcer announced this news. But before that, our respected Hokage-sama will give a speech to the future ninjas of the Konoha. The surrounding clapped and cheered when Hiruzen wobbled over to the stage. So, it will be his usual will of fire bullshit. To rile up young children to give their life for the sake of the village. Like, come on, almost 50% of the population is ninja in the village and the rest are civilians and what he means is to risk the life of half of Konoha's population to save the life of the rest 50% of the population who can't take care of themselves. From what I saw in these 5 years an average shopkeeper earns more than a genin per month and some popular shops even earn as much as a jounin. Where jounin have to put his life on the line to do a few A-rank missions to get the money and a portion of the money provided by the mission would be taken by Hokage office as maintenance fee and the rest half would be divided equally among team members depending on their ninja rank. The Hokage continued to rant on as I tried to figure out the reality of the situation. Also, if the ninja is from a clan he has to pay some of the mission money to his clan to fund the clan. After all of these cuts what is left is a meager sum of money. If I open a weapon shop and start to sell some ninja tools, I wonder how much money would I earn. Then my story would be the birth of a business mogul in ninja world. Till now, I haven't heard of any ninja getting extremely rich by doing missions. To be realistic, any person be it Chunin or Jounin can't complete missions non-stop. I observed my father in previous 4 years and came to a conclusion. Any Jounin can only opt for a B rank or above mission unless he is a genin instructor. The C and D rank missions are reserved for Chunins and genins. An average B rank mission usually takes a week to complete and the ninja needs to relax for a minimum of 3 days to recover from fatigue. The payout of a B rank mission is 150,000 Ryo to 200,000 Ryo. After all the cuts it amounts to an average of 100,000 Ryo if the person is solo on the mission. For an A rank mission, the payout is anywhere between 150,000 Ryo to 1 million Ryo. No Jounin can go solo on such mission and need the assistance of at least another Jounin to safely complete the mission. The mission usually lasts for anywhere between a week to a month. Also, the ninja needs a rest of at least 2 weeks to recover from the mission. It will take even more time if the ninja has serious injuries. The payout for a ninja would be around an average of 400,000 considering the highest payment of 1 million. Now let's talk about the S-rank mission. Need a group of at least 3 skilled Jounin and the number can go up to 7 members. The minimum payout for the mission is 1 million Ryo. And the upper cap would be decided by the Hokage office depending on the severity of the mission. No ninja will willingly take the S-rank mission unless specifically requested by the Hokage office. After my birth father has rejected all of the S-rank missions issued to him. If I estimate then an average payout from S-rank would be 600,000 Ryo considering the sum is divided among other people. Okay. That may sound a lot, but there is a catch. We have yet to cover the expenses of missions. The shurikens and kunais are made out of metal, so they cost a lot to purchase. A set of 6 kunais and shuriken cost 10,000 ryo, and this set lasts for 3 B-rank missions, 1 A-rank mission. As for S-rank, consider carrying another set with you. The shurikens and kunais would usually be lost, nicked, or have to be left behind while escaping from ambush. Other expenses include medicines, after all, who isn't injured during a mission, and most of the teams don't have a medic ninja with them. The chakra pills and recovery medicines are a hell of expensive, as rare herbs are used to make them. A bottle of 10 chakra pills cost 50,000 ryo, and medicinal liquid and gel cost around 10,000 ryo. Also include the average hospital expenses of 10,000 ryo for B rank, 50,000 for an A rank, and a minimum of 70,000 from S rank. I would hardly believe if someone said a person comes out unscathed for the S rank mission. Such a person would easily be near Kage level and could easily steamroll a bunch of jounin. When I figured out such a thing, I began to question the sanity of peoples and laughed at myself, as I would soon join the madness. I am pretty sure the higher-ups of various clans are aware of this thing, but they choose to shut their mouth as they need to sustain the clan. Also, if everyone just sat at home and opened a shop or two, then they will become degenerates who need babysitting like civilians, and thus would lower the power of a clan. Only disabled and old person was allowed to open a shop in any clan compounds. This is the rule enforced by clan. The speech of the Hokage ended as we were dismissed to our respective classes. I walked over to the notice board and checked for my class number. My class is on 1B, whereas Shursue's class is on 1C. The selection of the class was random and no class was filled with geniuses. Too bad, Nii-san. Our classes are different, I won't be able to stay with you. Shursue complained. You can always meet me during lunchtime. I consoled Shursue. I searched for my class and found it after fumbling for a while. I entered the class and sat at the edge of the class close to the window. There was a podium in front of the blackboard, and the desks were arranged in ladder steps, increasing the height of the last row and thus making the face of every student visible to the instructor. Students continued to enter the class and the class was almost full. There was no sign of an instructor anywhere. My good looks earned me the favor of many girls as they continued to pester me about my name and hobbies. Many of the boys were jealous, but I was irritated by this continuous pestering of bothering. I replied to a few girls during the start, but after that, I stopped bothering them as I gazed out of my window. A few civilian kids were jealous of me and thought of teaching me a lesson as they approached me. One of them placed his foot on my desk as he barked. "Hey! You spiked chump! Go away from this seat. I and my friends will sit here." Honestly, I am quite stunned by this development, as I thought, "Hey, buddy. I never bothered with you, why you want to make my life miserable?" I ignored them as I continued to gaze outside the windows. All of the nearby civilian kids were anticipating a fight as they murmured among themselves. That kid is going to get beaten and taught a lesson. Who told him to impress so many girls? Nanny the fuck. How I offended you all. I don't have any interest in these small lolas. Honestly, aren't you all too young to think about such matters? In my previous world, due to modernization, this could be considered normal, but here it looks weird. But I can guess the sentiment of these sheltered kids. Also, do all of you honestly believe that they will flower me? I looked around to see the reaction of kids from clans. Most of them were lazing around and muttering among themselves. They were honestly not bothered by this show. I guess everybody here is the protagonist and I am the mob who gets picked on. Why you do this to me? Now I have to bully you all. I guess I will go full hentai on you all and unleash tentacle monster on you guys. Will it break their mind? Who cares, I am not a soft persimmon. This will serve as a lesson for them. These civilian kids are too full of themselves. I remembered from the anime they surrounded the clone of Itachi to teach him a lesson, but he kicked their asses. Also, civilian kids used to surround and bash Naruto often. Guess, I will teach them what their parents weren't able to. Chapter 17, Abusing Some Civilians. I turned around to face these kids as I covered my eyes with my half-developed light style, optical illusion. It was sufficient to hide my Sharingan from a bunch of kids and I couldn't feel the presence of any pervert peeking on me. Light began to refract near my eyes as it created an illusion of normal eyes. I activated my Sharingan as I gazed at these plebs and muttered. Hentai style, cough. Cough. Uchiha style, tentacle touch. I cast a Genjutsu on them as the kids stopped their movement midair. They retreated a few steps and stopped. I ignored them as I continued staring out of the window. The civilian kids began to sweat buckets as they stood there like a statue. The other civilian kids were stunned by the development of events, as this shouldn't be how the script should go. You should get rough with each other. Exchange some hot-blooded punches and finally sprawl on the floor. The clan kids had an expression like that's how it shall be, but still there was a surprise on their faces. They were aware of my clan as the symbol of Uchiha clan, which says, don't mess with me, I am hot shit, is imprinted on the back of my black t-shirt. A foul stench was released in the class as the civilian kids peed and pooped in their pants. I made a small windscreen around me to block the foul smell and directed it towards those other civilian kids who mocked me earlier. Yes. I am a cheap guy. Whoever insults me, I return it twofold back to them. The civilian kids stood there paralyzed like a statue as fear was apparent in their eyes. I closed my eyes as I began to plan out for my evening training. It was at this moment the Chunin instructor entered the class. He was about to greet the new students when he was assaulted by a foul odor. He looked around for the source of the odor and spotted 4 kids rooted on a spot. He pinched his nose and approached them. He called out to them, but there was no response. It dawned on him that the kids were under the effect of a genjutsu. He placed his index finger on their forehead as he released a surge of chakra to disrupt their chakra flow and thus dispel the genjutsu. But there was no reaction. He failed to release them from the genjutsu. The Chunin instructor frowned. This is not good. The kids are under the effect of a powerful genjutsu and I don't specialize in genjutsu. He began to search around in class as he questioned. What happened before my arrival? Explain it to me in detail now. One of the civilian kids stood up as he looked in my direction. The teacher followed his gaze and looked at me. The civilian kid began to explain all the things in detail without hiding anything. The Chunin instructor noticed the Uchiha clan symbol on my t-shirt and thought of handling this matter lightly. After all, he didn't want the Uchiha police force to pay a visit to his house to check his water meter. He walked up to me and asked. Hey, kid. What's your name? I am Izuna Uchiha. I replied as a matter of fact and turned around and continued observing outside the window. The Chunin instructor was pissed at my attitude but he still asked. Listen, kid. Infights between fellow students often occur in the academy but you shouldn't harm your classmates. When I was your age, I also got in many fights and beat down many other kids but I never harmed them permanently. I looked at the Chunin whose body looked like a pickled cucumber and said. I believe you, sensei. The Chunin was angered by my scrutinizing gaze and laid-back attitude as he harumphed. Kid. You should know when to stop in fights. If any of your classmates are seriously injured because of you then you would be expelled from the academy. I looked at the instructor and sheepishly smiled. Teacher, if I was able to dispel the genjutsu, I would have dispelled it long ago, but I recently learned this genjutsu and haven't mastered it. It was only by chance that I accidentally cast it and it succeeded in my first attempt. Often. It will fail in every single attempt. I lied without batting an eye. The Chunin was perplexed. He nodded after a while. Don't test your incomplete technique on your classmates as it may harm them. I will call a jounin instructor to dispel the genjutsu. I nodded my head in agreement as I sat on my seat and continued gazing out of the window. Soon, a special jounin skilled in genjutsu arrived in the classroom. He placed his hand on the civilian kids and began to dispel the genjutsu. He frowned for a second as he infused more chakra and was finally able to dispel the genjutsu. After a while, he repeated the process with other kids and finally freed them from their nightmare of a genjutsu. After being freed from the genjutsu, the kids slumped down on the ground as they laid weakly on the ground. They looked in my direction. I smiled at them and waved my hand. They were terrified beyond their limits and fainted. The jounin instructor frowned as he said. These kids are traumatized by a powerful genjutsu. Take them to the infirmary as soon as possible. As for you Uchiha kid, meet me after the class. Saying so, the jounin flickered away from the classroom. The other kids jeered at my misfortune as I frowned. Here goes my evening training. Sigh, these kids asked for it, I can't help but give them what they wanted. What? They wanted a beating. So, I gave it to them. After this farce was over the classes started normally. The first few classes were about the core curriculum of reading, writing, mathematics, science, and geography. I knew everything already and just meditated through the entire class. I started meditation when I tried mastering chakra control. It helped me calm my mind and focus my concentration easily. So, I made it a habit to meditate regularly. I was only expecting some gains from the class of shinobi rules, tactics, and strategy. But I was disappointed by the class. The strategies they taught couldn't hold a candle to various advanced and military tactics of my original world. I have watched lots of historical movies and dramas and read many war novels in my free time. The history there was carved based on wars across nations. The maps will change every once in a while and the world was vast. I got to see a map of the shinobi world in the Uchiha library. Most of the focus was around the hidden villages and 5 nations and some small nations around them. If mapped them according to the scale from my previous world and it only amounted to the size of Asia area-wise with many scattered islands here and there. The rest of the world is covered in water and hardly anybody goes out to explore beyond the sea in uncharted territories. If I get a chance in the future I would explore this world. If my understanding of this world is correct, then the shinobi world is just a small self-sustaining dimension similar to various dimensions accessible by Rinnegan. Though I need to test the validity of my hypothesis. For now, let's focus on the class. The shinobi rule class was followed by the practical class of handling of ninja tools and weapons. The Chunin instructor directed us to the training ground. There were many thick wooden pillars with an aim that were erected in the training ground. We picked up our ninja gears from the tables placed beside the wooden pillars. I picked up a shuriken and tossed it in my hand to test its weight. It was a standard shuriken and I was used to its weight. I threw the shuriken without even looking at the aim and grabbed 2 more shurikens and threw them, then I picked 3 shurikens and threw them too. Bullseye. All of them hit the bullseye, right in the dead center of the aim. Gasp, gasp. All of the nearby kids gasped and even the Chunin instructor was stunned by my proficiency in the shuriken jutsu. He had nothing to teach me. I was on the same level as him or possibly at a greater level than him. The fangirls cheered for me and boys jealously looked at me. All of them picked up their shurikens as they mimicked me and tossed them around, hoping to get a lucky hit. The shurikens flew around in the air as all of them missed their target. Izuna-kun is an Uchiha. All of the Uchihas are skilled in shuriken jutsu, so it is normal for him to be good with ninja tools. All of you must work diligently and would be able to perform the same feat as him after a while. Although the Chunin instructor was able to boost the confidence of the kids, even he didn't believe his own words when he said about equaling in proficiency to Uchiha. This Uchiha kid is a monster. They want me to teach such a kid. Chapter 18, Unexpected Meeting. The Ninja Tools and Weapons class passed without any major incident. Now, it is time for the Chakra and Hand Seals class. Nothing major, I wasn't aware of. The instructor began to teach the 12 basic hand seals. He took out a chart depicting the skills and hung it on the blackboard. The kids began to memorize the hand seals. The instructor performed the hand seals one by one to show them to us. After we memorized the seals, he gave a leaf to all of us present in the class and taught the leaf concentration exercise to help us focus better and improve our chakra control. I was pretty bored in the class and all my excitement from before died down. I can learn better things at home from mother and father. Guess, I will just send a shadow clone from tomorrow onwards. My chakra reserves are very high, so nobody will be suspicious of me for using clone as a substitute. If it comes to worst, I can just ask for early graduation. After all, Kakashi graduated from academy in just 4 months at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. After the academy lessons were over, I walked out of the academy with a bunch of fangirls chasing behind me. This was the perk of being an Uchiha with the cool looks and cold attitude, but I got a headache from their continuous pestering. I am thinking of a way to survive here and enjoy myself at the same time. But the balance is hard, I will have to relax from time to time. When the Ichiraku ramen will open, I will be the first customer to try that ramen. After getting out of the academy entrance, I flickered out and disappeared from their vision. The girls continued to search for me for a while. I watched them while hiding behind a tree. When all of them dispersed, I went back inside the academy to meet the Jounin instructor. I went to the front training ground and sat below a tree as I meditated while waiting for the Jounin instructor to appear. After 15 minutes of wait, the Jounin instructor appeared in front of me. There was a girl around 9 years of age with him, apparently his daughter. During the class, I didn't particularly pay any particular attention to the Jounin. But now I began to check his appearance. He had black hair and ringed red eyes. I was surprised when I saw those eyes and for a moment I mistook him for an Uchiha. I intently stared at his eyes and noticed the lack of tomos in his eyes. So, he is not an Uchiha. As I continued to inspect him, he had a distinctive jawline and his standard Jounin outfit had longer sleeves than usual. He wore blue shinobi sandals and tied his forehead protector like a bandana to his head. I ignored the girl as I continued inspecting the Jounin. The girl got irritated by my attitude as she angrily snapped. "Father, why you brought me here to the academy? I am a genin already, why I have to come to the academy?" She pointed at me and asked. "And who is this rude guy?" I was perplexed by her behavior. "How come am I rude? Aren't you the rude one? You called me here without any reason, I have training to do. Stop wasting my time if there isn't any matter. My name is Izuna Uchiha. I just joined the academy today." I introduced myself to the girl as I start to inspect her. She has long black untamed hair reaching all the way to her upper back. Her eyes were similar to her father, red eyes with a ring in them. She wore the standard kunoichi genin outfit with her forehead protector tied on her forehead. Her appearance seemed familiar to me as it clicked my mind. Damn. Isn't she Karinai as a child? That's pretty wild, I didn't expect to meet her. I tried to recall Karinai's father's name but wasn't able to recall it. Maybe he was never mentioned in the anime or was a minor side character. As if right on cue, Karinai began to introduce herself. "I am Karinai Yui. I graduated this year from the academy and I am genin now. She flashed her forehead protector to me. I looked at her like I was looking at an idiot. Though I won't mind hooking up with her, but for now I have priorities. I looked at Karinai's father and asked, "May I ask why you called me here today?" "I think I didn't do anything in particular to warrant your interest except the genjutsu in the morning." He nodded at me as he began to introduce himself. "I am Shinku Yui, one of the jounin instructors of the academy. Though you harmed your classmates, it wasn't an intentional act. I haven't called you here for that. What I am interested in is your genjutsu. I specialize in genjutsu and kenjutsu, but I am busy with the work from the academy." He pointed at Karinai as he spoke. "Your genjutsu skills are pretty good. So, I would like you to practice with my daughter Karinai and help her train in genjutsu." I shook my head in denial as I said, "I am sorry, sensei. I am just a kid. What can I teach a genin, and also I have to do some training after the academy and I won't be able to help her." Shinku was disappointed by my response, but he tried to persuade me as he pointed out, "Besides genjutsu, I am also skilled in kenjutsu. If you want, I can train you in kenjutsu while you help my daughter with her genjutsu training." I pondered for a while. This doesn't seem to be a bad idea. I can learn kenjutsu while also practicing genjutsu. Also, I can skip classes with the help of a shadow clone and in that time train in ninjutsu and shurikenjutsu. I made my plan as I nodded to him. "Okay, sensei. I am ready. Tell me when and where to start the training." Shinku replied, "We will start from tomorrow after your classes are over. The location would be training ground 5 of the village if it's fine with you." "Okay. I will be there after the academy every day." "Thank you, sensei. I will be taking my leave now." After Izuna left, Karinai questioned Shinku. "Father, why you want this kid who just joined the academy to teach me genjutsu? Aren't you a better substitute for teaching me? What can that kid teach me?" Shinku shook his head and replied, "That kid has a very high talent in genjutsu. It took me some effort to dispel the genjutsu cast by him. He is only 5 years old and is still growing. Imagine if he was at your age, how powerful would his genjutsu be? So, that's the reason I choose him to help you with your genjutsu training. Other than him, I can only think of Kurama clan members, but they are hard to deal with." "I will believe you if you say so, father." Karinai nodded to her father, but she wasn't convinced by her father's words and wanted to test it for herself. I strolled out of the academy as I decided to neglect the training for today and just tour the village. It was my first time strolling in the village on my own. I had some pocket change given to me by my mother. So, I decided to spend it to taste the street food of Konoha. After roaming for a while, I spotted a food stall selling some takoyaki. My stomach growled as I felt hungry. I went to the stall and bought a serving with 6 takoyakis. I began to drool as I looked at the golden balls of fried batter filled with pieces of octopus, tempura scraps, pickled ginger, and onion. The fragrance was enchanting as I began to look around to find a nice spot to eat these takoyakis. Looking around for a while, I found a bench at the corner of the street. A person was sitting on the bench with his head hung down. I approached the bench and was about to sit on the bench when the person noticed my presence and looked at me. Both of our eyes met and I was surprised to see this person here. Chapter 19, Sakumo Hataki. Just after Akira and Aito were escorted to Konoha, Sakumo was worried about them. So, he decided to secretly trail and protect them. He left the responsibility for patrol to the vice captain and left the borders for Konoha. He wasn't worried about the border patrol team as he had just warned the IWA Umbus when he went to save Akira and Aiko. IWA ninjas were aware of his prowess, so they won't pull out any surprise attack on borders. He safely escorted Akira and Aiko to the village. After confirming their safety, he went to Hokage's office to report about the matter. Hiruzen was stunned to see Sakumo in the village as he questioned him. "Sakumo, according to my knowledge, you were supposed to guard the Fire Nation's borders. What are you doing here, neglecting your duties?" "I was indeed on the guard duty at the border. Yesterday, I saw Kagami-sensei's son who informed my team about his mission and asked for reinforcement. I went as their backup and saved them from IWA Umbus. I confronted them and successfully drove them away. The situation at the border is stable for the next few weeks as the IWA Nin would be preparing for countermeasures against me. Also, their Jounin commander is dead and their assault team is wiped out. It will take a minimum of a week for them to gather and assign a new team at the border. They have suffered considerable losses after all." Hiruzen nodded at this as he spoke. "It seems like IWA was hellbent on killing the Uchiha trio. I am surprised they were able to make it out alive. Well, I suppose it is because of you. I will visit them later in the hospital. So, what is your plan now, Sakumo? Will you return to border or stay in the village? Your son is quite a genius and his performance in the academy is outstanding. I will stay in the village for a week and then return to the border to complete the remaining days of my duties. For now, I will go and visit Kakashi. I am sure he would be surprised to see me. Sakumo smiled as he informed Hiruzen. Okay. You can continue your patrol duty later. Hiruzen dismissed Sakumo as he prepared to visit the Uchiha couple in the hospital. Sakumo went to his house to change his ninja outfit and get washed as he was exhausted from the long journey. He was alone in the house as he was welcomed by the picture of his late wife smiling gently at him. Our Kakashi is 5 years old now, Tsumi. He misses you a lot, I miss you too. A drop of tear trickled down his face. He wiped it away as he went to take a bath. His wife died 2 years ago in the Second Shinobi War. Her Jounin team was lured into a trap by a Megakure and all of them were killed. Kakashi was only 3 at that time. Since then, he has to fulfill the role of a parent to Kakashi. But my ninja duties won't allow me to always be with Kakashi. Sakumo sighed in melancholy as he took a bath. Later outside the academy. Sakumo was impatiently waiting for Kakashi to complete his classes. Youth, this is youth. He was startled by this voice as he turned around to look at the source of this voice. A tall and well-built man with high cheekbones, a bulbous nose, dark hair, thick eyebrows, and body hairs on wrists and forearms was walking upside down on his hands as he shouted. He had a haircut in bowl style that was combed to his right and had a slight lift. There was a bristling mustache and a small goatee and stubble on his face. The man wore a green jumpsuit, orange striped leg warmers, and a yellow scarf around his neck. Sakumo immediately recognized the incoming person as Might Dewey, who was infamous in the village as the Eternal Genin. Sakumo greeted Might Dewey as he asked. Might Dewey-san. How come you are at the academy? Might Dewey stood up straight as he wiped away the dust from his clothes and replied. Guy was accepted in the academy as an alternate in the academy's class course. It is time for the classes in the academy to end and I thought of training Guy a little more after his classes. After all, he is still in his youth. Sakumo nodded at Might Dewey, who was doing push-ups while waiting for his son. Soon the bell of academy rang as children began to run out of the academy. I will defeat you one day, Kakashi. My eternal rival. A 6-year child with a shiny bowl-style haircut with his hairs reaching his chin shouted at Kakashi. He had thick eyebrows and wore a sleeveless green jumpsuit with a red scarf tied around his neck. Do whatever seems fit to you. Kakashi replied nonchalantly as he prepared to go home. Kakashi. Kakashi was stunned to hear this familiar voice as he lifted his head to see the person. He was greeted by his father smiling at him. He walked to his father as he asked. You were supposed to be on a mission. How come you are here? Sakumo sighed as he reprimanded Kakashi. You saw your father after 3 weeks and this is how you greet him. I returned early due to some urgent work and Hokage-sama agreed to give me a break for a few days before I returned to my work. Kakashi began to walk expressionlessly towards their house, but deep down he had a smile on his face below his mask. He turned around and spoke. Train me during your stay at home. I will surpass you soon. This kid, he only thinks about training. Sakumo shook his head as he followed Kakashi. 2 weeks later. Sakumo was at the entrance of the village. He had to return to the borders to continue his patrol duty for 2 more weeks. Kakashi waved his hand to him to say goodbye. Sakumo waved back, then he flickered and disappeared in the forest. A few hours later, at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen sighed as he looked at the mission request posted to them. It is an S-rank mission posted by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. A scroll containing the various shady businesses of the daimyo was stolen from his house by some ninjas. From the likes of it, they appeared to be mist ninja. The daimyo is afraid of them releasing the info to peoples of the Fire Nation. This can cause huge unrest among the masses and could lead to instability in the Land of Fire. Hiruzen clutched his head as the daimyo had offered a huge sum of reward to handle this matter. But also warned that if they failed the mission, then the funding provided by daimyo would be reduced by 20%. That is a massive number and they couldn't afford to fail the mission. Hiruzen began to look through the list of the candidates suitable for the mission. Tsunade, she isn't in the village. He crossed her name over. Jiraiya had left the village to roam around the world, that lazy disciple of mine. I can't blame him though, his information network is very useful to the village. Orochimaru is out on a mission, he will take a while to come back. Fugaku Uchiha is still wary of us because of the death of so many Uchiha clansmen during the past few years. Sakumo, oh. Sakumo would be the best choice. Hiruzen waved his hand as he summoned an Umbu. Go. And summon Sakumo to my office. It is an emergency. The Umbu jumped out of the window and disappeared on the roofs. Hiruzen began to contemplate over the list of other people for the mission. After a while, the Umbu member reappeared in the Hokage's office as he informed him about the departure of Sakumo for the borders. So, he left for the borders earlier this morning. Considering his prowess, it would be hard to meet and inform him about the mission before tomorrow. Hiruzen had a headache as he thought of this matter. For now, gather these people in my office. He gave a list of names to the Umbu. Outside his office, in the lounge, the fat daimyo was sitting on the sofa as he covered his face with a fan and sipped some tea prepared for him. He anxiously looked towards Hokage's office as he shouted. I want to meet Hiruzen now. Inform him, we can't delay this matter anymore or my reputation will be besmirched, which won't fare well for Konoha. Deploy as many ninjas as you can, I want the mission to be a success. The receptionist had cold sweat trickling down her head as she tried to appease the daimyo. Daimyo-sama. Hokage-sama had sent someone to call some jounin to work on the mission. They will be here soon, please wait a little bit more. Humph. The daimyo harumphed angrily and continued to sip his tea. Inside the Hokage office, 10 jounins were saluting the Hokage with their one knee on the floor and head bent down. Hiruzen nodded to them as he began to explain the details of the missions. The jounins accepted the mission as they were ready to depart for the mission. Later on, during the mission, the ninjas were faced with a difficult situation of saving their comrade or continuing the mission. They chose the mission over their comrades. Although the mission was accomplished, Konoha lost 2 jounin commanders and 5 other jounins and 10 special jounins in the mission. This was a huge loss for Konoha as many of its capable ninjas died in the mission. The heavy involvement of 7 swordsmen of the mist was found in the mission. Chapter 20, A Difficult Choice Part 1. For years passed since that mission. Kakashi showed outstanding talents in the academy. So, he graduated from the academy in just 4 months of his entrance. A year later, Kakashi took the Chunin exam and was promoted to a Chunin. It was a record in the history of academy and Sakumo was proud of his son. Today an important meeting was held in Konoha with the Council of Elders. The issue of the meeting was the increasing invasion by the Kumogakure. The Kumo had been strengthening its military forces despite the peace treaty signed during the previous war. At the start of this year, many Kumo ninjas were spotted infiltrating the Land of Fire with their motives unclear. This meeting between elders was held to address this issue. The meeting lasts for an hour before it concluded. It was decided that they will deploy a specialized team to track the Kumo ninjas and figure out their motives. The objective of the team was to retrieve any information stolen by Kumo ninjas and if possible, get rid of them. It was an S-rank mission. Hiruzen agreed with the rest of the elders and proposed Sakumo as the team leader. All of them agreed with his proposal and an umbu was sent to summon Sakumo. Shortly, Sakumo arrived at the meeting room. Hiruzen began to explain the details of the mission as a large map of borders was placed on top of the table. The Kumo ninjas have infiltrated the border of Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fire. He marked a spot on the map as he continued. Their recent hideout had been spotted around this place. We aren't currently sure of their motives, but we want you to stop them at any cost. Sakumo, you will be the team leader for this mission. Hiruzen rolled the map and passed it to Sakumo. Sakumo nodded and went back to his house to prepare for the mission. Kakashi had gone on a mission earlier with his team. Sakumo wrote a note addressed to Kakashi to inform about the S-rank mission as he prepared his ninja gear, scrolls, and medicine. After 3 hours, the team was ready as all of them were gathered at the Konoha's entrance. Sakumo nodded to all of his team members as he spoke. This is an important S-rank mission and I will be your team leader for the mission. I will fill you on the details of the mission as we move towards our destination. None of the ninjas had any problems with the arrangement. All of them simultaneously left for the Land of Hot Water as Sakumo began to fill them on the details of the mission. The journey to the Land of Hot Water took them 2 days as they arrived at the border. They were filled up on the recent development by the captain of the squad deployed at the border for patrolling. All of them were pretty tired and they decided to rest in the patrol camps. Their team consisted of Sakumo as the Jounin commander and team leader, 4 Jounins, and 5 special Jounin specialized in tracking and medical ninjutsu. One of the Jounin is a sensor-type ninja. Early in the next morning, Team Sakumo left the camp as they began to move towards the hideout of the Kumo nins. The marked area was a waterfall of hot water with a small hot spring at its base. There was a cave carved out behind the waterfall. Team Sakumo immediately got into the action as 3 special Jounins began to open scrolls as they prepared to make a barrier to block the exit of the cave. The special Jounins weaved some hand signs and slammed their hand on the scroll. Various Fuinjutsu markings began to spread out from the scrolls as they continued to crawl towards the waterfall. The markings were unaffected by water as they weaved together to form a kanji word for seal. Fuinjutsu scroll, Naka sealing barrier. They sealed the entrance of the cave with a barrier. The 3 special Jounins continued to supply their chakra to the barrier as one of them forked out a small scroll with a kanji word, gate, imprinted on it. He passed the scroll to Sakumo. Sakumo took the scroll and together with other Jounins began to move towards the waterfall. He placed the small scroll on the seal as a small gate opened in the seal. All of the Jounins including the Sakumo went inside the cave to inspect the cave. It was very dark inside the cave as there was no lighting in the cave. One of the Jounin took out a glow stick from his pocket as he twisted it to generate light. It is dangerous to use fire-type jutsu as enemies may plant various explosive tags in the caves which can trigger from the heat of fire jutsu and explode, causing the entire cave to collapse on their enemies. The other jounins took out their kunais as they were ready for an ambush. They continued to march forward until the end of the cave but weren't any signs of enemies. In front of them lied a rock table surrounded by many rock seats. The smell of charcoal was still apparent in the cave. Sakumo bent down to check the nearby ashes. The ashes were still warm, which meant that it hadn't been too long since the enemy left this place. Most of their signs were destroyed as the enemy team seemed to be in a hurry. Sakumo shook his head as he shouted to other jounins. There is nothing useful here. The enemy nins deserted this place just a while ago. It seems like somehow they came to know of our arrival. Let's get out of here and search somewhere else. I am sure we can track their trail. All of the jounins nodded as they prepared to move out. The light from the glow stick faded, creating darkness in the cave. As they moved forward, the jounin prepared to take out another glow stick. One of the jounin stepped on a stone. Click. Kacha, kacha. The jounin accidentally triggered a trap mechanism as the gears weird and initiated some mechanism. A rock cabinet from the side of the cave opened as a mechanism launched some kunai. The shinobis easily dodged the kunais as the kunai lodged into the wall. SRRR. The sound of the burning of a paper echoed in the cave. The kunais had paper bombs attached to them as they began to burn. Earth-style, rock dome. Earth-style, mud wall. Sakumo and one of the other experienced shinobi immediately made hand signs as they erected a double barrier of mud and rocks. All of them ducked inside the rock dome as the explosion was triggered. Boom. A loud explosion occurred inside the cave. The barrier at the entrance of the cave began to shake as the special jounins were unable to hold back the explosion. They immediately stopped supplying chakra to the scrolls and collected the scroll and jumped back. The cave shook violently as it collapsed. Rocks, debris, and hot water began to pour inside the cave as it was blocked completely. The special jounins looked worriedly at the remains of the cave as they couldn't hear any noise from the remains. The rocks and debris began to shake violently as they saw a jet of water breaking the rocks and opening a passage. Water-style, water dragon bullet. A huge water dragon was spurted out by Sakumo as the dragon launched a jet of water and began to break the rubbles. After clearing out the rubble, Sakumo and the rest of the jounins broke free from the cave. The special jounins heaved a sigh of relief as they approached the group. Sakumo immediately stopped them as he signaled the sensor ninja to check their surroundings. The jounin immediately made hand signs as he placed one of his hand on the ground and created a seal. Sensing hexagram seal. He began to detect the nearby area for any chakra signatures. He spotted a chakra signature getting further away from them. 2 o'clock in the east, around 400 meters away. The rest of the jounins immediately went on alert as they began to dash in the direction of the chakra signature. As they ran in the direction of the chakra signature, Sakumo began to contemplate over the events. Enemies lured them in a trap to deal with them in one go. Now the question is, had they prepared the trap to intentionally lure us, or is there a spy among us? Sakumo began to analyze all of the information he gathered during this time. The ashes inside the cave were still warm, which meant they left the cave a few hours ago. All of the shreds of evidence and trails were haphazardly cleared inside the cave, which means enemies were in a hurry. My team arrived at the camp late in the evening and spent the night with patrol guards. This means, there is only one possibility: there is a spy among the patrol guards who informed the Kimo ninjas during the night time. Chapter 21, A Difficult Choice Part 2. Team Sakumo continued to chase the enemy ninja sensed earlier by the sensor jounin. Seeing that they were going nowhere, Sakumo applied some wind chakra to his feet and flickered in the direction of the escaping enemy. His speed increased drastically as Sakumo spotted the back of the ninja. The ninja sensed the arrival of Sakumo as he turned around and spotted Sakumo. The enemy ninja panicked and raised his speed up a notch. Sakumo also increased his speed to his limit and closed the gap between the two. Sakumo throws shurikens towards the enemy ninja, which lodges itself into the ninja's back. With a puff of smoke, the enemy ninja is replaced by a log of wood. Sakumo takes out his white chakra blade as he gets ready to engage the enemy. Water release, water bullet. A bullet of water is launched towards Sakumo. Sakumo infuses chakra into his chakra blade and slashes the jutsu. He is able to locate the location of the enemy from the previous attack as he immediately makes hand signs. Earth-style, avalanche. Sakumo slams his hand on the ground. A tremor runs through the earth as the earth near the enemy ninja shook and he loses balance and gets trapped in the jutsu. Sakumo approaches the enemy ninja as he gets ready to prepare for any surprise attack. A kunai is hurled in the direction of Sakumo as Sakumo blocks it with his chakra blade and made some more hand signs. Earth-style, mud prison. A cage made up of mud encloses the area and traps the enemy ninja. In the meantime, the rest of the members of Team Sakumo also arrives at the location. All of them surround the prison as Sakumo moves toward the prison to interrogate the enemy. All of them were surprised when the enemy turns out to be a member of the border patrol squad. They have found their spy. Sakumo prepared to interrogate the spy, but the spy pulls out a scroll from his flak jacket. The scroll was full of paper bombs. The spy makes a hand sign and infuses his chakra in the scroll. The scroll and chakra bombs are ignited as a blinding light engulfs them. Earth-style, mud wall. Boom. A devastating explosion occurs which blows the nearby area and makes a crater at the location of the spy. The spy self-detonated together with the clue to the enemies. It seems like he was the one who set up the explosive trap in the cave. He followed us to ensure our death in the explosion. One of the Jounin speculated the possibility of spy's action. Sakumo agreed with the Jounin as he spoke. Let's head back to the camp. We have lost our lead, we have to scout nearby area again for another lead. All of them returned to the camp and Sakumo informed the patrol squad captain about the spy. The captain was surprised to hear about the spy. He immediately summoned the rest of his people and began to inspect them. Leaving captain to his work, Sakumo took out the map and placed it on the table. He marked the area of the cave with a cross and began to inspect the map for any other details. The border of Land of Hot Water and Land of Fire had nothing unusual to them except a range of mountains with barren rocks. He marked the mountain range in a circle and began to inspect the area. There wasn't much distance between the mountain range and the cave. Sakumo contemplated for a while but was unable to figure out anything. He closed the map and sighed. He has to continue the search in the afternoon. During the afternoon, the team gathered again. Sakumo addressed the team. Let us check the forest around the mountain range. We will split into a team of 3. Sakumo divided the teams in 3, each team consisting of 3 members. He decides to move alone to scout the mountain area. The 3 team disperses as they decide a spot to meet after 2 hours. Sakumo runs towards the mountain range as he began to search the surrounding for any trails of enemies. After around an hour of search, he senses some disturbance in Chakra near one of the farthest mountain range. Sakumo approaches the mountain range and stops a few meters away from the position of Chakra distribution. He inspects the surrounding but there wasn't any abnormality. He decides to return to this place with his team as he dashed toward the meeting spot. After 2 hours, Team Sakumo gathered near the mountain found suspicious by Sakumo. The censor Jounin comes out forward and he makes some hand signs and places his hand on the ground. Sensing hexagon seal. He senses the chakra for a while before a frown appears on his face. Sakumo asks him. What's the matter? Found something. The censor Jounin nods to Sakumo as he explains. There seems to a wide-scale sensing barrier surrounding this area. I can also sense a genjutsu barrier and some silencing seals placed near the barrier. I am not sure but I also sensed a very powerful chakra inside the barrier. Also. The censor Jounin gulps his saliva as he continued. It seems like the person with the powerful chakra sensed our presence. What are we waiting for? Hurry and enter the barrier to scout the area. The enemy is already aware of our presence and we shouldn't give them a chance to prepare. The experienced Jounin rebuked others as they hurriedly trespassed in the barrier. They were startled the moment they entered the area. Team Sakumo was caught in a genjutsu as they entered the barrier. Being aware of the situation beforehand, they dispelled the genjutsu as they marched forward. The team was surprised to see various mining carts lined up with chakra ore and various workers busy mining the area. Lightning style, lightning bullet bomb. They were greeted by a big ball of blue lightning heading their way. All of them jumped back and dodged the jutsu. The lightning jutsu hit the ground and created a small crater as small sparks of lightning flickered in the area. All of the Konoha ninjas wield their kunai as they get ready for the combat. The dust from the previous attack was settled as they saw a man facing them. The man had a long bicolor hair color of green and white with matching eyebrows. He had a purple mark in the shape of a diamond down the right side of his face. The man wore the standard attire of the Kimogakure shinobi including a flak jacket, over a long-sleeved v-neck outfit with bandages underneath, and carried a fairly long sword strapped to his back. Sakumo immediately recognized the man as the Blue Bee of the Eight Tails. He immediately went on high alert as he informed his team of the situation. More and more of the Kimo ninjas surrounded them as another man appeared alongside Blue Bee. The man had dark skin and a muscular build, blonde hair which were combed back and a small goatee on his chin. His face had pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes and a prominent crease across his forehead. He has pointed canines and his top lips have a darker hue than the bottom one. This man is the son of 3rd Rakage, and another powerful Jounin near the level of a Kage. Fool. Ya fool. I am Killer Bee of Kimo who is very cool. Yeah. An adolescent boy with dark skin, muscular build, and long white hairs styled in a combed-back manner and tied by his forehead protector arrived beside A. He wore oval-shaped glasses and one strap over another flak jacket of Kimogakure with a white scarf tied around his neck. Brother ya. These Konoha fools will fall before my cool. Fool. Ya fool. Killer Bee, the adoptive brother and tag team partner of Sakumo, had a grim expression on his face. The difficulty of the mission had increased by a notch. Our mission had changed from gathering information to retrieving the stolen chakra ore from the Kumo shinobi. The experienced Jounin muttered to his teammates. We won't be able to complete the mission. We need to retreat. Sakumo immediately announced to his teammates. The mission is more important than our lives. We can't afford to allow Kumo to carry such large amounts of chakra ores back to their village. Another Jounin chimed in and all of the other members agreed with him on this matter. We will hold them back, Sakumo. You retrieve the scroll and run back to the village. With your capabilities, it won't be easy for them to chase and retrieve the scroll from you. We will sacrifice ourselves for this mission, the experienced Jounin advised Sakumo. No, this won't do. I am your team leader, listen to me. Retreat to the village, while I hold them back. Your lives are more important. Without waiting for their reply, Sakumo engaged the 3 of Kumo shinobis. The rest of Team Sakumo members looked helplessly at Sakumo and retreated. Sakumo is their leader and thus is their superior. Disobeying his orders will lead to insubordination. They weren't happy over their leader's decision. It would be a great loss for the village to lose such large amounts of chakra ores. Chapter 22, You Are My Hero. Lightning Release, Lariat. Clocked his body in lightning chakra as he charged towards Sakumo. His speed was fast as he was almost about to slam in Sakumo. Sakumo infused chakra in his white chakra blade as it shined brighter. Kenjutsu style, Reaper's Slash. He swung the sword horizontally right in front of the A's neck. Dodged the attack as he ducked down, but he also lost the momentum of the attack. Sakumo immediately made some hand signs. Wind Release, Compression Bomb. Sakumo launched compressed air from his mouth which hit a square in his chest and threw him back, countering his lightning cloak and nullifying it. Was thrown back as he spun in the air. He immediately balanced his body as he stopped drifting. As expected from the Konoha's white Fang. You are really on a different level. Blueby praised Sakumo as he began to weave hand signs. Lightning Release, Violent Thunderclap. Blueby released a bolt of lightning from both of his hands which traveled towards Sakumo. Sakumo made some hand signs as he infused chakra. Wind Release, Violent Wind Breakthrough. A gale of sharp wind collided with the lightning jutsu and both of them cancelled each other out. Lightning Release, Double Lariat. A and Killer Bee attacked with their tag team jutsu as both of them slammed in Sakumo, crushing him between their jutsu. Poof. With a poof of white smoke, Sakumo disappeared from their attack. It turned out to be a shadow clone. Kenjutsu style, Executioner's Slash. A large blade made of white chakra horizontally slashed towards A and Killer Bee. Both of them were hit by the attack. Blocked the attack for Killer Bee as shielding him with his body as most of the damage was soaked by his lightning cloak. Coughed out lots of blood as he fainted. Got wounded internally. Killer Bee carried him onto his shoulders. Blueby got a serious expression as he said. I have no choice but to use it or we may die here today. A dark red, nearly black layer of chakra began to envelop Blueby. His muscle mass began to increase as 2 horns began to sprout from his head. The blue-shaped diamond could be seen around his eye as chakra bones began to form on his left shoulder. He entered the version 2 form of the tailed beast mode as 8 tails appeared on his back. Lightning Release, Lariat. Sakumo sensed the danger he was in as he quickly made some hand signs and slammed them on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A big, fat bulldog with a big bone in its mouth was summoned on the battlefield. The bulldog sensed the presence of charging Blueby as he spits his bone which plunged in the ground and expanded. Both of them took cover behind the bone as Blueby slammed in the bone. Boom. Dust and debris rose as Blueby collided with the bone. Blueby was thrown back from the recoil as he felt dizzy and dropped on the ground. There was no damage on the bone, not even a dent. This is the thigh bone of our old sage ancestor, who passed away recently. He left this bone as the parting gift to me. It can't be harmed by you 8 tails. The big bulldog taunted Blueby. Blueby opened his mouth wide as black and blue bubbles of chakra were released from his body. The chakra bubbles began to coalesce together as they formed a highly volatile ball of compressed chakra. Shit. This is bad. We need to get away as far as possible from this. Both the bulldog and Sakumo thought the same thing. Whoosh, swish. The tailed beast bomb traveled at a very fast speed as it whizzed in the air and collided with the bone. Boom. A very powerful explosion occurred as both Sakumo and his ninja dog were thrown away by the force of the impact. Sakumo fainted from the shockwave released by the explosion. The bone blocked the explosion without any dent on it. It shrank and returned to the bulldog who carried over an unconscious Sakumo in the direction of Konoha. On the other side of the explosion, the version 2 chakra mode from Blueby began to fade as Blueby returned to his human form. The use of tailed beast mode has exhausted and damaged his body. Blueby felt dizzy as his vision blurred. He staggered back and fell unconscious on the ground. Shortly later, Killer Bee arrived on the scene and was surprised to see a big gully carved in the forest which at a point split into two separate narrower gorges. He walked towards the Blue Bee and checks his body. Ensuring the safety of Blue Bee, Killer Bee heaves a sigh of relief. Fool. Ya fool. That explosion was very cool. Now I am stuck here with these two fools who lost their cool. He carried both A and Blue Bee in the direction of Kimogakure. Their mission was almost complete as they were able to successfully mine lots of chakra ore. Now their village can start on their secret project, Chakra Canon. After a week, back in the village in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was skimming through the report of the mission as he looked at Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo, I never expected you to fail the mission. The Land of Fire suffered a huge loss as the value of the chakra ore was very high and most importantly it fell in the hands of Kimogakure. This will spell trouble for us as Kimo had been strengthening their military forces and that amount of chakra ore can arm them from head to toe. The rest of his team members stood silently there without responding. All of them blamed the failure of the mission on Sakumo as they were ready to sacrifice their life but were ordered to retreat by their team leader Sakumo. Sakumo sighed as he gloomily left the Hokage office. Various rumors began to spread in the village further defaming his name. Sakumo stopped taking any missions for a while as he just lifelessly roamed around in the village. Kakashi was worried about his father but was helpless to do anything. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. Sakumo had stopped training and as a result, his skills began to decline. This morning, Sakumo came to the street market as thoughts of committing suicide haunted his mind. The murmuring of villagers echoed in his ears as he blamed himself for the failure of the mission. He failed the mission, he failed the village, he failed as a shinobi and also he failed as a father as he wasn't able to fulfill the expectation of Kakashi. He wasn't an ideal father for his son as people start to call Kakashi the son of a failure. His train of thoughts was interrupted when an Uchiha boy approached the bench. The boy had hot takoyaki in his hands and was searching for a place to sit. I raised my head to look at the boy. The boy also looked at me and he looked surprised to see me. Izuna was startled when he saw Sakumo in front of him. Wait, isn't he Sakumo Hatake, father of Kakashi? I don't get it, how he is still alive. Maybe it is the butterfly effect caused by my presence. But looking at him now, it looks like something still hadn't changed. Well, I was cooped up the entire time in Uchiha clan and wasn't aware of the news. He seems to be at his breaking point, I have to cheer him and stop him from committing suicide. Hello, Uncle Sakumo. I politely bowed to him as I greeted him. Sakumo was perplexed to hear me greet him. In confusion, he asked. Do I know you, boy? Izuna was expecting such a question as he replied. You may not know about me, but I know you very well. You are my hero, Uncle Sakumo. You are my idol and when I grow up I want to be a great ninja like you. Sakumo was surprised when the boy called him a hero and an idol. He questioned the boy. I am a failure of the village. I failed the mission given to me by the village and the village suffered huge losses. How I am still your ideal? No. I don't know about those matters. But for me, you are the hero who saved my parents' life 5 years ago. If it wasn't for your timely help, I would be an orphan now as I would've. I began to sob as I feigned weeping. Sakumo immediately consoled me. Don't worry, boy, your parents are fine. They would feel worried if you cried. Sakumo stopped as it dawned on him. If I die, wouldn't Kakashi will be like this boy? Wouldn't he worry about me? Wouldn't he also cry in sadness over the loss of his parents? No, I can't take this step. I have to stop for the sake of Kakashi. I saw the change in Sakumo's expression. His depressed expression was gone as he was recovering from his self-reproach. He just needs a final push. So, I spoke with the most sincere smile I can produce. I don't want you to stop, Uncle Sakumo. I am sure you will save many kids from being an orphan. People may not understand your actions, but when they will return home and see their kids smiling at them they will realize it. Sakumo was stunned when he heard such profound words from this kid. This kid is very intelligent and sharp. His knowledge and IQ far surpasses his age. I am sure he will become a great man in the future, far surpassing the likes of me. I should train this boy. What's your name, boy? Sakumo asked Izuna. My name is Izuna Uchiha. Izuna sat on the bench as he began to munch on the takoyaki. He offered them to Sakumo but Sakumo shook his head as he said. Eat and grow well, kid. For now, I have somewhere to go. If you want to train and grow stronger like me, then meet me after a month. I was surprised when I heard this. Being trained by a ninja far stronger than Sanin's would shorten my training time as he will train me more efficiently. Uncle, why it is 1 month from now? Sakumo laughed as he replied. Because for the next month, I would have to train myself as I am feeling rusty. Sakumo disappeared from Izuna's vision as he flickered away with a new spirit. Chapter 23, Team Minato. I smiled at the distant back of Sakumo as I muttered to myself. Looks like things are going to change drastically in the future. I have to prepare myself too. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. From my second day onwards of the academy, my shadow clone substituted me in the academy. I will go to the forest near the training ground 3 and practice my shuriken jutsu and ninjutsu skills. In the evening, I would train with Karinai in genjutsu. She is my perfect test subject for practicing genjutsu. On our first training day, she tried to prank me with a genjutsu, but I reversed it on her with my Sharingan. From that day onwards, she had turned docile and would willingly practice with me in genjutsu. My skills with genjutsu improved very quickly as I could cast genjutsu on Karinai again and again. Karinai is a fast learner when it comes to genjutsu, and I was surprised by her progress. Before it took her 30 minutes to dispel my genjutsu, now she could dispel it in just 20 minutes. Her genjutsu are getting stronger too. Uncle Shinkuyui was somehow able to get a few genjutsu scrolls from Kurama clan. I got the benefit of learning them with her. The genjutsu of the Kurama clan was different from Uchiha's. Our genjutsu techniques affect the 5 senses of the victim, but the genjutsu of the Kurama clan was because of their bloodline and it affects the brain of the user. He also trained me in kenjutsu twice every week. What he just did was hand over a wooden sword and a scroll with few moves like swing, slash, and chop, and asked me to get proficient in them while he corrects my posture. I didn't feel tardiness with the training, but the continuous practice of these 3 moves for 2 weeks did tire my mind out. Again, after 2 weeks he gave me another scroll with 3 other moves and asked to practice like usual. Today, I was practicing in the forest while skipping the classes as usual. There were 5 targets marked at different angles in the forest. I closed my eyes as I began to focus my concentration. I took 5 kunais in one hand and 5 shurikens in another. I threw up kunais in the air with my left hand. As they began to fall, I aimed my shurikens at them and began to throw them towards the kunais to direct them at the target. Clank! Clank! Sounds of metal colliding with metal echoed as 4 of my kunais hit the target, but I missed the final kunais from bullseye as it was hidden behind a stone. I could have used my Sharingan to predict and aim properly, but I refrained to do so. What would be the point of shuriken jutsu training if I used my Sharingan to train in it? I wanted to hone my other senses and improve my cognitive abilities. In future battles, a moment of hesitation or bad decision could cost me my life. Training other senses allow me to maintain the balance in my body, and I won't be too reliant on my Sharingan. If I would ever go to a mission, I wouldn't hesitate to decisively land the killing blow by using the Sharingan. Training and real battles are after all different things. Clap, clap. The sudden sounds of clapping startled me as I turned around to see the newcomer. The newcomer had blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. 2 jaw-length bangs of hair hang from both sides of his face. He wore a standard Konoha uniform with 2 bands on both of his sleeves, a green flak jacket, a blue forehead protector, and blue shinobi sandals. He clapped his hands as he praised me. "You are pretty good, kid. Your skill with shuriken jutsu is the best I have ever seen on someone of your age." Fuck. Isn't he Minato? What is he doing here? He would report my absence in the academy to Hokage. I must run. I ignored Minato as I began to run in the direction of Uchiha compounds. But could I outrun the fastest shinobi ever alive? Obviously not. I was caught in the blink of an eye, as my face got buried into something. I felt something soft pressed on my face as I struggled to get free. I began to suffocate as my struggle intensified. "You are suffocating him, Kushina. Leave him from your embrace." I felt the grip around my body loosen as I started to breathe heavily as I looked in bewilderment at the newcomer Kushina. A fair-skinned woman with a slender build, violet eyes and red hairs appeared in my vision. Her hairs were straight as they reached her thighs, with shoulder-length strands framed on both sides of her face and black clip parts her hair to the left. She wore a high-collared sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. "Come on, Minato. He is so cute, I couldn't hold back myself to hug him." Kushina pouted as she complained to Minato. Minato wryly scratched his forehead at the complaints of Kushina. I am aware of their identities, but I still have to act the part of the stranger. This is my first meeting with them after all. I acted wryly as I asked, "Who are you and why you strangled me?" Minato was surprised at my question as he replied my question with his question. "You seem to be an academy student. What are you doing here in the forest, while skipping your classes? Shall I report this matter to your academy instructor?" Fuck. Will he report me to the academy instructor? I stuttered as I replied. Academy is very boring. I have already learned everything they could teach me. So, I substituted myself with my shadow clone as I come here to practice my skills. Earlier, when I saw you coming towards me, I mistook you for one of the academy instructor. So, I thought of running away when I noticed you. But you caught me. I looked at Kushina with a blaming gaze. Kushina chuckled as she whistled and avoided eye contact with me. But her hands were itching to bear hug me again. Cough, cough. Minato coughed to get my attention as he spoke. I am Minato Namikaze, one of the jounins of the village. He pointed at Kushina as he continued. She is Kushina Uzumaki, my wife. Earlier, I was training my ninja team when I heard some sounds from the forest. So, I came to inspect, but I am surprised by your skills in shuriken jutsu. Minato praised me, but he got a stern expression as he replied. Still, you shouldn't skip classes like that. If you can do the shadow clone technique, then you can always ask for early graduation. I shook my head as I replied. My younger brother Shursue is still in the academy. I promised him that we will graduate at the same time. I can't break my promise with Shursue. Can't tell them the real reason. Now, can I? After all, I wanted to get stronger and at the same time avoid Danzo for a while. Minato-sensei, big sister Kushina. 3 voices called to Minato and Kushina in conjugation. I turned around and noticed Obito, Rin, and Kakashi shouting as they approached us. They reached us and Obito curiously looked at me and noticed the Uchiha crest on my back as he asked. Hey! You are also an Uchiha. He turned around and flashed the Uchiha symbol to me as spoke. I am also an Uchiha. My name is Obito Uchiha. I ignored the antics of Obito as I questionably looked at Minato. Minato noticed my stare as he began to introduce his team. This cheerful and active guy is Obito. He pointed at Rina and Kakashi as continued. They are Rin Nohara and Kakashi Hataki. All of them greeted as I returned their greetings and introduced myself. I am Izuna Uchiha. I am still studying in the academy. You are Izuna Uchiha. Kakashi perplexedly looked at me. Yes, I am indeed Izuna Uchiha. Is there any problem? You are the person whom father talks about a lot nowadays. He always seems to praise you a lot. Kakashi replied. Oh. You mean Uncle Sakumo? I met him a month ago, he seemed very depressed, so I cheered him a little. Nothing extraordinary to praise me for. Thank you very much for cheering my father. Kakashi bowed to me as his upper body was almost parallel to the ground. Oh. Everybody present there was stunned by this development. The cold and rigid Kakashi can act like this. Obito teased Kakashi as he gave me a thumbs up. Okay. Okay. Enough everybody. Now let us continue our training. Also, if you don't mind you can join us too with our training. I got excited when Minato offered to train me. Like come on, he is a Kage level ninja and he would personally train me. What better could I ask for in my academy days? I immediately accepted and thus started to train with Team Minato. Kushina cheered us from sides as we trained. Chapter 24, 24. Bell Test. As we were practicing in the ninjutsu, Kushina suggested. Hey. You guys, why don't all of you join hands together and fight with Minato? Minato. What about another bell test for them, this time with Izuna included in the team? That's not a bad idea. What do all of you think about it? Minato asked his team. I am fine with it, sensei, Rin replied. Can he keep up with us, sensei? Obito asked Minato. Yes, sensei, I hate to agree with Obito on this matter, Kakashi replied. Hey. What do you mean you hate to agree with me? Obito asked angrily. Ignoring them I answered to Minato. Minato-san, I don't have experience in ninja fights, I have only practiced ninjutsu, some genjutsu, and shuriken jutsu. I don't even know taijutsu that well. Will it be alright? You don't have to worry about such things, you will learn all these things as you grow. No one can become a powerful ninja in just a day. Just watch, learn, and practice. Kushina replied to me as she cheered me. Okay. Minato-san, please take care of me. Minato nodded and placed 2 bells on his belt as he waited for our response. Kakashi-senpai, Obito-senpai, Rin-senpai, do any of you have some paper bombs? Rin and Obito nodded as they handed me over a few paper bombs. Okay. Then. On the count of 3 let's start. Team Minato was quick with their response as Obito threw a smoke bomb and all of them disappeared in the forest. I have seen their fight from the anime and was aware of basic ninja fight rules. I quickly hid in the forest and for the extra assurance, I even coated my body with my new jutsu which I created using light element. Light style, optical camouflage. I disappeared from the vision as I hid between the bushes and waited for the perfect opportunity to attack. I also created a shadow clone who hid himself a few meters away from and also coated himself with optical camouflage. My clone began to prepare a trap as he laid the paper bombs on the ground and covered them with soil. The clone made some hand signs as he muttered. Light style, optical illusion. An illusion covered the trap as it appeared like a bush. My clone hid as I silently observed from the bushes with my camouflage on. Soon, Minato appeared in the forest. From one of the nearby bushes. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball was launched towards Minato, who did a somersault and landed on a nearby tree, avoiding the fireball. A few shurikens and kunai were launched at Minato, who flickered and dodged the kunais. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A large number of smaller fireballs were launched at Minato, who dodged them by kiting through them. Minato took out many shurikens and threw in the direction of Obito, who was trapped between them as he fell from the tree. Rin takes out her kunai and cut a rope to launch a log tied to some ropes towards Minato, as Obito uses the chance to throw a smoke bomb and hide again. Minato dodges the log as he jumps behind another tree to take cover. Obito, in the direction of 2 o'clock, Rin informs Obito as he immediately makes some hand signs and launches another. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Obito panted as he cheered, "Yay, we got him." Minato suddenly appears behind them as he removes a kunai from a nearby tree and places it on Obito's and Rin's neck. Both of you have grown strong, Obito and Rin. Now, where are Kakashi and Izuna? Minato wasn't surprised much by Kakashi, as Kakashi was a genius and a full-fledged chunin. But what amazed him was Izuna, an academy student. He sure is patient. Minato looks around but wasn't able to spot Izuna. He has hidden very well. As he was distracted in such thoughts, a shuriken was launched towards him. Minato blocks the shuriken with his kunai as Kakashi began to engage with him. Both of them traded blows with each other as Kakashi fought with a chakra blade and Minato blocked with a kunai. Kakashi threw a kunai with a paper bomb attached to it at Minato, who jumps down to dodge it. As Minato was falling, Kakashi makes a hand seal as many paper bombs were ignited on the ground. Minato somersault midair as he lands near the illusory bush set by my clone to avoid the explosion. Got you. Katsu. The illusion disappears as the paper bombs explode. What the? Minato was shocked when he saw the bush disappear and many paper bombs appear. Boom. The paper bombs exploded as Minato appears on a nearby tree with a kunai embedded in it. As soon as he landed, a huge fireball welcomed him that landed on the tree. Minato was surprised as he barely dodges the fireball. He looks around but was unable to spot me anywhere. Kakashi uses this chance as he attacked Minato and was able to barely touch the bells. Minato attacks Kakashi, who turned out to be a shadow clone. Kakashi, who was hidden behind a tree, was about to make some hand signs as Minato appears behind him and places a kunai around his neck. Not so fast. Kakashi. Yes. Not so fast, Minato-san. I appear behind Minato as I placed my kunai on his neck. Minato was surprised with this development, but he smiled as he vanished in a puff of smoke. Damn it. A shadow clone. I shouted as Minato appeared behind me and places a kunai around me. Yes. That's what I would like to say, Izuna. Are you sure, Minato-san? I smiled as I disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? Minato, Rin, Obito, and Kakashi exclaimed in unison as I came out of my camouflage from the bush as 2 bells were dangling in my hands as my kunai was pointed at Minato's back. You got me, Izuna. Team Minato was stunned to see such an outcome. They never expected me to so smart. Minato praised me. That was a very good move, Izuna. But I have a question. How you appeared behind me, so suddenly without even alerting me? Yeah. We are also curious to know about it. Rin, Kakashi, and Obito asked me. I scratched the back of my head as I answered. I don't deserve such high praise, Minato-san. I just reaped the benefit from the efforts of Rin, Obito, and Kakashi-senpai. They are the ones you should praise for. No. It was your strategy that leads to victory. It had nothing to do with us. Rin and Obito refuted my words. But still, what was the technique you used earlier? Kakashi was curious about my jutsu. I felt no harm in telling them about it as they won't be able to understand the intricacies of the jutsu, even though it was a utility-type jutsu. That's a unique jutsu I created on my own. I made some hand signs as my body began to fade away from their vision. They could hear my voice but were unable to see it all. The light passed from my body. I continued to explain. I have combined this jutsu with genjutsu to fool the enemies of my presence. I haven't perfected it yet, as people with Byakugan or Sharingan would be able to see my infused chakra and the sensor-type ninjas would be able to feel my chakra. It is still a work in progress. Wow. That's a cool jutsu you created. Obito and Rin clapped as they praised me. Minato also nodded in approval. I just scratched my head as they praised me. Damn it. I lost to Kakashi and now even Izuna. Obito complained as he made a long face. Bonk. Kushina placed a heavy basket on Obito's head as she cheered us. Good job, everyone. You will succeed next time. But for now, let's have Kushina special. She was interrupted by Minato as he pointed at me. Kushina turned in my direction and saw two bells dangling in my hands. She dropped the basket as Rin hurriedly caught it. Kushina ran towards me, she grabbed me and gave me a bear hug. Her soft mounds pressed on my face as I began to suffocate. I struggled for a while until she left me from her panda embrace. I breathed heavily for a while as I looked accusingly at her. You are so cool, Izuna. Wow. You are amazing and also cute. I felt a little hurt as she called me cute instead of handsome. Thank you, big sister, Kushina. Rin thanked Kushina for the lunch. My Rin is cute too. Kushina spoke as she began to snuggle with Rin. TCH. Aito grumbled as he turned his back to Kushina and humphed. Kushina became angry as their usual routine started with Aito being bashed on the head by Kushina as a small bump rose on his head. All of us laughed and cheered happily as we ate lunch. Chapter 25, Creation of Reiznon. 2 more months passed like this. My daily routine includes some early training with mother or father. Later during academy time, my shadow clone will substitute me. I will train with Team Minato sometimes as I grew stronger day by day. When Team Minato is on a mission, I will search for Uncle Sakumo who will train me in Kenjutsu and Ninjutsu techniques. In the evening, I will train with Karinai in Genjutsu techniques. My training with Team Minato yielded the most result. I was able to take Minato by surprise during our first bell test. But after he came to know of my jutsus and tricks, it got harder to take bells from him. He even further improved his Flying Thunder God technique as he added new jutsus to the technique. His new technique is called Flying Thunder God, Second Step. I thought the name was lame for such a cool technique, but then it reminded me of the technique used by Minato in the Third Shinobi War and thought it is at least better than that. Minato taught me more jutsus of fire, lightning, and wind release, and I am grateful for that. My battle senses have improved a lot, but all of this training was still under a safe environment. Minato won't deal a killing blow to us and we were aware of it, which lowered our guard a little bit. In these 2 months, I have pretty much mastered all of the elemental techniques taught by Minato and now it is time to aim for the space techniques. As usual, today I start to train in the forest near the training ground 3. Soon, Minato and his team appear with Kushina as we start our usual routine with another bell test. We fought with Minato for almost an hour. My teamwork with Team Minato had improved a lot, the only department I lack is Taijutsu and Senjutsu, both of which require a strong body. Minato whopped our ass as we were unable to grab any bell. Minato breathed heavily as he remarked. It is getting harder and harder to beat the combination of you 4 now. Ha, all of you improved way too fast and I can't keep up. I will have to speed up the creation of my new jutsu. Oh. He has already started the creation of Reiznon. I can help him and in exchange ask him to teach me more about the space element. Minato was the only shinobi before Otsutsuki's who had a profound knowledge of space. Well, Tobirama Senju had enough knowledge to create the Flying Thunder God technique. But it reached new heights under Minato's hand and Tobirama himself confirmed it. Minato-san, can you show me your new jutsu? I inquired Minato. Minato nodded as he replied. It is still in development and isn't even a C-rank technique for now. Minato stretches his right hand as he began to knead chakra in his palm and began to gather it in one spot. The chakra began to gather in his hand as it starts to form a sphere the size of a marble, but before it could expand further the chakra explodes due to instability as Minato's hand got jerked back due to the recoil force of the chakra and smoke rose from his palm guard. Minato sighs as he begins to explain. The principle behind this jutsu is to compress chakra in a small sphere and then launch it towards the enemies as the compressed chakra expands on contact with an enemy and explodes violently like a bomb. As you saw, the recoil from the ball the size of marble was enough to almost break my hand. Now, imagine if it is the size of say a throwing ball, the impact caused by the explosion of such a ball would be 10 to 20 times more powerful. I pondered for a while as I thought about it. Should I tell him the complete training method of Reiznon or shall I just guide him in the correct direction? After contemplating for a while I decided to guide him. Minato is a genius, he will be able to figure the jutsu much earlier if I just guide him to correct direction. Also, I can't raise his suspicion by pulling out an A-rank technique without proper training out of nowhere. Minato looks at me as I am contemplating. I decided to create this jutsu when I saw a tailed beast creating a massive orb of chakra called Tailed Beast Bomb. The Tailed Beast Bomb had very high destructive power as it is able to obliterate a massive mountain to dust. I thought of mimicking the technique to create something similar that can be used by a ninja to produce a similar effect albeit on a smaller scale. I acted like I was thinking seriously over this matter, but in reality, I am just thinking. The time has come to ask Minato for the space element training. Minato-san, I think your idea is great but you are moving in a completely wrong direction. You won't get anywhere if you continued like this. Minato was perplexed by my claim. He had a pensive expression as he questions me. How so? Do you have a better idea, Izuna-kun? I nod to Minato as I start to explain. Minato-san. There is a fundamental difference between the physique of the tailed beast and the human body. I have read that tailed beasts are beings made up entirely of chakra, whereas we are made of flesh and bones. The tailed beast can collect in chakra easily because their entire body is chakra, whereas in our body chakra rotates in a pathway as it circulates inside the body. So, you can't do the same thing as the tailed beast. If my hypothesis is correct, then you should try to add rotation to the chakra when you compress it. Minato was shocked by this revelation as he immediately tried to compress the chakra while adding rotation. A small chakra ball began to compress in his hand as the chakra rotated and stabilized the ball. The ball continued to expand till it reached the size of a tennis ball. Minato slammed the chakra ball into a nearby tree as it created a small whirling hole the size of the ball before the chakra faded away. Minato became excited to see this as he begins to mumble. The stability of the chakra is great, but it lacks the power to do any lethal damage. I will continue improving it further. He turns to me as he praises me. Izuna-kun, you are very sharp and intelligent. You were able to improve the jutsu I struggled to create in past 3 months just by one observation. Tell me, which jutsu you want to learn next? Minato-san. Can you teach me your space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God? I will also help you with your new jutsu. Minato contemplated for a while before he replies. Izuna-kun. It is not that I can't teach you the jutsu. It is that learning this jutsu is very hard and not everyone is suitable for learning it. First and foremost, you must have some affinity for space elements to be able to read this jutsu. Second, you need to be a master in Fuinjutsu to be able to create your own seal to imprint space coordinates in it. Third, your body must be strong enough to bear the stress caused by the sudden spatial shift. Fourth, there will be split second of vulnerability after the sudden shift. He looks at me then continues. Although in your case we can ignore the fourth condition as you will eventually awaken Sharingan, which will grant you incredible perception power. But still, with so many hurdles it is very difficult to learn this jutsu. I begin to think of ways to convince Minato in teaching me the Flying Thunder God jutsu. Minato-san, how will you test my affinity with the space element? I wondered how the affinity for the space element can be tested. The chakra paper has a limit and could only test the elemental and non-elemental type affinities. Oh. If you want to learn my Flying Thunder God jutsu, then I will test your space affinity. Minato takes out a small scroll with a special seal with kanji word space on it. He hands over the scroll to me as he explains. This is a special Uzumaki clan scroll. It is given to me by Kushina. When you infuse your chakra in the scroll, the markings on the scroll will disappear and will reappear on a similar scroll to this one if you have the space affinity. Otherwise, you don't have space affinity. Minato fishes out another similar scroll from his pocket and opens it. It is similar to the scroll in my hand but with no kanji word. I begin to infuse chakra in the scroll handed to me by Minato as I curiously wait for a response. Well, I have space element affinity, so it wouldn't be hard for me to pass this test. Right. Chapter 26. Fuinjutsu Training. Just after the infusion of chakra, the kanji seal begins to fade as it disappeared completely in the next few seconds. Minato hurriedly checked the scroll in his hand. There is a kanji seal on the previously empty paper. Minato's jaw dropped at this as he seemed shocked to see the seal on the paper. Ah. Is there something wrong with the seal? Why Minato seems so surprised? I have space affinity, so why his reaction is so exaggerated? I begin to flash the scroll in front of a stunned Minato as I spoke. Minato-san, see, I have an affinity for space element. You have to train me in space element now. Minato gathers his wits as he replies. Yes, you have an affinity for space. But what surprised me is how high your affinity for space is. It took me 5 minutes of continuous chakra supply to transfer the seal completely from one scroll to another. 5 minutes is considered very good for space affinity, but you just did it in a matter of a few seconds. It implies that your affinity for space is way too high. I am shocked because we of the Namikaze bloodline specializes in space element, but you are Uchiha and still possess such a powerful space affinity. I wonder what other secrets do you hold? Minato looked curiously over to me as he joked. I begin to sweat buckets as I am not sure how to reply to this. Okay. I will train you in space element, but for Fuinjutsu you will have to ask Kushina. Kushina is an Uzumaki and she specializes in Fuinjutsu. Her Fuinjutsu skills are better than mine. I nod my head to Minato as I walk towards Kushina, hoping to convince her to teach me Fuinjutsu. I am not sure how powerful the Fuinjutsu techniques are, as there was no Uzumaki specialized in Fuinjutsu present in the anime. But Uzumakis were feared for their sealing techniques to the point that many other nations joined hands with each other to deal with Uzumaki clan speaks for itself. Guess, I will get to know more about the potential of sealing techniques when I learn them myself. Kushina is chatting with Rin as I approach her. She senses my arrival as she inquiries from me. Izuna-kun, do you need something from Big Sister? I hesitate for a while before I begin to speak. Big Sister Kushina. I have a very high affinity for space element. Minato-san just checked it with the Uzumaki scroll. So, I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato-san. He agreed to train me in the space element but asked me to convince you for my training in Fuinjutsu. So, I would like to ask you to train me in Fuinjutsu, big sister Kushina. Nope. I won't teach Fuinjutsu to you, Izuna-kun. Kushina replied directly. Why you won't teach me, big sister Kushina? I asked while fidgeting my fingers. Kushina looked at Izuna as she thought. Cute. But I won't teach you just because of that. Because Izuna-kun is a bad boy. He won't allow big sister Kushina to even hug him. What? Big sister Kushina, you will teach me Fuinjutsu if I allowed you to hug me, right? I hesitated for a while before I continued. Oh hun. Then big sister Kushina, you can hug me all you want. I bit my lower lip as I finished these words. Yay. Now that's my cute Izuna-kun for you. She bear hugged me in her embrace as I struggled to breathe. Her big mounds were pressed against my face as I have a conflicted expression on my face. Somehow, this is blissful but at the same time torturous. I am still in my childhood and my little brother is still low profile. I can't seem to put my hands on it. I shake my head to discard such thought, as I begin to struggle in her embrace as I am suffocating. Kushina frees me from her embrace as she speaks. Okay. Izuna-kun, I will teach you Fuinjutsu. But I will hug you every day as my payment. I hang my head down when I hear her speak these words but I still weakly nods to her. Okay. Izuna-kun, let's go shopping first for starters. I tilt my head in confusion as I ask her. Big sister Kushina, why we have to go shopping to learn Fuinjutsu? Kushina chuckles as she stretches her hands and starts to pull my cheeks as she replies. Izuna-kun, to learn Fuinjutsu we need Fuinjutsu ink and paper. You can't learn Fuinjutsu without practicing it first. I don't have any ink with me because when you reach the master level in Fuinjutsu you can substitute ink for chakra. Chakra is a better material for Fuinjutsu seals. She puffs her cheeks as she shows her biceps. Your big sister Kushina is about to reach Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu soon. See, ain't I amazing, praise me. Rin begins to clap as I join her to please Kushina. Kushina nods to us as she speaks. Okay. Rin and Izuna, let's go to ninja weapon shop to get some empty scrolls and Fuinjutsu ink. Later we can also buy some other stuff while we are at it. She turns in Minato's direction as she shouts loudly. Minato. Minato, I will borrow Rin and Izuna for a while. Minato nods to her as she carries both me and Rin in her arms and flickers away to village. After 5 minutes, we arrive inside the village. I begin to infuse some chakra as I make some hand sign. Light style, optical camouflage. My body faded away as I turn invisible. Kushina is surprised when she sees me turning invisible as she asks. Why you turned yourself invisible, Izuna-kun? I reply to her. Big sister Kushina, I am skipping classes from the academy. I don't want any instructor from the academy to notice me here in the market and report to Hokage-sama about it. Oh. I almost forgot about it. You are still an academy student. Now that I notice it, you are quite amazing, Izuna-kun, for your age. Even Kakashi wasn't this amazing at your age. Rin is surprised by this remark as she asks. Really, big sister Kushina, Izuna is this amazing? Kushina nods to Rin in approval. Rin murmurs something. For me, Kakashi is still the coolest ninja with that mask. I was able to hear her as I sweat drop at her imagination. Why do girls like bad boy style more? Kushina goes to the ninja weapon store as she buys some Fuinjutsu ink stick and an inkstone to grind the ink stick. She also buys lots of empty scrolls for practice. After Kushina was done with the ninja weapon store, she together with Rin went to nearby cloth store as Kushina bought lots of new clothes for the next hour. I spent the entire next hour meditating. Luckily, I was spared from the torture every man with a sister, girlfriend, or wife has to suffer. The torture of carrying lots of shopping bags. Kushina takes out a scroll from her pocket and makes some hand signs. Puff. All of the clothes and bags disappear and are stored inside the scroll. I wonder if she had such a thing with her, why in the anime she tortures Minato by asking him to carry all of those shopping bags. I also want one of these scrolls, they are way too convenient to use. Guess, I will ask big sister Kushina later for one of these scrolls. In the future, I will be able to design one on my own. After we returned back to the training ground, Kushina takes out the ink stick and inkstone and hands them over to me. Izuna-kun, you have to prepare your own ink while infusing it with your chakra to smoothly control the Fuinjutsu seal later. I will tell you the correct proportion of ink and chakra to be used in the preparation of ink. Now, watch and learn. Kushina begins to grind the ink stick on inkstone while infusing her chakra as she prepares Fuinjutsu ink. Now, I want to graduate from the academy as soon as possible. I have to keep hiding my Sharingan from others. Once I graduate from the academy and become a genin, I can freely use the Sharingan as I can make a bullshit reason for my Sharingan awakening. But it would have been so damn easy to just observe the chakra with Sharingan when Kushina is preparing the ink. Kushina is finished preparing the ink. She takes out an empty scroll and begins to do calligraphy on the scroll. Izuna-kun. Other than the preparation of ink, your calligraphy skills should be excellent too. When your calligraphy skills are good enough, then only will you be able to smoothly write a complete Fuinjutsu seal. Now, for next week you have to focus on preparing the ink and improving your calligraphy. To be honest, I had never done any calligraphy in the past, and being a medical student made my writing even worse. My writing looks like stampede of some insects and it has improved to barely readable level in this life. Hard days are coming for me. I really shouldn't have skipped the handwriting improvement classes in my past life. Chapter 27, A Day Off from the Training. It has been 6 months since I last went to the academy. Today, I decide to visit the academy with my real body. The reason is pretty simple. Minato and his team are on a mission and coincidentally Uncle Sakumo is on a mission too. Now the entirety of this week would be free for me. So, I just decide to take a break from my harsh training and pay a visit to the academy. I have improved a lot in these 6 months with the help of Uncle Sakumo and Minato. Uncle Sakumo taught me earth release and water release jutsus which I mastered in 3 months of time. I spent the last 2 months honing my skills in Kenjutsu under his guidance. I have got the basics down thanks to Shinku Yuhi. Now, I train in sword arts which are imparted to me by Uncle Sakumo. But my small body holds me back from performing some of the sword arts. I have made no further improvements in Genjutsu. I guess I need to evolve my Sharingan to 3 tomos to further boost my skill. But I need some intense battles to further evolve my Sharingan. Karinai also stopped training with me as none of us were improving further. I am most satisfied with my progress in Fuinjutsu seals and space element training. I visited the weapon store to buy lots of Fuinjutsu ink sticks and empty scrolls. I trained using my shadow clones in the calligraphy and chakra ink creation. Unexpectedly, the creation of chakra ink improved my chakra control by a lot. My calligraphy now looks similar to a professional calligrapher of my previous life. But I still get rebuked by Kushina as she points out certain mistakes I am not even aware of. When I look at them closely with Sharingan, I curse myself for my blunder and improve in them. Space element training is a bit different from what I expected. I expected Minato to train me in a place with many spatial disturbances or such. But he just handed me another Uzumaki scroll and a Namikaze scroll to practice. I guess I have read too many fantasy wuxia novels which corrupted my thoughts a little. The Uzumaki scroll has a seal with kanji letter lock. When I insert my chakra in this scroll, it forms lots of Fuinjutsu seals which seals the space around me. Minato just asked me to sit in the sealed space and meditate while trying to understand the space inside. I was confused as I asked how this works. He just shrugged off his shoulders as he replied. This is how I practiced in space element. The Namikaze scroll though was more interesting and wondrous than the Uzumaki scroll. I channeled my chakra in it and a piece of weird metal pops out from the scroll. As I touched the metal I felt a kind of strange feeling running through my body as some subtle information about space began to appear in my mind. My understanding of the space element rose for a while as I continued infusing my chakra in it. When I stopped infusing the chakra, the information flow stopped. I asked Minato-san about the origin of this metal. He mentioned that it is a relic that was passed down in his clan as an heirloom. Sometime in past his clan ancestors excavated the relic from some ruins. The relic was already broken when they found it. It was further ruined by various infights and attacks from external enemies. His clan was also wiped because of this relic. He was the only remaining survivor and he was able to escape to Konoha with the scroll given by his father who was the clan head of the now extinct Namikaze clan. I wonder if it is similar to the time artifact Karasuki, scavenged by Konoha in the future. Well, that artifact was used by Urashiki to time travel. Maybe this artifact has a similar history. I entered the class and went to my usual seat. I start to gaze outside the academy as I am happy for the successful completion of my optical illusion jutsu. Now, I have covered my Sharingan with the illusion as I keep it activated almost every moment. There is almost no chakra usage in keeping this jutsu active. I start to observe my classmates with my Sharingan. My gaze fell on an Aburame clan member and it freaked me out. Insects, too many insects. That guy had too many insects crawling inside his body. I slowly inspect every member of the class as my eyes stop on a particular girl. The girl, as if sensing someone's stare on her, turns around and looks at me. Both of us stare for a while as I am in shock to see this girl here. The girl has straight, purple hair reaching to her waist. Her brown eyes stared curiously at me. The girl tilts her head in confusion for being stared by me. I nod my head to her in greeting. She is perplexed at my nod as she points at herself with a finger. I just chuckle at her and then continue to look around. The girl is none other than Yugao Yuzuki. In the original story, she joined Umbu shortly after graduating from the academy. She is a sensor-type ninja and I was really surprised when I first noticed her in the same class as me. Well, she is really cute and I will certainly date her if I get the opportunity. Well, in the original story she fell in love with Hayate Gecko because the latter taught her Kenjutsu. Well, I can do the same and teach her Kenjutsu. She will also serve as a good training partner for me. The class starts as usual with nothing new to learn. Honestly, I am disappointed by the current education system of the academy as they only push the propaganda of Will of Fire to students. The Will of Fire is a great idea but it had long been twisted by the whims of elders and other senile geezers for their benefits which they whitewash with Konoha's safety motto and casually wipes out a clan because of their fear. Well, I have decided to take a day off, so I will just enjoy touring around the village. I walk out of the academy and lazily stroll toward the market. I pass by a park as I see some children of my age playing with each other. Most of the kids are civilians with a few clan members. I walk to one of the swings and apply some wind chakra to the swing and I close my eyes as the swing moves to and fro on its own. I am enjoying the breeze from the swing as I recall my childhood in my previous life. My parents would usually take me for a walk in the park as my father would give me a ride on the swing. I lost my parents in my previous life and almost lost them in this life. I will become strong and protect them. The to and fro motion of my swing halts as I open my eyes to know the reason. A 10-year-old kid with a genin headband holds the chain of swing in his hand as he stops the swing. I frown on seeing this as my thoughts began to race. If I am not wrong, then this guy is the big brother of one of the academy students who pissed their pants in the fear. As if right on cue, the 4 civilian kids starts to surround me as their leader mocks me. What will you do now? We have surrounded you. My big brother is a ninja, a genuine ninja with genin rank. The big guy flashes his forehead protector to me as he looks at me with a grin. You have some guts to bully my younger brother in the academy. Now I will see how you will be able to do so in the future. I shake my head at their idiocy as I simply mutter. Genjutsu, Sharingan. I start to walk away from the civilian kids as I decide to try some more street food. The civilian kids perplexedly look at my departing back as the leader start to shake his elder brother. Big brother, that guy is running away. Catch him and beat him to take our revenge. Other kids also join the leader as they continue to shake the genin. Arg, you bastard. I will beat you like a bitch. The genin yells loudly as he starts to assault the younger kids. The younger kids become terrified when their elder brother starts to beat them. They frantically run around the village as the genin guy chases them and smack them every time one of them is caught by him. This continues for a while as yelling and crying of kids echoed in Konoha's streets. Chapter 28, Early Graduation. I spent another 2 months training with Minato in Space Element and the basics of Flying Thunder God technique. Minato also progressed well in the creation of Reiznon with my help. I just guided him in the right direction and he figured everything by himself. Minato has completed the initial and middle phase of Reiznon creation and he is currently stuck at the final phase of the Reiznon. The jutsu is still unstable and he needs to contain it in a sphere to stabilize it. He is still figuring out the way and I think he will successfully create the Reiznon in another 2 months. My Fuinjutsu training with Kushina is going very well. In these 2 months, I have reached expert level in Fuinjutsu thanks to my shadow clones who painted my room black with so many seals. I can now easily create some basic seals like silencing seals, storage seals, and even paper bombs. Well, I guess that saves me some expenses. My Kenjutsu training is also coming along well. I have learned all the techniques taught by Sakumo. He was surprised to see me progressing at such a rapid pace. Now, I have decided to graduate from the academy as I want to explore the world outside Konoha while on missions. I will be 6 years old in another month. I have to just inform my parents about my decision. After academy classes were over, I went to my parents who were at home. I directly went to the living room where father was cleaning his ninja gear as I spoke. Father, I want to apply for early graduation from the academy. Akira nods to Izuna as he replies. So, you think you are ready for the outside world? I nod my head to him as he continues. Okay, then let me test your skills. Let us move to the Uchiha training ground. The mother comes out from the kitchen as she wipes her hand with a towel. She speaks to us. Oh. My Izuna has grown so big now. Mama will come with you to watch you defeat your father. After all, my Izuna is a genius. Aito affectionately hugs Izuna as she caresses his back. Okay. Let's go, mother. I want to show you how much I have grown. Aito chuckles as he replies. Era. Then let us hurry to the training ground. All of us arrive at Uchiha training ground as the mother stands in a corner, while me and father face each other. I have fought with Minato-san multiple times in the previous 7 months and now I have plenty of battle experience. What I lack is the real life and death combat experience. Izuna, I will fight with you without using my Sharingan. If during the spar you forced me to activate Sharingan or able to defeat me with a lethal blow, then I will admit defeat and you will win. Also, I will suppress my strength to a genin level as we fight. I will progressively raise my strength to test your limits. Yes, father, I will defeat you, Izuna replies. Now let's start the fight. I immediately make some hand signs as I spew a giant ball of fire at father. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Father jumps and dodges my fireball technique. Without giving him any time to breathe, I throw some kunais with explosive tags attached to them at father. Before the tags could explode, a lightning bolt incinerated the tag as a lightning whip appears in father's hand. Lightning style, Lightning Whip Jutsu. Father swing the lightning whip toward me as I somersault and dodge the whip. Father throws shurikens at me while I was in midair. I quickly make some hand signs as I inhale large volumes of air and then quickly exhale it. Wind style, Wind Pump. I dodge the shurikens, but they continue to chase me as they were attached with a string controlled by father. By now the father is using Chunin level of strength as he is fighting against me. I take out the chakra blade from my back as I infuse it with lightning chakra as it shines with a blinding blue light. I swing the chakra blade at the incoming kunai. Kenjutsu style, Lightning Cleaver. A blue slash of lightning is launched from the blade as it collides with the shurikens and snaps the strings. Izuna dashes toward Akira as he mutters. Kenjutsu style, Howling Moon Blade Dance. Multiple images of the chakra blade appeared as they formed a full moon. The blade slashed Akira as a small fissure appeared on the ground. Puff. With a puff, Akira disappeared from the spot as a wooden log appeared in his place. Crap. Substitution. Izuna immediately turned as he infuses chakra on a seal at the hilt of his chakra blade. Kenjutsu style, Weighted Assault. The chakra blade slams on Akira, who appear out of nowhere. The weight of the strike pushes Akira back as Akira blocks the strike with a kunai. Akira jumps back to disengage and immediately make hand signs. Wind style, Reaper's Scythe. Akira spews out a large scythe of compressed wind as it charges toward Izuna while slashing nearby trees. Izuna ducks to dodge the scythe, but another scythe crisscrossing with the previous one appears in his vision. Fuck. Father is serious. Izuna makes two shadow clones that launch the main body above the sides like a catapult. Izuna is flung in the air as he searches for his father's whereabouts. Akira appears behind Izuna as he attacks Izuna with a kunai coated in wind chakra. Izuna is able to block the attack by using the chakra blade, but the force slams him in the ground. Izuna gets out of the ground in a haggard state as he curses in mind. Damn it. Father, it is just an academy graduation test, not a Chunin exam. I lose. Izuna puts back the chakra blade in the sheath as he walks towards his mother. Aito is worried to see Izuna in such a state as she reprimands Akira. Akira, he is only aiming for graduation from academy. Is there any need for you to be so harsh on him? Look at my poor child, how much you have hurt him. No dinner for you today. Akira sweat drops at this as he starts to explain. It is for his own good. I just wanted to test his growth as a ninja and he surprised me. He forced me to use the strength of a jounin. I guess he has grown too fast and I wanted to warn him to not grow complacent and ignore training. Humph. Aiko ignores him as she carries Izuna on her back despite his protest. So, father, can I graduate early from the academy? Yes, yes. You can graduate early. But Akira is shot down by the scrutinizing gaze of Aiko as he gulps his saliva and the words stop in his mouth. Next day in the academy. Akira and Izuna walk towards the academy as Izuna will apply for early graduation in the presence of his father. Akira and Izuna enter the academy as Akira leads Izuna towards the principal's office. The principal is a fat man with blue eyes and curly brown hair. He wore the standard Konoha jounin uniform with a red scarf around his neck. He wore a large red sash on his uniform with the kanji fire on it, determining his position as the academy principal. He places down the paperwork he held in his hand on the table and asks us. How can I help you, Mr. Akira Uchiha? Akira points toward Izuna as he explains. It is not me who needs your help, rather Izuna. Izuna wants to graduate early from the academy and I think his skills are enough to pass him as a genin and thus graduate from the academy. The principal nods at both of us before he replies. Well, I can't take such an important decision alone. I would have to inform the Hokage-sama about it. If the Hokage-sama agrees with your request, then we can proceed with the exam. But bear in mind, since you are graduating early, the exam would be much tougher than the real graduation exam. I am ready for the exam. I think I can pass the examination. Izuna speaks with confidence brimming on his face. If you think you are confident enough, then I will immediately write a request letter to Hokage-sama and we can decide the exam date after the approval. The principal starts to write a letter with a brush. After the letter is completed, he takes out a seal from his drawer. He applies the seal to the paper and rings the office bell. A Chunin instructor enters the principal's office. The principal hands over the letter to him and instruct him. Pass this letter to Hokage-sama. Inform him that it is an urgent case and he should check the letter as soon as possible. The Chunin nods to the principal and flickers out from the office. Father nods to me and both of us walk out of the office as I wait for the approval. Chapter 29, The Academy Graduation Exam. Next day Hiruzen personally paid a visit to the academy. It has been 5 years since someone applied for early graduation. Previously, Kakashi Hatake graduated from the academy only after 4 months of his time in the academy. Now, Izuna-kun, you want to graduate 8 months from your admission to the academy. Do you think you are ready for graduation? Yes, Hokage-sama. I think I am ready for graduation. I have full confidence in clearing the academy graduation exam. Good. Having confidence is one thing, but overconfidence can lead to failure. Now we will start your graduation exam. Hiruzen nods as he turns to principal and speaks. Satsuki-san. Is the preparation for the exam ready? If they are ready, then let's proceed with the exam. Yes, Hokage-sama. Everything is ready. We can proceed with the exam. Principal Satsuki turned towards Izuna as he continues. The exam will be conducted in 2 stages, the written test and the practical test. For the written test, you will be assessed in the complete syllabus taught throughout the entire academy course. Usually, the passing marks are around 50% of the overall score. But for you, it is set at 80% of the overall score. The second phase of the graduation exam consists of performing the E-rank clone technique. But in your case, it has been changed to any C-rank technique which you have mastered except the fireball technique of the Uchiha clan. Now your written test will start in the next 5 minutes and will last for an hour. A Chunin instructor leads me to the examination hall. After I am seated, the Chunin takes out a question paper as he points toward the wall clock. Your time starts now, and exactly after 1 hour, the answer sheet will be confiscated irrespective of any matter. Now start. I begin to read the question paper. It was easy, way too easy. All it consists of is some elementary mathematics, ninja world geography, hand seals, and some question related to ninja tactics. I pick up my pen and start to write in a flurry. The instructor is surprised to see my speed. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Hiruzen takes out his crystal ball and starts to infuse chakra in it as he sways his hands over the ball. The crystal ball lights up and the scene of Izuna writing his test paper appears on the crystal ball. I sense a gaze over me. But I ignore it without even flinching. I guess that pervert is spying on me again. Hiruzen checks the answer sheet of Izuna and is surprised to see 1/3 of the answer sheet filled within just 5 minutes. The kid had completed the hardest part of the examination in just 5 minutes. Unbelievable. Hiruzen stares at Izuna with wide eyes as he can't believe the kid solved so many difficult mathematics problems in a few minutes. After completing the mathematics part, I move on to geography problems. There is a map of the shinobi world and some important places' names were written on the paper. I have to mark all of the places on the map accurately. I check the names of the places once again as I start to ponder about these places. I have read many geography books with many important landmarks in Uchiha Library. I start to mark all of the places slowly as I take my time to recall and mark them. After 10 minutes I proceed to the next section with hand signs and ninja tactics. I slowly wrote the answers in the next 15 minutes. I stand up from my place as I call the Chunin instructor. The Chunin instructor frowns as he questions. What's the matter? Do you need a bathroom break or something? I have completed the test paper and I want to submit it. You what? The Chunin is perplexed as he looks at the wall clock. Only half an hour of the time has passed. Are you sure you have completed the test paper? You still have another half hour to write the paper. No. That would be too long. I have already finished answering all the questions. There is no point in stalling for more time. Izuna replies as he hands over the answer sheet to Chunin. The Chunin takes the answer sheet with a stunned expression as he points in the direction of training ground. After you exit this hall, turn left and walk forward, leaving 2 rooms in between. The 3rd hall is the training hall where your next exam will be conducted. I start to whistle as I slowly walk toward the training hall. The Chunin looks at my departing back as he mutters. Even though this Uchiha kid is so arrogant. But damn. He looks cool. The Chunin admits that Izuna looks cool. He just flips the answer sheet to check what that Uchiha kid has done. The Chunin is stunned to see the answer sheet as he frantically schemes through the answer sheet. Correct. This is also correct, this is correct too. Damn. What a monster. All of the answers in the sheet are correct. The Chunin picks up the sheet as he starts to run toward Hokage's room. Izuna reaches the training hall as he is welcomed by a Chunin. Are you Izuna Uchiha? The kid who wants to take the practical exam. I nod my head to him as I reply, yes, I am Izuna Uchiha. Come inside the training hall, the next phase of the exam will starts now. I stand in front of the Chunin as he continues. For this phase, you need to perform a C-rank jutsu to clear the exam. Tell us when you are ready. Without speaking anything, I immediately make some hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone with similar in appearance to me appears in front of the examiner. The Chunin jaw drops at this development as he stares at me with wide eyes. Have I passed? There is no response from the Chunin. I put some emphasis on my words as I shout. Have I passed? Yes, yes, you have passed. You have passed the exam. The goal was to perform a C-rank jutsu, but you performed the B-rank Shadow Clone Jutsu. So, you have passed the exam. Now go to Hokage-sama office to get your academy graduation certificate together with your forehead protector. I nod to him as I start to walk toward the Hokage's office. The Hokage office is right beside the academy, and it didn't take me too long to arrive at Hokage's office. I knocked at the Hokage's office door and waited for the response. Come in. An old grumpy voice came from inside as I turned the knob and entered inside. Name, Izuna Uchiha. Age, 5 years and 10 months. Congratulations, you have passed your academy graduation exam. You are a ninja now. Hiruzen closes the document and hands over a brand new leaf forehead protector with the blue cloth to me. This is your forehead protector, a symbol of will of fire and prestige of Konoha. Handle it carefully and don't lose it. Now go to the room beside this room for a photo for your graduation certificate and ninja ID. You will be assigned to a team tomorrow. The specific details could be found on the notice board. Now good luck towards your ninja journey. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. I smile at Hiruzen as I walk out of the office. After the photo session was over, I take out my ninja certificate and decides to wait for Shursue to tease him with my ninja certificate. My ninja registration number is 011223. After waiting for a while, the entrance of the academy bustled with kids running from the academy as the classes were over. Shursue walks out of the academy as he moves towards our usual meeting place. He notices me and starts to walk towards me, but his footsteps stop as he stares at my forehead, or to be precise at my forehead protector. He points at me as he stutters. Nii-san. What is this? Oh. It is nothing but a fancy headwear. I just cleared the academy graduation exam and now I am a true ninja. I reply with a straight face as a small noticeable grin appears on my face. Shursue's eyes watered as he starts to hit me with his tiny fists. You are a cheater, Nii-san. You promised me that both of us will become a ninja at the same time. But you broke your promise and graduated early. This is not fair, Yua. There. I gently rubbed Shursue's forehead as I start to console him. Don't worry, Shursue, work hard and you will be able to graduate early too. Now aren't I amazing? I am amazing, right, Shursue? Haha. Shursue tears up again and he almost burst up. Shursue, let's go to your favorite restaurant today. I am sure father and mother will throw a big party tonight. And as I expected, both mother and father were very happy to see me pass the exam and become a ninja. Both of them threw a large party at a Kimichi's restaurant as I like their meat dishes. Chapter 30, My New Team and First Mission. Early in the next morning, I start to prepare all my ninja tools and equipment as I will be assigned to a team today. I wore my leaf protector around my forehead. A seal with kanji symbol, storage, is imprinted on a metal bracer as I wore it on my left hand. The pair of bracers is a gift from Kushina when I asked her to make me a storage space. This pair of metal bracer is one of the items from the Uzumaki clan heritage and Kushina gave it to me as she said. This pair of metal bracer was eating dust in our Uzumaki compound. I thought that you will like them, so big sister brought them for you. Now give me a hug for this gift. I happily accepted this generous gift with a begrudging expression as I was squeezed in her embrace. These bracers are very handy as I can use them to store my ninja tools. The left hand's bracer stores my shurikens, whereas I store my kunais in right hand's bracer as it would be easy to summon them in a fight. I wear fingerless gloves with metal plating on backhands similar to Kakashi. This ninja gear seemed practical to me. I arrived at the entrance of the academy. I am supposed to meet my new team here today. I have graduated during the ongoing session of the academy, so there were no new graduates to be paired with. I will join an existing team that has a vacancy for now. I waits for an hour near the academy. 2 genins arrived to meet me as one of them spoke. Follow us, we will meet with sensei. I nod to them and start to follow them. There is no interaction between us. None of them introduced themselves and I also never bothered with them. I can feel some repulsion from their behavior. I can pretty much guess their reason, but I paid no heed to it. The genins lead me to the bridge on the Naka River. The jounin sensed our presence and looked towards us. He smiled at us as he waved. So, you two have already met your new teammate. Guess I will introduce myself first. I am Tendo Onokuma from the Onokuma clan and I will be your jounin team leader. Now all three of you introduce yourselves to each other. I am Izuna Uchiha. I just graduated from the academy. Nice to meet you all. Please take care of me in the future. I introduced myself to the team, whether they like it or not I am a part of their team. After all, they will be ones who will have my back during a mission. Both of them snorted but still replied. I am Ryo Aoki. I am not from any clan. My father is a small shopkeeper and he sells clothes. I am Takeru Haga. I am an orphan and I am not from any clan. There is no further greeting or cheering. The atmosphere becomes awkward. To ease some tension, Tendo claps his hands as he speaks. Now don't be so tense. Izuna-kun will have to complete his first mission and it is a tradition in village that the first mission will be assigned by Hokage-sama himself for any new ninja. Izuna-kun, you go and visit Hokage-sama's office. We will catch up with you, I have some things to talk with the two of them. Okay. Tendo-sensei. I will be right at Hokage-sama's office. I start to dash towards the Hokage's office as I jump over roofs and vanish from their vision. We can't accept him, Tendo-sensei. It has been 2 weeks since Haru passed away in the mission. How can the Hokage office be so cruel to replace him just like that without even our consent? And that too with a kid who barely left even the borders of his clan. I am sorry, sensei, we can't take care of a pampered clan kid. Both of Genin start to complain to Tendo. Tendo holds his head in frustration as he rebukes them. Listen. Ryo and Takeru, both of you a ninja now. Both of you should have known that casualties will occur during a mission before you become a ninja. The job of a ninja is dangerous and full of blood and murder, and also the world won't wait for you to get over your grief. You have to continue taking missions and fulfill your duty as a ninja. The Hokage-sama had already given you 2 weeks to overcome your grief, and now after 2 weeks, you should be ready for more missions. As for your third teammate Izuna Uchiha, he is a member of powerful Uchiha clan and his abilities are personally approved by Hokage-sama. So, you don't have to worry about him holding you back. Tendo-sensei. You are a jounin, right? You could have saved Haru if you tried. You are also at fault for Haru's death. This time Tendo is pissed at their remark as he snaps at them. I am your jounin instructor and team leader, not your nanny who will tend to your every need and will always protect you. It was Haru's fault for ignoring my orders and triggering a trap and blowing himself up. Now quit bitching around and prepare for your new mission. I don't want to hear any more complaints from both of you. If you complained even once, then both of you will be retired as a ninja. Now move on towards the Hokage office. Tendo is angry at these kids. Do you think being a ninja is like playing house? You want to get all the praise you want for a successful mission and blame others for your failure. I entered the Hokage's office as I knocked on the door. The usual grumpy face of Hokage appeared in my vision as he spoke. Oh. It is your Izuna-kun. So, you have already met your team and are ready for your first mission. Come with me to the mission room, I will personally choose a mission for you. Since it is your first mission after graduation, it won't be too hard. I will give you the simplest D-rank mission for you to experience. We entered inside the mission room and I see a receptionist frantically trying to appease a woman. A corpulent woman with dark brown hair separated in 3 poofs is jumping around in the room. She wore pink lipstick, pink nail polish, and purple eyeshadow. There are many gold rings with various gemstones in her fingers. The woman is crying buckets of tears as she blows her nose in a white handkerchief with gold lining. She notices Hiruzen as she jumps towards him. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. My poor Tora is lost again. Poor kitty, how will she survive in this world without my love and affection? Hokage-sama, you should hurry up and send some ninjas to find my poor Tora. Hiruzen sweat drops at the woman's enthusiasm, as he convinces her. Don't worry, Madam Shijimi, we will find your cat soon. Yes, Hokage-sama. If it is your promise, then I can breathe in relief. I recognize the woman from the anime. I forgot her name from the anime, but I remembered that this woman has a literal immortal cat that likes to run away from home. Like, come on. Her cat lived longer than poor Asuma in the anime. Also, this cat is the source of income for all of the genins of the village. So, I won't complain, but seriously, this will be my first mission. As if right on cue, Hiruzen pulled a picture from his pocket and handed it to me. This is the portrait of Madame Shijimi's cat Tora. I always keep this picture with me as her cat usually runs away almost every day. Madame Shijimi is the wife of Fire Daimyo. I grab the picture of the cat and begin to memorize its features. The cat has brown fur with a black line running down its forehead with 3 lines going across it. It has amber color eyes and a red ribbon is tied on her right ear. The receptionist jots down my name on a sheet of paper together with my ninja registration ID as she issues the D-rank mission, Search for Tora the cat, to me. In the meantime, Tendo-sensei and my 2 other teammates arrive in the room. Tendo-sensei takes the paper with mission details on it as he orders us to move out. This mission is one hell of a pain in the ass. That cat is agile like a leopard and quick-witted like a fox. Fuck. This fucking cat is more useful than my two useless teammates if I train it like a ninja. I curse in my mind to my two useless teammates who contributed almost nothing in the capture of this cat. The fat lady grabs the cat and nearly squeezes the life out of the cat as she strangles the cat in a hug. Don't leave me again, my dear Tora-chan. Serves you right. You darn cat. I murmured to myself as I can't bring myself to pity the cat. Chapter 31, Escort Mission and First Blood. It has been 3 months since my first mission. I turned 6 a few weeks ago. My training and missions were going hand by hand. I have hit a plateau in my progress and I can't seem to improve further. I can currently fight against a normal jounin without breaking a sweat. My advantage is my high chakra reserves and tons of jutsus of each element I have mastered. My disadvantages lie in my small body and no real battle experience. I have completed my space element training with Minato and I am currently progressing slowly in Fuinjutsu. There is a large difference in the expert level and the master level. Being able to use chakra as a material to create Fuinjutsu seals is a big advantage. I am just waiting for my growth spurt to induce new changes to my body, and I think after my first growth spurt I will grow relatively fast with the increase in chakra capacity and increment in body strength. After doing a ton of D-rank missions, the Hokage decides to give us a C-rank mission. Honestly, I am going insane with so many D-rank missions. I haven't stepped out of the village yet. This mission came right on time. The mission seemed to be not too difficult. The son of the daimyo of the Land of Tea came to vacation in Land of Fire. Now for his return trip, he needs the help of some escorts for his safe travel. The mission is issued as a C-rank mission in the Hokage office. Hiruzen just issues this mission to our team. I am excited to venture out of Konoha. The journey to Land of Tea from Konoha would be 7 days long, so Tendo-sensei asked us to prepare our supplies in advance. I return home and inform my parents about the mission. It's time for you to adventure out of Konoha. Beware of everything when you are out on a mission. Many times, any unsuspecting passerby can turn out to be an enemy. Since this is a C-rank mission, take some poison antidotes with you. The bandits and thugs you will confront during the mission usually coat their weapons with lethal poison to fight against ninjas. Also, prepare your ration and all other necessities with you. Father lectured me for an entire 2 hours about what to do and what not to do during the mission. I jotted down everything in my brain as I am a complete noob when it comes to experience. Father just passed down his experience to me. Mother prepared some dry food for me which will be useful during the mission. I placed everything in a storage scroll and I am ready for my first mission. Next day in the morning. All of us meet at the entrance of the village as the convoy of the Tea Daimyo's son departs. The son of Daimyo sits in a carriage prepared for him as we travel. The carriage was surrounded by 12 guards who protected the carriage. Another 2 carriages containing food and other necessities together with various other items followed closely. The Daimyo's son's carriage was in middle. The son of Daimyo removed the curtain of his carriage as he notices me and question. What's with this kid here? Is he lost or something? Do we need to call his mama? How can he even protect anyone? He is still at the age when he should just hide in his mother's embrace. I asked Konoha for competent ninjas and they sent me a kid who requires a nanny. A tick appears on my forehead as I am pissed by his behavior. Tendo assures him as he replies. There is no need for you to worry about anything. Izuna here is a certified ninja of our village and he is a young genius who graduated early. This speaks for his competency and skills. So, rest assured he can handle this mission. Daimyo's son scoffs at this as he covers the carriage with the curtain and continues to travel. The carriages were moving slowly, we simply walk as we follow the carriage. I am enjoying the sceneries as this was my first time out of Konoha. My Sharingan is active all the time as I searched for any suspicious activity. Nothing suspecting happened until we reached the border of the Land of Tea. On the 4th day, since our departure, we finally entered the Land of Tea. The convoy is moving through a steep valley as we went on full alert. This valley is the perfect spot for an ambush if the enemy wants to stop us. Our hypothesis was right as large wooden logs began to drop from atop the hill. I immediately needed some chakra and made hand signs. Fire style, great fireball technique. I spewed out a large ball of fire as it burnt down the logs. Only ashes remained of the logs as they fell. The enemies were surprised to see this but they immediately reacted by throwing down large stones. I turned to my teammates waiting for their response. But they seem to be clueless as they have no way to respond to the situation. I sighed at this and turned to Tendo. Tendo immediately made some hand signs as he spewed out some water from his mouth. Water style, pressure jet. The pressure water in the form of a jet collided with the rocks and smashed them into dust. The descent of the rock stopped as only small rock pieces and debris fell toward the carriage. These rock pieces were deflected by Ryo and Takuru as they jumped to protect the carriage. Me and Tendo start to ascend the hill as we faced against the bandits. Ryo and Takaru stayed behind to protect the carriage together with guards. I checked around for any ninja as I activated my heat vision together with Chakra's vision. I couldn't spot any signs of involvement of any ninja. The confrontation between us and bandits began. The bandits pose no threat to us. I checked their blades for poison and father was correct, their weapons were coated in a purple liquid which I assumed is poison. They were too slow to fight me while I was using my Sharingan. I summoned a kunai in the right hand as I start to fight them. I slashed the neck of one of the bandits as blood start to spew out from his neck. I felt disgusted at this as this was too much blood even for a medical student like me. My stomach starts to churn as the contents of my breakfast were about to spew out. I held them in for a while as I finished off other bandits. Tendo was done on his side too as he approached me. I nod to him as I run towards a nearby bush and start to puke out my breakfast. This is my first kill in this world and I felt very conflicted about this. In my previous world, I was a doctor whose job was to save lives, and now in this current life, my job is to kill anyone who stops me from completing my mission. I once again faced the reality of the situation as I muttered to myself. So, I have taken my first step to be embroiled in the chaos of this world. I breathed deeply to calm down my nerves as I walked out of the bush. Are you okay? Tendo questioned me. I nodded to him, I am fine now. Let's regroup with Ryo and Takaru. We descended the hill only to see dead bodies of a few bandits lying around. Takaru noticed us as he shouted. Sensei. We have a situation here. He pointed to the nearby Ryo who clutched one of his hands tightly. The leader of the bandits was mixed within the few bandits who attacked us. We were able to deal with all of them as Ryo faced against the bandit leader. During the battle, the bandit leader managed to land a cut on Ryo's left hand. It was only a flesh wound, so Ryo ignored it and fought the leader and finally killed him. Let me take a look at it. Tendo looked at his wound and frowned. He is poisoned by the weapon of the bandit leader and the poison seems to be more potent than the rest. I fished out an antidote and handed it to Ryo. Here, have it, it is an antidote for the poison. I prepared some in case of emergency. Ryo took the antidote and waited for the poison to neutralize. After a while, the poison stopped spreading but it wasn't neutralized. The entire left arm of Ryo turned purple as it starts to leak pus and rot. I activated the X-ray and microscopic vision of my Sharingan as I checked his hand. The cells of his left hand were dying at a rapid rate as the poison corroded them. The muscles and veins start to shrivel as they leaked pus and start to rot. The nerves were badly damaged as they were affected by the poison. Overall, it is a hopeless situation. After checking the hand for a while, Tendo came to the same conclusion. Ryo, you have to amputate the arm from the shoulder if you don't want the poison to spread further. It is too late for treatment, the poison is too potent. No, sensei. How can this be? My career as a ninja will be over and my arm, no. Ryo cried. Tendo helped Ryo in amputating his arm as he cauterized the wound to ward off any remains of poison and tied the stump with bandages. I inhaled a deep breath as I looked at them. Thankfully, I wished for a healing factor comparable to Hashirama. Chapter 32, Taijutsu Training. After the mission was over, Ryo and Takaru decided to retire as a ninja. They were too afraid to continue. Both of them lost their best friend in a previous C-rank mission, and in the next C-rank mission one of them lost his arm. Ryo decided to help his father with his shop and Takaru joined him in the shop as a helper. Tendo and I had no opinion about their decision. Thus, like this, within 4 months my team disbanded. Hiruzen didn't pair me with any team again for a while. I stopped doing missions frequently as I focused solely on my Fuinjutsu training. Once in a while, I will go on some C-rank missions with other teams and even Chunnins to gather some experience. 1 year passed in the blink of any eye as I turned 7. I have finally reached the master level in Fuinjutsu, and Minato and Kushina were shocked to see this. Minato had progressed a lot too. He had successfully created the Raise-Non ahead of time. Both Minato and Kushina have reached the Grandmaster level in Fuinjutsu. My Sharingan evolved into 3 Tomo Sharingan. I was really happy about this development. I exposed my Sharingan to my family and they were shocked to see my fully developed Sharingan. I just made an excuse that I have seen too many lives and deaths in my missions, which acted as a trigger to awaken my Sharingan. What shocked them more was my unusual Sharingan, and father just called it off as a mutation. Such cases were rare in clans as hardly any mutation occurs, and the person with mutated Sharingan usually goes blind shortly, and in some worst-case scenarios, death may occur. I convinced them that I am fine and there is no harm to my body, but they still insisted me on not using Sharingan regularly. I could only agree to their request, but I don't need to comply with them. Now I can start to train my other skills. I started practicing in Taijutsu under Uncle Sakumo. He isn't a very skilled Taijutsu user, but his training still benefits me a lot. Maybe I should find Might Dway now. He is the best Taijutsu user of the shinobi world. Training with him will help me a lot as my body will be able to keep up with his training because of Hashirama's healing factor. I hope. To find Might Dway, I sneakily followed Might Guy. Might Guy went to his house, which looked more like a hut than a proper house. I guess being a genin didn't earn Might Dway enough money to afford a proper house, and also Might Dway practices in 8 gates, which burns him too much that he rests the entire next day. I saw Might Dway practicing some kicking and punching techniques as Might Guy cheered him from sidelines. Might Dway turns in my direction as he immediately noticed me and instantly appeared in front of me. Fast. So fast. He moved so fast without using any chakra. I could only see his movements with my Sharingan. Without it, I doubt I could have tracked his movements. Who are you, boy? I can see a vigorous youth in you. But it isn't good to peek on someone. I scratched my head as I walk out of my hiding place. I have already thought of an excuse to convince him in case I got caught. Hello, I am Izuna Uchiha. I am a friend of Kakashi as I train with him. I want to learn taijutsu, and Kakashi told me that someone called Might Guy is the best taijutsu user he ever met. So, I asked him more about you. I just followed Might Guy to see him train. I lie with a straight face as I point in Might Guy's direction. So, my eternal rival finally acknowledged him. I am so happy and fired up. I will train 10 times more than my usual training. Might Guy starts to shed a stream of tears as he hugs Might Dway. Youth. This is youth. I will cheer for you, Guy. You are still in your youth. Yes, father. Both father and son hug each other as they start to shed buckets of tears. I feel embarrassed by seeing their interaction as the atmosphere turned weird. Cough, cough. I cough slightly to gather their attention as they look in my direction. Izuna boy, your youth is blooming. You have entered the spring of your youth. Seeing Guy fired up by your words, you can train in taijutsu with us. Your passion, determination, hard work, and youth will shine brighter in the entire village. This is youth. But before that, I have to see that you are youthful enough. I sweat drop at his remark as weird thoughts enter my brain. I hug my body tightly as I retreat a step back. Let me see your youthfulness. Might Dway walks towards me. I close my eyes to bear the assault, but nothing happened. Might Dway just walks in front of me as he starts to inspect my body. Good body fat ratio. Your muscles are compact enough and your body is in your first growth spurt. He gives me a thumbs up and flashes a wide smile as his teeth gleam. Your youth is ready to shine, but before that, you need to wear something better to train yourself. He pulls green spandex from his belt as he thrusts it in my hand. I look at him awkwardly and I instantly reply. No, I won't wear this. I already have my training outfit, there is no need to wear anything else. Might Dway slumps on his shoulder as he depressingly starts to mutter the benefits of this optimal taijutsu training garment. I ignore him as I approach Might Guy. Guy, you are so cool to be able to enter and graduate from academy just by using taijutsu. Guy sheepishly scratches his head as he flashes a bright smile. It is all because of my youth. I train with my father and he motivated me to move further. Okay. Izuna boy, if you want to train with us, come early tomorrow morning as we will start with a complete round around Konoha on our hands and then we will do the muscle training exercise. I will also make a diet and nutrition plan for you, follow that plan strictly. Now we will meet tomorrow morning. With this, my hellish training with Might Duo started. When I got used to the normal training without sweating, Dway added weights to my legs and I start to pant again as I started the training in difficult mode. Looking at the hell mode training of Might Duo, I could only shake my head as I started again. 3 more months passed by as I rapidly improved in taijutsu. Dway taught me all of his techniques without holding back. Although he never mentioned anything about the 8 gates. I can understand his sentiment, but I am curious to see the technique and if possible I would like to master it as my healing factor can compensate for the loss of vitality and other harms to the body. But I doubt that Might Dway will teach me this technique. Well, he spent 20 years of his life creating, mastering, and perfecting the technique. How can he pass such a powerful technique to an unknown person? For now, even Might Guy isn't aware of this technique. Guess, I have to see the technique for myself and perhaps try to copy it with Sharingan. Normal Sharingan can't copy the technique as Kakashi was able to learn only 1 gate release. Maybe, it was his body unable to bear the pressure of further gates or his inability to further copy the technique. Dway practices this technique late at night. I can sneak out from my house and spy on Dway when he uses the technique and records it with Sharingan. This idea came to my mind and I unanimously thought of putting it in the act. Later at night, in Uchiha clan compounds. Inside his room, Izuna dressed completely in black clothes as he sneaks out from his room. Light style, camouflage cloak. Izuna's clothes start to cover in light chakra as his body starts to fade away and he turns invisible. I have further perfected my light style techniques and created a few new ones in these past years. Now not even Byakugan and Sharingan can detect me as I am a part of light itself. I sneaked out of the Uchiha clan under the watchful eyes of police guards as I exited the clan. I walked along the streets as they were empty and jumping on rooftops may create unnecessary noise. I reach the hut of Mike Dewey as I see him sneak out. Dewey cautiously looks around as his gaze passed by me without any reaction. When he made sure no one is around, he starts to travel deeper into the forest. I closely followed him without making any noise. Soon he reaches near a small waterfall on the Naka River. Dewey stops for a while and starts to look around again. After a while Dewey starts to do some warm-up exercise to condition his body. Dewey clenches his fist as he crosses his hands in front of his chest. Ha! Gate of opening, gate of healing. Gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, open. Mike Dewey immediately opened 5 gates out of 8 as he starts to jump and kick for a while. After a few seconds, he concentrated again as his skin turned red and veins appeared on his entire body. His body was releasing a dense blue chakra as his eyes and body glowed green. Ha! Gate of view, open. A shockwave is released from his body as nearby water starts to displace. Aya, gate of wonder, open. His body starts to secrete blue sweat which evaporates immediately creating a blue aura that blew nearby trees. I am blown back by the shockwave and almost exposed myself. Mike Dewey clenched his fist as he punched slightly in the air. A large crater formed beneath his feet as the compressed air started to take shape of a white tiger. Before it could form completely, Dewey ran out of gas as he slumped on the ground and started to pant heavily. Not yet, this technique has almost reached completion. I still need a little bit of time to complete the technique. Dewey laid on the ground motionlessly. After a while, snoring sounds could be heard as Dewey fell asleep. I return to clan compounds as I start to contemplate. The technique is too fast, he opened the first 5 gates simultaneously. I could only record the opening of 3 gates. I need to pay him continuous visits for a while to completely understand the technique. I made this plan as I continue to peek on Dewey for the next few weeks. Chapter 33, Ichiraku Ramen Grand Opening. I am very excited today. Very early in the morning, I held a flyer in my hand as I walked towards the market. Today is the grand opening ceremony of the Ichiraku Ramen and I want to be the first customer to eat the ramen. It is 4 a.m. now as I walk toward the ramen stand. There is no Naruto fan out there who won't like to eat a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. I got the opportunity to be the first person to try this heavenly ramen and I won't miss it. A week ago, Tucci was distributing flyers across the streets and I immediately snatched one. I look at the flyers which say 50% off for the first 100 customers and my saliva began to drip as I imagined the taste of ramen. I reach near the stall which was still closed but some lights could be seen from the house. I assume Tucci is busy preparing ingredients for the ramen. I sat in front of the ramen stall as I close my eyes and start to meditate. More and more people start to join the queue behind me as I patiently waited for the ramen. It is all about patience. The more patient I am the better the taste of ramen will be. These were my thoughts but my stomach was in disagreement with them as it continued to growl. Damn it. How long do I have to wait? After a wait of 4 hours, Tucci opens the shop and is surprised to see me first in the queue. He smiles at me and asks. What is your order, customer? An extra large bowl of miso ramen with seaweed and also prepare another 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen with char-siu as a takeaway. Coming right up. I excitedly rub my hand as Tucci start to prepare my ramen. Until now a long line has already been formed as many people queue together either with their kids or grandkids. Here right up. Your extra large bowl of miso ramen with seaweed and another 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen with char-siu toppings. The artistic quality of ramen almost blinds me as I activate my Sharingan just to record this scene. I collect my ramen as I began to slurp the silky noodles which slip down my throat as the rich soup soothes my tongue and a feeling of enlightenment and bliss engulfs me. I walk out of the queue as I start to eat the delicious ramen. I pay the money for ramen as I indulge in the delicacy again. I notice Minato anxiously searching for someone. Oh. Minato-san, are you also here for ramen? Oh. Izuna. I am searching for Kakashi for a mission. Our conversation is interrupted as a man taps on Minato's shoulder. The man had waist-length, spiky white hair tied in a ponytail with 2 shoulder-length bangs framing his face. There were red lines under his eyes which extended further down his face. He wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore a mesh armor visible at his wrists and ankles. He also wore handguards, a black belt, traditional wooden sandals, and a red haori with 2 yellow circles on each side. I immediately recognized him as Jiraiya of the legendary Sanins. Hey there Minato. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato greets him. Come with me for a moment. Will you? Jiraiya pulls Minato away. I just follow them. Jiraiya takes us to a nearby alley as he laughs and speaks. Now watch carefully and be amazed. Jiraiya clutches his right hand with his left hand and forms a Raise-Non. What do you think? This is the hidden jutsu that took you 1.5 years to perfect, and I have mastered this already. Isn't this incredible? Humph. I scoff at him as I place my ramen bowl on the nearby wall. Kid. You aren't impressed by me. Jiraiya makes a long face as he questions me. I smirk at him as I stretch my hand out. Chakra began to gather in my palm as I form a Raise-Non twice as big as him. Minato and Jiraiya went wide-eyed as they look at Raise-Non, which is almost the size of a basketball. This is amazing. Both of them exclaims in unison. Keep watching. The Raise-Non stops growing bigger as some sparks of lightning start to flicker around it. The Raise-Non is covered in lightning as I aim it and throws it towards a tree. The Raise-Non travels for a while before it vanishes. Ha! Big words, kids. Your Raise-Non dissipated already, but still, your Raise-Non is bigger than mine. Jiraiya laughs at me but sulks at the size. I snort at him as I reply. Have some patience, you geezer. Kid you. Don't test my patience. I will beat you up. Boom, bang. Jiraiya's words are interrupted by a large explosion as one of the trees is blown into pieces as its bits and pieces fall on the ground. A large crater is formed at its place as lightning flickers through the crater. Damn boy. That's too powerful. It is equal to an S-rank jutsu in power. Jiraiya complains. Izuna-kun. You are one step ahead of me after all. Minato sighs after seeing the destruction caused by Raise-Non. What do you mean, Minato? Jiraiya questions. Ha, sensei. It is Izuna-kun who helped me in the development of Raise-Non. Without his help, I might have taken much longer to create the Raise-Non. He even went as far as adding nature transformation to the Raise-Non, a feat which I am still trying to figure out. Don't worry, Minato-san, I will teach you my vanishing Raise-Non later. So that's the name you come up with? Yeah. After adding the lightning release chakra, the Raise-Non vanishes when I try to throw it. So, I named it so. I pick up my ramen as I return back to the Ichiraku ramen. What a monster. This Uchiha kid is such a monster. Jiraiya murmurs to himself. Minato follows me as I continue to eat my ramen. Hey, Izuna. You are quite early to eat ramen, so fast. I am interrupted from my bliss by these words as I recognize the voice. Guy, Shizun, and Asuma are cued in the line as Guy speaks to me. I greet him as I reply. I can't miss this heavenly ramen. Can I? I queued early at 4 a.m. and became the first person to eat this ramen. Ah. So good. I slurp down another strand of noodle as I look at them. Oh boy. I just can't wait to eat some of that awesome ramen. Shizun jumps in excitement. Mr. Tuchi's gutsy noodle and soup for the soul. I will enjoy every drop of that with every fiber of my being. Guy speaks eagerly. To create delicious flavors, that's also the real fire. Asuma speaks in elation. Humph. All this excitement just for some ramen noodles. It's absolutely ridiculous. Kakashi interrupts as he speaks rudely. You are one to talk, Kakashi-senpai, when you are also queued up in the line. I rebuke him by pointing this out. Minato-sensei. Is it a mission? Kakashi ignores us as he runs toward Minato. That's right. We are assembling now. Minato replies to Kakashi as he starts to move towards the Hokage's office. You won't mind if I join you, Minato-san? I immediately gulp down the remaining soup as I pick up my remaining bowls and put them in a storage scroll. Well, I have no problem with your presence. But you have to ask Hokage-sama about it. Minato replies to me. Okay. Then it is decided, then I will follow you guys. I am pretty bored these days after all. All of us assemble at Hokage's office as Hiruzen is stunned to see me there. He points at me and asks. What are you doing here, Izuna? I am pretty bored these days, Grandpa Hokage. I want to do some missions and Minato-san's mission seemed interesting. So, I thought of tagging along. You don't have a problem, right? Hiruzen contemplates for a while before he replies. Okay. You can follow them. There is no problem with your inclusion in the mission. Hiruzen starts to explain the details of the mission for a while as he spoke. And that is the overview of your assignment. Minato Namikaze, Choza Akimichi, Shibi Aburame, and Izuna Uchiha depart for Rorin right away. Understood, all of us answer in unison. But Lord Third Hokage, I would like to get your permission to include this shinobi Kakashi Hatake in the mission. Minato presents the details of Kakashi to Hiruzen. You have something in mind for this young man, he questions as he schemes through the details of Kakashi. I do. He may still be young, but he is extremely talented like Izuna here. Minato points towards me. Hiruzen contemplates for a while as he speaks. Kakashi is a rare genius who graduated early from the academy, and Izuna is a genius too. Too bad, we can't seem to find a suitable team for Izuna to pair with. Very well, both Izuna and Kakashi can participate in this mission. Chapter 34. The Lost Tower Part 1. The destination of our mission is Reborn, the City of Towers. It is a city surrounded by deserts and lies in the Land of Wind. Hiruzen received a report from one of his spies in the Land of Wind. Anrokuzen, the evil minister of Reborn, is concocting an evil scheme to utilize the Chakra ley line below the city of Reborn to amass power and eventually wage war on 5 nations. Our mission is to investigate and eliminate Anrokuzen, thus overthrowing his evil schemes. After an hour, all of us gather near Konoha's entrance gate as we are ready to depart. Izuna, Kakashi. Both of you will scout the city and search for clues regarding the plans of Anrokuzen. Me, Choza, and Shibi will confront the enemy while we guard the Queen Sarah of the Reborn from shadows. Minato takes out his special kunais and hands one to both of us. Keep this kunai with you. In case of an emergency, I will be able to teleport to you in an instant and help you deal with the problem. Both of us nods to him and keep the kunai in our kunai holster. Reborn is very far from Konoha. To reach Reborn we have to travel through Land of Rivers, then enter Land of Winds, and further travel in the hot scorching desert to finally reach the destination. Although Reborn is surrounded by desert, there is an oasis near it which helps the city with many issues. Our team of 5 moves out for the destination. We travel non-stop for 7 hours. Choza and Shibi are surprised to see me and Kakashi being able to keep up with them. Unable to hold his curiosity back, Choza asks Minato. Minato, these kids can keep up with our speed and stamina, especially that younger Uchiha kid. You have done a really job training Kakashi as he is your team member, so you are aware of his capabilities. But what about the Uchiha kid? How do you know him so well? Minato chuckles as he replies. Choza-san, in the past 2 years, Izuna had been training with my team regularly. He even skipped academy using a shadow clone to train with us. I can only say one thing: if Kakashi is a genius, then Izuna is a genius among genius. He helped me create my A-rank jutsu Raiznon, and before I could improve it further, Izuna already perfected the jutsu to an S-rank all on his own. The most surprising thing is he has enough chakra to use the S-rank jutsu in an attack and still preserve his chakra. I can easily say, he can defeat most of the jounins of our village quite easily. And if caught by surprise, his S-rank jutsu can even take down a Kage-level shinobi. What he lacks is only experience, and I thought that this mission would help him gain some of it. Choza and Shibi are shocked by this revelation as both of them mutter at the same time. What a monster. Anyway, we have traveled for quite a while, let's take some rest to preserve our stamina, and we will continue after an hour of rest. Both of them agree with the decision as we stop and start to recover our stamina. Hey, Kakashi. You really missed out on that delicious heavenly ramen. But worry not, I have got you covered. I take out the bowl of hot ramen from my storage scroll and present it to Kakashi. Kakashi strangely looks at me before he starts to dig in. I wanted to see the face of Kakashi with my own eyes. In our 2 years of friendship, I have never ever, even once, seen Kakashi without his mask. Well, I have seen his face from the anime, but that was when Kakashi is an adult. I want to see how the chibi Kakashi looks like. I intently stare at Kakashi as I activate my Sharingan and stare at him. I want to record his face in my memories and make a poster of it and distribute it among all of his teammates and friend. Kakashi takes out the chopstick as he breaks it and gets ready to eat the ramen. My stare intensifies as I wait for the moment. As Kakashi is about to remove his mask and start eating his ramen, I feel a heavy hand on my shoulder. Startled, I turn around as my Sharingan flashes and creeps out the intruder. Choza is startled by my Sharingan as he retreats. I deactivate my Sharingan as I ask him. Sorry to startle you, Choza-san. Is there anything that I can help you with? Choza scratches the back of his head as he inquires me. Earlier I saw you giving the hot ramen bowl to Kakashi. So, if you have any extra bowl remaining, can you share it with me? Oh. Only this. I do have a last bowl remaining which I was saving for the future, but there is no point in it. You can have the bowl. I take out the other bowl of ramen and hands it over to Choza. He greedily slurps down the ramen as he remark. What heavenly ramen. Ah, so, good. I agree with him as I comment. Yes, this is the best ramen I have ever eaten. These silky noodles and that shiny broth which slides down your throat and soothes your soul. This is true bliss. Choza nods as he agrees with me as asks. If you don't have any problem, can I ask you a question, Izuna-kun? I nod to him as I reply. As long as it is not something pertaining to our clan secret or any of such sort, I won't mind answering your question. It is nothing of that sort. I just wanted to ask you about your Sharingan, if you are fine with answering me. It is pretty unusual to see a unusual Sharingan, that too at such a young age. Oh, it is nothing secretive. I awakened my Sharingan previous years as I did many life and death mission with many teams and faced the death of many of my comrades which awakened my Sharingan. Father said that my Sharingan is a mutated one and depending on the mutations, they can either mature slowly or mature fast. My Sharingan is the latter one as it matured really fast. I replied to him. Oh. That's how it is. Thanks for the ramen, Izuna-kun. Minato and Shibi silently hears our conversation, but the shock on their faces is apparent when they saw my Sharingan. They are aware of the fact that many mutations of Kekkaigenkai tend to be harmful to the user and it can even cause death. They looked at me with a strange expression but I ignored it. Damn. Kakashi is still eating the ramen. I have to record his face. Thank you for the food. As I turn around to face Kakashi, the latter had already finished his ramen as he covered his face with mask again and placed the chopsticks and bowl in a scroll. Kishimoto and his setting. One day I will unmask Kakashi before everyone. I grudgingly look at Kakashi who was confused by my expression. After an hour is over, we start to run toward the land of winds again as the journey is too long. With our almost non-stop travel, we finally reached Rorin, the city of towers after 4 days. All of us were exhausted either mentally or physically and we needed a break to recuperate from the fatigue. So, we decided to stay in the oasis outside the Rorin as we relaxed. From a distance, Rorin looked like an obelisk with a broad platform and many spiky structures jutted out of it. The city had a strange design. I activated my Sharingan to start the telescopic vision paired with X-ray vision as I peek inside the city. The platform-like structure is the walls of the city which blocks the ever-present hot sandy winds from entering the city and the spiky structures are various towers where the people of Rorin reside. The highest town in the middle of the city is the Queen's Palace where the Queen Sarah of Rorin resides. The entire city had a gothic feel to it with many skyscraping narrow towers pointed in the sky. I didn't reveal my discovery to them as it is pointless to do so and they will figure it out on their own once we reach near the city. All of us start to prepare our tents to sleep in the forest. Setting tents would help us sleep in a more relaxed manner. There is no fear of any insects biting us. Shibi is able to contact the insects and ask them to stay away from us. Minato and I start to set up some detection seals and other seals around our camps to warn us of any threat. Kakashi also helped by placing some traps, in case of an ambush. Shibi just sent his insects out to scout the area. Meanwhile, Choza just sat in the tent as he munched down on dry rations like snacks. We were pretty much set as all of us went to sleep in our tents. Chapter 35, The Lost Tower Part 2. It's time. Let's move out. Kakashi and Izuna, both of you start scouting the area as soon as we reach Rorin. The three of us will keep an eye on Anrokuzan and Queen Sarah. We reach the outer walls of Rorin and all of us start to climb the walls to infiltrate the city. Minato gave us a few strange tribal masks to hide our identities. We separate from each other at the wall as I start to scout the area with my Sharingan. The large towers of Rorin blocked most of the sunlight. The lighting of the city is mostly artificial light powered by Chakra from the ley line. I start to fumble around the city to search for the Ryumayaku or the Chakra ley line. From the movie, I am aware of the general location. The location is near 5 large pipes that run underground and are connected to a secret chamber where the seal for Ryumayaku is hidden. As I was searching around the city, a brilliant flash of light appeared for a second in a place not too far from me. I immediately start to run towards the place. A man with short brown hair and black, almond-shaped eyes lay unconscious on the ground. He wore the standard Jounin uniform but without the Uzumaki crest on the shoulders. He also wore a form-fitting navy blue t-shirt that goes up to his chin. 2 pouches with ninja tools were strapped to his lower back. But his most distinctive feature was his Hapuri-style forehead protector that frames his face similar to second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Oh! Look, who is this Pokemon? Cough, I mean who is this person? It is future Yamato. He is not aware of my identity and neither do I, so I have to act the part of a stranger. He is a test subject of Orochimaru with Hashirama cells that in turn gives him Azura's cells. Maybe I can take out some of his blood to examine. I slowly walk to Yamato and make some hand signs. Earth style, rock binding. I bind Yamato in case he attacks me. Well, the moment he wakes up, he will be on guard against enemy attack. I take out a kunai and a sample bottle from my storage scroll. Ninjas usually carry sample tubes as during any mission if we face against any Kekkaigenkai user and bleed them, the village can experiment on their blood to find the weakness of the Kekkaigenkai. I lightly stab Yamato with my kunai as I collect his blood sample. The pain from the stab causes the unconscious Yamato to gain consciousness. He slowly opens his eyes as he looks around in confusion before he puts up guard. Stop, right there. You are surrounded by the FBI. Throw your weapons, kneel on the ground, and put your hands behind your head. Yamato is startled to hear this monologue as it reminded him of a certain powerful shinobi who likes to say weird things that are unheard of. Izuna-san, is it you, Izuna-san? Hold it right there. Who are you? Introduce yourself. Otherwise, I have to consider you as an enemy and deal with you. I just start to say random things to Yamato following the protocol as this is my first meeting with him. You are wearing the Konoha forehead protector, which means you are a leaf shinobi. But Hokage-sama only sent our team on this secret mission. This can only mean one thing, either you are a spy or you are in disguise. I will bring you back to Konoha for interrogation. Sorry, Izuna-san. I don't know what happened here, but the ruins of Rorin have changed into a city and you somehow turned into a kid. I take off my mask as I activate my Sharingan. I am ready to assault Yamato. Well, I wanted to fight Yamato and see the wood release for myself. I can use wood release but I don't know the exact jutsus and chakra ratio and even chakra pathways to circulate wood chakra. While fighting with Yamato, I can learn the jutsus and I can practice and improve them later. So, I definitely have to fight him. Enough with your chit-chat and excuses. You are coming with me to interrogation. I start to infuse chakra as I make hand signs. Then sorry Izuna-san. I need to find Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. We have to stop Makade at all costs. Fire style, great fireball technique. I spew out a large fireball at Yamato who is held in my rock binding. Yamato breaks the rock binding by converting his hands in wood as he immediately makes hand signs and slams his hands on the ground. Wood style, wood locking wall. Pillars of wood sprouts from the ground from both the left and right side of Yamato as they join together to form a wooden dome. The fireball collides with the wooden dome as it explodes but wooden dome protects Yamato. Oh. A wood style user similar to first Hokage, now you definitely need to follow me back to the village. I make some more hand signs as I need a large amount of chakra and release it. Fire style, searing fire bullet. I spew out a compressed fireball that travels at a very fast speed and collides with the wooden dome instantly incinerating it and covering it in flames. Water style, tearing torrent. Yamato throws out a large amount of water from his hands and extinguishes the flame. Wood style, 4-pillar prison technique. Large numbers of wooden pillars rise from the ground around me trapping me in a wooden prison. I infuse chakra in my hands as I punch them, but they were able to block my punch. It is futile Izuna-san. This wood is coated with a thick layer of chakra and it can't be destroyed so easily. Yamato remarks. Oh. Is that so? I smirk at Yamato as my hand reaches to my back as I pull out chakra blade and I start to infuse light chakra in it. My blade starts to glow red, then it turns blue. Light style, lightsaber. This technique is inspired from one of my favorite series in my past life. The blade produces a humming sound from the vibrations caused by the intense electromagnetic radiations and heat. I swing the blade as it slices through the wooden pillars like a hot knife slices through butter. Yamato has his mouth wide opened as he gawks at me. Now, it's your turn. I look at Yamato as I start to swing my blade and dash towards him. Ah. Shit. Even in his childhood, Izuna-san is a monster. Yamato immediately makes some hand signs as he stretches out his hand towards me. Wood style, great forest technique. His left arm transforms into a large tree that lengthens at high speed and forks into many branches as it comes towards me. The ends of the tree change into many sharp stakes. I swing my chakra blade easily slicing and dicing all of the trees as I march towards him. Yamato is terrified by this as he immediately makes hand signs and slams his hands on the ground. Wood style, nativity of a sea of trees. A large amount of tress and grass start to grow from the ground as they covered the surrounding terrain. I put back my chakra blade as I stretch out my right hand and start to form a raise-non. Big ball raise-non. A big ball raise-non the size of a basketball is formed in my hand as I open my mouth and spew out some flames on top it. Flame release, big ball burning raise-non. I slam the flaming raise-non into the trees as they are destroyed and burnt with my raise-non. I notice the presence of Minato who is running towards me to stop me but I continue to run toward Yamato. As I am about to touch Yamato, Minato suddenly teleports beside me and grabs my hand to stop my assault. Stop, Izuna. He is not an enemy. Minato orders me. Yamato slumps down on the ground as he starts to pant heavily. He had run out of chakra. Oh. I am aware of it. I was just teasing the guy and wanted to let some of my stress from past years loose and this guy happens to be a suitable practice target. Both Minato and Yamato sweat drop at my comment as Yamato asks me since when. Oh. That, when this guy popped from, out of nowhere. He was engulfed in a strange light. I was able to sense the fluctuation of a space-time ninjutsu from the light and Minato-san even your chakra and sealing formula was mixed within. So, I deduced that this guy is a time traveler. Either he is from the past or from the future. When he called me Izuna-san despite my young age, I concluded that he is from the future. Since he is older than me by around 20 years and still calls me Izuna-san which means he is my equal. Minato is shocked by my deduction as he praises me. Amazing, Izuna-kun. Your deduction is accurate, this guy is from the future and we just met up with this guy's companion called Naruto. I sent that guy to protect Princess Sarah. I have located the Anrokuzen whose original name is Makade. Let us defeat him and foil his evil plan. Chapter 36, Grimoire of Sin. Boom, boom. Our conversation is interrupted by the sound of a huge explosion that blew one of the nearby tower. I felt a large amount of chakra filled with animosity and hatred from the tower. So, this is the chakra of Ninetales. I couldn't really feel the chakra of Ninetales when I am with Big Sister Kushina as her seal is way too powerful compared to the Naruto seal. The seal is personally crafted by Mito Uzumaki, who is one of the most powerful Fuinjutsu users ever according to records. We leave an exhausted Yamato behind as all of us run towards the explosion. I finally saw Naruto for the first time. He wore an orange and black jacket with a red Uzumaki crest on the back. He also wore orange pants with a shuriken holster on his right knee, black sandals, and a black forehead protector. His yellow blonde hair, paired with blue eyes, greatly resembled Minato. The trademark 3 whiskers markings were ever present on his cheeks. Naruto confronted a large spider-like puppet with 8 arms as it attacks him. He makes a big ball Raiznon and slams the puppet in the ground. The nearby parts of the broken puppet start to rise in the air as they are being controlled by chakra threads. All of the parts start to assemble and fuse with the spider puppet as the puppet starts to recover. Kakashi, who had been planting explosive tags all around, start to detonate them. Choza uses his partial expansion jutsu as he punches the puppet into a wall. Shibi covers the puppet with his insects to suck the chakra out of it and thus cut off the chakra supply of the puppet. The ground begins to tremble as the remaining parts of the puppets assemble together to form a large humanoid scorpion puppet. The puppet body of Makade fuses with the large puppet as he starts to rampage around. Naruto uses some shadow clones to pin the puppet, but the puppet just shakes them off. The puppet breaks free from the confines of the tower as it breaks a wall and runs rampant on streets. As for me, I just create a large Raiznon and slam it into the puppet. The lower body of the puppet is blown away, but it starts to absorb chakra from Ryumayaku and regenerates itself in seconds. We won't be able to destroy the puppet unless we cuts off its power source, Minato remarks. The Anrokuzen puppet creates chakra thread as it ties Princess Sarah and starts to pull her towards itself. Naruto uses his chakra blade to sever the chakra thread and save the princess. The princess decides to seal the source of Ryumayaku as she grabs hold of Naruto's chakra blade. Minato, Naruto, and I decide to break in the main tower to cut off the power source. Meanwhile, Choza and Shibi hold the puppet back. Shibi infuses chakra in his insects as they quickly multiply and create a swamp below the giant puppet. Ninja art, insect deception jutsu. The insects cover the puppet and start to devour its chakra. Choza eats a chakra pill and expands into a giant as he throws the puppet into a nearby tower. Anrokuzen puppet absorbs more chakra from Ryumayaku as it destroys Shibi's insects. The puppets run off to prevent Princess and Naruto from cutting off the chakra. Naruto creates a big ball Raiznon, greatly surprising Minato. He throws the Raiznon to the puppet, but it gets blocked by its tail. If we want to take it down, we have to find its weak spot. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato throws multiple shurikens to find the weak spot of the puppet. The puppet starts to regenerate again. Anrokuzen is annoyed by Naruto's continuous assault as he opens his mouth wide. Ley line Great Dragon Fire. A huge amount of purple flames erupts from its mouth as it fires towards Naruto. Earth style, Mud Wall. Naruto makes a mud wall to block the fire attack. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto creates a large Rasen Shuriken and throws it towards the puppet, but the puppet opens its mouth and sucks the chakra from jutsu inside itself. Anrokuzen swats Naruto away like a fly as it continues to run towards the sealed gate. Earth style, Mud Swap. I immediately make some hand signs as I slam my hands on the ground and create a mud swamp to stop the puppet. Anrokuzen struggles for a while before it draws more chakra from the Ryumayaku and breaks free from the swamp. Naruto and Minato merges their Raiznon through chakra resonance to create the legendary Supreme Ultimate Raiznon. Now, I can't stay behind in the fun, can I? Lightning style, Vanishing Raiznon. I create a big lightning Raiznon and throw it towards Anrokuzen. Anrokuzen laughs hysterically as he shouts. Whatever that jutsu is, it can't stop me. Now, I show you one of my most powerful jutsu. Ley line Ultimate Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The puppet spews out a large beam of purple fire from its stomach. Naruto dodges the beam as Minato opens a hole in the puppet with his Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The combination of mine and Naruto's Raiznon destroy the puppet. The puppet falls in Ryumayaku as it starts to destabilize the ley line. The seal preventing the destabilization has been destroyed. Both Yamato and Naruto glow as Minato speaks. The perpetrator of the Jutsu Makade just died, so the pendulum of time will reset itself and both of you will return to your era. Naruto finally notices my presence and I am really curious to see his expression. He points towards me. Are you Big Brother Izuna? He is surprised to see me as he starts to speak. Big Brother Izuna, it really is you. Where you went off to in. Okay. Stop from further revealing the future as it may change the timeline. Minato stops Naruto from speaking further as he continues. To prevent the change in the timeline, I will seal all of our memories. He makes some hand signs as he presses his hand on the ground. A large Fuinjutsu seal appears on ground as it covers all of us. Memory erasing seal. Sorry, Minato-san, but I already know about the future. So, I won't comply with your request. I activate my Sharingan as I quickly start to analyze the weakness of the seal. After I find the weakness, I prepare a hand seal of my own which covers my body. Suppress. The seal covers all of us including Minato, but I shook off the seal with my counter seal. A white light engulfs us all as Naruto and Yamato disappear in it. After the light fades away, all four of them forget about the event as they start to recall the details. We were on a mission to stop Anroku's evil plan. Have we succeeded? Choza questions. I suppose. I point toward the broken puppet as I remark. Then why can't I remember anything? Shibi frowns as he mutters. What's important is the completion of the mission, and since we have already completed the mission, there is no need for us to dabble further into it. Let us return back to Konoha. Minato cuts our conversation as he orders us to return. Yes, we will return to the Konoha soon. Choza and Shibi agree. Kakashi, you did a good job with the mission. Minato praises Kakashi. As we are about to return, I sense something below the ceiling pillar, something attracting me towards itself. Minato-san, I want to check the ceiling formula once again, maybe it will help me learn more about Fuinjutsu. Alright then, but you should hurry up as we have to depart and report about the mission to Hokage-sama. Okay. Minato-san. I will only just take a few seconds. Minato and the rest of the team start to move out as I move toward the column. After ensuring that nobody is present, I jump down from the platform as I move towards the bottom of the seal. As I moved down, the attraction became stronger. Soon, I reached the base of the ceiling pillar just above the chakra of the ley line. The chakra of the ley line is too volatile and hot as sweat begins to drip from my head. A metallic edge of something is protruding out from the rock wall. As soon as I touch the metallic edge, my chakra starts to drain as the metallic edge starts to shine in purple light. The nearby rocks and debris start to crumble to reveal a metallic box. I curiously pick up the metallic box to check it out. There is a weird star-like symbol with 8 pointy spikes and an eye in the middle of the box. There are 6 holes around the eye as they resemble a missing part of the box. As I touch the middle eye, the book suddenly starts to glow in purple color. The eye shines brightly as the box starts to float in front of me. One of the spikes of the eye shoots in my direction as it pierces my hand. I almost screamed in pain, but I clutched my mouth with my other hand. The metal box starts to suck my blood and chakra inside itself. I start to frantically shake the box in an attempt to free myself from it. I immediately activate my Sharingan to search for any details. As soon as I activated my Sharingan, the box starts to heat up again as the eye in the middle of the book opens and a purple beam of light is ejected from it. The beam is too fast for me as I am unable to avoid it. The beam starts to skin my Sharingan as the box starts to spin rapidly. The box closes on me, and before I could react, the 8 spikes of the book pierce my hand as the box vanishes. A weird Fuinjutsu seal appears on my hand. I try to rub the seal, but I am unable to clear the mark. I start to use Fuinjutsu to suppress the weird seal, but my Fuinjutsu seals shatter on contact with the seal. I frantically start to think of a way to get rid of this trouble and start to curse myself. Fuck. Mainly in many novels and animes, in such a situation the main character is supposed to get a powerful item. But why do I have to get a cursed seal instead? Fuck. I shouldn't have paid any heed to this strange attraction, and now I seem to be in great trouble. Sin, Grimoire of Sin. These words echoed in my mind. Chapter 37, B-Rank Mission. After the incident of the Rorin is over, all of us return to Konoha. I looked at my right hand, which had that strange Fuinjutsu seal. For some odd reasons, the seal is visible only to me. I can only see the seal with my Sharingan. I feel uneasy with this unknown seal on my body as it continues to absorb my chakra passively. I can't suppress this seal with Fuinjutsu, and even if I seal my chakra, the seal will break the seal on my chakra and start absorbing it again. My chakra reserves are almost at the level of 2 tails, and this continuous absorbing of my chakra doesn't affect me much. The only drawback being when I start to infuse more chakra for a jutsu, the chakra absorption rate also increases, leading to a rapid drain in my chakra. I am helpless against this seal. This unknown seal is still a cause of potential future danger, and I can't afford such a risk. Even my Sharingan is useless against it. It is too complex to be deciphered by just my 3-tomo Sharingan, and maybe I need Mangekyo Sharingan to figure out its secret. As I am unable to do anything with it, I just left it to its own. Also just 6 months after me, Shisui graduated and joined a team. He also awakened his Sharingan on one of his mission. Most of the time Hiruzen will pair me with Shisui's team for a mission and I began to like its members. Shisui's team consisted of Shisui, Kazuko an orphan, and a civilian girl called Mami. Kazuko is a very cheerful guy who is also a genius in ninjutsu. His parents died while on a mission and he grew up in an orphanage. Mami is a shy girl and she seems to have a crush on Shisui which he is unaware of. I tease Shisui as usual for how dense he is. After the Rorin mission, Minato-san requested for a rank promotion for both me and Kakashi to Jounin. But Hiruzen just promoted me to Chunin and denied the promotion to Jounin by specifying various implications and such. He even made it clear that promoting Kakashi to a Jounin is an exception and Kakashi isn't ready for it. Recently, the IWA ninjas had a rise in suspicious activity at Land of Grass. Most of the Jounin are deployed there and this leaves Chunins and Genins with many high-level missions. Many times, the difficulty of a mission for a Genin team lead by a Chunin even rises to B rank. I am assigned as the temporary Chunin leader of the Shisui's team and our previous mission happened to be a B rank. It was also during this mission that Shisui awakened his Sharingan directly with 2 tomos. To be honest I was quite jealous of Shisui to directly awaken a 2-tomo Sharingan but the trauma that caused it conflicted my emotions. Today, I am practicing with Shisui's team on their teamwork and cooperation during a mission. I have learned a lot of things from Minato-san about teamwork and I am trying to teach that to them. Recently, Minato-san and his team are too occupied at borders and even the Jounin leader of Team Shisui is out on a mission. I don't know why but I never got to pair with any team after my first team retired. As we were practicing, a summoning eagle starts to hover above us. Shisui and I quickly noticed the eagle as we hurriedly departed to Hokage's office. As usual, when we enter the office, Hiruzen is smoking from pipe as he inhales a deep puff of smoke before he exhales it and places the pipe on the table. Izuna Uchiha and Team 4, today I have called you here for an urgent B-rank mission. Usually, the mission would have been handled in care of a Jounin but the unrest at borders had left us short-handed. So, this mission will be handled by your team and Izuna will be your team leader. Now, here are the details of the mission. In recent years, various cases of illegal smuggling of weapons, minerals, and even jutsu scrolls have been spotted. Your mission this time is to locate and assassinate the leader of the organization and retrieve everything back. Keep in mind the involvement of Kimogakure ninjas during the mission. Now, are there any questions? Hokage-sama, there would likely be involvement of Jounin-level ninjas in such a mission. Isn't the rating of this mission too low? I question the specifics of the mission. You don't have to worry about that. The gathered information is accurate and had been verified by a reliable source. So, the assessment for this mission is indeed B rank. It would be too presumptuous of me but may I ask the source of the information? After all, I need to make sure about the safety of my team during the mission. Well, you don't need to worry too much. The information is completely reliable as it is provided by one of the elders of the village who is also a close friend of mine. Fuck Danzo. Everywhere that Pineapple Head is involved, it reeks of trouble. I can safely assume that this mission will be A rank or possibly S rank. It is a suicide mission with no chance to return alive. Should I refuse the mission but the village has a shortage of ninjas courtesy of Danzo? Anyway, let's take this mission. I can easily face a Jounin on my own. Okay. Hokage-sama, we will accept this mission. Very well, here are the rest of the details of the mission and this is the information of our spy whom you can contact for further information. Keep this file a secret and don't leak any information about the spy to anyone. Yes, Hokage-sama. All 4 of us reply in unison as we flicker out of his office. Meet me at the village entrance in an hour. Prepare your stuff, tools, and we will depart for the mission. After an hour all of us departed for the land of hot water as I start to further brief them up on the details of the mission. Our target this time is the leader of an underground organization called Claw. His name is Wakano and he is a middle-aged man with a scar over his right cheek right up to his neck. He is a fat-bellied man. I show them the picture of Wakano as I continue. His base of operation is in Takashi village which borders Land of Frost. His right hand and left hand man names are Kobe and Benjiro respectively. They are your general hoodlums and nothing to be wary of. But the real trouble is the ninjas from Kimogakure. I suspect that many Jounins are involved in this mission. So, this mission is likely an A-rank mission at the least. Yes, I have a similar gut feeling. Izuna Nii-san. Shisui chimes in. We should take every step cautiously during the mission as any small mishap can cost you your life. I assume all of you have brought the antidote of poisons with you, just in case the enemy uses them. Yes, we are all ready, Izuna Nii-san. All of them speak in unison. We continued our journey towards the Takashi village. It took us 3 days to arrive at the village. At the entrance of the village, all of us changed our appearance to match that of merchants with a simple transformation jutsu. We don't want anyone to get suspicious of us and warn Kimo ninjas and Wakano's men. I even cloaked us in an illusion technique to appear more realistic. Now, it is time for us to gather information about the underground gang. After we confirm the information, we will meet with the spy to ask for further information. Shursue and Mami, both of you will move together on one side of the village. Me and Kazuko will move towards the other side of the village. Right after 3 hours, gather at the same spot. We enter the streets of Takashi village to gather information. Izuna Nii-san, where do you want to go first to gather information? Kazuko questioned me. Let's go to a tavern or bar for information. These hoodlums are typically fond of alcohols and they will occasionally visit such a place to drown themselves in alcohol. We can also hear most of the rumors circulating the village. Maybe, some of the news might provide us some clues about the whereabouts of the claw. Kazuko nods to me as we move towards a nearby tavern. I activate my Sharingan and cover it with another illusion as we walk towards the tavern. We enter the tavern, as I order some food for both of us to eat. The owner of the tavern is a fat guy with a large mustache and a thug look. He has a centipede-like cross running horizontal across his head. I scan his body with my Sharingan to check for any transformation or other clues. Chapter 38, Investigation. I couldn't spot any problem with the owner of tavern. Both of us sat in one of the corner seats of the tavern, as we listened to the rumors. Have you heard that the daughter of village chief had an affair with that son of fisherman? I wonder how village chief would react. I heard that Maken-san brought some new wares from his trip to Land of Fire. We should check them out. People are talking about many rumors and hot topics in the village. None of which seem to be relevant for us except the merchant who recently visited Land of Fire. Oh. Have you heard Zack-san got rich over a fortnight? Yes. I heard about that news. Recently, he got a big order to forge some things and after that order, his business is on a rise. Money is flowing like water to him. Yeah. He had struck gold this time. Shoo. I have a piece of insider news on Zack's business. I recently went to his shop to get my axe fixed and you know what I saw. What? I saw some scary bald guys with many scars on their faces. Those guys looked like hoodlums, so I immediately avoided them. They carried a very heavy crate with them. What is surprising about this? There are all kinds of people who visit his shop. No. The surprising part is I saw a tattoo of an eagle's talon under their neck. The mark was well hidden but I was able to get a glimpse of it. Hey. Do you think that guy was part of that organization? Shoo. Don't talk such a thing in a public place. We may get marked by those devious guys. Kazuko and I have been waiting for such news. So, this confirms the existence of Claw. Let's return to our meeting spot. We will meet up with Shursue and Mami to share our side of intel. I silently inform Kazuko about our next step. We reach our destination and wait for a while. After an hour of wait, Shursue and Mami shows up. I inform them about my finding and they share their information. Shursue and Mami found nothing unusual on their side. Shursue and Mami, both of you will search the shop of Maken the merchant for any clues whereas I and Kazuko will investigate the shop of blacksmith Zack. It is almost evening now. Let's find an inn for our lodgings and we shall start the investigation during the night. We found an inn near the merchant's shop. We reserved 3 rooms. Kazuko and Shursue are sharing a room. Later at night, all of us are ready to investigate as we sneak out. Kazuko and I sneak to the blacksmith shop which is at the other end of the village. Clank, clank. Sounds of metal hitting metal echoed on the shop as the blacksmiths are forging something. We sneak in through one of the window as I cover Kazuko and myself in my camouflage technique. After fumbling around for a while, I find out the location of the storeroom. There are many wooden crates inside the storeroom. We start to inspect them. The crates had lots of freshly forged kunais, shurikens, and various ninja tools and weapons. So, this is what is going on. Kumogakure is preparing for the incoming war. Looks like the tension at borders had reached a breaking point and war may break out any instant. I nod to Kazuko as we sneak out of the shop back to the inn. Shursue and Mami were already present there. All of us gather in my room, as we start to discuss our findings. Shursue states his report. Nisan, we searched the shop of the Maken guy. There is nothing suspicious in his shop. So, we went to his house to search for clues and look at what we found. Shursue takes out a scroll from his pocket and puts the scroll on the table. A kanji letter for confidential is written on the scroll. He was about to open the scroll as I hurriedly grabbed his hand. Wait. Don't be hasty. I start to make some hand signs as I infuse chakra in my hands. A few ninjutsu seal appears in my hand as it starts to crawl over the scroll. Another seal appears on the scroll as my seal starts to destroy the seal. After the seal is destroyed, I pick up the scroll as we investigate. There was an explosive seal on the scroll. Thank God, Shisui, you didn't open it earlier. Cold sweat ran down the spine of Shisui and Mommy as they heaved a sigh of relief. But Nii-san, I checked the scroll earlier with my Sharingan to detect the presence of any trap. But there was no sign of a trap on it. Shisui asks in curiosity. Indeed, there is no sign of a trap on the paper. The explosive seal is hidden so well with other seals that even Byakugan and Sharingan can't tell the difference. But it is an entire case for me altogether since I am a Fuinjutsu master. I am able to spot the hidden explosive seal as I usually wrote a lot of them. All of my explosive tags are written by me. But who could have prepared such a well-hidden trap for us? All of us start to speculate over the creator of this trap. If my suspicion is right, then it is most likely Danzo. In the anime, after the Second Ninja War, Kumogaku starts to gather all kinds of ninjutsus from various villages and clans. Probably, Danzo has set up this trap to blow some of those ninjas. What a devious plan. If Deidara is aware of this plan, he would give a thumbs up to Danzo. I shook my head to discard such funny thoughts as I opened the scroll. Inside the scroll is the list of some C and D rank jutsus which are commonly used by genins in Konoha. Such jutsus could be found anywhere. This Maken guy is just the middleman of the chain. I bet he isn't aware of the contents of the scroll, otherwise by now probably he would have blown himself. Let us head out to meet with our informant next morning. I stop the meeting as all of us go to sleep. Next day in the morning. All of us gather again after our breakfast as we move towards the designated location to meet our spy. We reach the meeting spot as we hid ourselves and wait for the spy to appear. After around 15 minutes, a fat guy with a large mustache and the appearance of a merchant appears at the spot. The fat guy starts to look around as he marks the nearby wall with a weird symbol. This is our spy, that is the symbol Hokage-sama told us about. Let us meet with the spy, but make sure to have your guard up. He could be an enemy in disguise too. I warned all of them as we move out from our hiding spot. We walk up to the spy in our disguise as I move towards the wall and draw another sign. The spy nods towards us. We follow him to a remote location before clearing the marks. After reaching to a quiet place. You are the shinobi sent by the village, right? You sure took your time. We were supposed to meet yesterday. Yes, we are Leaf Shinobi, and some matters delayed us. Anyway, now guide us to the hideout so that we can do our mission. I reply to the spy. Follow me. Wakano is the leader of the underground organization, Claw. I am sure you know about it. But, recently I have spotted a lot of Kumo ninjas around his hideout. Here are the details of the underground hideout which I acquired from bribing a member of the Claw. The spy handouts a scroll with a map on it as he continues. Wakano usually spends most of his time underground and his dirty work is carried by his right-hand men. The right time to assassinate him would be during the night when he is busy in his pleasure. Also, if you successfully assassinate him, then make sure to meet me once. I also have to complete my mission after all. Very well. That's fine. What's your mission is about, and what will you do in case of failure? I ask the spy as I look in his eyes for his response. I will just go in hiding for a while if you failed your mission. As for my mission, I am sorry but I can't reveal its content. I check his facial expression with my Sharingan as I see no changes in them. So, he is speaking the truth. Maybe, Hiruzen has some other plans. Alright. We have reached the place. Now all you have to do is wait for the night to increase your chances of success. My job is done here and I will retreat now. The spy retreats as we hid nearby and wait for the night to arrive. Chapter 39, The Assassination. Soon, it's night time and we put our plan in motion. We have already memorized the map as it is pretty easy to infiltrate the hideout with my camouflage technique. The jutsu works on others as long as the person is within 5 meters of me. The mission is to assassinate the leader, but it is wise to kill the guards too as they may hinder our escape. All of the ninjas are also trained in the art of silent assassination. Being a ninja isn't just performing fancy jutsus. We silently murdered all the guards with minimum bloodshed. We haven't encountered any Kumo ninja yet and this made me frown. I want to finish the mission and retreat as soon as possible. I am feeling a bad premonition but I can't seem to put my fingers around this. The room of Wakano is in our sight as we silently approach it. I signal to others with some hand signs as Shisui and Kazuko kill the 2 guards at the door. I put my hand on the ground as I try to sense any chakra disturbance. There is no chakra disturbance at the entrance as we enter the room. Shisui and I immediately activate our Sharingan as we approach the bed. The fat Wakano laid on the bed with a naked woman in his arms. I immediately take out my kunai as I plunge it in Wakano's neck. No blood is spilled as Wakano turns into a lightning clone and the lightning made my hand numb. Fuck. It's a trap. The target is a lightning clone. Retreat as soon as possible. Before I could speak any further, a giant bear appears out of nowhere as it opens its mouth. Many Kumo ninjas start to pour out from its mouth and they surround us, blocking any path of retreat for us. Without wasting my time, I immediately make some hand signs as I slam my hand on the ground. Earth style, abyssal swamp. The ground starts to turn in a swamp as all of the Kumo ninjas get caught in it. Earth style, rock pedestal. A large block of rocks rises from the ground as all of the Kumo ninjas jump on it. At this point, the room of the claw head is blown away and many enemies start to surround us. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Shursue quickly some hand signs as he spews out a large ball of fire at Kumo ninjas. One of the Kumo ninja who wore the outfit of a Jounin commander immediately makes some hand signs. Water style, water bullet jutsu. The water bullet collides with the fireball and both of them cancel each other. A large amount of steam covers the area as Shursue starts to flicker around. Body flicker technique. Multiple Shursues appear in the area as they attack Kumo ninjas. In the meantime, Kazuko and Mami escape the area to locate the real Wakano as me and Shursue confront the enemy ninjas. I threw a shuriken at enemy ninjas and make some hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken multiplies into various shurikens as it hit Kumo ninjas. A giant hand slams on my position. I dodge the attack and look towards the attacker. The Jounin commander stands atop the giant bear as the bear attacks me. After the initial ruckus, the situation had come to a standstill. I start to skin the Kumo ninjas as they do the same. There are 2 Jounins, 15 Chunnins, and 1 Jounin commander. I regroup with Shursue as we face against them. 2 of them are missing. Hurry up and search for them. The Jounin commander shouts to his subordinates as 3 Chunnin dashes out. Not so fast. I shout as I infuse chakra in my hand as metal wires appear in them. Lightning style, tension wire. The metal wires bind the Chunnins and zap them to death. Shursue, I will handle Jounins. You take care of Chunnins. Yes, Nii-san. I start to gather chakra in my right hand as I prepare to launch a lightning style, vanishing Raisnon. The dormant Sin Seal awakens and it starts to rapidly absorb my chakra. My chakra reserves almost halves by the rapid absorption. Damn. Not this shit again. I curse the seal as I throw the Raisnon at the giant bear. The Raisnon vanishes after I launch it and the Jounin commander smirks at me. Boom. The Raisnon collides with the bear. The bear is blown away by the impact as its body is covered in lightning. Poof. The bear summons disappears as the Jounin commander looks warily at me. All of you, stop dilly-dallying and deal with him. He had used up a large amount of chakra in the previous jutsu. He rebukes his subordinates as they start to surround me. Lightning style, cooperation thunderbomb. The Kumo commander performs a joint jutsu with the 2 Jounins as a huge lightning orb closes on me. There is no space for my escape. Damn. I start to make some hand signs as I clutch my hand together. Wood style, wood locking wall. I use the recently learned wood style technique which I acquired from Yamato. Wooden pillars rise from the ground as they form a dome to protect me. The dome is able to withstand the cooperation jutsu of the Kumo shinobis as the outer part of it gets chipped away. Damn. A wood style user. Kill or capture him quickly. We need to report this to Rakage-sama. Damn. I have to get rid of them, otherwise, my peaceful days will be over. It's time to get serious. I prick my thumb with my teeth as a drop of blood leaks from it, the wound closes immediately. Fuinjutsu, explosive blood carnate. Lots of Fuinjutsu seals start to coalesce as half of my remaining chakra gets sucked into the blood drop. A vicious-looking creature forms from the seal as it bears it Fang at the Kumo ninjas. Scree. We have to stop him from whatever he is doing. Before the Kumo ninjas could react, the blood carnate vanishes from their sight as it appears in their midst. Katsu. Boom. A large explosion covered the area as a large amount of dust and debris rose in the air. A large column of energy appeared as violent energy dispersed in the sky. A massive crater formed in the place of Jounins as there is no sign of them. I created this jutsu by deciphering the seal of Ryumayaku and combining it with Fuinjutsu techniques. The jutsu requires a medium to detonate such a large amounts of chakra. After testing for a while, I could only use my blood as the medium to store a large amount of chakra. The immense vitality in my blood helps in stabilization of the chakra and the entire energy is released in the form of a controlled explosion on my signal. But there is a drawback to this jutsu, the consumption of chakra is very large and it seems to be the only jutsu capable of escaping from the Sin Seal on my hand. My guess is the blood is part of me and thus the chakra is technically still in my body. But I have yet to test my hypothesis. I grudgingly looked at the seal on my hand as I walked towards Shursue. Almost the entire reserve of my chakra is empty, most of which is sucked by this seal. What a powerful jutsu Nii-san. Can you teach me this jutsu? Shursue is amazed by my jutsu as he looks at me with shining eyes. Cough cough. I coughed to get this attention as I questioned. Shursue, have you dealt with those Chunnins, and what about Kazuko and Mommy? I have dealt with the Chunnins. It was a piece of cake to deal with them. We have killed Wakano too, Nii-san. This is the scroll I got from him. Kazuko replied to me as he pops out from a corner. Izuna Nii-san, your last jutsu is very powerful. Can you teach me? Mommy chimes in as she looks at me with puppy eyes. I haven't perfected the jutsu yet and this jutsu requires a large amount of chakra to use. I shrug them off by revealing the nature of jutsu. Now, let us meet with our spy and inform him of the completion of our mission. Kazuko, keep the scroll for a while, I will take it back later. We walk out of the organization towards the designated spot to meet the spy. My chakra reserves are almost empty, I deactivate my Sharingan to preserve chakra. The spy is standing on the spot as he waits for us. He notices our arrival and asks. So, you have successfully completed the mission, huh? You created quite a big commotion for such a mission. Your information was incorrect. The enemy laid an ambush with many Chunnins and 3 Jounins. Your misinformation almost cost us our lives. How will you take responsibility for that? I question him as I raised my voice. I said it before, I got the information from one of the hoodlums of the Claw. Only their leader was aware of the exact situation. I am sorry for my misinformation. Now, will you be kind enough to show me the scroll you got from their base as it pertains to my mission? Chapter 40, Betrayal. Thanks to you guys, we have reached a community goal on Pat Rayon. As my appreciation towards your support, enjoy daily double chapters for 2 weeks. Kazuko looks towards me for confirmation as I nod to him. After my approval, Kazuko walks to the spy and hands over the scroll to him. The spy examines the scroll for a while, confirming its contents. After examining the scroll for a while, he returns the scroll to Kazuko. As Kazuko is about to return, a sharp glint flash in Spy's eyes as he stabs Kazuko with a sword hidden underneath his undergarment. We are shocked to see this as blood trickles down from Kazuko's chest. Kazuko spurts out a mouthful of blood as he looks at Spy in disbelief. Kill them and get rid of their body. I have secured the scroll. The spy takes the scroll from Kazuko's body as he proceeds to run away. Around 20 ninjas in kimono outfits around us start to attack. All of them wields tanto or short blades as they start to attack us. Lightning style, thunderstorm. They all perform a cooperation jutsu as bolts of thunderbolts start to strike toward us. Both Shursue and I make some hand signs. Wind style, violent wind breakthrough. Wind style, compression bomb. The jutsus from both sides collide as they cancel each other out. After the first failed attempt, the kimono ninjas start to run around us as they encircle us. I have already exhausted most of my chakra and I can only use taijutsu now. I fork out a chakra pill from my pocket as I gulp it down. I have to use taijutsu to fight them. I have only mastered 1 gate out of 8 gates formation and I still haven't completely mastered the second gate of the 8 gate. It is quite risky to open the gate without mastering it, but I try to open it anyway as I am left with no choice. I hope my healing can cope with the damage caused by the stress of 8 gates. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. After opening 2 gates, my speed increases drastically. I draw my chakra blade and start to attack the enemy ninjas. Shursue, I will try to handle 12 enemy ninjas, you take on 7 and Mommy try to combat one of the remaining ninjas. I try to formulate a combat strategy to buy some time to recover my chakra. Mommy is a medical ninja, so her combat capabilities are the lowest of us all. Lightning style, lightning dragon. A giant lightning dragon attacks me as I coat my chakra blade in wind chakra and attack the dragon to disperse it. All of the ninjas throw many kunais with paper bombs attached to them as they attack me. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. I am able to deflect most of them, but some are still able to bypass and stab me as they explode. I dodged a part of the explosion with my speed, but the shock waves hurl me to a nearby tree as I collide with it. The bone of my right arm broke as I used it to cushion my impact. I lie helplessly on the ground as enemy ninja closes on me. Shursue is also pushing himself hard as he continues to flicker around, creating multiple afterimages and combat enemies. Mommy. Where is Mommy? I look around to search for Mommy. One of the kimono ninja is attacking Mommy as she is barely holding against him. Slash. The enemy ninja uses a decoy and Mommy falls for it. He uses this chance to slash her stomach with his sword. Blood started to leak from her wound as she mumbles. Save me, Izuna. Nii-san. She fell on the ground as a pool of blood gathers around her. Her eyes were wide open as she breathes her last. Izuna's thoughts were a mess and he starts to lose his sanity. The spy betrayed us. I still couldn't believe the outcome of the mission. We put our lives on the line to obtain the scroll just to get betrayed. My team member, my friend died because of this betrayal. Mami and Kazuko lost their life in this mission. Am I about to die as well? Why it has to be in such a way? I still haven't lived enough in this world to die so early. No, I can't die. I won't die. No. Rage clouded Izuna's mind as his heartbeats start to increase. His nerves start to pop out as massive amount of chakra start to gather around his eyes, his Sharingan activates on its own. The tomos in his Sharingan starts to spin rapidly as they began to merge. The tomos merged together as they formed a five-cornered star shape with overlapping sides similar to three triangles crisscrossing each other. The pattern overlaid upon the silver scara as the star patterns start to rotate. The disturbance in the chakra activated the Sin seal as strange totems marks start to crawl out from the seal. The totems crawled all the way to his eye as they start to enter in his Mangekyo Sharingan. The right side of his body gets covered in totems as his clothes are ripped apart. Ah! Intense pain assaulted Izuna as he clutched his head and started to yell in pain. A large amount of information starts to enter his mind as blood starts to trickle from his right eye. Mangekyo Sharingan, Limbo Hengoku. A shadow of Izuna starts to form from nearby space as it ripped reality and materialized in front of him. The shadow has similar clothing to Izuna with the only difference being the shadow devoid of any color. The shadow floats in front of Izuna as it looked at him. Ah! The Sin seal activates as the grimoire appeared once again. The metallic grimoire floats in front of him as the middle eye on the grimoire opens. The 8 pointy edges around the eye stab in the limbo and the eye separates from grimoire. The Sin eye attaches itself to Limbo's shadow and appears on Limbo's chest. Similar strange markings appear from the eye as totem marks appear on Limbo's entire body. The black totem's markings start to merge together, a large black scythe appear in Limbo's hands. The Limbo clutches the scythe as it turns towards the approaching Kumo ninjas. Without uttering a single word, Limbo starts a slaughter as it massacres the Kumo ninjas. Panic ensued among Kumo ninjas as they are unable to locate their assailant. One after another Kumo ninjas starts to die as they tried to dodge the unknown enemy in vain. Limbo butchers them one by one as Izuna stood lifelessly on one spot. Izuna loses consciousness from the chakra drain, the Sin seal continues to cover his body in totems. A demonic black horn condenses on the right side of Izuna's head as the totems fuse together. Black fumes start to rise from his body as the totems continue to take over his body. The possessed Izuna draws out his chakra blade. The dark energy starts to cover the blade as the blade elongates and forms a dark long sword. Black fumes and purple flames cover the blade as Izuna swings it around. Darkness style, violent hell flame. Izuna stabs the longsword in ground as purple flames erupt from the sword. Ground cracks as the flames continue to travel beneath the ground. They erupt beneath enemy ninjas as Kumo ninjas are turned to ashes. Demon, it's a demon. The Kumo ninjas look at Izuna as their blood freezes from fear and their face turns ashen white. Mission failure, I repeat mission failure. We need to retreat as soon as possible. One of the ninjas shouts as they start to retreat. Darkness style, corrosion chains. Purple corrosive chains come out from Limbo's chest and Izuna's hand as they wrap around the limbs of the ninjas. Darkness style, shadow step. Izuna disappears as he reappears near enemy ninjas. The heads of remaining ninjas rolled on the floor as their body corrodes to dust. Izuna stabs the longsword in ground as he roared. Roar. Limbo shadow hunts down the escaped spy as it executes him. The shadow picks up the scroll as it returns to Izuna. The Sin eye returns to grimoire as the shadow merges back with Izuna. The dark totems on his body return to Sin seal and Izuna turns normal. A faint scent of blood and death permeates in the air. Izuna lays unconscious on the ground. Shortly after, Shursue arrives near Izuna and picks Izuna on his shoulders and starts to dash towards the village. The tomos in Shursue's Sharingan start to spin rapidly as they merge together to form a 4-point pinwheel pattern Mangekyo Sharingan. Tears and blood start to trickle down from his eyes as he dashes towards the village. Chapter 41, Mindscape. A/N folks complaining about previous chapter, listen Izuna was only suspicious of the rank of the mission. His suspicion turned true. After reading this chapter, you will be able to figure out the reason of betrayal. Ah. My head hurts as I groggily opened my eyes and looked around. I am in a very dark place as I could hardly spot any light. I stand up and start to wander around to scout this place. I walk aimlessly for a while, but I couldn't spot any exit or entrance to this place. Where am I? I yell loudly but there is no response. Is anyone here? Shursue, can you hear me? If someone can hear me then answer me. Hello, anybody here? I start to move around the place as I continue to yell to find someone to answer to me. I start to recall the incidents before passing out as I strained my memories. We were on a mission to assassinate a local organization leader. We successfully completed the mission. Memory starts to flow in my mind as I recall the events. Kazuko was killed by the spy and mommy also died in the hands of Kimo ninjas. Tears trickled down my face as I recalled these memories. After that I strained my memories but I can't seem to recall any events after mommy died. Ah. My head hurts. I clutched my forehead as I felt a stabbing pain in my head. My gaze went to my hand as I activated my Sharingan. There is no trace of Sin seal. I checked again but I couldn't spot the seal. Did the seal vanish on its own? I felt happy when I thought about such a thing. That strange seal is sucking up the majority of my chakra, leaving me with the bare minimum. I can't even perform any powerful jutsu after I got that seal. The moment I try to infuse chakra to perform a jutsu, the seal will trigger and start to absorb my chakra. Thank God. I got rid of that weird seal. Now the real question is, where am I? There is no trace of any living thing here and all I can see is complete darkness. Wait. Darkness and no sign of anybody. I start to recall the scene when Naruto first met with Kurama. He was also in a similar place, though his mindscape looked similar to a sewage system. So, am I inside my mindscape? As soon as I thought of this, the darkness starts to fade and I appear in a completely white room. This room seemed similar to the room where I first met with God when I died. Have I died again? I immediately start to look around to search for God. But there is no sign of God. My attention is drawn by some shining orbs in the center of the room and I walk toward them. 9 orbs with different colors are floating in the center of the room. I start to inspect them as I got closer. The colors of the orbs are red, cyan, yellow, brown, blue, gray, translucent white, pitch black, and white. After close inspection, I concluded that they represent different elements I have unlocked. I urged for the pitch black orb to move towards me. The orb floated in front of me as I touched it. Vast knowledge of darkness element appeared in my mind. I start to digest the information as I rapidly mastered the element. After an unknown amount of time. So, this is the darkness element. I have learned the basics of the darkness element. I just need to practice them to learn more. I closely inspected the orb and I spotted the Sin seal symbol on it. Sin seal is on darkness orb. Don't tell me it is the reason for me to master the darkness element. I wonder what this thing is. I inspected all of the other orbs as well. The knowledge I have collected on various elements so far refreshed in my mind. That's very useful. These orbs can be seen as databanks for various elements. The knowledge I gather or learn is stored in these orbs and I can recall the entire knowledge whenever I want. I spotted another spiral orb between other orbs. After inspecting it, the orb turns out to be the space element. So, this is my mindscape. Quite a convenient place to be. I closed my eyes as I thought of exiting this place. I got sucked into a gateway as I opened my eyes. Shursue is carrying me on his shoulders as he runs in the direction of Konoha. There is a trace of blood around his eyes. I guessed he has awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan too. Shursue, I am fine now. You can stop carrying me. I jumped from Shursue's back as I examined my right hand. The broken bone is already fixed and all of the wounds and muscle tears healed. I clutched my fist tightly to ensure it. Ni-san. Are you okay? Yes, I am fine. Let us return to the village and report this matter to Hokage. We lost both Kazuko and Mami in this mission. Your instinct was right, Nii-san, this mission was at least A rank or even S rank. Also, that betrayal. Shursue clutched his fists. Ni-san, what was that jutsu you used earlier? It was very powerful. Shursue starts to narrate the incident. Such a thing happened after I lost consciousness. I looked at my right hand as I activated my Sharingan. Sin seal is still present there. I activated my Mangekyo Sharingan to understand the seal deeper. What I saw baffled me. There are strange black chains around my hand as they held the seal in place. I tried to touch them but my hands passed through them. I inspected closely and I could spot some space fluctuations around the chains. The chains are from a separate dimension. I infused space element chakra in my hands as I touched the nodes of the chain. Sparks ignited from chains as the nodes repulsed my hand. Seems like my understanding of space is still too shallow to interact with a separate dimension. Ni-san, Nii-san, are you listening to me? Shursue starts to shake me. Yes, I am listening. I show him my Mangekyo Sharingan as I speak. That was the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan. I awakened them when I saw Kazuko and Mami die. I lied to Shursue as it is too much of a hassle to explain in detail to him. I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too. Shursue activates his Mangekyo as he shows them to me. Shursue, listen. No matter whatever the case, don't show or use your Mangekyo Sharingan in front of anyone. Only use them in case of an emergency. These eyes are cursed, you will go blind if you use them excessively. You are smart enough to figure the rest. I warned Shursue. Yes, Nisan. I will keep that in mind. We reached the village and I ordered Shursue to visit the infirmary while I report the matter to Hokage. Inside the Hokage office. So, that's the entire series of events that happened during our mission. Hokage-sama, I want some answers from you. Hiruzen contemplated for a while as he sighed. Go ahead. Ask your questions. I would like to know which elder provided you with the information. It is one of my old teammates and trusted partner Danzo Shimura. I have no doubts about his loyalty to the village. I can vouch for that. Hiruzen replied in a serious tone. Thank you. Hokage-sama, I trust your words. I will take my leave now. I replied to him with my head lowered as rage is burning in my eyes. Izuna, you are a ninja. And it is regular for deaths to occur during a mission. This is the norm of the world, I am sure you will be able to move on from this event. We ninjas hardly live past our 30s as lives are lost daily. Hiruzen tries to explain some sense to Izuna. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will keep that in mind. I reply to him in a bland voice. Also, a war is about to start soon. Your services will be required at the border. I expect great things from you during the war. Inside an underground building, in the headquarters of the route. Danzo sat on his seat as a boar-masked Umbu present a scroll to him. After reading the report, Danzo smashes the armrest of the newly replaced chair as he shouts in anger. Damn it. 20 elite Umbus. 20 of the elite Umbus of my route died in that mission. Not even their body is found. Do any of you have any explanation for this? Danzo-sama. Out of 4 people, 2 genins died in the mission. The 2 Uchihas involved in the mission survived. Maybe, we can capture them to interrogate about the details. One of the Umbu suggested. No, we don't have time for that. It is fine as long as some people died. Danzo waved his hand and dismissed all Umbus. My aim to inflict conflict between Konoha and Kumo is successful. Now it is time for IWA. Konoha shall be the only ruler of this world and I will be its only Hokage. Looks like I need to speed up things a little. Chapter 42, Start of the Third Shinobi War. At Kusagakure's borders. Several root Umbus are discussing something while hiding in a cave. Danzo-sama had ordered us to attack the patrol team of Konoha. We have to disguise as IWA ninjas while attacking them. The order must be fulfilled at all costs and after killing one patrol team, attack another. Make sure to leave no trace of yourself, even if you die. Also, allow at least one witness to escape from your grasp to inform the village about the attack of IWA ninjas. Now scatter. Yes. All root Umbus shouts in unison as they use transformation jutsu to turn into IWA ninjas. The land of grass is a big conflict zone between Konohagakure and Iwagakure. The previous war left both sides with a severe lack of resources. Several powerful shinobis died in the previous war which further dwindled the powers of large nations. The power of smaller nations starts to increase as their powers start to pose a threat to larger nations. In an attempt to gain stability and resources, the larger nations turned towards smaller nations as the conflict between them spread all over the continent. Smaller nations became the battlefield of larger nations and a large number of skirmishes occurred between their shinobis. Iwagakure was left devastated by the Second Shinobi War, its power dwindled by a large margin as the Land of Stone became one of the poorest nations second only to the Land of Wind. This made Iwagakure desperate to control the Land of Grass and get hold of its resources and possibly invade the Land of Fire. Danzo saw this as an opportunity to thoroughly eradicate the threat of Iwagakure and thus he orchestrated such a plan to initiate a war between the two nations. The slaughter starts when root Umbus disguised as IWA ninjas start to kill the patrol border team. Soon, this news reached the captain as multiple teams were wiped out. The captain immediately sent the message back to Konoha. Hiruzen opened the scroll passed to by him by a messenger bird. Hokage-sama. We have suffered many casualties at the border. IWA nins are continuously ambushing and killing our men. We need to counterattack. Please send reinforcements to border or IWA will successfully invade Land of Fire. Hiruzen took a deep whiff of his smoking pipe as he signaled a nearby Umbu. Summon all Jounins present in the village. The war is inevitable. After an hour, all of Jounins of village assembled at the rooftop of Hokage's office. All of them bowed on their knee as they awaited further orders from Hokage. Hiruzen starts to assign different Jounins with their teams at various strategic places to increase efficiency. Disperse. All of Jounins flickered away. Minato, wait here. Minato stops and stands in front of Hiruzen. Minato, you and your team will go to one of the most important strategic places of the Kusagakure. Hiruzen forks out a scroll from his pocket and marks a place on it. This is the Canopy Bridge of Kusagakure. If IWA wants to invade Land of Fire, then they will definitely pass through this bridge. Your job is to guard this bridge, and if the situation asks for it, then you are free to destroy the bridge. Minato nods to Hiruzen and disappears from the spot. Minato, I have high expectations for you. Don't disappoint me. The war started in full bloom as ninjas from both sides clashed. Several shinobis from both sides died as bloodshed continued. Somewhere in a mountainous region located at the northmost region of land between Takigakure and Land of Sound, dense forest and bones of many giant creatures could be seen jutting out from earth. In an underground mine connected to some ruins, a secret hideout is located. Inside the hideout, an extremely worn and emaciated old man sat on a large tree stump. The man had thin white hair that hung loosely on his shoulders with a large bang of hair covering his right eye. He wore a simple black outfit and used the kama as a makeshift cane. His eyes were closed. It's about time. The old man stands from the tree stumps as he speaks. Many white parasitic beings with half-deformed body and a midsection with a zigzag pattern similar to a flower of Venus flytrap starts to appear from closed walls of the hideout. All of them nod to him as they start to move out of the underground cave. The old man walks to a large tree with a single lotus-like flower. A humanoid protrusion grew from the trunk of the tree. The old man looked at the humanoid protrusion as he speaks. Hashirama, I will succeed where you failed. Once my Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, true peace will fall upon this world. The man walks back to the large tree stumps as he sat back on it. Izuna, Kasumi, I will create true peace in this cruel world which claimed your lives. At Kusagakure borders, the fight between Konoha and IWA ninjas intensified as more and more shinobi died. Inside Hokage's office, Hiruzen looked at the reports of the war. A frown appeared on his face. Call Sakumo Hatake, right now. One of the umbu guarding him disappeared. Hiruzen starts to contemplate over the new report. Kumogakure had finally bared its fangs at Konoha. In the middle of the night, various Kumo ninjas sneaked near the borders of Land of Hot Water as they launched an attack on the Land of Fire borders. The recent attack and the Chakra or mining incident previously armed Kumo ninjas from head to toe. During troubled times, Kumo also wants a share of the pie from IWA and Konoha. Hokage-sama. You called me. Sakumo appears in front of Hiruzen as he kneels on the ground to pay his respect to Hokage. Hiruzen passes the report to Sakumo, who starts to read the information. Sakumo, as you can see, Kumo had launched an assault on the Land of Fire. I want you to lead some Jounins, Chunnins, and Genins to lead the war against Kumo on Land of Hot Water's battlefield. Hiruzen orders Sakumo. Hokage-sama. Chunnins is fine, but even Genins. Genins will only serve as cannon fodders, as this will only increase casualties in the war. Are you sure about it? Sakumo questions the order. Sakumo, I understand your sentiment. But there is a severe lack of manpower in Konoha right now. Most of our forces are occupied at Kusagakure by Iwagakure ninjas. That battlefront is too important to be lost. IWA is desperate to occupy Kusagakure as well as invade our Land of Fire. As for Kumogakure, they are fishing in troubled waters and aren't that desperate. But we can't take them lightly. They have amassed large amounts of weapons and are ready for war. One moment of carelessness from us can cause our defeat. Hiruzen explains the situation to Sakumo in all battlefronts on a map. I understand, Hokage-sama. I will immediately gather everyone and march towards the borders. Sakumo nods as he agrees with Hiruzen. Oh. Sakumo, take that Uchiha Kid Izuna with you. I am sure you are aware of him. It was his team that gathered some intel while on a mission to Land of Hot Water recently. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will tag him along. Sakumo flickers away from Hokage's office and disappears from Hiruzen's vision. Hiruzen contemplates for a while before he starts to write a message on a scroll. Pass this scroll to Minato Namikaze. He has learned Tobirama Sensei's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. His mobility will be very helpful in the battle. Inform him to switch battlefronts any instance when required. I am not sure what Kumogakure is up to, but whatever it is, it will only spell trouble for Konoha. The umbu nods as he ties the scroll to the feet of the messenger bird who arrived earlier. The bird flew away and carried the scroll. Hiruzen sighed as he starts to complain about his old age. Immediately summon all clan heads to an emergency meeting. We need to mobilize their full force to gain a chance of victory in this war. Another umbu flickered away and went to summon all clan leaders for the meeting. Summon Hamura Mito Kado, Kohara Utatane, and Danzo Shimura for the meeting too. I am sure the wisdom of my old friends will help us a lot in this war. Another umbu flickered away to summon the elders of the village for the meeting. In a meeting room near Hokage's office, all of the clan head and village elders gathered as the meeting to decide a strategy to win the war started. Chapter 43, First Step on Battleground. Various clan leaders and clan elders gather in the meeting room as the meeting starts. Heated discussions start to occur as various issues arose. I will deploy my root umbus on IWA battlefront. But my root umbus will remain independent from the command of shinobi commanders of the shinobi unit. They will only take orders from me and me alone. I have trained them with years of hard work and dedication, at least I should be able to command them. Danzo presses this matter as he refuses to oblige to any request pertaining to the command of root umbus. If only your disciple Tsunade was here, then we could prevent many casualties during this war. Her contributions during the Second Shinobi War are a testament to her prowess. But she is still stubborn as ever and refuses to get over the grief of the death of her lover and younger brother. What a waste of talent and time. Koharu rebukes Tsunade for her incompetency as she looks at Hiruzen. Also, one of the Sanins Jiraiya is now out of village. His whereabouts are unknown to us. He could have been a huge help for the village. At least, we have Orochimaru to assist us in this war. Hamura raises another issue. We aren't here to discuss the whereabouts of my disciples but to think of a strategy to win the war. Also, I have summoned them back to the village. I have sent Jiraiya to scout some intel and Tsunade will arrive shortly. Hiruzen stresses on the graveness of matter. Koharu and Hamura snorts but nods quietly. Since, all of the clan leaders have gathered here. Let's start the meeting. Various clan leaders and elders present their views and support in one way or another. My Akimichi clan will provide chakra pills and medicines during the war. Choza Akimichi shows his support. My Hyuga clan will take part in scouting, sensing, and reconnaissance teams. We will be a part of the intelligence gathering team. Hayashi Hyuga present his opinion. My Nara clan will take care of logistics. Then our Inazuka clan will form a tracking team. Our Yamanaka clan will handle the communication and intel transfer. The meeting lasts for a while with many disputes and conflicts in between. In the end, a deployment strategy made by Shikaku Nara was unanimously approved by all council members. None of them have the capabilities of outsmarting a Nara in terms of intelligence and wisdom. Various clans deployed their reserve forces to partake in war. Many retired shinobis were requested to assist in the war. As for the Uchiha clan, the majority of the police force is deployed to the battlefront with only a remaining few left in the village to guard and maintain the order in the village. After the meeting is over, Hiruzen sighs in relief. He picks up the latest intel regarding the war as he schemes through it. Looks like this war will bring many great changes to the shinobi world. Peace is nothing but a pipe dream in this world. Meanwhile in the Uchiha compound, Shursue and Izuna are training in shuriken jutsu and taijutsu as they spar with each other. They continuously attack each other with kunais and shurikens and sometimes hand-to-combat. Izuna is honing Shursue's skills in close combat as that is one of the weaknesses of Shursue. Both of them switch to tantos as they clash with each other. Shursue is a quick learner as he is soaking all the knowledge in taijutsu and kenjutsu like a sponge. Izuna is training Shursue in some basic tactics that will help him during the war. It has been 7 days since their previous mission. The sorrow and grief over the loss of his teammate is too big of a burden for Shursue. Shursue recuperated his wounds and mental trauma in this week as he starts to understand the cruelty of this world. Akira, Aiko, Yagami, and Fumiko are on the battlefield as they are requested by the village to fight in the war due to the shortage of manpower. Hiruzen gave them a week to recuperate from their wounds and traumas as they are required to fight on the battlefield too. After training for a while, Shursue starts to breathe heavily and ask for a break. Time out, Nisan. I am, exhausted. Let's take a break for a while. I stop our spar as I pick up a towel from the nearby tree and give it to Shursue. Shursue wipes his sweat and looks at me. Nisan, you aren't even breathing heavily, much less sweating. Your endurance and stamina are on a different level than me. Shursue complains. Shursue, with enough practice you will reach the same level as me. For now, let's return home and have some food. Shursue nods as we walk in the streets of the Uchiha clan. The usual hustle-bustle of clan is nowhere to be seen. Occasionally a few kids and old grandmas could be seen on the streets. The war has heavily affected the business of many shops. The entire business district of the Uchiha clan is deserted. Even my favorite sweet shops where I buy dango and other sweets are closed. Shursue sulks as he looks at the closed shop. Hey, Nisan. Do you think we will also participate in war? I look at Shursue who has a very pensive expression. Yes, sooner or later we will be deployed on front lines to fight for village. Not only us, even freshly graduated genins with no experience will be sent to the battlefield if the situation demands it. I heard from the father that Konoha is flanked from sides by IWA and Kyumo shinobis. Shursue, I have a serious question for you. Would you mind if I ask from you? Shursue shakes his head as he replies. Nisan, just ask the question. There is no need for my approval. Then, Shursue, what do you think of the current shinobi system? I mean, even small kids like us are sent to war to fight for village. What do you think about it? I question him in a serious tone. Nisan, ain't it clear? We all are shinobis and it is our duty to protect our clan and village. Our clan is a part of the village and to protect the clan, I have to protect the village from invaders. Shursue has its obvious expression on his face as he replies to me. Guess, I'm the weird one who still has some of the values and mindset from the previous world. This world has the supernatural element chakra which made being of this world a lot stronger. I also don't know in what way will this world change me. After all, I turned from a powerless person to an overpowered cheat. Will too much power consume me or will I able to overcome the demons of my heart? I look at the sin seal on my hand as I shook my head. Guess, only time will tell. For now, I have to focus my attention on other matters. As we walk towards our home, a shadow flickers and appears in front of us. Looks like we have to join the war earlier than I thought. I am surprised by the person who appeared in front of me. I finally found you, Izuna. Uncle Sakumo appears in front of me as he starts to explain to me. Hokage-sama has ordered me to include both of you in my team. We will be moving towards the Kumo battlefront in just about an hour. Gather all of your stuff and necessities, we will meet at the entrance of the village. Poof. Sakumo-san dissipates in a puff of smoke as he turned out to be a shadow clone. Shursue, this answers your earlier question. Now let's hurry and prepare our supplies for the war. We only have an hour to do so. Both Shursue and I flicker away as we prepare our supplies. After an hour later, at Konoha's entrance gate, nearly 50 jounins, 90 chunnins, and large numbers of genins were gathered. Sakumo stands in front of them as he lectures them. This is Battalion 1 of our Shinobi Unit number 4. I am Sakumo Hataki, your unit commander. Other battalions will gather soon. As for now, all of you march towards the battlefront. I will meet you all shortly with other battalions. For now, the captain of your battalion will lead you. Do any of you have any queries? No, Sir Commander. All of us shouts in unison. The battalion marches towards Kumo battlefront as Shursue and I join them. We arrive at the battlefront in 7 hours as we join the camp. The captain of the patrol guards had a meeting with our captain as both of them devise a strategy to deploy us for the meantime. Our reinforcements will arrive soon and then we can choose an offensive stance. The tired battalion relaxes for an hour. After an hour we finally step on the battleground. Chapter 44, Kumo Battlefront. The war is entirely different from what I expected. There is no direct confrontation between two sides unless one side has an absolute advantage over others. Both sides are using guerrilla warfare tactics to test each other's strength. The forest near the mountains has become the battle zone for the war. The captain further divided the battalion in squads with each squad having 30 members. Shursue and I are in squad number 9. We are deployed with a scouting unit together with some Hyugas and Inuzukas. The captain assigned us to this squad as he doubts our combat capabilities. I had no problem with the squad as I want to slowly experience the intricacies of the war. The war will help me cultivate my skills in tracking and intel gathering. This war is an opportunity for me. There will be tons of Kekkei Genkai users during this war and I can use this as a chance to increase jutsus in my arsenal and learn more Kekkei Genkais. I am capable of combining elements but watching a user performing the Kekkei Genkai or figuring it out yourself, the choice is obvious. The ability to track down enemies and differentiate between decoys and the real clue is quite hard than I thought it out to be. I activated my Sharingan and asked Shursue to do the same as we learned from the Trackerneens. I am amazed by their deductions and perception as I start to absorb knowledge like a sponge. Our team is doing pretty well on the scouting missions. The Hyuga's Byakugan helped a lot in avoiding the enemies who lied in ambush ahead. My Sharingan helped me see even further than Hyuga as I can even see infrared and other EM waves. When the Hyugas ran out of chakra, we decide to return to camp. On our way, a confrontation finally happened. I have already warned my team about their presence. We met with a combat-oriented team of Kumo. There are around 25 ninjas in the enemy team. Fire style, great fireball technique. I made a few hand signs and spewed out a large fireball. I have to gain the advantage of a preemptive strike. The Sin Seal on my hand starts to absorb my chakra rapidly. After the previous use of Sin Seal, its rate of chakra absorption increased by 2-fold. But I have found a way to counter that. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. I form 4 Shadow Clones as I continue to fight them. Yes, Shadow Clone distributes my chakra through clones and the clone's chakra is still a part of my body. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. One of the enemy ninjas uses Water Style to counter my fireball. Swish, swish. I appear behind an enemy ninja as I slit his throat. Poof. The user of the fireball technique turns out to be my Shadow Clone. We were surrounded by multiple enemy teams ahead and I could only choose this team to fight as they had the least number of ninjas. Blood dripped from Kumo Ninja's neck as he laid dead on the ground. I have targeted one of their tracking mean. The confrontation finally began. A confrontation usually starts with multiple jutsus from both sides followed by hand-to-hand combat or taijutsu when they ran out of chakra. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. One of the Hyuga uses his gentle fist art in conjugation with Byakugan to attack the enemies. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Both Shursui and I activate our Sharingan as we cast a Genjutsu on them. This presents a huge opportunity for our team as we are able to slay 5 more enemies before the Genjutsu is dispelled. This Genjutsu was used against the entire enemy squad rather than a person, so it was less effective. My Genjutsu techniques are falling behind. I have to train them during the war with enemies as my prey. Shursui draws out his Tanto as he starts to dash around the enemies. Body flicker technique, afterimage clone. Multiple copies of Shursui appears as they surround enemies. With his fast speed, Shursui can move between his afterimages and deliver attacks from each of them, thus each of them having mass behind them. He moves to another afterimage if any enemy attacks him, allowing his opponent to phase through his afterimage. Kenjutsu style, Moonlight Slash. Shursui starts to attack them one after another. There is no hesitation in his moves as he fluidly executes one move after another. Now, it is my turn to attack them. All of my shadow clones start to make hand seals. Fire style, water style, lightning style, wind style, massive combo jutsu. All of my clones spew out respective elements as they clash together to create a large explosion engulfing most of the enemies. The surviving enemies are executed by my team as we finish them. Let's retreat to camp. This fight has caused quite the commotion, we can't risk being surrounded by the enemies. The Hyuga advises as we follow him. A day passed since that incident. After that fight, Izuna gets promoted to Combat Squad 1. Shursui is transferred to Squad 3. The next day, scouts gathered the latest intel as they presented a scroll to Captain. The captain quickly skimmed through the intel as he frowned. He quickly ordered one of Jounins. Quickly send this information to Hokage-sama and ask for aid from him. We can't delay this news. The Jounin immediately went to the logistics and information squad as he relayed the message. A Yamanaka member with a strange device on his head sat near one of the sensing technique sphere. The Jounin approaches the Yamanaka clan member as he speaks. Inabu-san, please pass this important message to Hokage-sama immediately. We need assistance to deal with the new enemy. Sakumo-san is occupied in a battle against Third Rakage and is unable to help us deal with the intruders. Inabu Yamanaka nods his head as he transfers the intel to headquarters in Konoha. The Yamanakas uses a hijitsu of their clan to perform a secret jutsu. Mind-body transmission technique. This technique allows them to telepathically connect with another person to send their memories to another person located far away. This technique allows Konoha to have the latest intel on the battlefield every moment. Yamanaka clan is respected throughout the village just because of this technique. In Konoha, inside a building near Hokage's office, a bunch of people monitors the situation of the battlefield through intel sent by various logistics units present near the battlefield. Shikaku roams around the room as he contemplates and relays orders to various units through the help of Inoichi Yamanaka. Suddenly, Inoichi receives an important message as calls Shikaku. Shikaku, this is a very important message from Battalion 1 of Shinobi Unit 4 deployed on Kumo front. Shikaku immediately approaches Inoichi as Inoichi places his hand on Shikaku's head to relay the information. Shikaku has a grave expression after he heard the intel. Try to hold them back for a few hours, I will immediately relay this information to Hokage-sama. Help will soon be on its way. Shikaku hurriedly left the room as he had a pensive expression on his face. He knocks on Hokage's office and Hiruzen allows him in. Hokage-sama, this is an emergency. We need quick aid at Kumo battlefront. Shikaku relayed the entire intel to Hiruzen. Hiruzen frowned as he starts to contemplate. Shikaku, inform him about this matter. I am sure he will be able to turn the situation around. But before that, report the current situation at IWA borders to me. Shikaku reports the intel as he returns to headquarters with Hokage's message. In the meantime, at Kumo battlefront, the captain hears the plan relayed by Shikaku as he sighs in relief. Seems like we just have to hold them for a while. Gather Squad 1 and 2, I have important orders for them. The situation is not looking good. Help will arrive in a few hours, we have to just hold them back for a while. Some sacrifices have to be made if we want to prevent a disaster to befall on Land of Fire. Soon Squad 1 and Squad 2 gathers near Captain's camp as he starts to address them. A team of Kumo ninjas successfully infiltrated the Land of Fire borders and are approaching the camp. The number of shinobis is still unknown, but the enemy is quite strong as they have annihilated one of our squad in a matter of minutes. The captain read the intel aloud in front of the squads as he orders. We can't allow the enemy team to infiltrate in Land of Fire and possibly assassinate the daimyo. To cope with them, 2 of our strongest squads will join hands and confront them. You just have to hold them back for a while as help is on its way. Both squads quickly dash in direction of enemies. While running, Izuna wonders about the identity of enemies who infiltrated the borders. Chapter 45. Yellow Flash. Our squad reaches the destination to intercept the enemies. All of us hid ourselves and get ready to ambush the enemies. I activate my Sharingan to increase my perception. Suddenly, a blue blur passes by. It is about to strike one of our comrades. Watch out. I immediately shout to inform the team. Lightning release, lariat. Expansion jutsu. Boom. The blur slams in the ninja and sends him flying away. The Akimichi clan member is able to survive the impact through the use of expansion jutsu. I clearly saw the appearance of blur. It is a ninja cloaked in a lightning cloak with Kumo headband. The only possible person with such an appearance is the unruly A of the Kumogakure. All of us stops as we start to inspect the enemies. Fool. Ya fool. Let's deal with these fools, later I wanna soak in a pool. I immediately recognized this speaking pattern. There is only one person in the entire Naruto series who raps while speaking, Killer Bee the Jinchuruki of 8 Tails. Damn. The situation has turned from bad to worse. Our team is meant to be sacrificed to stop Kumo in their tracks. I ain't going down without a fight. Wind style, compression bomb. I spew out compressed air from my mouth as it strikes towards A. Dodges the attack with his lightning cloak. Manbeast ultimate taijutsu, Fang over Fang. One of the Inuzuka clan members in our team attacks Killer Bee with his Ninken. Stop. He isn't someone you can handle on your own. One of the Hyuga members shouts towards the Inuzuka member. A large octopus tentacle appears out of nowhere and slaps away Inuzuka and his Ninken. The Inuzuka slams into a tree and coughs some blood. He weakly stands up and feeds a pill to his Ninken and eats one himself. Both of the squads have a wry expression as the Hyuga informs them. That's the Jinchuruki of 8 Tails. From the look of it, it seems like he can control 8 Tails perfectly. We are in trouble now. I hope that reinforcement arrives soon. We have to buy some time for reinforcement to arrive. I hope that we can last long enough to stop their charge. Another ninja reminds us of our mission. I ignore their ranting as I throw shurikens and make some hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. A large number of shuriken strikes towards the Kumo ninjas. As the shurikens are about to hit them, a giant octopus tentacle appears as it rotates and deflects them. TCH. Killer Bee is a problem and I don't want him to transform in 8 Tails and drop a Bijou bomb on me. I have to seal his chakra and at least buy enough time for Minato to arrive. I have already figured out who our reinforcement is. This scene reminds me of a fight between A and Minato. But I can't take the risk, I have to fight them. Taijutsu, drop kick. A cloaked in lightning chakra arrives before me as he drops kick me. Poof. The shadow clone dissipates as I shout. Fuinjutsu, shadow binding seal. A sealing formula appears from my clone as it starts to crawl over A's body. The Fuinjutsu seal starts to seal his chakra as his body is covered in the sealing formula. A's lightning cloak starts to diminish and he stands rooted on the spot. Raise-non. A looks wide-eyed at me as I make a raise-non and prepare to slam it in him. The Sin seal activates as it starts to suck my chakra, but I pay no heed to it. As raise-non is about to slam in A large tentacle covers A and blocks my strike. I smirk at this. I have been waiting for this moment. I have infused enough chakra for my next seal. Fuinjutsu style, 5 elements seal. I slam my fingers which are covered in different elemental chakras in the tentacle. A large sealing formula spreads over the tentacle as it starts to cover Killer Bee's body. The 8 Tails inside Killer Bee shouts to him. B, this seal is preventing me from supplying chakra to you. It will take me 15 minutes to break this seal, so you won't be able to transform for the next 15 minutes. You can only use partial transformation. Also, be that earlier jutsu used by this Uchiha kid resembles a tailed beast bomb. I really dread these Uchihas. A shiver ran down 8 Tails' spine as the figure of Madara Uchiha appears in its mind. Killer Bee is able to save a from my raise-non as he grabs A away. A rile up chakra inside his body as he undoes the seal. I cast the previous seal in a hurry, so it wasn't that effective. It only restrains the target for a few seconds, enough to create an opening in the fight. Fuck. This Sin seal has forced me to use taijutsu and fuinjutsu. Every time I try to perform a chakra-taxing technique, the seal starts to suck my chakra reserves dry. I need to visit the land of whirlpools after this war. I have to figure out the nature of this seal and I hope Uzumaki clan has detailed information about this seal. Who are you, kid? Despite being an Uchiha, how are you able to use the fuinjutsu of Uzumaki clan? A looks at me as he questions. I am Izuna Uchiha, I reply to him with a calm expression but my back is drenched in cold sweat. I have already used all of my tricks and they all succeeded because of the element of surprise. But now the surprise element is gone and B, despite being unable to use complete transformation, is still a very powerful shinobi, and let us not forget about A. Also, if necessary, I don't want to reveal my Mangekyo Sharingan. As A is about to attack us, a light flashes in front of us. Whoosh, whoosh. Minato appears in front of us as he picks up a kunai from a nearby tree. The Akimichi sighs in relief as he looks at Minato. The kunai was given to him by his captain and he stabbed it in the tree. One of the Kumo ninjas recognizes Minato as he reminds. The blonde hair and the teleportation jutsu. That's gotta be the Leaf's yellow flash. We got to retreat right now. Don't you think? So, that's him. The one who single-handedly stopped the recovery of the Ninetales. A recognizes Minato as he remarks. And I know you are the son of Hidden Cloud's third Rakage, you are called Unruly A. I have heard that you are quite fast yourself. Minato also recognizes A as he praises A. We can take it, the two of us bro fool. Ya fool. B speaks confidently to A as he gets ready to fight Minato. Everybody stay out of this. I will fight them. Minato puts his left hand on a holster tied to his back and throws many of his signature Trifork kunai all over the place. Minato-san, I have used 5 elemental seals to restrain the chakra of the 8 tails. He won't be able to transform into 8 tails for the next 15 minutes. Finish it quickly in the next few minutes. I explain the situation to Minato as I retreat. I don't want to miss a chance to watch the yellow flash in action. A cloaks his body in lightning as he shoots towards Minato like a lightning bolt. I can follow his speed with my Sharingan, but my reflexes and speed aren't fast enough to react to his speed. As A is about to punch Minato, Minato flings a kunai in the air and teleports from the spot. Minato appears on a branch with a kunai. A has a look of disbelief as he mutters. I can't believe he counters me at my top speed. Minato reappears behind A. As he is about to stab A tentacle pushes A out of the way as Minato stabs in the tentacle. I guess Killer B never got a girlfriend with all those tentacles. He can easily go for a tentacle play. Cough, cough, my thoughts. A jumps back to Killer B as he speaks. Forgive me B. You doing alright? B breathes heavily as he struggles to prevent the seal from further sealing his chakra. That's nothing. It is a child's play for me, the cool 8 tails Killer B. Fool. Ya fool. Killer B raps as he convinces A. A, you have a fine family and as do I. I suspect the next time we meet, we will be fighting as one Kage against another Kage. If you don't figure out what your little brother considers most precious to him, he will neither be a Jinchuruki nor a human. A starts to look around to spot all kunais as tries to predict the next teleportation spot of Minato. He cloaks his body in lightning and charges again at Minato. Minato teleports and reappear behind B while pointing a kunai at his neck. A teleportation seal appears on the tentacle. You are my foe, but I like you. But I will advise you to return to your village. Killing you will create too many complications for this war, which aren't good for both Kumo as well as Konoha. Minato retreats as he spares B. Our team starts to return to camp with no casualties, only the Akimichi and Inuzuka have some injuries. Chapter 46, 46. Sharingan vs. Storm Release. On our way back to camp, I ask Minato a question. Minato-san, you could have easily killed those 2 people. Why you spared them? They are our enemy and we are at a war with them. They killed one of our team, it is our turn to pay back them. Minato shakes his head at my question as he explains. No, that wouldn't be a wise thing to do. There are various complications involved in their death. Firstly, B is a Jinchuruki and a perfect one at that. He is a very important asset to Kimogakure. A perfect Jinchuruki is one of the major fighting power of the village. Kimogakure won't sit still if we killed B and captured the 8 tails. Secondly, A is the son of the third Rakage and the candidate for the next Rakage. So, his early death can also lead to Kumo waging a full-scale war on Konoha. Kumo is just fishing in troubled waters for now. But if a full-blown war occurs, Konoha will be flanked from both sides and IWA and Kumo may join hands together to form an alliance. Also, I don't want this endless cycle of hatred to continue. My dream is to achieve true peace for the world where children don't have to go to war. I nod to Minato as I am pondering over his words. True peace, huh? Even if you achieve true peace in this world, there are many powerful beings out there who can wipe the entire shinobi world just on a whim. You need absolute strength to achieve true peace. Kaguya failed to achieve true peace as she got corrupted by her immense power and thus thought of an escape method through infinite Tsukuyomi. Also, there are various beings out there who just want to consume the entire world like a parasite just to satiate their hunger for power. Peace is nothing but a pipe dream. You can't satiate everyone's interest, and if a person is provided an opportunity in favor of their interest, they won't even hesitate for even a second to choose DAWAE. We return to the camp and start to recover our chakra and stamina. Minato teleports back to the IWA front. In the afternoon, I rejoin the battle as I move to front lines where a direct confrontation is happening between the forces of Konoha and Kumo. Jutsus are flying left and right as shinobis are killing each other. Slowly, but surely Konoha is gaining an advantage in the battle. Fire style, great fireball technique. I release a giant fireball as I incinerate many enemies. I draw out my Tanto as I start to attack one enemy after another. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Kenjutsu, Secret Sword Moonlight. I slaughter one enemy after another as I use Genjutsu in conjugation with Kenjutsu. Just like a reaper from the underworld, I start to reap lives one after another. My Genjutsu starts to improve again as enemies fell after another. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. I cast low-cost Chakra ninjutsus one after another. Storm release, Laser Circus. Several beams of energy beams charge my way as I jump to avoid them, but they continue to aim towards me. I immediately some hand signs. Wind release, Vacuum Great Sphere. I inhale a large amount of air as I compress it into a sphere and aims it at the energy beams as I expel it out. Both jutsu collides with each other and cancel each other out. I will be your opponent. A dark-skinned boy with a slightly bulbous nose and black eyes challenged me. He had slightly long white hairs that cover his left eye. He has a black tattoo on his left arm which reads as lightning in kanji. There is another tattoo on his right arm in kanji for water. He carries a broad, foldable, cleaver-like blade on his back. Black lightning. He makes some hand signs as he releases black lightning from his hands. The black lightning crawls towards me at a rapid pace. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. I launch many compressed blades of wind at the approaching black lightning. The blades dissipate the black lightning as they travel towards the enemy. TCH. Water style, water formation wall. He spits out a stream of water at the ground which rises to form a water wall around him. The wind blades collide with the water wall as they deal no major damage to the water wall. After the wall dissipates, the enemy boy jumps out from the water as he draws out his sword and charges towards me. Looks like you are out of chakra. I mock him as I throw a shuriken at him and make some rapid hand signs. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Many shurikens are launched towards the enemy boy as he starts to spin his blade to block the shurikens. He closes the distance between us as he attacks me with his sword. Clang. I block his strike with my Tanto as both of us engage in a sword fight. Clang, clang. We trade many blows as we continue to clash. I parry one of his attacks as I infuse some chakra in my left hand to smash my palm in his gut. He spews out a mouthful of blood as he flies some distance away and passes out. I approach him as I make some hand signs and taps on his glabella. Fuinjutsu, Chakra Sealing Seal. I seal his chakra and throws him at one of Kumo Jounin. The Jounin catches the boy as he looks at me in vexation. I continue to attack other Kumo ninjas as I train my Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu skills. I hope you won't interfere in my fights again, Darui. I spared you once for the sake of future problems, but I won't do it again if you continue to pester me. That boy was Darui. I immediately recognized him by his appearance and jutsus. I summon a chakra blade from one of my storage bracers as I infuse it with light chakra. Light style, light saber. The blade starts to hum as it vibrates and release intense heat. Time to polish my light jutsu. Light style, camouflage cloak. I cloak my body in light chakra as I turn invisible. The massacre starts again as I slaughter one ninja after another. Kumo ninjas start to panic as they couldn't find their assailant. Many sensor ninjas start to focus their senses as they try to locate me. They can sense my presence but are unable to see my figure. The enemy is invisible, we can't fight him directly. Many Kumo shinobis join hands as they perform a cooperation jutsu. Storm release, Thundercloud Inner Wave. A thick ring of thunderclouds and electricity starts to gather around me as powerful bolts of lightning strikes at me. My chakra blade acts as a lightning rod as it draws electricity towards me. Fuck. What kind of shit is this? I curse them as I stow back my chakra blade. My escape route is blocked as the lightning clouds act as an electrified perimeter, creating an offensive as well as the defensive ward. I need to escape from this, I have played enough. It's time to stop and get serious. I start to infuse a large amount of chakra in my hands as I start to rapidly make some hand signs. Typhoon release, Gust of Despair. The air around Izuna starts to cool and heat rapidly as it blows in a circular motion, stirring the wind movement and forming strong winds which start to condense in a typhoon. The typhoon starts to suck the nearby thunderclouds as it dissipates them. I stood within the eye of the typhoon as I directed at Kumo ninjas. The Kumo ninjas get blown away by the typhoon as I free myself from their containment. So, this is the power of typhoon release. I wonder at the power of my newly acquired Kekai Genkai. Yes, in this war till now I have acquired 3 Kekai Genkais. I acquired Typhoon Release from an opponent earlier and Storm Release and Black Lightning from Darui. Typhoon Release is a combination of Wind Release and Yang Release. Storm Release is a combination of Lightning Release and Water Release, whereas Black Lightning is a combination of Lightning Release and Yang Release. The Sin Seal activates from my previous jutsu as it starts to suck me dry. I hid behind a rock as I cloak myself in Camouflage Cloak again. I start to recuperate my chakra as I watch the situation on the battlefield. Boom. A large explosion occurs at a place as my attention is withdrawn by it. The dust and debris clear to show two powerful shinobis confronting each other. Nearby Konoha ninjas start to cheer as they shout. Go, go, White Fang. You can do it. Pierce the strongest shield. The Kumo ninjas also cheer in enthusiasm as they shout. You can beat him, Rakage-sama. We have your back. Go and trim his fangs. So, it finally started, the most awaited battle between two commanders of the army. The battle between two powerful shinobis at the peak of their power. I rub my hands in excitement as I look at them in anticipation because this is a fight that was never mentioned in anime as it never happened. This is my answer to the nerf hype. FCK nerf. Time to learn many Kekai Genkais. Chapter 47, 47. White Fang vs. Third Rakage Part 1. There is immense tension in the atmosphere. A gust of wind blew as hairs of Sakumo Hatake and a flutter. Both of them stares at each other as the ultimate confrontation between them is about to start. Both sides have already fought for 2 days and have suffered a serious loss of manpower and resources. The time to end this fight has come as a face-off between the commanders of both sides will start. If any of the sides are able to gain the absolute advantage over the other or receive reinforcement, then the scales will turn in their favor. Both Sakumo and A immediately makes hand signs as they face against each other. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Lightning style, lightning dragon jutsu. Boom. Both jutsus collide and cancels each other. Lightning release chakra mode. The third Rakage wraps his body in a layer of lightning chakra. His hairs stick up as lightning crackles from his body. His muscles expand as the lightning stimulates his nervous system, thus increasing his speed and reflexes. Lightning release, body flicker. Zoom, whiz. Fast, so fast. I am amazed by his speed as my Sharingan can barely track third Rakage's movements. The third Rakage creates a gust of strong wind as he mows through many Konoha ninjas, sending them to the afterlife. Wind style, pressure point bullet. Sakumo inhales a large amount of air as he compresses it into a bullet and fires it toward the third Rakage. The density of the chakra in the bullet is visible to the naked eye as the compressed air travels at supersonic speed, creating ripples around it. Bam. The bullets slam into Rakage, halting his charge. Some smoke rises from Rakage's body. The smoke clears out to show the perfectly fine body of Rakage. There is no damage to his body, not even a single scratch. The Rakage cracks his neck as he makes some hand signs as black lightning crackles in his hand. Black lightning, Black Panther. The black lightning in his hands condenses into a panther. The panther growls as it charges towards Sakumo. Grow. Sakumo had a serious expression as he makes various hand signs. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. The giant wind sphere entangles the black lightning panther as the panther struggles to free itself from the sphere. The sphere and the panther dissipate altogether. Sakumo pants lightly as he used lots of chakras in his previous jutsu. He takes a deep breath as he gets ready for the next move of the Rakage. The third Rakage, on the other hand, doesn't even break as much as a single drop of sweat as he easily flays enemies left and right. It becomes clear to shinobis that the third Rakage is stronger than the White Fang. Sakumo draws out his white chakra blade and infuses chakra in it. Genjutsu style, Executioner's Slash. A large white blade made of chakra attacks the Kumo ninjas as it continues to travel towards the third Rakage. The third Rakage tanks the hit with his body as smoke rises from his body. There is no injury on his body but the impact of the blade pushes him back. The third Rakage riles up his chakra as his lightning cloak thickens. His muscles and veins pop out as he charges towards Sakumo. Lightning style, lightning straight. He runs towards Sakumo and punches at him with his maximum speed. Sakumo infuses large amounts of chakra in his white chakra blade as the blade turns white and starts to hum. A very thick but fine line of wind chakra coating appears on Sakumo's blade as it collides with Rakage's punch. Sakumo is able to parry the punch as he directs it sideways, thus avoiding the lethal blow. Rakage's punch slams in the nearby ground. An intense shockwave travels through the ground, a large crater is formed at the place of impact. Sakumo jumps in the air to avoid the shockwave as he immediately makes some hand signs. Wind style, compression bomb. He fires a compressed air bomb towards Rakage. The momentum of the jutsu pushes back Sakumo even further as he somersaults and lands on the ground. Rakage just brushes off the jutsu as he makes some hand signs. Earth style, rock spikes. Many rock pikes fire off in Sakumo's direction, who flickers and dodges them. Rakage raises his right hand near his chest as he concentrates an enormous amount of lightning chakra into the fingertips of his hand. That's the ultimate technique of Rakage-sama. The ultimate spear, Hell Stab. Only a few people are aware of the fact that Rakage-sama not only possesses the strongest shield but also the strongest spear. So, Rakage-sama finally decided to use this technique to finish the fight. Rakage-sama's spear is even stronger than his shield. You can see that scar on his chest. It is the result of his fight against Eight Tails, where he fell upon his own hand and stabbed himself in the chest. Yes, this proves that Rakage-sama's spear is even stronger than his shield. I wonder how White Fang will deal with this move of Rakage-sama. White Fang will fall today. No ninja is alive to tell the tale of sharpness of Rakage-sama's spear. The morale of Kumo shinobis rose as they saw Rakage preparing his ultimate techniques, whereas the morale of Konoha's shinobis takes a hit as they murmur among themselves. Will Sakumo-san will be fine against the ultimate technique of Rakage? I hope he will be. Izuna has a frown on his face as he sees Rakage's hand. Shall I use my Mangekyo Sharingan to attack him? But I don't have any powerful jutsu capable of harming him. This guy even tanked the Sage Mode Rasen Shuriken of Naruto and even a tailed best bomb from Eight Tails. Naruto has to trick him in stabbing himself. I can't take that risk and get close to him. Meanwhile at IWA Battlefront, Minato successfully destroyed the Kanabi Bridge, thus preventing the invasion of the Iwagakure. Kakashi and Rin stand beside him as he sighs in grief. Kakashi and Rin have tears in their eyes as their teammate Obito died in a confrontation with IWA ninjas. Kakashi has a fresh vertical scar across his left eye, and his left eye is replaced by a two-tomo Sharingan. This Sharingan is a parting gift from his late teammate Obito. Minato tries to convince Rin and Kakashi as he speaks. We must honor Obito's last wish and prevent IWA ninja from invading Land of Fire. Obito was a brave ninja who sacrificed himself for the sake of his friends. I am sure he wants both of you to fulfill his dream. As Minato is conversing with his team, a special Jounin runs in his direction as he shouts. Minato-san, we have an emergency. Minato-san. Near 1,000 IWA shinobis are marching towards the border at 2 o'clock. We need to stop them, Minato-san. The special Jounins breathes heavily as he relays the news to Minato and asks for his help. I will be right there. You just carry my kunai to the battlefront. I will teleport there, after I have finished my matters here. Minato gives one of his signature Trifork kunai to the special Jounin. After receiving the kunai, the shinobi dash back to borders. Kakashi and Rin, we are in the middle of a war. For now, hold your grief for a while and focus on the battle. I am sure Obito doesn't want both of you to follow in his footsteps and meet him in the afterlife. Kakashi, I have a mission for you. Head to the Kikoyo Pass and assist the squad deployed there in the battle against enemies. The identities of the enemy ninjas are unknown to us. Be careful on your way. Rin assist medical needs in the camp to nurse wounded shinobis. Yes, sensei. Both Rin and Kakashi wipe their tears as they follow Minato's orders. Minato stares at their back as he mutters. I hope you are doing fine, Izuna. I don't want another of my students to lose their lives in this battle. I don't know how I will answer to Kushina after this battle. She would be sad to hear about the death of Obito. Minato sighs again as he disappears from his spot, only to appear on front lines against IWA. Around 1,000 IWA shinobis are lined up as they push back the Konoha's shinobis. The Konoha shinobis are in a defensive position as they are somehow holding against the continuous assault of the IWA ninja. But their defense seems to be crumbling as IWA ninjas are growing more and more frantic. Minato-san. You are finally here. We need your help in dealing with the IWA ninjas. At this rate, our defenses will be breached shortly. The captain of the division fills up Minato on the situation of the battlefront. Don't worry, I have arrived just on time. I will deal with them. Minato takes out a storage scroll from his pocket and infuses chakra in the scroll. Chapter 48. White Fang vs. Third Rakage Part 2. In the Kumo battlefront. The third Rakage stretches out his right hand as he aims it in Sakumo's direction. The lightning chakra in his hand concentrates at his fingertip as it takes the shape of a sharp spear. Lightning release, body flicker. The Rakage disappears from his spot as he charges towards Sakumo. Sakumo has a pensive expression as he immediately makes many hand signs and slams his hand on the ground. Earth style, multiple mud walls. Earth style, abyssal swamp. Sakumo turns the ground beneath him in a swamp to kill the momentum of third Rakage. The third Rakage dashes through the swamp as his speed is reduced a bit, but he still has his momentum. Hell stab, four-finger nukite. He continues to run across the swamp as his fingers stab and break one wall after the other. His momentum is finally prevented after breaking all the walls. The third Rakage accelerates again as he curls his little finger and stabs towards Sakumo. Hail Stab, 3-finger Nukite. The lightning chakra is now entered on 3 of his fingers and the sharpness and piercing power of the stab is raised by a notch. Swings his hand as he creates a powerful shock wave which sends the nearby shinobi flying. Sakumo immediately starts to make hand signs as he slams his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A summoning seal appears on the ground and with a puff of smoke, a giant bulldog with a large bone in its mouth appears on the battlefield. You always summons me in a pinch, Sakumo, the dog growls. Quick, form a shield with the bone, we don't have enough time to chit-chat. Sakumo reminds the bulldog. The bulldog snorts at Sakumo as he throws the bone from his mouth on the ground. Thud. The bone lands on the ground as it expands to form a wall. Boom. The third Rakage stabs his fingers in the bone as the bone starts to tremble, but it held on. The recoil from the bone pushes the Rakage back as he somersaults to shrug it off. The third Rakage starts to concentrate chakra in his fingers as he curls 3 of his fingers as he points his index finger towards Sakumo and bends his body back to rile up his chakra clock. He prepares to charge again. We need to stop him, Butch, or it won't fare well for us. The bulldog opens its large mouth as he starts to inhale a large amount of air. Sakumo also starts to make hand signs. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Wind release, Vacuum Blast Barrage. Cooperation Jutsu, Fire Dragon God Flame. The intensity of the heat rose on the battlefield as heat rises to an unbelievable level. Nearby ninjas start to sweat profusely from the heat as their sweat evaporated instantly. The third Rakage charges at Sakumo as he ignored the intense heat from the jutsu. Lightning release, Lightning Straight. The skin of the third Rakage turns brown from the heat as his hairs start to burn. Despite the intense heat, Rakage continues to close the gap between them. Hail Stab, 1-finger Nukite. The concentration of chakra on his finger is so great that it extends well beyond the finger in a lone point. Crack. His finger finally stabs in the bone as cracks start to appear on the bone. The bone is barely able to hold against the stab, but a spider-like crack appears on its frame. What a monster! The thigh bone of the sage ancestor. The giant bulldog cries in surprise at the crack. The third Rakage is jerked back by the recoil as he pants heavily while lying on the ground. Sakumo is also thrown back by the momentum of the attack. Except for a few burns here and there, no scratch or wound is present on his body. Sakumo also starts to pant as he too has exhausted all of his chakra in the previous exchange. The third Rakage starts to stand up as he cloaks his body in lightning chakra cloak. The third Rakage has recovered from the last attack and he still has enough chakra to spare. Lightning release chakra mode. He flickers in front of Sakumo as he attacks him. Lightning release, Lariat. You were a worthy opponent, White Fang. You pushed me to my limits. But for the future of my village, I have to call you here. Big Ball Raise Non. Boom. At the IWA battlefront. Boom. A large boulder smash in the ground. Rocks and dust are flung away as Konoha's shinobi takes cover in a ditch. Minato looks at the situation as he infuses chakra into the chakra scroll. Various Trifork kunais appears on the ground. Everyone, please pick a kunai from the ground, Minato orders them. Just a little more now and we can end this. One of the Jounins cheers his teammates. Let's do this in one sweep. Another Jounin shout. Everyone, please throw these kunais at the enemy side concurrently. Afterward, I will take care of the rest by myself. Minato reminds the remaining ninjas as he turns to face the army of IWA ninjas. One of the Jounin gulps as he asks in trepidation. Will it work? If it won't work, then we are a goner. The Jounin commander of the team interrupts him as he speaks. We will be able to see Konoha's yellow flash in action now. Don't blink, even for a second. Yes, sir. All of them shouts in unison. Minato crosses his index fingers together as he shouts at his team. Throw the kunais now. All the Konoha shinobis throw the kunais towards the IWA ninjas as Minato murmurs. Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Hall Style 3. Various shadow clone of Minato appears and disappears instantly as a yellow lightning flash is produced from the jutsu. Clang, clang, clang. Various metals sound echoed in the surroundings as various bolts of yellow lightning flashes one after another. One of the Konoha ninjas gulps his saliva as he complains. I can't see a thing except for the yellow flashes of lightning. What's going on? The Jounin commander nods his head as he explains. Me neither. This is the reason why Minato is called the Yellow Flash. While using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu created by the second Hokage-sama, Minato's speed is so fast that he only appears as a yellow flash in enemies' eyes. So, this is the power of Yellow Flash. Fearsome, truly fearsome. Another Jounin praises Minato. Looks like the real action has just started now. The Jounin commander looks at the battlefield as he exclaims. Multiple Raise Non appears on the battlefield as shadow clones start to bombard the enemy ninjas. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris rise in the air as one explosion after another occurs on the field. After 5 minutes of continuous bombarding, silence returns to the surroundings. Minato walks out of the dust while breathing heavily. He is drenched in sweat as he takes support against a boulder. Huff, huff, this technique is too much chakra taxing. I have to think of ways to improve the chakra usage in this technique. I have dealt with the situation here. Go and support the second division, they seem to be in a pinch. It will take me some time to recover my chakra. I will join you guys shortly. Minato orders them as he slowly recovers his chakra. Minato rests against the boulder as he starts to contemplate on the battle. In the past 2 days, the tides of battle have turned in Konoha's favor. His team has successfully destroyed the Canopy Bridge, thus foiling the invasion plan of Iwagakure. Fugaku-san with his clan members has successfully annihilated one of the divisions of the enemy all by themselves. The Uchiha clan is feared in the entire shinobi world for its high combat prowess. And today, he successfully repelled the attack of 1,000 shinobis. Now, they have to await the situation to turn around on the Kyumo battlefront. In the land of stone, beside a rocky mountain range. In one of the tallest structure with a cone-shaped roof and a giant symbol in kanji for earth. A short, old man with a triangular beard and mustache with angular corners sat on Tsuchikage's seat. The man had a big red nose and thick eyebrows with a bald head. He wore a green and yellow coat with a red collar. The Tsuchikage slams his hand on the armrest of the seat after reading the latest intel from the field. He yells loudly as he curses. Damn. Konoha. Looks like I have to personally participate in the war. My IWA has suffered major losses in this war. This won't do, I have to get back at Konoha for this. Prepare for my departure, I will annihilate those Konoha bastards. Tsuchikage-sama, the Elder Council demands a meeting with you. They want an answer from you regarding the loss of manpower on the battlefield. One of his assistants hurriedly reports to him. The Tsuchikage starts to float in the air as he flies in the direction of the battlefield. Tell to those senile geezers, I will personally handle the situation. Chapter 49, Professor vs. Fence-Sitter Part 1. Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. It is an emergency, Hokage-sama. One of the jounin from the logistics department quickly enters the Hokage office as he frantically speaks to Hiruzen. Calm down and slowly report me the latest intel. Hiruzen tries to calm the shinobi. There is an emergency, Hokage-sama. Our sensor unit has detected the chakra of 3rd Tsuchikage quickly approaching in the proximity of the battlefield. The jounin reports to Hiruzen. Looks like that fence-sitter Inoki has finally decided to make a move. The pressure created by Minato must have forced his hand. I need to move to the battlefield to intercept him. If he goes on a rampage with his dust release, I am afraid we will suffer many casualties. Inform the logistics department about my absence and allow Shikaku to handle the command of our forces. Hiruzen jumps out of the window and disappears from Jounin's vision. At the IWA battlefront. A short old man floats in the air as he looks at the battlefield with many Konoha shinobi fighting against IWA shinobis. He clapped his hands as he infused a large amount of chakra in between his palms. A small transparent cube made of chakra appears in between his palm. He aims the cube at Konoha's forces and releases it towards them. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The cube engulfs the entire Konoha's force as many ninjas start to dissipate. Boom. The cubes explode within, containing the explosion of the blast within the confines of the cube. After the jutsu ends, a large cuboidal crater forms on the ground. There are no remains of the Konoha ninjas as they are pulverized into minute particles of dust. It's the Tsuchikage-sama. He has finally arrived on the battlefield. We can reverse the situation around now. With Tsuchikage-sama leading the fight, we can easily obliterate the Konoha forces and secure victory in the war. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama is the strongest Kage among all of current Kage. With his dust release, he can easily pulverize any enemy to dust. Fervent discussions rose among IWA ninjas as they excitedly cheer for Tsuchikage. Their previous bottom rock morale gained a large boost. Inoki leads IWA ninja forward as they continue to slaughter Konoha ninjas. This situation is looking pretty bad. At this rate, we will lose most of our people. Contact the headquarters, I want to know the status of our backup. The commander of the division ordered the logistics unit. We have received the latest intel from headquarters just now. Shikaku Nara is the new acting commander of the entire shinobi force of Konoha. Hokage-sama is on his way to the battlefield. He will intercept the Tsuchikage soon. One of the Yamanaka clan members informed him. The commander of the division heaved a sigh in relief as he mutters. I hope Hokage-sama will make it on time, otherwise we will lose a lot of people. Jichi-sama, it is an emergency, Jichi-sama. The IWA forces are almost near our camp. The Tsuchikage is leading them and he is about to unleash dust release on us. One of the jounin frantically informed him. Jichi rushed out of the camp and reaches the front lines. A short bald old man is floating in the air. The old man cups his hands as he starts to mold chakra between his palms. A cone-shaped transparent white chakra construct appears in his hand as he directs it towards the Konoha's camp. The chakra construct starts to expand with a small white sphere in between it. As he is about to fire it at Konoha's camp, a large shuriken comes spinning his way. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Various clones of the Fuma Shuriken are launched in Inoki's direction. Inoki stops his channeling as he floats sideways to avoid the shurikens. Dust Release is a very powerful ninjutsu, but it has only one weakness. The technique takes too much time to channel and release. But once the technique is fired, it will obliterate everything in its way. The best way to fight against Dust Release is to use another Dust Release technique. Else you can only interrupt the casting of the jutsu, as it requires a certain amount of preparation time. Inoki floats above the shurikens as he looks at the newcomer. So, you decided to join the battle too, Hiruzen. You want to stop me? Then let's see the strength of the shinobi hailed as God of Shinobi. I can't allow you to rampage freely on the battlefield now, can I? Hiruzen answered to Inoki as he stood in between Inoki and Konoha's camp. Very well, then let's fight. Earth Style, Earth Golem Jutsu. Inoki spews out a large number of rocks from his mouth. The rocks start to condense together to form a large, humanoid creature. Inoki jumps on top of the golem as he claps his hands together. Hiruzen bits his thumb as he makes some hand signs and slams his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Enma. A tall monkey with white fur appears on the battlefield. The monkey has white hair and goatee. He wore a black suit with mesh armor underneath it. So, your time to battle has come. Let's do it. Enma, handle that golem, while I fight with Inoki. Hiruzen makes some hand signs and slams his hands on the ground. Earth Style, Mud Flow River. A large muddy river appears beneath the golem as it starts to sweep the golem away. Enma jumps towards the golem and punches the golem. Earth Style, Moving Earth Core. Inoki moves a large chunk of earth from the ground which rises to form a large pedestal. This disrupts the flow of the muddy river. Hiruzen makes some hand signs. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A giant dragon of mud rises from the muddy river and starts to fire mud bullets at the golem. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Hiruzen coats the mud bullets in the fire to increase their damage. The mud golem is pushed back and various holes appear on its surface. The dragon continues to fire bullets at the golem. Earth Style, Rumbling Mount Fuji. A massive boulder drops from the sky as it crushes the mud dragon and starts to violently shake the ground. The mud river is filled up with rocks as the boulder continues to crumble. The commotion draws the attention of nearby shinobi as they look at this with gaping eyes. Before the dust and debris could settle, Inoki claps his hands together and forms a white transparent chakra cube with a sphere in its center. He immediately fires the construct in the direction of the boulder as the cube engulfs everything and pulverizes them to dust. What a powerful technique. Our Tsuchikage-sama is the most powerful ninja. One of the IWA ninja cheers. I hope Hokage-sama is fine. That was a very powerful jutsu. Konoha ninjas mutter in worry. Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. Large arms made of earth erupt from the ground as they grab Golem's legs and drag into the earth. The Golem struggles to remain on the ground, but the arms eventually pull it into the ground. Water Release, Drowning Murder. Large amounts of water engulf the Golem starts to turn into the mud, it eventually turns into clay and dissipates. Inoki jumps from Golem as he floats in the air and starts to search for Hiruzen. Hiruzen pops out from earth at a different place and faces against Inoki. Inoki immediately makes some hand signs. Lava Release, Ash Stone Seal Technique. Inoki spews out a thick cloud of ash from his mouth which wraps around Hiruzen, sealing him in the place. Lava Release, Quicklime Congealing Technique. Inoki spews out a large amount of quicklime from his mouth. Quicklime travels towards Hiruzen as it starts to surround him and fuse with the ash stone to further harden the rock and trap Hiruzen firmly in the seal. Inoki claps his hands together as he starts to construct a chakra cube in his hands and aim it towards Hiruzen. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Technique. The chakra cube starts to expand as it is fired in Hiruzen's direction. Goodbye, God of Shinobi. Your days ends here. My IWA will forever rule the shinobi world. Enma. Hiruzen yells loudly. The monkey summon of Hiruzen turns into a long black rod with golden rims at the edges as it starts to spin and launch in Hiruzen's direction. The rod form of Monkey King Enma crashes into the ground as dust and debris rise. Shortly, the dust release jutsu arrives at the place as it explodes and starts to pulverize everything into dust. The explosion lasts for a while as a large cube-shaped crater appears on the ground at the previous position of Hiruzen. No trace of Hiruzen is found anywhere. Inoki looks at the crater and smirks. My IWA has finally achieved victory in this war. Now, it is time to invade the land of fire. Chapter 50, Professor vs. Fensitter Part 2. A large adamantine staff extends from the clouds of dust and debris and stabs Inoki in the gut. Inoki is thrown back by the force of the staff and smash into a nearby hill. Transformation, adamantine staff. Hiruzen, don't ask me to do that again. I almost vaporized from that jutsu. Enma rebukes as he recalls the previous encounter. He almost lost his life. Flashback. Hiruzen, who was sealed in the ash stone jutsu, shouts to Enma. Enma uses the transformation, adamantine staff, to turn into a long adamantine staff and smash open the seal. Hiruzen immediately used the Earth-style, underground voyage, to quickly travel beneath the ground and travel out of the reach of the dust release jutsu. Hiruzen and Enma heave a sigh of relief as they recall the previous encounter. Inoki is pinned on the hill as he pukes out a mouthful of blood. Inoki grits his teeth and digs his fingers in the hill. Earth release, ultralight-weight rock technique. He starts to uproot the hill and aims it towards Hiruzen and throws the hills. Earth release, ultra-added weight rock technique. The jaws of every ninja drop at this scene as the hill launch off to Hiruzen. Hiruzen makes a hand sign as he mutters. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. 4 clones of Hiruzen appear on the battlefield. All clones simultaneously start to make hand signs. 5 release great combo technique. The clones together with Hiruzen fire 5 different elemental-based attacks on the boulder. The powerful impact from 5 elemental attacks immediately annihilates the boulder. The shadow clones turn into large Fuma shurikens as they spin and launch off in Inoki's direction. Hiruzen makes some more hand signs. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The 4 shuriken turns into multiple shurikens as they blast towards Inoki. Inoki makes some hand signs as he slams his hand on the ground. Earth release, rock wall. A giant rock wall blocks all of the shurikens as the wall crumbles from the impact. Inoki suddenly appears above Hiruzen as he coats his hand with rocks. Earth release, fist rock technique. Earth release, added weight rock technique. He smashes his fist, which is covered in rocks, towards Hiruzen. Enma. The adamantine staff returns to Hiruzen as he blocks the attack from Inoki. Inoki increases the weight as he shouts. Earth release, ultra added weight rock technique. The force from the attack pushes Hiruzen back as his legs bend. But Hiruzen is able to hold himself up against the relentless strike of Inoki. Crack, crack. Cracks start to appear on the rocks coated on Inoki's fist as the rocks start to crumble. Hiruzen makes use of this opportunity and swings a kick towards Inoki. Inoki raises his left hand and coats it in rocks to block the kick, but the impulse from the kick sends him flying away. Inoki somersaults in the air for a while. He gains a stable balance after a while as he floats in the air. Your title as the God of Shinobi is true to your power. But I can't turn back now, there is too much on stake. Inoki clasps his hands together as he forms a chakra cube with a white sphere in his hands. Before Hiruzen could interrupt the jutsu, 2 rock clones of Inoki attacks him with a rock fist technique. Hiruzen swings the adamantine staff and breaks them in half. Meanwhile, Inoki completes the jutsu as he fires off 2 different smaller cubes from his hands. The cubes surround Hiruzen as they began to enclose him from both sides. Hiruzen starts to make multiple hand signs. His 2 shadow clones join him. Sealing technique, 3-direction seal. A large triangle seal appears on the ground which surrounds Hiruzen to form a large triangular barrier. The dust release jutsu collides with the barrier as the barrier starts to absorb the jutsu. Dust release, in turn, starts to dissipate the barrier. A large dust cloud rises in the air from the collision of 2 jutsus as a large gust of wind blow. After the dust settles, the barrier around Hiruzen is barely present. However, the barrier is able to prevent the dust release from harming Hiruzen. Hiruzen heaves a sigh of breath and dissipates the barrier. Give up, Sakage. There is no further point in our fight. We will only further exhaust each other's strength and allow someone else to strike us down. Hiruzen remarks as he looks at an exhausted Inoki. Humph. Inoki snorts and flies in the direction of Iwagakure. Hiruzen also starts to return to Konoha as he takes a last glance at the battlefield. If this continues, Konoha won't be able to hold its own anymore. I have to write a letter to the Kazekage for assistance. I am sure the newly appointed 4th Kazekage will favor peace over war. Also, I have to talk with council members to sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure. Sigh, so much work to do. I just want to retire and relax in my old age. Hiruzen runs in Konoha's direction as he contemplates over his plans. At the Kumo battlefront. Big Ball Raiznon. A large Raiznon slams into the gut of 3rd Rakage. 3rd Rakage is sent flying by the impact as he crashes into a nearby boulder. He coughs a mouthful of blood as he looks at his assailant. There is no external injury on his body, but the previous attacks did some internal damage to his organs. Third Rakage spots a kid with Sharingan staring at him. There is smoke rising from the kid's palm as it is stretched outwards. Who are you, kid? From those eyes, you are a part of the Uchiha clan. It isn't wise for you to interfere in the battle between adults. Third Rakage slowly stands up as he places one of his hands on his stomach. The third Rakage looks curiously at Izuna as he inspects him. Strange, I wasn't able to see the kid arrive in front of White Fang. The kid just popped out of thin air. What kind of technique this kid used? Flashback. When Izuna saw Sakumo being tossed by Rakage, he immediately uses his light style, camouflage cloak, to hide his presence as he starts to make a big ball Raisnon. He slowly creeps up to Sakumo. When Rakage reaches near to finish him off, he uses this opportunity to smash the Raisnon in Rakage's gut. The Rakage just spins and crashes into a boulder. There is no sign of any injury on his body. Damn. This monster. What is his hide made of? Not even a scratch from Big Ball Raisnon. That's a Big Ball Raisnon for fuck's sake. I am Izuna Uchiha. Uncle Sakumo is my benefactor and teacher. I won't allow any harm to come upon him. Izuna takes out a kunai as he is ready to engage the third Rakage. If the situation turns from bad to worse, then he can just use his Mangekyo Sharingan and release Limbo on third Rakage together with the Sin Seal. He still doesn't know what are the risks involved with the Sin Seal. But he is ready to take the risk. He has family and friends in this life and he wants to protect them. Izuna is ready to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan to fight third Rakage. But the third Rakage stands up and starts to walk away from them. He turns around and speaks to Izuna. Kid, I can see the determination in your eyes. Standing against an opponent with no chance to win. You can either be a fool or a strong-willed person. I hope you aren't the former one. Third Rakage retreats to his camp as he enters his tent. The medic starts to tend his charred skin as he applies an ointment on it. After the medic left his tent, third Rakage unclenches his fist and puke out a mouthful of blood. I have underestimated the damage dealt by that kid's jutsu. I have to take rest for a while. I never expected to see such a powerful jutsu being used by a kid. This reminds me of Darui. I have to check up on that kid too. The third Rakage wipes blood from his mouth and stands up and walks out of his tent to meet with Darui. Meanwhile, in Konoha's camp, a medic is tending to Sakumo's wounds as Sakumo lays on a bed. There are some bandages wrapped around Sakumo's body. Ignoring his injury, Sakumo stares in front of him. Izuna stands in front of Sakumo with a tense expression as Sakumo scolds him. Kid, do you know who your opponent was? I am sure you knew about him when you confronted him. But let me reinstate your memory, he is dubbed as the strongest shield of the shinobi world, the strongest Rakage of all times. What would have happened if he decides to attack you? Let me tell you, you would have been dead before you could blink. I am honestly surprised by your guts. Thanks, Uncle Sakumo. Izuna smiles sheepishly as he looks at Sakumo. That wasn't a compliment. But from now onwards, don't repeat such an action. Also, I am the commander of division here, so call me as such. I don't want anyone to think of it as favoritism. Now go back to your camp. You did well today. Izuna starts to walk towards the exit of the tent. He stops and turns towards Sakumo as he smiles at him and dashes out of the tent. This kid. Sakumo sighs as he rests on the bed. Chapter 51. Intercepting the supplies. The war continues for the next few days. Sunagakure joined the war after the letter from Kanagakure. The war turns in Konoha's favor as Iwagakure is pushed back even further. Konoha gains control over the majority of the Kyusugakure. Only a final push is required to score the victory. However, things change with the interference of Kirigakure. Konoha is now flanked from three sides and one of the divisions from the Iwagakure battlefront is sent to the Kirigakure battlefront to intercept them. Meanwhile, at Kumo battlefront with both commanders sent out of the equation, the situation calmed down a little. The fervor of both sides cooled down a little. I got the opportunity to battle again. With the use of light-style jutsu, I nearly become unstoppable. Apparently, Kumogakure prepared a separate sensor unit to track me and another Kekkei Genkai team to deal with them. But I am too slippery to be caught by them. This cat and mouse came with a great harvest for me. I successfully learned 2 more Kekkei Genkai nature transformations. I got to learn shock release and swift release Kekkei Genkais. They are 2 of the rarest nature transformations. Shock release is a combination of lightning release and earth release. It is a very powerful nature transformation as the user can create shockwaves and tremors through the earth. The user can create earthquakes and avalanches by utilizing more lightning chakra in the jutsu and electrocuting the ground and generate seismic waves. A very handy jutsu when fighting on the ground or against earth-style users who like to hide underground. Swift release is more practical and is essentially the nature transformation I needed the most. It is a combination of lightning's release and wind release. By just coating my body in swift release chakra, the speed of my body reaches beyond the speed any single element could produce on its own. My body and senses are still not used to this speed. The very first time I used this nature transformation, I was overwhelmed by the speed and crashed into a boulder. Sharingan proves to be a huge boon here. I can keep track of my surroundings with it, but my reflexes can't keep up. I need to train my body a bit more. I believe I will easily become one of the fastest ninja alive after I gained 100% proficiency in the swift release. The third ninja war isn't a war of ninja tactics or strategies. It is a war of Kekai Genkais. Most of the ninja involved in the war has at least one Kekai Genkai. This provides them a massive advantage against non-Kekai Genkai users. It is part of the reason why many Kekai Genkai clans and individuals were hunted by other ninjas after the war ended in the original story. Kekai Genkai users are feared by others, and out of jealousy, they committed a large-scale genocide after the war. Time to test these new Kekai Genkais I obtained from the Kimogakure ninjas. The battlefield is still the best training ground for me. After the continuous killing spree in the previous few days, the meaning of life has twisted in my mind. I look at my blood-soaked hands and sigh, as once these hands saved many lives in my previous world. I was a doctor there and now a killer here. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of death? Such questions start to pop out in my mind. I have lived once and even died once. Maybe after this war, I will able to figure out the true meaning of life. I shake my hand to remove distracting thoughts as I focus on the enemy team. A squad of 20 Kumo ninjas is traveling through the forest as they carry supplies to the enemy camp. My task is to intercept them and steal their supplies. After all, both sides lack resources, and any extra supply will greatly preserve the fighting prowess of our village. Sharingan. I activate my Sharingan and draw out my chakra blade. Light release, lightsaber. My chakra blade turns blue from the heat as it hums and produces high-intensity heat. I bend my body as I get ready to attack the Kumo group. Swift release, Godspeed. Whiz, swish. I disappear from my place as my body becomes a blur, and even my afterimages are blurred by my speed. This incredible speed paired with my perception turns me into an almost invisible killer. There is only one downside of this jutsu: I can't turn around at such speed. Though there is no tunnel vision for me, still I have to improve my technique to the next level. Swish, swish. My chakra blade sliced one enemy after another. By the time any of them could respond, I have already sent half of them to the afterlife. My momentum died after a while as I appeared in front of them. Swift release, that's a swift release user. Who is this guy? We have no intel on him. One of the enemy ninjas cries in exasperation. Wait, those eyes, Sharingan. He is an Uchiha clan member of Konoha. But there is no record of any Uchiha with swift release. Another ninja shouts incredulously. Wait, that's not important now. For now, we have to stop him from stealing our supplies. Another ninja reminds them. While they were yelling their monologue, I have infused enough chakra in my hands as I slam them on the ground. Shock release, ground splitter. I slam my hand on the ground as the earth splits apart and engulf 5 more ninjas. The ground closely shortly, leaving no sign of the buried ninja. Using the Kekai Genkai nature transformation is much efficient than base elemental attacks. The chakra taxation is a little high, but nothing major I can't handle without triggering the Sin Seal. Only 5 ninjas remained on the enemy side. At this point, they are terrified of him. I spot a girl among them which seems familiar to me. The girl has dark skin and green eyes. She has light gray hair tied into a bun with 2 bangs that fall on either side of her face. She wore the standard kunoichi outfit of Kimogakure with black sandals. One of the remaining ninja shouts to the girl. Mabui, use your technique to transfer the supply to the camp. We can't allow it to fall in enemies' hands. Yes, leader. I won't allow our enemies to benefit from our supplies. Mabui makes a ram hand seal as a blinding light engulfs the supplies, and the supplies turn into a bolt of lightning as it travels through the sky. Heavenly transfer technique. No, you don't. Izuna shouts as he uses swift release to appear before them. Before he could strike them, the supplies vanish from the field as they shoot off towards Kumo camp. Mabui slumps on the ground as she ran out of chakra. The Kumo ninja cheers in elation as they successfully transferred the supplies. However, their elation soon turns in horror as they look at an angry Izuna. Izuna has an angry expression as he looks at Kumo ninjas. He has failed his mission as the Kumo ninjas were successful in transporting the supplies. Izuna points his blade at Kumo ninjas as his blade coats in lightning chakra. A high concentration of lightning chakra gathers on the chakra blade as the sound of many chirping birds echoes in the air. I will be borrowing your technique for a while, Kakashi-senpai. Lightning release, Chidori lightning cutter. Gate of opening open, Izuna even opens the first gate to increase his speed. He is pretty pissed on the failure of his mission and needs to vent his anger and frustration. These Kumo shinobis happen to be his enemies. Whiz. Swoosh. Izuna disappears in Kumo shinobi's vision. He reappears before them for a brief second before he disappears again. One after another he kills the remaining 4 Kumo ninjas. His rage has calmed down a bit as he looks at Mabui who defenselessly laid on the ground. I will spare your life for now. Don't cross my path again in this war. Your Rakage spared my life once and I will return the favor. But if you thought of facing me again, then I won't be merciful next time. Izuna leaves Mabui as he flickers back to Konoha's camp. Inside the Kumo camp, one of the Jounin commander shouts in anger as he complains. What happened to our supplies? Why are they so late? Mabui is supposed to arrive with them. She will use her transportation technique to send Rakage-sama back to Kumogakure to meet with elders. Before he could speak further, a bolt of lightning shots towards his camp as it smashes into his tent and destroys it. Enemy attack. Prepare for combat. Nearby Kumo shinobi goes on alert as they warily look at their commander's camp. Calm down, everyone. It is just our supplies. The Jounin commander walks out from the camp as he held onto their supplies. We have an emergency. Our supply team is intercepted by enemies. Go and search for them. The Jounin commander orders his subordinates as he looks towards the forest. I hope you are fine, my daughter. Chapter 52, Peace Treaty. In the meeting room in Konoha, various elders and advisors fervently discuss together regarding the next move in battle. The involvement of Kirigakure has greatly pressured Konoha. Involvement of Sunagakure on behalf of Konoha has greatly alleviated pressure from Iwagakure's side. So, the village could deploy one of their units to Kirigakure battlefront. The discussion lasts for a while as Hiruzen taps on the table to gather their attention. I have decided to sign a peace treaty with Iwagakure. He announces to all the council members. Hiruzen, you can't decide on such an important decision on your own. We must fork out some benefits from IWA in this war before we negotiate for peace. We have suffered way too much loss in this war to handle the peace so lightly. One of the council members rebukes Hiruzen. Hiruzen, if we cooperate with Sunagakure, then we can eliminate most of the power of Iwagakure and even gain control of Kusagakure. With so many resources, our Konoha will surely prosper in the future. Another council member suggested. Hiruzen, your foolish decision will end with Konoha's loss for no reason. You are naive. Hiruzen. Did you really believe in the so-called peace treaty of yours? It is nothing but a pipe dream of yours. Only absolute strength can bring true peace. You are too soft, Hiruzen. Danzo rebukes Hiruzen as he disagrees with the notion of peace. Further discussions start once again as council members present their opinions to Hiruzen. Hiruzen slams his hand on the table to seek their attention as he yells. Enough. I have already sent Inoshikocho Trio with my peace letter to Iwagakure battlefront. I am sure by now they would have delivered the letter. I won't hear any further discussions about this matter anymore. If you don't have any other issues then I dismiss this meeting. Hiruzen walks out of the meeting room despite the protest of council members. At IWA battlefront, Inoichi, Choza, and Shikaku arrive at a small gulf between Land of Fire, Land of Stone, and Land of Wind. Shikaku takes out a scroll from his pocket and throws it towards the Jounin commander of Iwagakure. Accept this from the Hokage-sama. Deliver it to Tsuchikage-sama and relay to him, we desire an immediate response. The Jounin commander pockets the scroll as he smirks at the trio and shouts. We will give you your answer right here. It is a great opportunity for them to kill the famous trio of Konoha and secure an advantage against Konoha. All of the IWA shinobis raise their kunais as they prepare to attack the trio. Sometimes it's best not to be so hasty. A voice interrupts their attack as all of them turns towards the source of the voice. A man with auburn hairs and dark eyes stood on a dune near the Land of Wind border. He wore a simple black jacket with mesh armor underneath. A small canister is strapped to his hip. He crossed his hands in front of his chest as he leads lots of Suna shinobis with him. The IWA Jounin commander trembles in fear as he speaks. The fourth Kazekage. Why is the hidden sand here? Another ninja questions as he looks at Kazekage in fear. This is the hidden sand territory. It would be unwise to have an incident occur here. The sand will move accordingly as the sand. Remember that, whatever you decide to do. The fourth Kazekage orders his men as all of them gets ready to intercept Iwagakure forces. Scatter. The Iwagakure Jounin commander orders his men as all of them flickers and retreats from the battlefront. You have our thanks, Kazekage-sama. Shikaku thanks the fourth Kazekage as he bows in gratitude to him. That's what we agreed upon. I, together with my forces, will oversee the successful fulfillment of the peace treaty, and if any incidents were to happen, I would take action in the circumstances. The fourth Kazekage reassures Shikaku as he retreats with his forces. Inside the Iwagakure meeting room, many council members of IWA gathered around a round table as they discussed the prospect of entering in a peace treaty with Konoha. What about the request to enter the peace treaty with Konoha? One of the council members asks. Naturally it will be turned down. Another council member strongly refutes the prospect. Silence. Third Tsuchikage Inoki bellows as he silences all of the council members. I am proud of the unity of the stone. With the pride on our line, we sent 1,000 of our shinobi to invade the land of fire. And I hear that it took just one of them, the Yellow Flash, to stop the invasion. I engaged with their Hokage in a one-on-one duel and could only end with a tie in battle. With such combat prowess in Konoha's arsenal, our chances of a successful invasion are almost negligible. And that's the reality of it. Our best choice would be to accept the peace treaty and recuperate from our losses. This war has further pushed our land of stone into poverty. It will take long before Iwagakure would be able to return to its former glory. Inoki folds his arms as he agrees with the peace treaty. Write a peace agreement now and deliver it to Konoha. Also, order all of our forces to retreat from the border. The war is over, at least for us. Inoki floats out of the meeting room as he ignores the ugly expression of council members. At Kirigakure battlefront, Minato arrives with a squad to save Kakashi and Rin from Kirigakure ninjas. He arrives on the scene only to see a fainted Kakashi with the dead body of Rin. Minato closes his eyes in grief as a drop of tear drips from his eyes. He quickly hides his tears as he starts to scout the nearby area. After a while, Minato starts to check the body of Rin to find the cause of her death. He notices a gaping hole near Rin's heart and traces of lightning chakra. The hand of Kakashi is covered in lots of blood and it didn't take too long for Minato to conclude the cause of Rin's death. He starts to inspect Rin's body and notices a sealing formula on her body. Faint traces of tailed beast chakra emits from Rin's body as they dissipate into the surroundings. Minato clenches his fist as he figures out the plan of Kirigakure from his observation. Kirigakure kidnapped Rin and sealed the Three Tails inside her. They plan to unleash the Three Tails on Konoha through Rin. To save her village, Rin jumped in front of Kakashi's lightning cutter and died by his hands rather than betraying the village. He looks around at the corpses of many Kirigakure. After looking for a while, he still cannot figure out the reason for their deaths. Minato lifts Kakashi and carries him on his shoulders as he moves towards the camp. The invasion plan of Kirigakure has failed and all of their forces start to retreat to their village. Minato wraps up everything and prepares to depart back to the village and report to Hokage about the incidents regarding Three Tails. This incident is too big of an issue to be ignored. The involvement of Three Tails in the fray adds way too many complications to the matter. He lays Kakashi inside the camp as he teleports to Konoha. Outside the camp, various rumors regarding Kakashi spreads. Many shinobi calls Kakashi as the friend-killer Kakashi, who killed his teammate for the sake of a mission. The rumors eventually reach the ears of other units as it becomes a nickname for Kakashi. At Kumo battlefront, Izuna has become a god of death as he continues to slaughter various Kumo shinobis relentlessly. The Kumo ninjas have given him the nickname of Silent Shinigami, as Izuna silently appears on the battlefield without alerting any ninja and reaps the lives of his enemies. Another Uchiha clan has become famous on the battlefield together with the Unseen Shinigami. He is dubbed as the Teleporter by the Kumo ninjas. His speed and proficiency with the body flicker technique is to such an extent that he appears teleporting on the battlefield rather than flickering. This duo has wreaked havoc among Kumo forces. Third Rakage and White Fang has returned to the front lines, and they have clashed many times during this period. None of the forces can get an advantage over the other. Kumo has the advantage of the quality of the ninjas with lots of Kekkei Genkai users. Konoha has the advantage in numbers and their almost flawless tactics, which turn the situation around during dire straits. Kumo had a headache dealing with this situation. They aim to fish in the troubled water but somehow they have turned into the bait for the very same fish they are supposed to catch. Chapter 53. End of the Third Shinobi War. Inside a private room beside Hokage's office, Hiruzen sits with his former team members, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. A scroll lies on a table in front of them as Hiruzen opens the scroll and reads its contents aloud. Iwagakure has agreed to our request of the peace treaty. The war has officially ended on the Iwagakure battlefront. Well done. Hamura praises Hiruzen. We can breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Koharu also agrees with the prospect. Danzo interrupts the conversation as he addresses them. Are you satisfied with an agreement like this? We have lost most of our forces in the war to achieve nothing. Continuing the war any further would be disastrous for the already exhausted Hidden Leaf. It's a step towards finding common ground. Also, we have yet to deal with Kimogakure and the ceasefire by Iwagakure will spare our forces to engage against Hidden Cloud. Hiruzen presents his opinion as he debates with Danzo. Danzo slams his hand on the table as he questions Hiruzen. How will you take responsibility for this? Your incompetency made Konoha suffer from heavy losses. You need to give a suitable answer to the masses. I intend to step down as the third Hokage and have the fourth Hokage installed, Hiruzen answers to Danzo's question as he looks out of the window at the sculpted faces of Hashirama and Tobirama. Sensei, it's time for me to pass the will of fire to the next generation. I hope Konoha will continue to prosper under the rule of the next Hokage. It's time for me to retire. Hiruzen sighs as he walks out of the guest room. He enters the Hokage's office as he signals one of the Umbu. Pass this message to Shikaku. Iwagakure has agreed with the peace treaty. Ask our forces to retreat from IWA battlefront and provide backup at Kumo battlefront. It is time for us to end this battle. Also, inform Minato Namikaze to meet me as soon as possible. Umbu member flickers away to inform Shikaku. Inside an underground building. Danzo sat on his seat as he speaks. My time has come. I can finally rule the village. That Hiruzen has degraded the village after assuming the position of Hokage. Tobirama-sensei should have nominated me as Hokage instead. I will upvote Orochimaru for the position, and through Orochimaru, I can control the leaf from shadows and lead Konoha to a better future where Konoha is the only powerful force of the shinobi world. I have control over Orochimaru as I know about all of his secrets. Kino. An Umbu with a cat mask covered in green and red intricate marking appeared before Danzo. The Umbu bowed before Danzo as he awaits his order. Kino, monitor Orochimaru's whereabouts. I have taught you personally, don't disappoint me. Yes, Danzo-sama. Kino respectfully replies and flickers away. Orochimaru, you made a fine clone of first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Too bad, his powers are lackluster compared to the real deal. Now, all I need is a Mangekyo Sharingan and Ninetales will be under my control. Our village will be unstoppable after that. Danzo clenches his fist as he thinks about his next plan. At Kumo battlefront. The situation turns in Konoha's favor once again as reinforcement arrives from the IWA battlefront. Konoha's shinobi start to aim for a direct confrontation as they want to eradicate Kumo forces once and for all. Kumo gets flanked from three sides as they are surrounded and have no chance to retreat. I will keep them occupied. All of you retreat. The third Rakage orders his forces as he gets ready to engage Konoha's forces. No, Rakage-sama. We can fight together and push back the enemy. You don't have to stall time for our retreat. One of the Jounin commanders advised third Rakage. Rakage-sama, I am sure we will be able to think of a solution. We still have the power of Two Tails and Eight Tails with us. With two perfect Jinchuriki on our side, I am sure we will turn the tables against Konoha. Another Jounin commander suggested. No. All of you must retreat. I don't want the forces of Kimogakure to die meaninglessly anymore. We still had a chance when Iwagakure kept Konoha occupied on one front. But with all of Konoha's forces clashing against each other, we no longer have any chance for victory. Konoha has many great shinobis with great powers. There is third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the White Fang, and the three Sanins. Also the recently famous Yellow Flash. We have faint hope for victory. Let me act as the deterrent force to keep them occupied while all of you retreat safely. A will succeed me as the new Rakage. All of you must support him to your fullest to let Kimogakure flourish. Third Rakage lectured his subordinates as he riled up his chakra and coated his body in lightning. Lightning release chakra mode. The third Rakage jumps amid Konoha forces as he keeps them occupied. The Jounin commanders have tears in his eyes as he looks at the broad back of third Rakage fighting against enemies. He wipes away his tears as he orders his forces. Retreat. It is Rakage-sama's order. We have to retreat safely to our village without any casualties. I don't want Rakage-sama to meaninglessly die for our sake. Lightning release, Lightning Dragon Jutsu. A large lightning dragon appears on the battlefield and annihilates numerous shinobis. The rest of the shinobis aims their kunai at Rakage as they threw them at him. Thousands of kunai launches in A's direction as he flickers away. Lightning release, Body Flicker. The third Rakage disappears from their vision as he dodges the kunais. Fast. He is too fast for our attacks. We can't even land a single blow on him. Many shinobis complains as they continue attacking the third Rakage. Lightning style, lightning straight. Third Rakage charges towards one of the unit as he smashes in them. Dust and debris rise as he starts to slaughter shinobis one after another. Wind style formation jutsu, great wind breakthrough. Wind style, wind storm. Many wind style users launch a wide range of cooperation jutsu to counter the lightning style of the third Rakage. A is pushed back as he maintains his balance. There is no scratch or wound on his body as he shrugs off the jutsu. We are doing no damage to him, we need to launch more powerful attacks. One of the Jounin commander orders his subordinates. Black Lightning, Black Panther. A attacks the shinobis with black lightning as he annihilates another squad of ninjas. Not good, we can't fight him like this. He is desperate to struggle and die here. Another Jounin commander voices his opinion. The fight with the third Rakage continues for another 2 days as he uses himself as a decoy and faced against the 10,000 shinobis of Konoha. He eventually falls and dies from overtaxing his body and chakra. The exhaustion from the continuous fight for 3 days claimed his life. In the Konoha, at the rooftop of Hokage's office, Minato flickers in front of Hiruzen as he bows down to wait for Hokage's orders. I believe that you will carry on the will of fire, Minato. So, I want to entrust you with the future of the Konoha and the shinobi world. Minato, do you agree to succeed me as the next Hokage? Minato contemplates for a while before he asks. Hokage-sama, do you believe I will be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility? I know you can do it. The will of fire burns brighter than anyone within you. There will be a council meeting later with various elders and the fire daimyo. I will nominate you for the position of the next Hokage during the meeting. Yes, Hokage-sama. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Hiruzen nods as he dismisses Minato. Now, I have to wait for the news from the Kumo battlefront. I hope Konoha can score a victory. The third Rakage together with 2 Tails and 8 Tails would be a very tough opponent. We would have to sacrifice an arm or leg to take them down. Hiruzen sighs as he takes out his pipe and smokes as he gazes at the village. Chapter 54, 54. The aftermath of the war. The war on Kumo battlefront ends with Konoha's victory. All of the forces of Konoha retreats as they prepare for the aftermath of the war. Inside the meeting room, all the members of the council together with village elders gather in a conference in presence of Fire Daimyo. I will be stepping down from the position of Hokage. I have guided the village for long and want to retire now. Hiruzen states the issue of the meeting. All elders and council members are surprised by this sudden announcement and they discuss fervently among themselves. Fire Daimyo waves his fan in front of his face as he speaks. The third Hokage was doing a fine job leading the village. I don't see any problem with his rule, then why the sudden request to step down from the Hokage's position? Before anybody could continue the further discussion, Danzo chimes in between as he speaks. Truth be told, the third Hokage was too soft and he allowed the village to be pushed in a corner. This third great ninja war only led to casualties and a lack of manpower and resources for Land of Fire. We obtained absolutely no benefit from the war as Hiruzen pushed the agenda of peace. I disagree with you, Danzo-sama. While third Hokage-sama may have his shortcomings, his decision of peace prevented further casualties in the war. If not for peace with Iwagakure, Konoha wouldn't last long against the combined attack of 3 hidden villages. Shikaku interrupts Danzo as he explains Hiruzen's decision. But haven't we suffered already? If we would have pushed a little bit harder, we would have secured victory on all 3 fronts and Land of Fire would have dominated the shinobi world for years to come. Danzo refutes Shikaku's claim as he answers with his opinion. Today, we aren't here to debate on my incompetency, rather we are here to decide the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen taps his fingers on the table as he gathers everyone's attention. Oh ho ho, I agree with 3rd Hokage's words. We are here to decide the 4th Hokage. I would like to ask if any one of you have any candidates for the position. The Fire Daimyo waves his fan as he laughs. I recommend Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, for the position of Hokage. Danzo nominates Orochimaru. Orochimaru is truly a genius in this age of war. But he isn't a suitable candidate to lead the village as Hokage. A sinister will and greed lurk deep behind those eyes. That's why I am not in favor of Orochimaru as Hokage. Hiruzen refutes Danzo's nomination as he stares at Danzo with a pensive expression. Do any of you have any other candidate for Hokage's position? Fire Daimyo waves his fan as he looks towards the rest of the council members. I would like to nominate Sakumo Hatake for the position of Hokage. Shikaku presents his opinion. Further discussion starts among council members as they discuss the prospect of Sakumo as Hokage. He will be a great Hokage. His strength is comparable to Akage and his achievements in a war far surpass anyone else. I support Shikaku's opinion. One of the council members supports the notion. Yes, Sakumo Hatake will be a fine Hokage. His achievements, his skill, and strength, all of them are Kage class and his character is great. Another council member agrees with the notion. Have all of you forgotten about the event which happened 3 years ago? Due to his incompetency, Land of Fire suffered a huge loss. That event even further strengthened over enemies. It was because of that event, Kumo dared to bare its fangs at Konoha. Danzo reminded them of the incident which happened 3 years ago. Third Hokage, you have served the village for many years. So, do you have any particular person in your mind, who is suitable for the position of Hokage? The Fire Daimyo folds his fan as he looks at Hiruzen. I recommend Minato Namikaze for the position of Hokage. He has enough strength and contribution during the war to become a Hokage. Hiruzen states his opinion. A pupil of Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sanins. That is a good choice indeed. Koharu agrees with Hiruzen. Danzo stands from his seat as he faces off against Hiruzen. Minato is still too young for Hokage's position. He is still inexperienced when it comes to leading a village. Danzo-san seems like you are nitpicking against every candidate others nominate for the position. I wonder if you want Hokage's position for yourself. Fire Daimyo waves his fan in front of his face as he curiously looks for Danzo's response. That's not like it. What I meant to say is we need to consider age and experience when it comes to such an important matter. Danzo answers while flustering. If you don't have any other complaints, then let us hear third Hokage's reasoning for his choice. Fire Daimyo continues. He emerged victorious at the Battle of Canopy Bridge and distinguished himself by leading the way to end of the Third Great Shinobi War. He faced off against 1,000 enemy shinobis all by himself and repelled their invasion. That's enough contribution to assign him the position of Hokage. Hiruzen explains his choice. I am opposed to this notion. Danzo strongly refutes the notion. What about the rest of you? Fire Daimyo unfolds the fan in front of his face as he stares at everyone. We don't have any problem with third Hokage's nomination. All of the present council members agreed with Hiruzen. It is decided then, Minato Namikaze will be the 4th Hokage of the Leaf. Fire Daimyo folds his fan as he concludes the meeting. At Konoha's morning ceremony, all the ninjas gathered with their respective clans as they mourn for their loved ones. I stood together with my parents and family as we mourn. We stood near Fugaku as we closed our eyes for silent prayer. We managed an armistice, but the sacrifice was just too great. Lord Third intends to take full responsibility and retire. There are voices in support of installing you, leader, as the 4th Hokage. Please. One of the Uchiha clan members raised the issue. Enough talk. Fugaku silences the member as he continues to close his eyes. What should we do about Kakashi Hatake? He doesn't belong to our clan but possesses the Sharingan. Another member raises the issue of Kakashi. I clenched my fists when I heard about this. How can they think of such a thing during such kind of event? I understand Obito Uchiha fought bravely. Let's respect his wishes. We should bring the Sharingan back to the Uchiha. The clan member continues. The war just ended. Do not sow seeds of discord. Fugaku rebukes the Uchiha member. Yes, sir. We finally have peace. We will persevere to maintain it. That is the duty of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku ends the conversation. I spot Itachi moving towards Orochimaru. I follow Itachi as I am curious to see Orochimaru. Grieving over the dead is meaningless. If there any meaning in death, it's to take advantage of it. Orochimaru mutters as he stares at many graves. What is the meaning of life? Itachi questions Orochimaru. There is none. There's meaning in life if it's eternal. Orochimaru replies to Itachi. Then wouldn't that make life meaningless, if there is no one left alive except you? If you have eternal life, then wouldn't that be like a cursed life where you see your loved ones pass one by one? I interrupt Orochimaru as I look at him. Orochimaru has pale skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, purple markings around his eyes, and fang-like teeth. He also has pronounced cheekbones and straight waist-length black hair with some lock covering and framing his face over to his shoulders. As I am inspecting Orochimaru, he is also inspecting me with a curious expression. After staring at me for a while, Orochimaru starts to retreat as I hear him muttering. What a fine specimen. A shiver ran through my back as I heard those creepy lines. Inside an underground building. Orochimaru is performing some experiments as he pours a transparent liquid from a test tube in a conical flask. The liquid turns blue as Orochimaru jots down something in a logbook. Danzo walks beside Orochimaru as he speaks. Everything in this situation is going the way the Hiruzen wants. The third Hokage just intends to use Minato as a puppet and intend to keep ruling the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru continues experimenting as he converses with Danzo. At this rate, the leaf will have no future whatsoever. Danzo angrily accuses Hiruzen. It's not over yet. So don't give up. If my research is successful, then I think it will be quite easy to seize power within the Hidden Leaf. Orochimaru consoles Danzo. Danzo frowns and stares at Orochimaru. But to grasp such power, much stronger measures are going to have to be prepared. Orochimaru entices Danzo. When the time comes, those measures will be ready. However, it still isn't time yet. Danzo walks out of Orochimaru's hidden lab as he mutters to himself. Frankly, if he was popular at all, this would be much easier. Danzo walks to his root subordinates as he orders. Let's go, Kino, Kanoto, and Hino. Sir, yes sir. Danzo and his subordinates dash off towards Leaf Village as Orochimaru stares at Danzo's back and smiles to himself. Chapter 55, The Fourth Hokage. Early in the next morning, a chunin places a board in front of the Hokage office. The board reads, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hereby announce my resignation as Hokage and appoint Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage. Clamor rang among citizens of the Leaf as they read this notice. Third Hokage-sama is retiring from Hokage's position and had elected the fourth Hokage. Someone among the crowd shouts, Minato Namikaze, isn't he the yellow flash of Leaf? He would be a fine Hokage. Another person yells, I don't think he is a suitable candidate for the position. Isn't he still too young to take the mantle of Hokage? I mean, he would have to bear huge responsibilities. An old man disagrees with the decision. I secretly activate my Sharingan to check the man. I suspect he is Danzo in disguise. After careful inspection, I conclude that he is just another conservative senile geezer. Minato-sensei will be a fine Hokage. If you think he is too young, then remember the third Hokage-sama was only 20 years old when he became Hokage. Facts speak louder, old man. I scoffed at that old man as I moved on to my training. That kid has a point. The third Hokage was also young when he became Hokage. I think Minato Namikaze will be a fine Hokage. Another person agrees with me. Yeah, just look at the contribution of Yellow Flash in the Third War. He single-handedly stopped the invasion by 1,000 shinobi of IWA. Another person speaks in favor. Slowly, the public opinion sways in Minato's favor as people split in a group of two. One group favors Minato whereas another group is in disagreement. Later in the noon, on the rooftop of Hokage's office. In presence of all clan leaders and village shinobis, Hiruzen passes the Hokage's hat to Minato as he resigns from the position. From this day onwards, Minato Namikaze will be appointed as the fourth Hokage. I will be counting on you, fourth Hokage. I pledge my life to it, Minato responds to Hiruzen as he walks towards villagers. Minato addresses the villagers as he gives the usual Hokage speech and pledges about responsibility. After the speech, everyone returns to their work as many clan leaders start to plan out their future courses of action and political stance. A week has passed by since Minato donned the mantle of Hokage. I haven't been able to meet him for the entire week. I will meet with Kushina whenever I pay a visit to their house. Big sister Kushina. Minato-san is way too busy after he became Hokage. Aren't you sad that he doesn't have enough time for his family? I ask Kushina. Kushina smiles as she replies. It was Minato's dream to become Hokage. He is finally able to fulfill his dream, I am happy for him. After a month, when he has gained control over the majority of the forces in Umbu, he will have more time to spare. I nod to her as I return, see you later, big sister Kushina. Bye, Izuna-kun. I walk towards the training ground as I think about the future. It will be a while before the Ninetales Attack and Obito's scheme. I have to train my Susanoo in this time. I can combat against Ninetales only with my Susanoo. Maybe, I should join Umbu to better protect Minato and Kushina during the attack. I will ask Minato-san to appoint me as his security. With such thoughts, I move to the training ground and start to train in my Susanoo. To prevent any outside intrusion and interrupt my training, I set up a barrier with Fuinjutsu and an optical illusion with my light style as I train. After the war ended, all of the nations and hidden villages are in the process of recuperating. It will be at least a month before missions will start to appear again. Till then, I can just train myself a little more. I have to digest all of the harvests from the war. I activate my Mangekyo Sharingan as I start to infuse chakra around myself and shape it in the form of Susanoo from my memory. When I first unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, the information about Susanoo just popped into my brain. Susanoo is more of a technique related to Uchiha bloodline than Mangekyo Sharingan. The only way to gain access to Susanoo is through unlocking Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if you lose your Mangekyo Sharingan, you can still use the technique as it is related to Uchiha bloodline. Also, I noted that only people with pure Uchiha bloodline are capable of using Susanoo. You need the Uchiha chakra to use Susanoo. I start to form the chakra construct from my memory. The process is very hard as it requires great chakra control to shape the Susanoo. The process starts to strain nerves around my eyes as a large amount of chakra is directed through them. A large ribcage with a mix of gold and silver color starts to encase me. A skeletal arm sprouts from the right side of my Susanoo as I try to control it. After practicing for a while, I get a hang of it. The arm feels like an extension of me. I move around with my basic skeletal Susanoo, I grab a tree and easily tear it into the half with the arm. The arm clenches into a fist as I smash it into a large boulder. A large hole, the size of Susanoo's fist, appears in the boulder. Cracks appear on the boulder and it breaks apart. Now for the defense, I make a shadow clone and the clone starts to make a Raise-non. Boom. The Raise-non smashes into my Susanoo. Some small cracks appear at the point of impact, no major damage. My Susanoo can tank an A-rank jutsu for a while. I dissipate my Susanoo and start to practice other nature transformations Kekai Genkai. A month slowly passes and missions start to appear one after another. I grabbed a B-rank mission and decide to go solo on it. The mission was nothing difficult, a bunch of Chunin levels ninjas are assaulting people in the land of waves. I finished it quickly and returned to Hokage's office to report the completion. Oh, I see. Yes, sir, I have never seen Kakashi like that before, sir. Good thing that I secretly sent you along as backup. You got that right. I want to be able to help him in a time like this. That's what it truly means to be an eternal rival. You have already done a lot to help. Please leave the rest to me now, Guy. I overhear Minato and Guy's conversation about Kakashi. I open the Hokage's office door as I barge in. Let me help too, Kakashi is my friend and I want to help him too. Izuna, weren't you on a mission? Minato is surprised to see me. I have already completed my mission and I am here to report about it. I take out a scroll from my pocket and present it to Minato. Okay. Then follow me along to meet Kakashi. He is in Leaf Village Hospital right now. Minato flickers towards the hospital as I follow him. Minato and I reach the hospital as I spot Kakashi reading a book while lying on the bed. I read the title of the book, How a Shinobi Should Die. Kakashi is startled to see us as he quickly hid the book. Minato-sensei. I mean Lord Fourth. Izuna, what are you doing here? You may address me as you always have, Kakashi. You know, there are some people within the village who think I am not qualified for this position and oppose me. I came here because I want to assign you to the Umbu under my direct control. Minato's words surprise Kakashi as he asks. But why me? Because I want you to be my right-hand man, Kakashi, Minato replies to Kakashi. Minato-san, I would also like to join the Umbu and be in your personal security unit. I also request to Minato. Huh? Minato is surprised by my request as he asks. Izuna, you are still too young for the Umbu. Tell me, why you want to join the Umbu? I heard that the payout of Hokage's personal guard is quite high. So, I also want to join the Umbu and be your guard. I chuckle slightly as I reply to him. Minato sighs at my response and replies. Okay. It's fine if you don't want to tell me the real reason. I trust you, Izuna. But are you sure you are ready for the darkness of Umbu? Minato-san, I have painted the battlefield red with my enemy's blood during the Third Shinobi War. I have killed countless people in the war to the point that I got the nickname, Silent Shinigami, during the war. I think I am ready for the Umbu. I speak with a firm expression on my face. All right then, I will write a recommendation letter for both of you, Minato answers as he teleports from the hospital. What you doing, Kakashi? Reading such a depressing book. I pull out the book from Kakashi's bed as I read its title aloud. How a Shinobi Should Die. Uncle Sakumo won't be happy to see you like this. I am sure he is worried about you. Come out of your depression, will you? Look at all your friends who are worried about you. I burn the book with my fire chakra as the door to the room is flung open. Guy, Asuma, Shizun, Karinai, Anko enters the room as they bombard Kakashi with many questions. I smile at their interaction as I join them in the fray. Chapter 56, The Umbu Black Ops. In a hidden passageway inside a hidden cavern, Kakashi and Izuna walk to an underground building with a huge sign for Umbu Black Ops in kanji. They are inside the headquarters of Umbu. Both of us walks to a counter near a heavy metal gate. Kakashi puts down a scroll on the counter and we wait for a response. A masked Umbu grabs the scroll from the counter and retreats. We wait for a while for the Umbu. After a few more minutes, the Umbu returns with 2 sets of equipment as he speaks. Here is a set of equipment for both of you. Thank you, both of us thanks to him as he continues. Change in your equipment and meet with the captain within the next 10 minutes. We pick our set and moves to a remote corner of the building to equip our Umbu gear. The gear consists of an Umbu vest, a pair of arm guards, a porcelain mask, and a top-quality blade. After we change into our gear, Kakashi knocks slightly on the metal door. After a while, the door opens and an Umbu leads our way. This way, Captain is waiting for you. We walk for a while inside various passages in the Umbu headquarters before we enter a room. Captain, the recruits are here. The Umbu informs the captain as he returns to his work. A masked Umbu walks up to us as he speaks. So, you both are the recruits recommended by Hokage-sama, Kakashi Hatake, and Izuna Uchiha. Both of you possess the Sharingan and one of you even a moniker of Silent Shinigami. Our Umbu isn't a place for a soft-hearted person. It is a place where darkness resides and many top secrets missions of the village are carried. We are an elite division that demands only the best among the best. Both of you will be trained for a month in various fields and at the end of the training, you will be assigned a division based on your specialty. Further information will be provided to you by your trainer. After your training, you will be branded with the mark of Umbu to inaugurate you as an official Umbu member. Now, go and meet your trainer. The captain just directed us towards the training hall and left. After a while, an Umbu member with a tall and bulky body appears before us as he introduces himself. I am your trainer for the next month. Before we start, I would like to inform you about the various divisions of the Umbu. There are no ranks within the Umbu and only your merit and experience determine your hierarchy. Now, let's start with the introduction of various divisions of Umbu. There are 7 divisions within the Umbu, which are the Falcon Division responsible for hunting missing means, the Owl Division responsible for stealth and information retrieval, the Bear Division responsible for protection and investigation. The Cat Division is responsible for stealth and assassination. The Frog Division responsible for medical and crisis, they are combat medics. The Wolf Division is responsible for torture and interrogation, and the Dragon Division responsible for organization and gathering of the rest of the Umbus. There is another hidden division known as Root, which isn't part of the normal Umbu. It is a separate division under Danzo-sama, one of the elders of the village. Now before we start your training, I would like to ask the Umbu unit, both of you would like to join. It is necessary as both of you will be trained accordingly. I would join the Cat Division. I immediately reply to him. I would also join the Cat Division, Kakashi replies to the trainer. The trainer looks at Kakashi's mask and hesitates for a while before he speaks. Looks like you need to change your mask. Kakashi wore a dog mask whereas I had a tiger mask. It's fine, I will continue with this mask, Kakashi replies to trainer. Very well, then we will start your training. But first, let me tell you more about the Cat Division. The Umbus of Cat Division can be coined as assassins. They show their power through their stealth and quick killing. These are the heavy-duty Umbu members as they are required to assassinate any powerful person. As a Cat Division member, you must move in and out without ever being caught, without ever being noticed, and no sign of your work shall be traced back to village in case of an investigation. For the next month, I will train you in stealth and silent killing. Before we start, show me your hiding skills. I make a ram seal as my body starts to fade away. Light style, camouflage cloak. I disappear from the trainer's vision as his mouth is gaped open. He frantically tries to search for me, but after searching for a while, he is unable to find me. Good kid. Your stealth skills are top-notch. But I want you to hide your presence without the use of ninjutsu. Only when you become one with the shadows without using any ninjutsu would your stealth training be counted as complete. Umbus face various situations where they are unable to use chakra or less they may warn the enemy sensor. I reappear before he asks me again to hide from senses. This way both of our Umbu training starts. Kakashi and I are quick learners. Within a month, both of us mastered all the techniques and skills of Umbu. After a month, the trainer nods at us in satisfaction as he speaks. Call me Tatsu. I am a part of the Dragon Division. Both of you are officially a part of Umbu now. You will receive your first mission from the Hokage-sama shortly. Tatsu summons another Umbu member who carves an Umbu tattoo on our left shoulder. Welcome to the Umbu Corps. Both of you will be assigned to a team soon. Follow him to meet your new team. We follow the guy who branded us. This guy wore a bear mask as he speaks. These people from Dragon Division are quite a handful. They are dubbed as worded bards among the rest of the Umbu. I am Kuma, and from today onwards you will be Inu and Tora based on your masks. He leads us to a room with other Umbu members and speaks. Welcome to Team Ro, rookies. Now let us depart for Hokage's office. We will be receiving our mission shortly. All of us flicker out as we move towards Hokage office. We gather in Minato's office as he starts to explain. Recently, various reports of shinobi attacks have been reported at the borders. Many shinobi from small villages survived by taking advantage of the turbulent situation. They have no wish to be controlled by the nations of fire, wind, and earth. So, I have no doubt that they will continue to cause disruptions. However, this peace was won through the sacrifice of many. So, we must maintain it. And for that, I am going to count on all of you. Yes sir, sir. All of us shout in unison as we start to move towards borders. At Land of Fire borders. In a watchtower of the border patrol team, 3 Konoha shinobis are engaged in combat against 5 shinobis dressed in Iwagakura's shinobi outfit. They are about to finish them off when our team interrupts them. Reinforcements, retreat, the enemy ninjas dashes off in the forest as we approach the tower. Thanks for that, looks like the hidden stone has betrayed us. One of the Jounin thanks us. One of the Umbu members of all division picks up the shuriken and check it. This isn't a hidden stone shuriken. The Umbu concludes. You mean they were fakes? Why would? Because of the rift between stone and leaf. The Umbu interrupts the Jounin. Kakashi jumps off from the tower as he chases the imposters. Hey, don't chase them too far. The Umbu members try to stop Kakashi. Kakashi makes some hand signs. Lightning release, Chidori lightning cutter. I will look after him. I jump from the tower as I assure my team. Swift release, Godspeed. I disappear from their vision as I follow Kakashi. Kakashi starts to attack the imposters as he finishes them off one by one. Kakashi removes his mask as he gets ready to kill the final ninja. The Sharingan, you are the infamous cold-blooded Kakashi. The imposter trembles in fear upon seeing Kakashi. When Kakashi is about to land a blow on the final imposter, I catch his hand as I stop him from attacking. Stop Kakashi. We need to get intel from him. I remove my mask as I calm down Kakashi. At this point, the imposter had a breakdown as he identifies me. The mutated Sharingan, you are the silent Shinigami of the leaf. Oh. You know about me. I walk towards the imposter as I smile at him. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The enemy ninja starts to tremble violently as he wets his clothing in terror. I don't even want to know what kind of weird genjutsu you put him into. Kakashi remarks. Oh. He has become a goblin slayer or not? I answer to Kakashi. Whatever. Kakashi puts back his mask as our mission is over. Chapter 57, First Encounter with Sanins. Inside the Umbu headquarters. Izuna is holding a summon scroll from Hokage's office as he stocks up on his supply. The captain of Team Row just passed the scroll to him, since he is the only available Umbu at present in the village. Kakashi and others are out at borders to settle the unrest caused by rogue shinobis. It has been 3 months since he joined the Umbu and he had completed a bunch of missions from assassination to information retrieval. Izuna departs for the Hokage's office as he pockets the scroll. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato is discussing some matters with Hiruzen as the latter guides him on some matters. Lord Third. Is it alright to send his former comrades to assassinate him? Minato questions Hiruzen. I also don't want to do this, but we have no choice. Most of our capable shinobis are occupied at the borders to prevent skirmishes orchestrated by small villages. Also, I think they would be the perfect candidates for the mission. Hiruzen replies to Minato. Soon, the door to Hokage's office opens as 3-person enters the office. Oh. You are finally here, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Hiruzen addressed the newcomers. Why you have called us here, sensei? I returned to the village to join the war on your summon. I will return after this mission. I won't stay in the village for too long. Tsunade grumbles as she folds her hands in front of her chest. Oh. Minato. How are you spending your days as Hokage? Huh. You seem pretty exhausted. Sensei, want to have some fun with me later? We will do our research together after the mission. Jiraiya laughs as he speaks to Hiruzen and Minato. Also. Tsunade, you should cheer up a little or you will become a granny in few more years with that constant frown on your face. Jiraiya pokes fun of Tsunade. Tsunade has a tick mark on her forehead as she snaps and punches Jiraiya on the head. She angrily stares at Hiruzen who is sweating profusely at the moment. Sensei. Why have you called all 3 of us after the war? I am sure there must be a reason for this emergency summon. Orochimaru calmly questions Hiruzen. Wait, for a few minutes. The 4th member for the mission will arrive soon. After that, I will start briefing you on the details of the mission. Hiruzen replies to Orochimaru as he avoids the angry gaze of Tsunade. Knock, knock. There is a knock on the door. Oh. He has arrived. Come in. Minato informs them. I knock on the door as I wait for the response. Soon, Minato orders me to enter. You have a mission for me, Hokage-sama. I walk straight to Minato as I place the scroll on his table. It's not me who has a mission for you, rather it is Lord Third who issued the mission. I just passed the mission to Umbu and you happen to be the person who received it. Minato is surprised to see me appear for the mission. You called for me, Lord Third. I bow before Hiruzen as I wait for his orders. I have an S-rank mission for you. Before I brief you on the mission, let me introduce you to your teammates. Hiruzen points in Sanin's direction as he starts the introduction. These are the 3 legendary Sanins of the Leaf Village. You must be aware of them. They will be your teammates for the mission. I remove my mask as I start to introduce myself to them. I am Izuna Uchiha, a member of the Umbu, and I would request you to call me Tora for this mission. I wear my mask again. Oh. He is that same kid, Minato. So, you have joined Umbu. You must have some extraordinary skills to be able to join the Umbu at such a young age. Jiraiya points at me as he immediately recognizes me. Oh. You knew him, Jiraiya. Hiruzen asks Jiraiya in surprise. Yes. I meet him before the war when you summoned us back to the village. This kid created an S-rank jutsu on his own. Jiraiya talks about me. What? Hiruzen is surprised to hear this. He stares at me for a while before he nods to himself. Still, he is a kid. I don't want a kid to join us on an S-rank mission and lose his life for no reason. Tsunade interrupts the conversation as she points at me. I don't agree with your decision to include him in our mission. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I are enough for this mission. Tsunade continues. Orochimaru stays silent during the entire conversation. He is an Umbu Tsunade. Also, he has earned the moniker of Silent Shinigami during the war. That speaks for his prowess. Hiruzen explains to Tsunade. But, sensei. No, buts, this is an order, Tsunade. Also, you will need his assistance during the mission. He is a part of Umbu and is skilled in tracking and assassination. Hiruzen rebukes Tsunade as he explains the mission. Recently, various reports of missing shinobis appeared in the village. To investigate the issue, Minato and I deployed a unit of Umbu. One of our Umbu units uncovered an underground laboratory where some unethical and forbidden experiments are carried out without the consent of the village. Upon further investigation, the perpetrator is found to be one of your comrade and childhood friend Hirako. Your mission is to uncover his motives. If he doesn't comply, then assassinate him. Keep in mind he is practicing a kenjutsu, so you should be on alert when you face him. Here is the location of his lab. Orochimaru will be your leader for the mission. Good luck with your mission. Hiruzen passes a scroll to Orochimaru as he dismisses us. All of us flickers away from the office as we move towards the entrance of the village. Orochimaru leads us towards the laboratory as we follow him. Kid, you better stay out of this mission. Such dangerous missions aren't for kids like you. You may lose your life unnecessarily. Tsunade warns me. I am pissed off by her attitude. I know that she cares about me, but we are in the middle of a mission and the Hokage has approved my skills. Honestly, what's her problem? Swift release, Godspeed. I disappear from my position as I reappear behind Tsunade with a kunai on her neck. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are stunned to see my speed. Tsunade is perplexed, but she calms down as she remarks. Although, your speed is impressive for your age. But it is still not enough to beat me. She turns around and clenches her fist as she tries to punch me. I dodge her punch as she shatters a tree from her punch. Genjutsu, Sharingan. I cast a Genjutsu on her to prevent her from attacking me. She easily dispels my Genjutsu after a few seconds. Her chakra control is perfect. I have yet to reach the perfect level, but I am close. Guess Genjutsu from normal Sharingan can't affect her and I don't want to use my Mangekyo Sharingan unnecessarily just over a small dispute. I just have to convince her of my skills. I start to need chakra in my palms as I form a seal. I appear in front of Tsunade as I dodge one of her punch and hit her arm with my palm. Fuinjutsu, Chakra Suppression Seal. A seal starts to spread over her arms as it suppressed her chakra. Ignoring the seal, she continued to punch me. Her punch still packed power despite no chakra. I redirected the shock from her punch to ground through shock release as I ate her punch without flinching. Tsunade is surprised to see this. I create Raisnon and adds a little lightning chakra to it and throws it towards Tsunade. My Raisnon disappears as Tsunade snorts at me. Watch out Tsunade, his jutsu is invisible to eyes, Jiraiya warns Tsunade. Tsunade ducks down and avoids my Raisnon. I purposely aimed it above Tsunade to avoid her. I don't want to exhaust her before the mission. Boom. The Raisnon collides with a nearby tree and it shatters it. It continues and creates a large crater on impact. Tsunade is shocked to see the damage caused by my jutsu. Tsunade, that's the S-rank jutsu he created on his own. And from the looks of things, it seems like he didn't infuse enough chakra in the jutsu. He held back a lot. Jiraiya informs Tsunade, and he turns to me. Kid, you can use Fuinjutsu. I thought you Uchiha avoided any non-Uchiha techniques. Most of the Uchihas I know about pride in their techniques and refuse to use any other techniques. I am close to Grandmaster level in Fuinjutsu and I don't discriminate between techniques as long as they aren't against my morals, I reply to Jiraiya as I walk towards the lab. Hold up, kid. You are close to the Grandmaster level. Even I am only a master. What kind of monster has that Minato raised? Jiraiya complains as he follows me. Interesting, very interesting. Orochimaru licks his lips as he stares at Izuna with a hungry gaze. A chill ran through my spine as I turn around to see a creepy expression on Orochimaru's face. Chapter 58, Missing Nin Hirako Part 1. Outside an underground cavern. Izuna and the Sannin stare at a hidden entrance beneath a large tree. This is the place, according to the map, Orochimaru informs us as we stare at the entrance. I still can't believe Hirako would do such a thing. Tsunade has a conflicted expression. We grow up together with him, faced many life and death battles during the Second Shinobi War. Now, we are ordered by Sensei to assassinate him. Jiraiya sighs as he reminisces. He is consumed by the darkness and followed the wrong path. We should try to guide him towards the light. Tsunade remarks. Let's meet with him first and see whether he thinks the same way as you. I interrupt their thoughts as I draw my chakra blade. Be careful, we have no information about his kenjutsu. It can be pretty dangerous to engage him in his lair. Orochimaru warns us as he folds the map and takes out a kunai from his holster. Let me place some barrier seals to block his exit, in case he tries to run away, I suggest to them. They nod to my suggestion as I start to place seals around the entrance. After 5 minutes, I stand in front of the cave as I slam my hand on the ground. Various seals crawl from my position as they fuse with other seals. Fuinjutsu, 3 Yang formation. A crimson pyramidal barrier surrounds the cave. I walk up to the barrier and create an entrance for us to enter. The Sanins enters one by one as I follow them inside. We enter a large passageway engulfed in darkness. Orochimaru takes out a glow stick from his pocket. He twists it to produce some light and we continue to move forward. I activate my Sharingan in case of danger. I have no problem in darkness as I have an infrared vision because of my mutated Sharingan. The cave is very damp and many mosses and fungi are growing on the walls. I activate my X-ray vision as I start to look around. We reach the end of the laboratory, but there is no sign of Hiriko. He must have abandoned his lab. Jiraiya remarks. From the look of it, seems like he left in a hurry. Orochimaru investigates for any trail. Let's search for any information pertaining to his kenjutsu. Tsunade searches around. I spot a hidden passage beyond a fake wall as I inform them. There is a passage beyond that wall. I think it is an emergency exit. There must be a mechanism to open it somewhere. Bang. Before I could finish my sentence, Tsunade bust opens the wall with a punch. It would be too much of a hassle to search for the switch. Jiraiya shrugs off his shoulder as he enters the passage. I wait for Orochimaru's orders for our next course of action. You guys, move on ahead. I will catch up with you once I find any information regarding the kenjutsu. Orochimaru instructs us. Well, that's what he said. Let's search for Hiriko's trail. Hey, you Uchiha boy, you seem to be an expert in tracking and stealth, according to Hiruzen-sensei. Why don't you show your skills? Tsunade comments as she approaches near me and bends her back to face against me. I could clearly see those massive mounds of her in the valley between them. I take a deep breath to calm myself down as I answer. Leave it to me. I will track him soon. I have some sensory abilities. I activate my infrared vision and pair it with Eye of Insight of Sharingan as I look for trails. Together with the training from Umbu, I can figure out the tracks left behind. Soon, I found the direction of the escape of Hiriko as I start to follow it. Jiraiya and Tsunade followed closely as I increased my speed. The incredible perceptive power from Sharingan helped me differentiate between a decoy and the real thing. I would have to say, you have some good skills, boy. Do you want to follow me and be a part of my adventures? Jiraiya questions me. Rather than following a pervert like you, I would prefer that bad-tempered old lady over there, I remark at Jiraiya's offer. Tsunade has a tick mark on her forehead as she tries to punch me, but I dodge her attack. See, how bad her temper is. Besides, what can you teach me, if I follow you? I ask Jiraiya as I avoid another punch from Tsunade. Jiraiya contemplates as he mutters. Ninjutsu, no, he can already create his own S-rank jutsu. Genjutsu, what I am even thinking. He is an Uchiha, so he is an expert in Genjutsu. Besides, Genjutsu isn't my forte. Taijutsu, I don't think I am good enough in Taijutsu to teach him anything. Kenjutsu, I never trained in the sword. Huh. I can't really teach him anything. Jiraiya sighs as he hung down his head. Wait a sec. Senjutsu. Maybe I can teach him Senjutsu. But for that, he needs a summoning contract with toads. Maybe, I can talk to Fukasaku about it. I don't want to miss an opportunity to get such a powerful underling, can I? He can take care of all of my errands and I can get to enjoy more. Jiraiya is lost in his fantasies as he makes a pervert expression and drools leaks from his mouth. I ignore Jiraiya as I start a conversation with Tsunade. Hey, Tsunade. I heard that you are an unparalleled medic ninja. I would like to learn medical ninjutsu from you, if possible. Call me Tsunade-sama. And yes, I am a very good medic ninja. But I want to retire as a ninja after this mission. I want to roam around the world and find meaning in my life. Tsunade reminisces about her past as tears flow from her eyes. I don't know about your past. But if you are hung up on your past, then you won't be able to make much progress in the future. I interrupt her thoughts as I thought of reducing some of her trauma. Tsunade snaps at me and starts to yell. What do you know about me? I lost my only family member and the person I loved the most. Do you think it is easy to forget about that? She clutches her necklace as she stares angrily at me. Sorry, if I offended you somehow. That wasn't my intention. What I want to say is, you can't change the past, but you can always plan for a better future. Your loved ones would be sad in the afterlife to see you grieve over their death. I am sure they also want you to move forward in your life and be happy and cheerful. I use the famous talk no jutsu on Tsunade to console her. Tsunade ponders over my words as she wipes away her tears. If your emotional drama is over, then can we focus on our mission? A creepy voice interrupts us as Orochimaru pops out from a nearby bush. Oh. You caught up, Orochimaru. Did you find anything about the Kenjutsu of Hirako? It must be a non-human technique if Hiruzen-sensei ordered for assassination. Orochimaru throws a scroll to Jiraiya as he explains. I examined his equipment and incomplete research notes he left behind. His Kenjutsu is called the Chimera technique. It is a forbidden technique in the sense that it allows the user to combine separate living bodies of organisms into one combined organism bearing the original characteristics of the organism and therefore create a synthetic body. I am not sure of his intents, but he seemingly wants to create a perfect being by combining the abilities of other beings. His idea is unique, and I found many research notes which can improve the abilities of a ninja. Orochimaru, it is a Kenjutsu. He is using humans as guinea pigs for his experiments and sacrificed the lives of many shinobis from the leaf. The village can't approve of such an inhumane technique as it is against shinobi morals and code of conduct. Tsunade calms down as she disagrees with Orochimaru. Tsunade, the world isn't a perfect place. Humans are just mortal beings who die very easily. There is so much to learn in this world, but we have only a limited lifespan. What if we can control our life and death? Imagine a world where your loved ones won't leave you anymore. Some sacrifices are required to make that possible. Orochimaru entices Tsunade. Orochimaru, your beliefs are a little twisted. You want to sacrifice lives to save lives. That's too much of a contradiction. Also, I don't think life and death are such matters which we can take so lightly. Every life has a meaning, you just have to figure out the meaning of your life on your own. Jiraiya rebukes Orochimaru. The atmosphere turns tense as we continue to follow the trails. Chapter 59, Missing Nin Hirako Part 2. I have spotted a shinobi's chakra 400 meters ahead. There are lots of turbulence in his chakra and it seems to be a mix of chakras. I warned the Sanins. The Sanins immediately raised their guards as we increased our speed by a notch. Soon, we spotted a shinobi in the beige robe with red undergarments and white hairs. Fire style, great fireball technique. I made some hand signs as I launched a fireball at the shinobi. The shinobi jumped and avoided the fireball as he turns around to face us. He has red eyes and white hairs that reach to his hips. It really is you, Hirako. Tsunade and Jiraiya are surprised to see the person. So, it's true that you are experimenting on a Kenjutsu technique to gain more power. I never expected you to follow darkness. Jiraiya sighs as he looks at Hirako. Since when, Hirako, since when? We all were good friends who knew each other since the academy. You really changed a lot, stooping so low as to use humans as guinea pigs in your experiment to gain more power. Tsunade rebukes Hirako. Orochimaru stays silent and looks at their interaction. He has a contemplative look, seemingly thinking on something. I draw out my blade as I get ready to fight Hirako. I have always been like this, Tsunade, Jiraiya. Unlike you, I had no special abilities, talents, or an excellent teacher. I was an average talentless shinobi who can only act as fodder in the war between nations. I was powerless to decide even my own life and death and would have to rely on the mercy of the enemy during the Second Shinobi War. You earned fame and name in the Second Shinobi War, but what I earned is shame and humiliation when even an enemy with a Kekkei Genkai laughed at me and refused to kill me to humiliate me. He left me on the verge of death, that shame and powerlessness. What do you know about it? Hirako starts to whine about his miserable past and his powerlessness. This made me think about myself. What if I was born as a normal person in a civilian family with no special abilities in the shinobi world? Would I be able to grow as strong as I am now by relying on luck and hard work? Probably not. I would have to follow the dark path to gain power. I really couldn't understand the sentiments of Hirako, but somehow I could relate to him as I was a powerless average person in my previous life. Hirako, I am sure you would have turned into a powerful shinobi if you trained on your own. Look at me, I was similar to you when we were younger. I had no special talents and skills and could only look up to Tsunade and Orochimaru. Now, my strength is equal to them. Jiraiya tries to convince Hirako by facts. I shout in my mind. Jiraiya, you had plot armor till Naruto Shippuden. How could you be weaker? Hirako makes some hand signs as he yells at us. You will never understand my sentiments. You are stronger than me, and that's a fact. I have finally found my way to become strong and I will follow that path. Now, no one can stop me. Not even the third Hokage, who sent you to capture me. Summoning Jutsu. Hiriko summons a giant creature to attack us. A bird-like creature with large wings appears inside the forest. There are distinctive markings on its wingspans that combine near the middle. It has an orange face, a green face, and white skin. Screech. The bird screeches loudly as it curls its body and shoots its large feathers towards us. Boom, boom. The feathers explode as they hit the ground. Earth-style, rock dome. I make some hand signs to cover myself in a rock dome. I just want the Sanins to handle the mission. Well, the enemy is their friend and they have sentiments attached to the target. The bird flies over us as it tries to smash us with its wings. Fire-style, great fireball technique. I fire a fireball at the bird to shoot it down. With a sudden burst of speed, the bird dodges the fireball as it throws its explosive feathers again. Jiraiya bit his thumb as he starts to make some rapid hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, food cart destroyer technique. A giant toad drops from the sky as it lands on top of the bird, crashing the bird to the ground. The toad is dull rusty red with some bright red markings on his chest, eyes, and lips. The toad wears a large blue happy vest that has kanji, ebi, on the back. There is a massive dosa blade on his hip strapped to a large belt. The toad draws out its blade as it tries to stab the head of the bird underneath him. The bird struggles as its feathers glow. Watch out. They are about to explode. Jiraiya shouts to warn the toad. Boom. What the? Before the toad could react, the feathers explode beneath the toad, hurling him up in the air. A part of the toad's skin is charred as it lies on the ground. Jiraiya, you bastard. What kind of trouble you are in this time? The toad stabs his blade on the ground for support. Most of the feathers of the bird are plucked out. One of its wings is slightly damaged and smoke rises from the bird. The bird struggles for a while before it flies again. I am sorry, Gamabunta. I will make it up to you some other day. Jiraiya apologizes to the toad. Hiriko is just stalling for time to escape. We have to catch him before he leaves the border of Land of Fire. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and I chase Hiriko as Jiraiya is engaged with the bird. We catch up to Hiriko again. He turns around and makes some hand signs. Summoning Jutsu. Two dog-like giant creatures appear in front of us. Both of them possess two spear-like weapons, which they aim at us. Hiriko ignores us and continues to move towards the border. One of the dogs fires the spear at an extremely fast speed towards us. We avoid the spear as it smashes in the ground, making an enormous crater. Be careful, these are the products of his experiments. These Chimera's beasts are very powerful. That spear-like projectile on its back is made from a very hard substance. Orochimaru warns us about the nature of beasts. Leave it to me, Tsunade assures Orochimaru as she deflects a spear with a punch. Tsunade bits her thumb and made some hand. Summoning Jutsu. She summons a giant slug to fight alongside her. The slug is white with 3 blue streaks that run vertically down the middle and side of its body from its head and tapering at its tail. Its optical tentacles have a slight tint of gray to them, and it also has 2 sensory tentacles on either side of its mouth. Katsuyu, help me deal with one of the dog chimeras while I fight with this one. Also, send one of your clones with Izuna and Orochimaru and send one back to Jiraiya. Tsunade punches another spear as she engages against the dog. Yes, Tsunade-sama. 3 smaller versions of Katsuyu separate from her and one of them cling to my shoulder as we follow Hiriko. Tongue-tooth sticky acid technique. The bigger version of Katsuyu spits out large amounts of acid at the chimera dog. The dog dodges the spit, the acid from the spit melts down a large boulder. Orochimaru and I follow Hiriko as I question Chibi Katsuyu. Lady Katsuyu, what is the size of your actual body? Is the one Tsunade-sen summoned your complete body, or is it one of the many fragments of your body just like this one? I grab the Chibi Katsuyu and pulls it in front of my face as I curiously look at it. They never mentioned the real size of Katsuyu in anime, and I am really curious to find out the actual size of Katsuyu. Izuna-kun, you should never ask a lady about her age and size. It is considered rude to ask such a thing. The Chibi Katsuyu reprimands me and dodges my question. I could only helplessly shake my head and consider the idea of exploring the Shikatsu forest one day. I will eventually figure out her secret. Katsuyu jumps back on my shoulder as we continue to follow the trail. We finally spotted Hiriko and Orochimaru throws a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it towards Hiriko. The kunai hits Hiriko and explodes. Poof. Hiriko disappears in a puff of smoke, and a log appears in his place. Substitution Jutsu. Orochimaru and I search for Hiriko, and I finally find him behind a tree. Hiriko makes some hand signs as I shout in my mind. Not again. Chapter 60, Tsunade's Decision. Summoning Jutsu, Dual-Headed Snakes. A giant double-headed snake-like creature appeared in front of us. The snake has blue color scales and large fangs. It had a large white bone carapace on its head. Hiss. The snake hissed at us as it attacked with its fangs. Eat this. I made some hand signs and shoot a fireball at the snake. The snake opened its maw wide and gulped down my fireball. It really ate it. I am surprised by this development as I engage in a fight with the snake. Hirako escapes again. Orochimaru-san. You are the leader of the team. You should go ahead and chase down Hirako. I will keep this snake occupied. I take out my chakra blade as I shrug off another attack from the snake. It's decided then. Orochimaru nods to me and chases Hirako. The snake opens its mouth wide and 2 more snakes emerge from its mouth. This continues for a while as the snake continues to multiply as they become smaller and smaller until they form a large net to capture me. I infuse light chakra in my blade. Light style, lightsaber. The blade turns blue from heat and vibrates. One by one, I slash one snake after another as I dodge its attacks. I continue to whittle down the head counts of the snake. Katsuyu praises me for my strength. You are strong, Izuna-kun. I think you can fight Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and Orochimaru-sama in a few more years. Well, I can still fight and win against them, but the victory will come at a cost. Jiraiya has the Sage mode with toads, Orochimaru is an unkillable cockroach, and Tsunade has her healing jutsu. Among them, Tsunade is the weakest if I have to state the facts. The bloodline of Senju and Uzumaki runs through her. She has the bloodline of Azura Otsutsuki. Maybe, she has high growth potential which she wasted in alcohol and sorrow. I hope she can overcome her grief soon. She will be a major help in our fight against Otsutsukis if she can reach her full potential. Orochimaru continues to chase Hirako as he catches up with him. Orochimaru appears in front of Hirako as he pulls a kunai from his holster. You have done quite the research, Hirako. I am amazed by your research notes. Your way of thinking aligns with me. Orochimaru licks his kunai as he stares at Hirako. Orochimaru, you were sent by the 3rd Hokage to kill me. You have the chance now when I am weakened by my experiments. I don't have any summons anymore. You could kill me easily. Why are you stalling time now? Hirako questions Orochimaru's intentions. Hirako, we have grown together, and I could notice the helplessness in your eyes. Your weakness pushed you to search for an alternative to search for power. I have a similar goal to you. There are so many jutsus, so much knowledge to learn in this short life. Why our lifespan is so small. Why we can't reach immortality and live forever. I am quite interested in your research on chimera technique. Why don't we make a deal? I will pass my research information to you and you pass your research information to me. Orochimaru entices Hirako. What are your intentions, Orochimaru? I have already abandoned the village as the village can't handle my research anymore. As for you, you are a student of 3rd Hokage and I am sure he won't be happy to hear about your thoughts. Hirako raises his guard as he looks warily at Orochimaru. Don't be so wary of me. I meant no harm to you, I will even help you escape from the land of fire. What I want is just your research knowledge. I am sure you are carrying a copy of your research with you. Here, you can see my research first to think seriously about my offer. Orochimaru throws a scroll to Hirako, who catches the scroll warily. After inspecting the scroll for a while for any traps, Hirako opens the scroll and reads the research notes of Orochimaru. Hirako is shocked to see the contents of the paper as he starts to frantically mutter to himself. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Your research aligns a lot with mine. If your offer is honest, I will comply with you. But you have to help me cross the borders of Land of Fire first, I will pass my research to you after that. Hirako agrees with Orochimaru's deal. Orochimaru leads Hirako to the borders of Land of Fire and Land of Grass. After crossing the border, Hirako throws a scroll towards Orochimaru and disappears from his vision. Orochimaru grabs the scroll as he schemes through it. He laughs maniacally and turns around to return to his teammates. It is easier to put this smaller clone of Katsuyu in Genjutsu compared to the real body. Orochimaru strokes the slug. Later inside the Hokage's office. Orochimaru presents a scroll to Hiruzen as he starts to explain his findings regarding the research of Hirako. He was able to successfully slip from our grasp and escape the borders of Land of Fire. We have a peace treaty with the Wagakure, so I stopped at borders. Orochimaru reports to Hiruzen as he continues. Using his Kenjutsu, he created various chimera summoning beasts which he used in the battle against us. Orochimaru starts to explain the appearance and natures of chimera beasts. So, Hirako escaped from your hold. Label him as a missing nin and put a bounty on his head. He is an S-rank criminal, update his info on bingo book. Hiruzen orders as he smokes from his pipe. Thanks for your hard work, Lord Third. You still can't relax after your retirement. Minato assures Hiruzen. You don't have to thank me, Minato. I am just tying some loose ends. And also, I want to make sure that the transition between our tenure is smooth. You still have lots of things to learn, I am just playing my part in it. Hiruzen humbly responds to Minato's praise. I stood together with the Sanins as I listened to the report. I am pretty sure Orochimaru could have stopped Hiriko from escaping. Earlier I examined Hiriko's body with my Sharingan and I could notice many stitches all over his body. His body was weakened from the use of Kenjutsu. Part of the reason he never engaged in combat with us. He just used his Chimer summons to stall us. So, it seems Orochimaru allowed Hiriko to escape. They must have made some sort of deal. I am not interested in anything related to Orochimaru as long as he stays out of my way. If he tries to mess with me, I will give him a taste of my real power. Tsunade is lost in her thoughts as Izuna's earlier words cycle through her mind. He is much more realistic and intelligent compared to Nawaki. Tsunade walks up to me as she asks me, "What's your dream, Izuna?" I am surprised by her question, but I still answer to her nonetheless. My dream is to grow stronger than anyone else. Tsunade's expression dwindles as she seems to be disappointed by my answer. I continue with my answer. So I could protect my family and loved ones from any sort of danger. And to that, I will help them grow stronger with me. Tsunade is surprised to hear my answer and a little happy too. She contemplates for a while before she seems to come to a decision. Tsunade removes the necklace from her neck and approaches in front of me. Tsunade ties the necklace around my neck as she smiles at me. Everyone including Hiruzen and Minato is surprised by this development as they look at us with wide eyes. My thoughts go haywire at this development. Various alarms start to go off in my brain as my thought process becomes a mess. WTF? Is she raising a flag on me? I just wanted to help her overcome her grief and grown stronger in the time she spent sulking in grief. Has my talk no jutsu backfired on me? Or perhaps I have overdone with the jutsu. Powerful, this talk no jutsu is way too overpowered. It carried the entire Naruto series all by itself. Have I also earned the legendary fame of plot armor? Well, I do have plot armor for my wishes, but isn't this too much? She kisses my forehead as she smiles at me. Thanks for making me realize my mistakes. I think I will be able to overcome my grief. Your words helped me a lot. It would be better if you kissed me on lips. I smile back at Tsunade. Bonk. You kid. Stop falling prey to Jiraiya's pervy nature. Tsunade bashes my head as she laughs at me. Hey, don't accuse me of his misdeeds. It is his thoughts, I have no hand in them. Jiraiya tries to explain. It is your pervy nature that is corrupting Izuna. Tsunade hugs me in her embrace. I am pressed in between her massive mounds. I enjoy this feeling of bliss. One can die for such a heavenly feeling. It is pure bliss. Jiraiya starts to grumble at me as he mutters. Damn. This lucky brat. He even managed to charm Tsunade with his sweet tongue. Jiraiya looks at my handsome appearance and curse again. Chapter 61, Medical Ninjutsu Training Part 1. Cough, cough. Hiruzen coughs to get our attention. Jiraiya, Tsunade, what are your plans after this mission? I will spend my days journeying around the world to visit many places. Oh. Minato, I have written a new novel, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. You should check it out when you have free time. I will leave a copy with you. I will soon hold a book signing event for it. Jiraiya exclaims in excitation as he thinks about his new book. What about you, Tsunade? What are you going to do? Hiruzen asks Tsunade. Initially, I planned to leave Konoha and roam around the world. But I have changed my mind now. Izuna asked me to teach him medical ninjutsu and I will stay in Konoha till he learns enough. I will still roam around the world and would probably visit the land of medicine. Tsunade explains her plans to Hiruzen. Very well, it's good that you are prolonging your stay in Konoha. Although we have achieved peace after the war, there is still unrest at borders. We might need your medical expertise to treat our shinobis. Hiruzen remarks. Tomorrow, early in the morning, meet me at Konoha's hospital if you want to learn medical ninjutsu. I want you to be present at the exact time. My training will be hard, bear this in mind. Once you start, I won't allow you to live halfway through. Tsunade warns me about medical ninjutsu training. I will be there, right on time. There is no fun in training if it isn't hard. I reply to her as move out of the office. Next day, early morning. I prepare to depart for the hospital as the prospect of learning medical ninjutsu is riling me up. I was a medical student in my previous life, I want to see the difference between the knowledge of the two worlds. There isn't much difference between the anatomy of humans from this world and my previous world, except for the additional chakra network in humans. I hope my previous knowledge will be helpful here. After a few minutes, I stand at the entrance of Konoha Hospital waiting for Tsunade to show up. After waiting for another 15 minutes, Tsunade shows up with Shizune. I look at her with a questioning gaze as I ask her. You are late, Tsunade-san. I was on time, it was you who arrived late. Tsunade shrugs off my question as she points to Shizune and speaks. You two must know each other, right? Still, let me introduce, she is Shizune. Tsunade points at me and continues. And Shizune, he is Izuna. Both of you will train in medical ninjutsu under me. Tsunade-san. I have missions too. So, I will only practice when I don't have missions. I remind Tsunade of my other identity. It's fine. When you are out on missions, I will focus on Shizune. I want to train her as my successor in medical ninjutsu. But that won't mean I will go easy on you. Now let's hurry and start your training. Tsunade assures me. Tsunade leads us to the library of Konoha's hospital. She picks out lots of heavy books from various bookshelves and slams them on the table in front of us. The table creaks from the weight of the books. Shizune and I gulp at the thickness of books. Tsunade notices our expression as she questions. What are you thinking? You thought we will directly start with looking after patients and healing people around. We need to learn to walk before we can run. These books will help you gain a basic understanding of medical ninjutsu. Tsunade picks up a thick book as she slams it in front of us. You will start with this book, History of Medical Ninjutsu. This book will help you understand the history of medical ninjutsu, its origin, need, and importance in the shinobi world. Tsunade lifts another book and slams it on the table. The table creaked even more and bent beneath the book's weight. This is Encyclopedia of Herbs and Medicines. Memorize the details of every herb and medicine written in this book. Tsunade picks yet another thick book and slaps it on the table. The legs of the table spread out as it is almost about to collapse from the weight. This is Compendium of Deadly Herbs and Poison. They are categorized separately from other herbs because poisons are biological weapons that can take lives. Just by utilizing poison, the puppet master Chiyo of Sand became formidable during the Second Shinobi War. This book contains information on some common poisons and their antidotes. She picks up yet another book and slams it on the table. The top of the table is almost touching the floor as the table moans. This is Essentials of Shinobi Anatomy and Physiology. It contains detailed information about the anatomy of a shinobi. The various organs, meridians, and pathways of the human body. Hammer all the information in your brain. Tsunade picks yet another book. At this moment, the expression of Shizune and me had turned from ugly to pale as we look in horror at all the books present in Tsunade's hands. This is Compendium of Diseases and Deformities. This book records all the diseases discovered in shinobi to this date. Make sure to read this thoroughly. You can't treat your patient if you aren't aware of their ailments. The table collapses and snaps from the weight of heavy books. You have to finish this batch of books in a week. After a week, I will put your knowledge to the test and will grade your abilities accordingly. After this batch is completed, you have to memorize another batch of books to further increase your knowledge. Tsunade points at another stack of books present beside her. Despair rose in our eyes as we look at the tall stacks of the book in horror. Shizune and I gulp a mouthful of saliva as Shizune questions. Tsunade-sama, after reading through these books, will we able to practice the medical ninjutsu? Tsunade looks at Shizune and hesitates for a while before she answers. For now, just focus on memorizing these books. I will tell you about your next step after you have finished these books. I could feel that there is more to her words. In the original series too, Tsunade wanted to train Shizune as her successor but ultimately chose Sakura over Shizune. Shizune had an above-average aptitude for medical ninjutsu. She wasn't a top-tier talent, but fairly close to it. So, she doesn't want to demoralize Shizune at the first step. I could understand her sentiment as I recall my previous hours of training of surgeries on dead bodies. That was a frustrating task to say, but that hard work ultimately led me to get my degree. Yes, Tsunade-san. Tsunade-sama. Both of us reply to Tsunade as we start to read the books. I picked up Essentials of Shinobi Anatomy and Physiology to read first. I wanted to know about the difference between shinobis and normal humans' body. After reading for a while, I can't figure out much of a difference between the two except the chakra system. The body of a shinobi is more durable than normal human. Due to the presence of the chakra system, all of the inner organs of a shinobi are coated in a thin layer of chakra which prevents them from displacing from their position due to the shock caused by various supernatural feats of shinobi. I always wondered how shinobis prevents their mouth from being burned by fire when they use the fire jutsu. Today, I got my answer. I read the book on anatomy for 4 hours straight as I used my Sharingan to record the information as I flipped through the pages. Whenever I noticed something new and different, I would stop and analyze that information for a while. Tsunade would check on us from time to time. After another hour, I finished the entire book as I stood up and stretched my body. Tsunade and Shizun were shocked to see me finish a book so quickly. Kid, have you read and memorized the entire book? Tsunade questions me. I nod to her as I point at my Sharingan. It was easy to memorize the details through the use of my Sharingan. You are free to ask me any question from the book. Tsunade questions me a few times and I answer them perfectly. Damn. These Uchihas and their Sharingan. Tsunade curses Uchihas on how unfair it is. Hey. That's rude. You can't curse us for our abilities. I angrily looked at Tsunade. Okay. Okay. Memorizing them is fine, but you must also know the meaning of knowledge you learned. Before you start the next book, make sure to digest the entire information from this book. Go and relax for a while. You can read the next book from tomorrow onwards. Growl, growl. Izuna's stomach growls in hunger. I can't wait to eat some ramen. Izuna walks out of the hospital, jumps on a nearby roof, and disappears. Chapter 62, Medical Ninjutsu Training Part 2. The torture continues for the next 2 weeks as I have to memorize a plethora of knowledge. The herbs and medicines are entirely different from my previous world because of the involvement of chakra. Though some of their effect are almost the same, but more potent. For various diseases, there is not much knowledge recorded. Shinobi continues to wage war and during warring periods, hardly anyone lived past 30. This reminded me of Itachi's disease. Kishimoto has a knack for killing overpowered characters in a very unconventional way. Sakumo dies by suicide, Shursue dies by suicide, Itachi dies from an unknown disease. Nagato sacrifices his life, Grandpa Madara is backstabbed by Black Zetsu. Moving on to poisons, similar to medicinal herbs, poisons are also enhanced by chakra. As for medical ninjutsu's history, there are lots of incomplete text and record. Only after the formation of hidden villages did the shinobi start to compile them. There is still a lot of knowledge buried within the depths of various clans' record which they refuse to pass to others. I found no records of anything related to Sage of Six Paths. He is considered more of a fable than an actual person. Guess Black Zetsu did a good job of eliminating any trace of him. After this boring session of book reading, today we are finally about to start on our first lesson on medical ninjutsu, I suppose. I had doubts about the authenticity of Tsunade's words when she convinced Shizun, and as expected Tsunade appears before us as she speaks. Before we start our lessons in medical ninjutsu, I would like to see your chakra control. Tsunade placed jars in front of us. The jar has milk and coffee mixed within it. To test your chakra control, I would like you to separate milk and coffee in different layers. This is a simple test I came up with after pondering for a while. The faster and smoother you can do it, the better your chakra control is. She shakes the jars to further mix the milk and coffee. Now start. You have half an hour to separate the mixture. I have good chakra control. Beside my ninjutsu training, I practiced chakra control a lot. The situation turned even worse after the Sin Seal. I have to micromanage my chakra consumption in order not to trigger the seal. I infused chakra more than the necessary amount, the seal would start to suck me dry. So, my chakra control improved further from this handicap. I still miss those days when I could spam jutsus non-stop and dominate anyone with my power. Now, even throwing a lightning release Raisnon will trigger the seal and leave me dry. I should pay a visit to Uzumaki village sometime soon. Anyway, this test will be a breeze for me. I concentrate chakra in my hands as I redirect it inside the mixture. I start to fine control my chakra as it interacted with coffee and milk particles. Slowly, step by step, I separate them based on their densities as small layers of milk and coffee form. Tsunade looks at my mixture and nods. You are doing great, Izuna. Looks like your chakra control is quite good. Shizun, milk, and coffee have different compositions. Try to separate them according to that. We can also apply this lesson to extract poison from the body. I separate milk and coffee in a few more seconds and after a while, Shizun also completes the process. Izuna, your chakra control is up to the standard of a medical nin. As for you, Shizun, you need to train hard in your chakra control. You can still improve further. Tsunade remarks on our abilities. Next step is the healing technique. You have to gather chakra in your palms in the shape of an orb and move it over injured areas to accelerate healing. There is also an advanced form of this technique called mystical palm technique. Only a few medical nin can use this technique. Tsunade presents a dummy doll to both of us. This doll is made up of special materials. Whenever you apply healing jutsu on this doll, the material of the doll starts to expand. There is a small cut on this doll. Your task is to use the healing technique to close the split wound. Keep in mind, if you applied too much of the healing chakra, the doll will inflate and blow from overexpanding due to excessive chakra. Both Shizun and I start to use the healing technique taught by Tsunade. It is quite easy for me as I copied the entire process with my Sharingan when Tsunade demonstrated the technique. I have also copied the advanced version, Mystic Palm technique, during the war, but I will improve step by step according to Tsunade's instructions. In a few minutes, I easily closed the tier and handed the doll to Tsunade. Tsunade checked the doll and nodded. You have a good aptitude for medical ninjutsu, too bad you are more of a combat-oriented shinobi. Your fighting skills are more useful than medical skills. After Shizun completes the process, Tsunade moves to the next step. She hands over Sakura buds to both of us as he demonstrates the next step. During an emergency, you can save a wounded partner or friend, if you can skillfully apply chakra to their injuries. For this step, you need to bloom the Sakura bud with your chakra. So, I have to provide enough nutrition to the buds to make them bloom. Chakra is versatile as we can use it in several ways. I ponder over the nature of chakra energy as I start to apply chakra over Sakura buds. After a short while, the Sakura buds bloom with pink flowers as I present them to Tsunade. Tsunade is surprised to see my progress. She praises me. Your medical skills are quite good, Izuna-kun. It would be a waste to let them rot in combat. Why don't you become a combat medic? I shook my head and replied to her. Tsunade-san. I want to grow strong enough to not even allow my friends and family to get injured. I am learning medical ninjutsu to improve my chakra control and as a precautionary measure for emergencies. Tsunade sighs as she looks at Shizun. Shizun is struggling to bloom the bud as her expression is quite strained due to concentration. Shizun ultimately fails as Sakura buds fail to bloom in the time limit. Tsunade consoles Shizun. It's all right. You need a little more practice and you will succeed. After this basic course, the next part will be the handling of chakra tools. You should be able to infuse healing chakra in scalpels and other tools while operating on a person. Healing techniques can only heal the external wounds, for internal injuries you need to operate on the patient to effectively treat him. We will start on that only after you completely master the basic course and effectively heal people in hospitals. Izuna, you are ready for treating external injuries of patients. From tomorrow onwards, you can start to practice on patients in infirmary. Yes. Tsunade-san. I spent the next month practicing medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance. Tsunade was surprised to see my proficiency with medical equipment as I handled them like an expert. After just a week, I even completed a minor surgery which greatly shocked Tsunade. Kid. I really hope for you to practice medical ninjutsu. You can save countless lives during a battle. Tsunade tries to convince me again. If I have enough strength, then there would not be any need for battle. I can suppress my enemies with my strength alone, there will be no injuries or casualties. Such thoughts ran through the mind as I once again rejected her idea. Maybe I wasn't fated to be a doctor. The day I graduated from my master's and was free to practice, I lost my life on that very day. But still in my days as an intern, I saved plenty of people to earn enough karma to reincarnate in this world with some cheats. I suppose. I even demonstrated the Mystic Palm technique to Tsunade, much to her surprise. In just 2 months, I have mastered nearly all the medical ninjutsu courtesy of shadow clones. I have no interest in Tsunade's creation rebirth seal since I have a healing factor. Her technique is flawed. Creation technique doesn't repair the old cells, instead it hastens the creation of new cells through the cell division. A body cells can only split and divide only a certain number of times. After it reaches the limit, the body doesn't create new cells anymore. This is the reason why Tsunade's actual appearance was much older than her age. This technique also shortens the lifespan of the user. Tsunade could live so long because of her Uzumaki heritage. Maybe in the future, I can perfect this technique and help Tsunade preserve her beauty. It is such a waste to let her turn into an old hag. Chapter 63, Top Secret Mission Part 1. Inside the Hokage office. Izuna and his team listen to the details of their latest mission as Minato and Hiruzen explains to them. Konoha has received a backup request from Takigakure. According to the intel, the hidden waterfall village is under attack from a group of unknown shinobis. In this crisis, the village head Hizen of Takigakure sent a request mission to Konoha. Since this mission involves conflict between nations after the Third Shinobi War, we can't deploy normal shinobi teams to handle the situation. It may cause unrest if they discover the involvement of Konoha. So, I am assigning this task to your team. Help Hidden Waterfall deal with the crisis. Hiruzen passes an intel scroll to our team leader. All of us flicker out of the Hokage office, but Hiruzen stops the captain. I have a task for you. Hidden Waterfall Village has a specialized liquid called Hero Water. It is produced once every 100 years and has some special properties. Try to negotiate with the village head for this water when you ask for compensation. All of us gather at the outskirts of Konoha as we march towards Takigakure. Takigakure is a hidden village in the land of waterfalls. It borders with the land of stone and land of fire as major nations. Takigakure isn't a major hidden village, since it doesn't have an official kage. But it survived previous wars and is still standing after 3 wars. The most notable shinobi of Takigakure is Kakuzu, a missing nin who was ordered by the higher-ups of the village to assassinate first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He failed to complete his mission and returned to the village only to face the harsh stigma and punishment on the failure of his insurmountable mission. Kakuzu came to hold a violent hatred Takigakure and escaped from his imprisonment. Before he escaped, he violently massacred the elders of the village and plucked out their hearts. He fled the village, not before stealing one of the most prized Ninjutsu of the village. After the First War, Takigakure signed a peace treaty with Konoha, and since then it has been in a non-aggression pact with Konoha. I skimmed through the intel provided by our captain on Takigakure. Not much detailed information is available regarding Takigakure, as my clearance level is not enough. The flourishment of Takigakure is credited to its high number of jounins. It has never been successfully invaded despite being surrounded by 4 other countries, a feat they are very proud of. I can't seem to recall much of the information of Takigakure from anime. I only know about Kakuzu, since that guy was popular. Our journey lasts for an entire day as we reach the borders of Takigakure. We reached near a very large tree, which easily dwarfs nearby trees. A large waterfall flows near the tree. We have reached the meeting spot assigned by Takigakure as we wait for our guide. I sense a gaze on our team. Probably, they are monitoring us to confirm our hostility. The captain walks up to the tree, he takes out a whistle from his pocket and blows it. The whistle produces some inaudible sound. This is the signal given by Takigakure to prove us as a friendly force. After waiting for a while, a team of Takigakure jounins walks out from behind the tree. They have probably used a secret passageway to reach here. One of the jounin walks to over captain and stretches his hand. The captain passes a scroll to the Takigakure jounin and waits for his response. The Takigakure jounins read through the scroll and use some sort of seal to check its authenticity. After a while, he nods to us and leads us to the waterfall. The jounin makes some hand signs and touches the waterfall. The water screen shifts a little, and a large stone with some seals appears in front of us. The jounin makes some more hand signs and slaps his hand in the center of the seal. The boulder shakes as it moves from its position to reveal a passageway. One of the jounin walks inside the passage and the other signals us to move inside. Our team follows them inside, but all of us were on high alert for any suspicious activity. Some jounin stay behind as they make some hand signs and the boulder covers the entrance once again. It is for safety measures. We don't want any invaders to infiltrate our village. The jounin reassures us as we closely follow him. The entire passage is an underground cave system with many passages and dead ends just like a maze. If not for the Takigakure jounin leading us, our team might get lost in the maze. Using ninjutsu to blow this place won't be a good idea, as the entire passage will collapse on top of us. After walking for a while, we reached near a large water reservoir which has a barrier to isolate the water. We entered inside the barrier and swam toward the surface. After swimming for a while, we reached in the middle of a large lake. We stood atop the water and followed the jounin. The lake is in the center of the village. There is a gazebo in the center of the lake. The jounin leads us to it. We could spot him and sitting in the center of the gazebo. Welcome friends from Konoha. I am pleased to see you here, I hope Hokage-sama is doing fine. There is no need for such pleasantries, village head Hizen-sama. Hokage-sama received your message, and he immediately deployed us to help you. Since it is a secret mission, we can't reveal our identities. Here is a message from Hokage-sama. The captain passes a scroll to the village chief. I scrutinized the village chief of Takigakure. He had short smooth brown hair that grays on outside with only top maintain the brown color. He wore a black Takigakure forehead protector around his forehead and his hairs hang over the left and right side of it and he also had brown sideburns. He had small black colored eyes and a small brown colored goatee. I could sense an enormous amount of chakra from him, but if I were to rate him in strength, then he can be considered slightly weaker to Sanins. I think that's part of the reason why Takigakure doesn't have a Kage yet. Their strongest shinobi is quite weaker compared to other Kages. I assumed him to be the strongest shinobi of Takigakure. Well, you need strength to be accepted as village head by all shinobis of the village. After exchanging pleasantries with Captain, he directs the conversation to the main issue. Recently, just after the end of the Third Ninja War, a group of unknown shinobi starts to attack shinobis from our village. Whenever they spot a team of shinobis on a mission, they would attack and slaughter them. We sent a team to deal with them, but they were strong enough to repel our efforts. The situation escalated when they forced one of our genins to reveal the location of the village. Since then, they would frequently assault our village in the wake of night and would kill lots of innocent civilians. We haven't been able to figure out their motive. Our village stayed away from the previous 2 ninja wars and we have maintained a friendly relation with other nation after the first Hokage incident. The village chief Hizen sighs as he explains the details of attacks to us. I have requested Iwagakure and Kanahigakure for the aid, but Iwagakure denied our request because of lack of personnel on their sides because of the war. Thankfully, your people from Konoha arrived to help us. He points to a nearby jounin as he continues. Suein will help you with your lodgings, we will need your help during our night patrol. From the recent attack pattern of enemies, they are most likely to strike us today. Suein had long spiky hair, small dark eyes, and a goatee. He wore a dark blue jacket, gray pants, black shinobi sandals. He wore his forehead protector like a bandana on his forehead. This guy has the aura of a villain. Somehow, this Suein guy gives me the vibes of a villain of some small arc. I ignore this feeling as I follow him to our lodgings. The village head has reserved quite a luxurious inn for us near a large waterfall. After we are settled in the inn, I explored the hidden waterfall village and I asked Captain for permission. As long as you don't break the protocol, you are free to do anything. However, keep your guard up in the village. I change my appearance using transformation jutsu and walks out of the inn to tour the village. The village had Southeast Asian aesthetics to it. I sightsee various places in the village as I enjoyed the local cuisines. It seems more like a holiday than a top-secret mission to me. Chapter 64. Top Secret Mission Part 2. Later at night. All of us gather at the outskirts of Hidden Waterfall Village as we head over selves. Village Chief Hyzen also hid nearby with his jounin teams. We wait for enemies to attack the village. In the direction of 1 o'clock I sense some movement inside the lake as I warn my team with gestures. I am the only sensor in my team, so I am assigned to locate the enemies. I raise my guard as I patiently wait for enemies to appear. One by one, many shinobis cloaked in black clothes appears on the top of the lake. I count their numbers. There are nearly 100 shinobis on the lake's surface. That's a large group of people. They can almost form a small hidden village with these many shinobis. I try to speculate on their origin. One person who seems to be their leader makes some hand gestures to them. The shinobis disperse after their leader's orders. This is our chance. The village head Hyzen orders his men as he jumps out from his hiding place to engage in combat with foreign shinobis. Soon, a heated battle starts between both sides as one jutsu after another flies around. I lazily fight with the jounin as I am interested in their origin. Hyzen is engaged with the leader of the foreign shinobi group. He makes some rapid hand signs. Water style, lotus light rupture. Drops of water start to rise from the lake. The water droplets fuse as they formed razor-sharp lotus petals. The petals expand in size and spin rapidly. Hyzen points them at enemy shinobis as the petals emit explosive energy. The lotus petals made the atmosphere similar to a scene within a Zen garden as the melody of death plays. The enemy commander sensed the danger from the technique as he immediately made some hand signs. Radiation release, radioactive decay. His body generates a deadly amount of radiation. The surrounding air heats as it ionizes, the nearby lake water boils from the extreme heat. All the lotus petals evaporates from the heat, nullifying the jutsu. I jump back to avoid the deadly radiation. I immediately activate my Sharingan as I record the new nature transformation. Hyzen also dodges the radiation directed at him as he makes some more hand signs. Water release, water prison dome. He makes a water prison around the enemy commander to isolate the radiation. But his efforts seem to be futile as the water evaporates from the heat. I quickly make some hand signs. Water release, water bullet jutsu. I shoot a water bullet at an enemy commander who dodges the first bullet but is hit by the second one. He is flung out of the lake and crashes onto the shore. Village chief and I will take care of the enemy commander, rest of you stop other enemies. Our team captain orders us. I engage with other enemy shinobis, but most of my attention is on the enemy commander. I have never seen such a weird nature transformation. I quickly check the body of the enemy commander, and I got my answer. The nature transformation radiation release is a mix of fire release and yang release. He is using fire release to produce fire and empowering it with the yang release, which results in this deadly radiation. This seems pretty suicidal. He is compensating some yang chakra with his life energy. How desperate is this dude to blow Takigakure? Does he have a backstory like every Naruto villain? I question myself. The area around enemy commander turned into a dead zone of radiation. The enemy commander makes some more hand signs. Radiation release, matter decay bomb. He spews out an enormous amount of green fire. The fire starts to condense into a dense ball as it pulsates. He launches the ball towards the village. Damn. He is targeting the village. If it hit the village, everyone inside will be toast. I curse him as I start to think of countermeasures. Village Chief Hyzen makes some hand signs as he slams his hand on water. Summoning Jutsu, Ryu Rimuru. A giant crimson, white catfish 6 times the size of a human appears in the water. Ryu Rimuru transformed to protect the village. Hyzen commands the summon. Dragon God transformation. The fish turns into a giant golden dragon. The dragon swiftly moves in front of the radiation bomb. The dragon opens its mouth and fires an energy beam at the ball. Boom. This results in an explosion as the dragon is able to redirect the bomb towards a nearby hill. Boom. The radiation bomb collides with the hill and explodes. A large mushroom cloud rises in the air as all the life forms die on the hill. Green radiation envelopes the hill has become inhabitable for years to come. Damn. That's a pocket atom bomb. I gaped at the scenario of the hill. Tailed beast bombs will only detonate and explode, but this jutsu leaves behind deadly radiation as its after effect. The enemy commander is drained of his chakra at this point. We have also dealt with pretty much all the enemies. The skills of Umbu are a notch higher than regular jounins and our team is one of the elite. This outcome breaks the mind of the enemy commander. He frantically starts to shout. Why, this outcome must happen. 20 years, I spent 20 years to plan for my revenge. 20 years ago, my village was wiped by a shinobi from Takigakure. At that time, we were engaged in a war against Konoha. The third Hokage launched a surprise attack and our village lost the war. When we returned to the village, death and devastation of our Torigakure village welcomed us. We were a small village located in the land of birds who had a conflict with Konoha on some interests. What had those innocent villagers done to anybody to face such a grueling death where their hearts were ripped apart from their body? My wife, my daughter, and even my newborn son were slaughtered in that massacre. After investigating the perpetrator, the trails lead us to Takigakure. Kakuzu of the Takigakure slaughtered our entire village. From that day onwards, I decided to take revenge from Takigakure. I spent the past 20 years of my life practicing the Kenjutsu of my village, hoping to avenge my family. I can't fail now, no. I won't fail now. Ha ha. Ha ha. All of you must die with me. I will join my family in the afterlife together with the entire Takigakure. The enemy commander laughs hysterically as he made some hand signs. I could see his life force draining at an extreme rate. His body inflates as deformation rose on his body. His body condensed into a small green sphere as it shines. Stop him. He is about to detonate himself with that radiation release. If he is successful in his jutsu, then the entire Takigakure village will turn into a dead zone filled with radiation. I warn all the shinobis who are staring with wide eyes at the enemy ninja. Radiation release, nuclear detonation. The village head Hizen fished out a small gourd from his pocket as he immediately uncorked it. He gulps down the crystal clear water. So, that's the legendary hero water of Takigakure, which made it known throughout the world. Most of the invaders attacked the village for this water, but the village successfully repelled them. How ironic, they are facing an existential crisis because of revenge, not because of this water. I guess this dude is more desperate than others, part of the reason he succeeded in his invasion. I look at the village chief, then I direct gaze towards the enemy shinobi who has turned into a green ball at this point. I am not a part of this shit. Don't blow me up, you motherfucker. I silently curse that enemy shinobi in my mind. A large amount of chakra starts to rile up from the village head as the blue chakra is visible to our eyes. I check his body with my Sharingan and I can see a sharp spike in his chakra reserves. There is a tenfold increase of chakra in Hizen's chakra reserves. The chakra is so potent that it pushed away nearby water and forms partial chakra arms. The chakra network of Hizen is frantically pumping this extra chakra through his body as some of his chakra meridians start to snap. His life force is draining quickly as his remaining brown hairs start to turn gray. Wrinkles appear on his skin and his body starts to hunch a little. So, this is the side effect of hero water. It makes you a hero for a few instances, then zero for life. This name is appropriate for this water. The village chief gets ready for his hero moment. Should I pop some popcorns for this moment? I joke in my mind as I turn serious to face the explosion as I really might die here. Chapter 65. Top Secret Mission Part 3. Boom. An enormous explosion covered the area as village chief Hizen used his enhanced chakra prowess to carry the enemy shinobi further away from the village. A large pillar of light engulfs us as I create some earth walls together with my skeletal Susanoo to protect myself. I can see an extensive amount of high-energy radiation particles shooting towards us. The earth walls blocked most of the radiation, but still, a fair amount of radiation escaped and bombarded my Susanoo. The penetration of these things is too high, and only pure chakra constructs could stop them. The explosion lasts for a while as the tall pillar of green light finally disappeared, leaving lots of deadly radiation behind. A major outer area of Takigakure got annihilated in the process, though the village is unharmed from the explosion. I checked all of my teammates and I could see large amounts of radiation in their body. If they aren't treated quickly, then they might die real soon. I hope Tsunade can figure out a way to save them. For now, I will give them basic treatment to prevent further damage to their cells. I heal my teammates using medical ninjutsu. Takigakure jounins also lined up in front of me for treatment. I checked the body of village chief Hizen and shook my head. He is a lost cause. The hero water and radiation have done extensive damage to his meridians and vitality. He won't live for long. I would advise you to groom a successor for your position. Hizen sighs after hearing my words. I knew such a day would come eventually. I have protected the village in past years from lots of invaders, and continuous use of hero water took a toll on my body. I have finally reached my limit. Could you tell me how much longer would I live? You have a year at most. If you use hero water in this interval, then you will die immediately. I warn him. Also, this radiation has done extensive damage to bodies of involved jounins. I would recommend getting treated immediately, otherwise all of you will follow Hizen's footsteps. My warning scared them as they frantically begin to question me. I answered their questions one by one. Now it is time for our remuneration. Hokage-sama demands a gourd of hero water as our compensation for this mission. Our team captain informs Hizen. It's fine with me. I will provide you with a gourd of hero water tomorrow. I hope it will improve our relationship with Konoha in the long run. Of course, Konoha will be ready to help Takigakure anytime, if the situation demands it. The captain answered. All of us return to our lodgings to relax. We will depart for Konoha tomorrow. Village head Hizen-sama, I oppose using hero water as a reward for the mission. The hero water is limited and is a source of strength for our village. It isn't wise to give it away just like that. Suein disagrees with Hizen's decision. We will be able to forge a good relation with Konoha with hero water. It is such a small cost to pay to get their support. Hizen assures Suein. But they are part of a large nation and you can never trust them. I have made my decision and I don't want to hear any further argument on this subject. Hizen cuts off Suein. In the next morning, they invite Captain and me to the village head's house by a jounin. We follow the jounin to visit Hizen. Village chief's residence is a wooden cottage built near some trees with a sign, Taki, in kanji engraved on the entrance. The interior of the cottage seems to be rather Spartan. It doesn't contain much space or unnecessary furniture, like a table or chair. Hizen sat on a raised dais on the floor as he welcomes us. It was nice to have you here. Once again, we thank Konoha for their support. I hope our relation with Konoha will prosper in the future. Hizen passes a gourd with crystal clear, hero water, to us together with a scroll. While returning, a kid collides with me and falls down on the floor. I am sorry. The kid immediately bows and apologizes to me. It's fine. I inspect the kid. He has ink-black eyes and long, dark brown hair similar to Hizen. He is around my age, albeit a bit older. He is my son, Shibuki. He will be my successor in the future. Hizen introduces the kid. The kid hides behind his father as he stares at us. He has a cowardly nature. This is my impression of the kid. Well, I ain't have anything to do with this kid. I walk out of village chief's residence. Takigakure's shinobis escorted us out of the village through another passage. We start our return journey to Konoha. On our way back, Captain coughs up some blood. He rests against a tree as another Umbu questions him. Are you all right, Captain? You don't seem to be in excellent condition. After coughing for a while, the captain takes a deep breath and assures us. I am fine. The earlier injuries flared up. I will visit village hospital for treatment. I secretly investigate his body. I am shocked to see his condition. Large amounts of radioactive particles are deposited in his lungs. They are corroding the alveoli of his lungs. Captain was closest to explosion after village head Hizen. Looks like he suffered a lot of damage from the radiation. If he isn't treated on time, he will lose his life in the next few years. Inside Hokage's office, I start to report the details of the mission to Minato and Hiruzen. The captain and the rest of my team are admitted to emergency wards inside the Konoha hospitals. Tsunade is trying to figure out a cure for them. Maybe I shall help her later. After hearing my report, Hiruzen mumbles. I remember that village. 20 years ago, our village was engaged in a war against them. They possessed a powerful kenjutsu capable of blowing an entire village. It is the same radiation release you mentioned earlier. Many small villages were struggling with the possession of remaining tailed beasts. They used this forbidden kenjutsu to annihilate another small village in the land of forests. Our village had to step in to prevent them from further devastating other small villages. We successfully repelled them, but the village suddenly disappeared in thin air. I never expected there to be survivors and the cause of their destruction to be a rogue ninja Kakuzu from Takigakure. Anyway, I am quite surprised by your performance, Izuna. I would promote you to the rank of vice captain of Team Rho. I hope you continue to do well in the future. Honestly, I am surprised by this promotion. Now, I have a higher level of clearance and I can have access to more forbidden jutsu. I hope I can find something useful among them. I return to Uchiha compounds as it has been a while since I got some free time. The rest of my team excluding Kakashi are hospitalized. I can take a break and check Shirsue's progress. After Izuna's departure, Hiruzen passes a scroll to Minato as he informs him. Recently a group of AIM shinobis formed a group called Akatsuki. This group was active during the Third Shinobi War, and they recruited lots of AIM shinobi during this time. We aren't sure about their motives, but I don't think Hanzo of the Salamander would like the idea of a separate organization residing within a Megakure. I have left Root to take care of this matter. I hope Danzo won't disappoint me in this matter. I agree with your arrangements, Lord Third. But I would also like to receive intel regarding Akatsuki. I heard Jiraiya-sensei trained some orphans in a Megakure during his stay. So, I am a little curious about the motives of this organization. Very well, I will talk with Danzo regarding this matter. How is the situation at borders? There isn't much improvement in the situation. Many shinobis from small nations are still invading our borders. My hands are full dealing with this situation. Minato looks at the large stack of paperwork and sighs. Lately, I have spent no time with Kushina. These are the duties of a Hokage. Paperwork is one of the major trouble, you will soon get used to it. Hiruzen advises Minato. Well, let me finish this stack of paperwork and I will return home. Inside Uchiha compounds. I visit Shirsue's house, but he isn't present there. Aunt Fumiko informs me of Shirsue's location. Shirsue is training Itachi in Training Ground 3. You should meet with them. Recently, Shirsue has been complaining a lot about you. Spend some time with them, your uncle Yagami is out on a mission. I enter Training Ground 3 and hide myself to monitor Shirsue and Itachi. Thankfully, a certain pervert has stopped his peeking. Chapter 66. Training with Shirsue and Itachi. I hid on a nearby tree as I eavesdropped on Shirsue and Itachi. Big brother Shirsue, can you teach me a jutsu? I have already unlocked my chakra and I am ready to train in ninjutsu. Father promised to teach me a jutsu, but soon after he went on a mission. Mother seems to be sick. She told me that she is pregnant, and I will be a big brother soon. So, she can't teach me jutsu. Itachi requested Shirsue. Shirsue scratched his back and smiled. I think you should probably learn your first jutsu from Uncle Fugaku. I will train you in Shuriken Jutsu if you want to learn it. That seems fair too, then big brother Shirsue teach me Shuriken Jutsu. Itachi cheered up a little bit. Oh. Shirsue is about to flex in front of Itachi. I am interested, it has been a while since I last saw Shirsue's skills. I wonder how much he has improved with Shuriken Jutsu. Shirsue puts many targets on nearby trees and rocks. He draws out a large number of kunais from his holster as he held them in his hand. He grips the tip of the kunais between his fingers and flicked his hand. The kunais vanishes as Shirsue turns his palm over and shows them to Itachi. He flicks his hand again and kunais reappear in between his fingers. Oh. He learned some party tricks. Shirsue throws all the kunais at target. All the kunais hits the bullseye, and Itachi is surprised to see it. Shirsue grabs more kunais from his pocket and throws them randomly in the air. He draws out more kunais and hit the previous kunais to redirect their trajectory. All the kunais hits the bullseye. Itachi's eyes are shining at this point. After some practice, you will be able to do the same. Izuna Nisan is even better than me. I learned this trick from him. Oh. I would also like to get trained by Izuna Nii-san, but he is always on his missions. Itachi complains. Oh. I guess I should give them a surprise then. It is time to test my new cool jutsu. Winds start to blow in the training ground as many particles start to gather in front of Shirsue and Itachi. They are surprised to see this, and both of them raise their guards. All the particles start to combine as they form a humanoid apparition. A figure starts to form within the particles and they finally shatter like glass to reveal my figure. Ta-da! I appear in front of Shirsue and Itachi as I wave my hands at them. They are shocked to see me as they stare with wide eyes at me for an entire minute. Their jaw is wide open as they gawk at me. Are you guys surprised at me? You guys missed me, right? So, here am I. I speak to them to hear their response, but they point at me with shaky hands. Did my new jutsu surprise them to this extent? Well, I got the idea of this jutsu from one of my favorite games from my previous life. So, I thought of putting it to use and created this new jutsu. Light style, transmat. Hey. Are you two listening? Answer me, boys. I try to calm them down. Are you really Izuna Nisan? You aren't a ghost, right? Shirsue steps back and looks at me with wariness. Bonk. I bump my fist on Shirsue's head as I angrily shout at him. I am your real Izuna Nisan. That was my new jutsu. It is rude of you, Shirsue, to label me a ghost. So, you really are Izuna Nii-san. It has been a while since I last saw you. Shursue smiles sheepishly. Izuna Nii-san, what was that jutsu you used now? It is so cool, can you tell me about it? Itachi asks me in enthusiasm. That's a new jutsu, I created Itachi. You know, the normal substitution jutsu with a log appears dull to me. There is no creativity in that jutsu, so I replaced it with my brand new creation. Can you teach this jutsu to us? Shursue and Itachi ask me in unison. How to say it to you? But this jutsu is unique to me, I can't teach this jutsu to you. I burst their bubble of excitement. Shursue and Itachi dejectedly hang their neck. I try to appease them. Although, I can't teach it to you. You can create your own substitution jutsu. For example, you can use summons to create such an effect. Shursue, if I heard it right, you recently signed a summoning contract with crows. Uncle Yagami helped you with the summoning contract. Why don't you partner with crows to create your own substitution jutsu and arrival? You can teach that to Itachi. Also, if you successfully completed this jutsu, then I can promise to do one thing for you. How is it, do you like my idea? Shursue contemplates for a while before he nods to me. Okay. Ni-san, you must promise me. I will create this jutsu very quickly. Okay. I promise to you. Now, what are you guys doing here? I ask Shursue. Oh. I am just teaching some shuriken jutsu to Itachi. Ni-san, why don't you show your new shuriken jutsu technique for us? I have already mastered all the previous techniques and I even created a trick of my own. Shursue demonstrates his party trick technique as he flexes again. Now, it's time for me to flex. Okay. Watch carefully. I throw out many kunais randomly in the air. The kunai starts to fall down after reaching a certain height. I take out a shuriken from my holster and throws it towards a kunai. The shuriken collides with the kunai and deflects its trajectory. It then collides with another kunai and deflects its trajectory too. This continues for a while as shuriken continues to deflect all kunais. Finally, it hits the bullseye on one of the targets together with all other kunais. Shursue and Itachi are shocked by this development. Both of them start to clap as they praise me. That's too awesome, Izuna Nii-san. Please teach this to us. I will teach this to both of you. But Itachi, you have to master basic techniques first, then only you can move to advanced stuff. Also, you need to unlock your Sharingan to predict their trajectory and aim accordingly. Once you get the hang of your Sharingan, you can repeat my feat without Sharingan just like me. It will become muscle memory for your body, and your normal perception will also increase. Shursue, I will teach this technique to you. Itachi, you can watch me and learn something from observation. I start to teach them the advanced techniques of shuriken jutsu. The training lasts for a while as the sun sets on the horizon. We decide to return to clan compounds as all of us walk together. Itachi, you are going to join the academy soon. I ask Itachi. Yes, Nii-san, I will apply for the academy after father return from his mission. It is going to be a new session by then. Itachi replies. Okay. Once you join the academy, I will teach you shadow clone jutsu. You can send your clone to academy and train with Shursue using your real body. Itachi nods to me. Shursue starts to grumble. Ni-san, you used shadow clone to skip academy too. Now, you are teaching this bad habit to Itachi. Shursue, think about it. Academy is a waste of time for talents like Itachi. Academy is only meant for civilian kids to learn some jutsu and know more about ninja's life. We are from the Uchiha clan, and we have already learned this stuff in our clan. Besides, Itachi will send a shadow clone to the academy. Whenever he will dispel the shadow clone, all the information gathered by the clone will appear in his mind. So, technically, he is still attending the academy. I try to convince Shursue. Well, you have a point there, Izuna Nii-san. I will keep this a secret from uncle and aunt then. We reached Uchiha clan compounds as we conversed. Soon, we reached the clan head's residence. Oh. If it isn't Izuna-kun and Shursue-kun. So, all three of you were training together. Aunt Mikoto looks at the dirty clothes of Itachi and Shursue. She had a big bulge in her stomach, and she took support against a wall. Oh. Sasuke is about to be born. So, I have 1 year's worth of time to prepare for that incident. I won't allow anything to happen to you Minato and Kushina-ne-san. I remind myself. Mom, you should rest inside the house. The doctor advised resting to you. Itachi supports Mikoto and leads her inside. Itachi dear, I was waiting for you. Izuna and Shursue, both of you come and join us. It has been a while since you visited us. Aunt Mikoto invites us inside the house, and we follow her. Chapter 67. Journey to Land of Whirlpool Part 1. A/N. Okay, stop complaining. We will deal with Sin Seal now, it won't hinder Izuna in any way. But some of you might not like the way I dealt with it. I am writing this story with Boruto in my mind. Ishiki Otsutsuki cream-pied full-power Naruto and Sasuke with only a kick while only using around a tiny bit of his power. I need to add some other elements to make Izuna more op. A month passed by, Sasuke is finally born. Fugaku threw a large party to celebrate the occasion. They invited nearly all clansmen and other clan heads to the party. I attended the party together with my family. Even Minato and Kushina got an invitation. Well, Minato is Hokage and Kushina seemed to be a close friend of Mikoto. Baby Sasuke looked way too cute. Itachi carried Sasuke in his arms and Sasuke giggles. Brocon. Itachi is a brocon. I remarked at their interactions. I have grown up from the stage of molestation by the frantic group of aunties and grandmas. Itachi can avoid this because of Sasuke. I won't allow Sasuke to turn into an emo again. Look at this cute child, some schemes of Danzo or Obito can ruin him. I tickle Sasuke slightly on his cheeks. Sasuke grabbed my finger and giggle. Nisan, he likes you. Itachi and Shisui remarks. Itachi seems to hesitate on something as he silently mutters to himself. But I am his real brother. I sweat drop at Itachi. I can hear you, Itachi. We are interrupted by some disturbances. I turn around and get freaked out by creepy Hyugas. Hayashi and Hisashi appeared with a bunch of Hyuga elders. I spot two pretty Hyuga women with them. One of them is holding a small kid in her arms. If my guess is correct, then they are the wives of Hayashi and Hisashi and that small kid is Niji. He is about to turn a year old. Mother, Aunt Mikoto, Aunt Fumiko, and big sister Kushina welcomes them as they form a lady union of their own. There are only two creepy things in the village which can freak me out. First is Hyuga with their Byakugan and second is Aburames with their insect-littered bodies. I still can't get used to them. Another commotion occurs and speaks of the devil. Aburame clan members have arrived. Shibi walks near me and asks. How are you doing, kid? You remembered me, Shibi-san, I question him. You were too outstanding to be forgotten. Also, everyone in the village is aware of Silent Shinigami. You are quite famous, kid. Shibi answers me as he moves on to greet Fugaku. Similarly, Choza arrived with Akimichis and greeted me. With the arrival of Hiruzen, the party starts as it turns quite noisy. Sasuke cries in agitation. I tickle his cheeks to cheer him. Itachi grudgingly looks at me. I ignore him as we walk to a quiet corner. The party continues as the celebration lasts until midnight. The next day, I pay a visit to big sister Kushina. Kushina is surprised by my visit and she pretends to be upset at me. Big sister Kushina, how are you? I really missed you. Humph. Kushina snorted as she ignored me. She starts to mumble to herself. Izuna has been a bad boy recently. He has already forgotten about his big sister Kushina, if not he would visit her often. Sob, I missed him so much. I try to appease her. It wasn't my fault, big sister Kushina. It is all Minato-san's fault. He has given me lots of missions recently. I hardly have any vacation in between them. I sigh and puts all blame on Minato. I am sorry, Minato-san. Bite the bullet this time. That Minato. Wait for him to return home. I will give him a piece of my mind. There is no dinner for him today. Kushina angrily gnashes her teeth. A moment of silence for Minato-san. I close my eyes to pay my respects to Minato's poor soul. Anyway, Izuna-kun, what brought you here? You aren't here to just meet me, right? Kushina glares at me as she questions me threateningly. Have she figured out my lie? I have to act natural. What are you talking about, Kushina-ne-san? I just came here to pay a visit to you, since I was free. I try to convince her. She smiles at me and walks up to me. She grabs and twists my ear. It hurts, Kushina-ne-san. Give me a hug and I will consider it even. I grudgingly comply with her. She hugs me tightly and snuggles with me. You are the only person left after Obito and Rin's departure. Don't die too early. Kushina hugs me, a drop of tear falls from her eye. I just allow her to embrace me for a while to calm her down. I console her for a while. Okay. Izuna-kun, now tell me the real issue. Big sister Kushina, I want to investigate the remains of Hidden Eddy Village or Yuzushiogakure. I have a hunch that it involves many suspicious things with the Uzumaki clan's extinction. Also, I want to know more about Fuinjutsu as I have already reached the Grandmaster level in Fuinjutsu. I think there is much more to Fuinjutsu and I can still progress further. Kushina immediately congratulates me. Congratulations. Izuna-kun. It seems that your talent in Fuinjutsu is even higher than many direct descendants of our Uzumaki ancestor. It can be considered comparable to the great ancestor. It took me around 5 years to reach the master level and another 7 years to reach the grandmaster level. Minato surprised me a lot when he took the same amount of time as me. But you Izuna-kun, you reached grandmaster level just in 4 years. That is a monstrous rate of progress, even according to Uzumaki standards. You are such a little monster, Izuna-kun. Kushina hugs me again as she snuggles with me. After snuggling for a while, she leaves me from her embrace as she continues. I had my own doubts, too. My Uzumaki clan got annihilated despite the protection of Konoha and Grandma Mito. I investigated this matter for many years, but I still couldn't figure out the identity of the culprit. If you can find something from your investigation, then sure I will help you. I questioned many things regarding the Uzumaki clan from Kushina, and she answered all of them. I have one last question, Kushina-ne-san. I would like to ask about the origin of the Uzumaki clan. From Uchiha's records, I came to know that Senju and Uzumaki were blood-related. At some point, they separated into these two clans. I would like to know the exact details of the origin of the Uzumaki clan. If you are fine with it, then please answer my question. I am really curious about the origin of the Uzumaki clan. There is no clear-cut mention of their origin in the original story. I wonder what their origin story in this world. Kushina nods and answers me. This is not much of a secret, as my clan is almost extinct now. There is no harm in telling you. Also, even I am not sure about the origin of my clan, but from various rumors which I heard as a child, I have some idea about our origin. A few centuries ago, one of the direct descendants of the Senju clan left the clan as he had no talents for ninjutsu or genjutsu. The ancestor journeyed through the entire world and finally found his talent in Fuinjutsu. There are various stories about his fortuitous encounter. One of them states that he found a certain artifact which granted him the knowledge of Fuinjutsu and was the reason for the long lives and an extensive amount of chakra of Uzumakis. Another story states that at some point during his journey, the ancestor made a summoning contract with Reaper which blessed him with large amounts of chakra, a long lifespan, and the knowledge of Fuinjutsu. I am not entirely sure of the details, but these are the various stories and myths I heard during my short stay in the clan. If you want, I can give you the sealing formula to access the Uzumaki clan compounds present in Konoha. They were previously maintained by Grandma Mito, and I stayed there for a while before moving with Minato after our marriage. There is also an Uzumaki shrine located on the outskirts of Konoha, which was built by Grandma Mito to honor our ancestors. You can also pay a visit to it. I will also give you a map to the location of Uzushigakure as it is hidden in the land of whirlpools. Without a proper map, you will get trapped in the whirling death pools of the village. There is only one correct way to access the village. After searching for a while, Big Sister Kushina handed over a scroll and a map to me. Use this scroll to access the Uzumaki compounds and the shrine. Also, stay safe during your journey and inform Minato about your departure. I walk out of her house as I start to inspect the key to the barrier formula of Uzumaki compounds. This is quite a complex formula, even more complex than the barrier of village. It will take me a lot of time to decipher this formula. I guess Mito Uzumaki was at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level in Fuinjutsu. I stow away the seal and map as I return home. Tomorrow, I will start my journey to Land of Whirlpool and hopefully, I can find a solution to the Sin Seal. Chapter 68. Journey to Land of Whirlpool Part 2. I start my search from Uzumaki compounds. Using the seal given by Kushina, I easily bypass the barrier and start to fumble around the compounds to search for any clues. My search is futile, even after 2 hours of a thorough search. I was about to give up and return when my gaze fell on a small shrine similar to the outer shrine. I ransacked the shrine and found an Oni mask inside it. I inspect the mask to find any seals or as such. Soon, I spot a complex sealing formula near the forehead. It is very intricately designed and is hard to notice. This is a summoning formula. After careful examination, I conclude that this is the summoning mask for Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Strange, very strange. So, there were 2 such masks, the other being located in the outer shrine. Perhaps this one got destroyed during the Pain invasion and Orochimaru wasn't aware of it. Also, Uzumaki would have kept some kind of replica with themselves. Only after inspecting both of them could I figure out the original mask. I pocket the mask and move out of the Uzumaki compounds to the outside of Konoha. Soon, I reach on the outskirts of Konoha in front of Uzumaki clan's shrine or Uzumaki clan's no mask hall. There is a giant replica of the clan symbol at the entrance of the shrine. There is another powerful barrier protecting the shrine. Strange, there shouldn't be a barrier here. Orochimaru and the rest of the Taka team easily trespassed the shrine. Maybe, over time, the barrier got destroyed. The seal given by Kushina allowed me to enter inside the shrine. Within the temple at the center is a podium of sorts where several Oni masks hung beneath 3 connected symbols of the clan, under all of which are ornate, black flames. I start to inspect these masks one by one to check for any secret. But all of them were just porcelain masks, and only one was real. I pick up the real one and compare it with the previous mask. There is no difference between them. Both of them are made from the same material and at the same time. I wonder why the Uzumaki clan placed a dangerous object as this mask on the outskirts of Konoha. Then again, not many people are insane to allow Shinigami to possess them and then slice themselves to release sealed souls. I pocket this mask as well. I will return you to your position after my journey is over. I flicker towards Hokage office to inform Minato about my departure. Minato-san, I will be out of Konoha for a while. I have planned to visit Uzushio-gakure to investigate the remains of the Uzumaki clan for clues regarding their extinction. Also, I would like to further improve my Fuinjutsu skills. Maybe the abode of the Uzumaki clan could provide me with some inspirations. Minato nods to me and replies. Kushina informed me about this. I am surprised you reached the Grandmaster level in Fuinjutsu so quickly. Your talent in spacetime ninjutsu is higher than mine and even your nature transformation skills. Sigh. Really, Izuna-kun. Your team is still undergoing treatment from the previous mission. Tsunade-san has figured out a way to treat them. But the damage has already been done, she can only prevent further harm to their body. I leave the Hokage office as I inform my parents about my departure. Mother packed lots of food for me and reminded me to stay safe. Father encouraged me to go and explore the world. My journey towards the land of Whirlpool starts. The land of Whirlpool is a small island nation located in the Mist Sea. The journey to Uzushio-gakure will take 2 days at my normal pace. I moved at a steady pace as I looked at the Sin Seal. Your secrets will be revealed soon. I will figure out your purpose from the remains of the Uzumaki clan. Hopefully. My thoughts were conflicted regarding Sin Seal. This seal allowed me to learn Darkness Release. Also, I was stuck at the master level in Fuinjutsu for the entire 2 years with little progress. After I got branded by this seal, somehow my understanding of Fuinjutsu increased by a lot. The previous complex sealing formulas became easier, everything came naturally to me, and within just 7 months of this seal, I reached the Grandmaster level in Fuinjutsu. To be honest, I am really curious about the nature of this seal. From the grimoire in the name, Sin, and other hints, I could only relate it to 7 deadly sins, a concept I read about in my previous life. This kind of power is related to demonic beings or demons. I wonder if there were demons in Naruto world. I think there were demons in Naruto world, there is a demon sealed somewhere in the land of demons. Naruto defeated a demon in the movie. I should check out that place too for further clues. All kinds of strange powers exist in this world. The journey lasts for 2 days and I finally arrive at the shore of Land of Whirlpools. The map given by Kushina came in handy. I start to walk inside Hidden Eddy village while looking around. The village seemed to have been composed of several high-rise buildings. A wide river ran through the village and it is gapped by large bridges. The surrounding countryside is dominated by steep hills. Now only ruins remain of the once exalted village. The buildings are torn apart, the bridges are dilapidated, and not even a single building is intact. How ironic it is, the village of longevity couldn't last long enough and became history. I start to walk among the ruins of the village and investigate for any clues for a secret chamber or something like that. To my disappointment, even after 2 hours of thorough investigation through the village, I can't find anything. I should have expected this much. When the village was annihilated, the invaders must have even dug out the graves of the ancestor of Uzumakis to find any secrets or valuable. How could they allow the treasure trove of such a powerful clan to get away scot-free? As for the rest, the village head and elders must have destroyed the important secrets to not allow them to fall in the hands of their enemies and benefit them. But still, there has to be something which can help me progress further. I investigate once again but couldn't find anything. There has to be some sort of hidden underground passage, cave or something. It usually is there in such kind of settings. I sat inside the remains of one of the largest buildings of the village as I flipped the masks in my hand while contemplating. I thought of these masks as some sort of keys which will automatically direct me towards my destiny. But reality hit me hard. There were no reactions from these masks. They didn't even budge a little, much less point out a direction. As I was playing with the masks, one of the masks accidentally slipped from my hand and fell on the ground. I bent down to pick the mask. Suddenly, I noticed something from the cutouts of the masks. There are various tiny Fuinjutsu seals placed all around the floor. The eye gaps of the mask magnified them in my vision. I picked up the mask and pocketed it and activated my Sharingan. After using the magnifying powers of Sharingan, I noticed a large numbers of Fuinjutsu seals engraved all over the floor of the building. The Fuinjutsu seals formed one massive seal which covered a large area. To get a better view, I jumped high up in the air. A large seal appeared in my vision. This Fujutsu seal is shaped in the form of the Uzumaki clan symbol. This is the most complex seal I have seen so far. I wonder what level the creator of this seal was at. If I try to decipher it now, it will take me months to just study this seal, and then I would have to figure out a key for this seal, which is even harder. What kind of secrets are buried within this seal? Can't I just smash everything apart and forcefully enter my way in? But what if the seal triggered and destroyed whatever is hidden beneath it? My thoughts are conflicted as I look at the seal. This won't go anywhere. Let me try to brute force my way in. I start to create a big ball Raisnon in my hand. After completing the jutsu, I smashed it on the seal as I wait for the ground to tear apart. Silence. Utter silence. After coming in contact with the seal, the Raisnon just vanished without any trace. The seal absorbed the entire chakra of the jutsu. If ninjutsu won't work, what about taijutsu? 8 inner gates, first gate, second gate, third gate, gate of life. Open. I activated 3 out of 8 gates. This is my limit for now. I have only mastered 3 gates in a year. My body can't handle the burden of the rest of the gates even with Hashirama cells, and I don't like the masochistic feeling of continuous pain and healing. I jump in the air to build some momentum for my attack as I rotate in midair. Leaf Hurricane. I smash my feet on the floor. Crack. Chapter 69. A Strange Seal Part 1. Crack. Sound of something cracking echoed in the surrounding. Did I successfully break the floor? An instant later, a sharp pain ran across my leg all the way to my brain. Fuck. I broke my leg. I immediately sat on the ground and inspect my leg with X-ray. I broke the bone near my ankle from the impact. The bone connects as my healing factor kicked in. After a few seconds, it returned to normal. I stood up and checked the point of impact on the floor. There is no trace of any damage to the floor. It is still intact and appears brand new. Fuck. What kind of material is this? It is so hard. Let me try again, this time with my Susanoo. I created my Susanoo. A large humanoid skeletal construct of chakra surrounded me. I clenched my fists tightly, and the Susanoo followed my lead. Bang. I smashed the fist of Susanoo on the seal. A large amount of dust and debris rose from the impact. The dust settles to reveal the seal. There is a slight dent on the floor. Some strange chakra leaks from the ground and starts to fix the dent. Within a few seconds, the floor returns to normal with no sign of any prior damage. It even has a restoring seal within the mix. How will I decipher this seal? Something clicked in my mind. I ransacked my storage scroll and fished out a vial with some blood inside it. This vial contains the blood of Sister Kushina. She gave it to me while teaching some blood-related Fujutsu seals. I carefully took out a drop of her blood and placed it on top of the seal. Now, I have to wait for some sort of mechanism to trigger which can detect the blood of Uzumakis and open the passage for me. 15 minutes passed by and there is no reaction from the seal. Seriously, how the fuck? I decipher this fucking seal. Shouldn't the seal open with the blood of an Uzumaki descendant? Kushina Nei-san is an Uzumaki princess at that, but there is no response from the seal. I have tried every possible way to decipher this seal, but I failed constantly. My hopes start to crumble and I almost gave up on this seal. I take out those Oni masks once again to see any reaction from them. I even peek through the eye holes of the masks to examine the seal. But it only ends in failure. Damn. I have wasted my time on this trip to the land of Whirlpool. After I grow stronger, I will return to break this damn seal. The mask accidentally slips from my hand and fell towards the floor. This mask is quite sturdy, it won't break from these minor falls. The mask fell on the floor and shattered into many small pieces after the impact with the hard floor. What? How is this possible? That's a Shinigami summon mask. How it turned so fragile suddenly. The remaining words left stuck in my throat as I stare at the remains of the mask with wide eyes. The strange chakra from the ground seeps out again and coats all pieces of mask in it. The chakra pulls the pieces and arranges them in a certain pattern. After a while, the strange chakra settles down. So, that's the real purpose of this mask. This is the reason these masks were placed inside Konoha. Uzumaki clan preserved their heritage by hiding the keys inside the Konoha in form of no masks. How smart of them. Let me take a look at their heritage. In the future, I will bring Kushina and Naruto to take a look at this. Naruto never inherited his Uzumaki heritage. There is so much potential in Fujutsu. Naruto had Uzumaki bloodline, he should have a decent talent for sealing. I take out the other Oni mask and throw it on the ground. The Oni mask shatter and complete the key. The seal lights up and activates. The ground rumbled as the seal opens in a spiraling manner similar to the seal to reveal staircases. I activate my Sharingan and carefully walk inside the passage using stairs. There can be many Fuinjutsu traps within the passage, and I don't want to accidentally trigger them and blow up myself. After descending the stairs, I face 4 different passages leading to different locations. Such tricks are old game. Shadow Clone Jutsu. I make 4 shadow clones and send them to respective passages. After a few minutes, some information enters my brain as 3 of my clones are dissipated. They are destroyed by some traps laid within the tunnel. I continue along the safe path and reach yet another hallway with 4 different passages. Ah, shit. Here we go again. I make another 4 shadow clones and continue along the next safe passage. Finally, I reach the end of the passage and enter a hall. There are various shelves with many scrolls, weapons, and other strange items laid on these shelves. Without hesitation, I move towards scrolls. I activate my Sharingan to scan for traps. After ensuring the absence of traps, I start to read these scrolls. Holy shit. So many powerful A rank and S rank seals. This is a treasure trove, the real inheritance of Uzumaki clan. I frantically start to copy these jutsus in my memory using my Sharingan. After 5 hours of study, I sit in the center of the room as I start to digest a large amount of information. A large grin appears on my face as I can feel a rapid improvement in my expertise in Fuinjutsu. These complex seals appear simplified in my mind as I decipher and learn them one by one. Another 10 hours pass and I have finally digested and learned the entire list of seals. Now, I only need to practice them. I will make a copy of them and give them to Minato and Kushina. It will increase their chance of survival in case something happens to me. I notice another scroll encased within a glass. That must be another powerful Fuinjutsu technique. Maybe the most powerful among them. I try to touch the glass, but my senses warn me of danger. I inspect the glass carefully and I find a bloodline seal on the glass. I drop another drop of Kushina's blood on the seal. The seal starts to glow brightly, and the glass panel separates in half to reveal the scroll. I carefully pick the scroll while on guard against any trap. I open the scroll and start to read it. I am surprised by the contents of this scroll. This is the hidden technique of Uzumaki clan passed through their bloodlines. Adamantine sealing chains. One of the most powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, capable of sealing even a tailed beast with its power. This is a good grab. I should memorize this technique and practice it. It read the scroll, and the technique seems very familiar to me. Isn't it similar to my corrosion chains technique? I got that technique when I unlocked the darkness style due to Sin Seal. Adamantine chains appears to be a variation of corrosion chain. Are they somehow related? I carefully inspect the jutsu formula of adamantine chains and it appears more and more similar to corrosion chains. Is this a coincidence? After memorizing this hidden technique, I place the seal back in the glass panel. The panel closes on its own and seals the scroll again. So far, I haven't managed to find any clue regarding Sin Seal, but I had harvested plenty of powerful sealing techniques to compensate for that. Now, let's choose a suitable weapon. My previous weapons keep on degrading due to my potent chakra. I search among various weird weapons and finally select a blade and a scythe. I search around to look for any other useful things. I accidentally press a lever and trigger a mechanism. I infuse lightning chakra in my new blade and get ready to face the enemy. In the center of the room, the spiral Uzumaki symbol opens up and a pedestal starts to rise from the ground. There are various adamantine chains wrapped around the pedestal. The Sin Seal on my hand starts to heat up. I feel a strong attraction towards the pedestal. The Grimoire of Sin appears on its own. I catch the grimoire to inspect the abnormality. The grimoire struggles in my hand and shoots towards the pedestal. The pedestal starts to shake violently as if an uncaged monster is about to be unleashed in the world. The grimoire opens up and starts to suck the adamantine chains wrapped around the pedestal. I try to pull the grimoire to prevent it from eating the chains to no avail. What kind of thing is sealed beneath this pedestal? It must be something terrifying to be sealed in these many adamantine chains. What kind of trouble have I invoked again? Help, someone. God help. One Sin Seal is enough to make my life miserable. Chapter 70. A Strange Seal Part 2. A/N. Since I have added the Sin Seal, I will write its origin story. Some people like the idea and some don't. But anyway, I will write a full origin story of the seal. Expect more OC character to pop out and add flavor to the story. Whether it is salty or sweet is for you to decide. Comment your thought down below, but I won't change the idea. Though I will appreciate some wonderful suggestions. Enjoy your read. The grimoire eats up all the adamantine chains to reveal a black color box with many symbols and seals on it. The Sin Seal on my hand starts to pull me towards the box. The hidden chains of the grimoire appears. These chains start to bind the box and pull it towards the grimoire. The chains stretch the box and start to reshape it. The box is reshaped in the form of an hourglass. An eye opens in the middle of the hourglass as it stares deeply into my soul. The chains start to pull the hourglass seal towards the grimoire and fuses with it. Various strange runes crawl out from the grimoire and creeps in Izuna's left eye. His left eye turns into Mangekyo Sharingan and absorbs these runes. Ah. Izuna's vision blurs as intense pain assaulted him. Lots of unknown information is forcefully injected in Izuna's mind. The strain from information overload causes his vision to turn blurry and his head spins. His consciousness fades as he slumps down on the ground. The chains connected to grimoire rattle and blue energy channels through them. Freedom. Freedom from constraints of time. These words echoed in Izuna's ears before he lost consciousness. His body rises from the ground and passes through the roof as he floats on top of the large Uzumaki seal. A large pillar of blue energy rises from the grimoire. The large pillar of light shoots in the sky and pierces through it. It passes through a spatial opening in the sky and disappears. The grimoire closes and the new seal attaches itself into one of the left slots on the grimoire. Another 5 slots are still empty. The grimoire disappears and various totems and runes on Izuna's body retract. In the vast void, a blue beam of energy travels through the plane while drilling a hole through some sort of barrier as it enters inside a dimension. The beam enters inside the dimension and travels towards a massive pillar of unknown size and strikes it. The pillar lights up in blue light and various chains appear around the pillar. Inside a castle somewhere in the dimension, a cloaked figure sits on a large throne with his hands cupped under his chin. He seems to contemplate some issues while looking in a certain direction. The war has been waged for almost a century. We have lost a lot in this war, our power has declined a lot during this time. We can't allow those damn parasites to win and take hold of our homeworld. We will struggle to the bitter end and will drag them down with us. The cloakman smashes his hand on the armrest of the throne. The throne is crushed from the impact of his attack. The entire castle shakes and collapses. Ignoring all of this commotion, the cloakman looks intently at a ring in his hand. The ring in his hand is shining brightly with blue light. It has appeared. It has finally appeared. Summon XXXX-. The cloaked figure bellows loudly. A short while later another purple cloakman appears in front of the person sitting on the throne. It has finally reappeared. The Grimoire of Sin has finally appeared once again. I can feel its presence. You are the most suitable candidate to retrieve it back. 80 years ago, in that deadly fight, we lost our most powerful warrior, and we lost the most prized possession of our race in spatial fractures. We could not sense the presence of the grimoire until now. The cloakman clutches the ring in his right finger tightly. I have detected the presence of Grimoire of Sin in one of the lower dimensions. Your task is to retrieve the grimoire back to our clan at any cost. With the help of the grimoire, we can easily turn the tides of war and score a victory against those parasites. Now, return to clan only when you have successfully completed the mission. Failure isn't an option in this mission. Yes, my lord. I won't disappoint you. The purple cloakman bows and salute in one of his knees as he reassures the cloaked men. He stands up and disappears from the ruined castle. The cloaked man returns to contemplation as the castle returns to its previous form. We have a chance now. By utilizing the power of this artifact, we can repel the enemy forces once again. We weren't the only ones who lost their powerful warrior in the previous battle. It was an equal exchange, and with the grimoire back in our hand, we will have an edge against those parasites. I despise their existence from the very core of my existence. The purple cloaked man leaves the castle and arrives before the large pillar present in the middle of the dimension. There is a large spatial rift above the pillar. Violent space turbulences occur inside the spatial rift. The purple cloaked man touches the large pillar and tries to sense the remains of energy from the large pillar. Found you. The purple cloaked man floats in the air and reaches the entrance of the spatial rift. He touches the rift with his bare hand but gets repelled by the space turbulences inside the rift. Those damn traitors, using the sealing formula of clan against the clan. If I get my hands on them, I will tear them apart in a million pieces. Thankfully, this sealing formula can't restrain me. The purple cloaked man stretches out his hand. A strange seal appears on his left hand. The seal glows and coats the body of the cloaked man in cyan-colored energy cloak. The cloaked man reaches near the barrier and touches it. His hand passes through the barrier, following which he easily crosses across the barrier. Now, time to retrieve the grimoire. I can't delay any further for the sake of the clan. The cloaked man travels through the void. His destination, the shinobi world. Arg. My head hurts like hell. Izuna wakes up and clutches his head tightly. Slowly, as the pain subsides, he looks around. He is present inside a completely white space. So, I am inside my mindscape. Izuna stands up and walks towards the center of his mindscape. He notices many new floating orbs beside the 10 original orbs. A cyan orb, a light gray orb, a dark gray orb, a dark yellow orb, a dark green orb, and a pale yellow orb floats in the air. One by one, Izuna inspects them and concludes about their nature. So they are radiation release, shock release, storm release, swift release, wood release, and black lightning respectively. Then what new powers have I gained again to abruptly enter my mindscape after that second seal? Izuna inspects the room closely to search for any changes. After a while of inspection, he notices a large blue black hole hovering near the space black hole. He tries to urge the black hole to move towards him. But the black hole doesn't budge from its position. Giving up on his futile attempts, Izuna walks towards the blue black hole to inspect it closely. He tries to touch the black hole but is violently repelled by the black hole. His Mangekyo Sharingan activates on its own, and the ability of his left eye activates. Everything slows down for him. His body is suspended in midair as he stares at the blue black hole. I see. This makes sense. Izuna deactivates his Mangekyo Sharingan and sits down in his mindscape and compiles the recent information which popped up in his brain. An unknown amount of time passed. Izuna opens his eyes, his Mangekyo Sharingan activates on its own. I have gained a lot from this trip. It's time to return to Konoha. Thankfully, I can just teleport to the village by using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. My understanding of spacetime increased a lot during this trip and I can reach the next level of Fuinjutsu at any time. I have to test my new abilities. The Ninetales Attack will happen soon in the future. That will be the perfect opportunity to test my powers. Izuna teleports to the outskirts of Konoha, near the Uzumaki Shrine. He had already collected the Oni masks from the Uzumaki seal. Let me return one of the masks to the shrine. Izuna appears on the outskirts of Konoha. He is welcomed by a large-tailed beast bomb right in front of him. Nani. Wasting no moment, Izuna immediately activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 71, Ninetales Attack Part 1. Nani. A large-tailed beast bomb appears directly in front of Izuna after his teleportation to the village. Wasting no moment, Izuna immediately activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and uses the new ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Swift release, God speed. He gets out of the way of the tailed beast bomb. Susanoo. Izuna covers his body with his Susanoo. The tailed beast bomb collides with the nearby hill and explodes. The Susanoo protects him from the shock waves of the explosion. He dissipates his Susanoo as various questions flooded his brain. How? Why? What happened? I only left the village for a few days. It is too soon for the Ninetales attack. How is all of this happening? Flashback no Jutsu. A few moments earlier in Konoha, in a secret underground room. Kushina lies on a large operation table as she moans in pain. Minato walks to and from outside the room with a tense expression. Yuwa, Yuwa. Cries of a newborn baby echoed in the room. Minato hurriedly opens the door and enters the room. He is perplexed and stares at Kushina. You did it. Tears trickle from his eyes as he wipes them and laughs in happiness. I am a father now. Biwako picks up the baby and carries him for a checkup. It's a healthy baby boy. Biwako carries the baby to Kushina. Minato interrupts Biwako and tries to snatch him from Biwako's arms. Naruto. No touching. The first face he should see is his mother's. Biwako ignores Minato and carries baby Naruto to Kushina and lays him beside her. Kushina opens her eyes and lovingly stares at the baby. Naruto. It is nice to meet you. You need some rest now. Biwako lefts the room. She takes Naruto in her arms and lovingly strokes Naruto's head. There. Mama is with you. Don't cry, baby. Minato walks up to Kushina and held her hand. Kushina, are you feeling okay? Yeah. Minato tears up a little. Thank you. He helps Kushina to sit and embraces her back. Minato tickles Naruto's cheeks. Look at our Naruto, he has yellow hairs and blue eyes just like me. He will be a great shinobi just like you, Minato. I really hope for Izuna to be present on this occasion. He wanted to be present at the birth of Naruto. I don't know where he is at the moment. Kushina remarks and feeds milk to Naruto. I am sure he will be safe wherever he is. He has grown fairly strong in the past few years. Both of us have seen his growth personally. I believe he will return soon to the village. Minato convinces Kushina. Minato held the baby Naruto in his arms and passes him to Biwako. Biwako-san, please take care of Naruto for a while. I have to suppress the seal and reinforce it to prevent Ninetales from overpowering the seal. He turns to Kushina and bumps his fists together. All right. It'll be hard since you just gave birth. But I will do my best to completely suppress the Ninetales. Minato places his hand over Kushina's seal and enforces it. A swirling portal opens inside the hidden room. A masked man in a black cloak appears in the room. He immediately stabs Biwako and the nearby doctor and snatches Naruto from Biwako. Aya! A scream startles Minato. He turns around and spots the masked man. The masked man places his hand over Naruto and threatens Minato. Fourth Hokage, Minato. Step away from the Jinchuruki. Otherwise, this boy's life will last not more than a minute. Minato steps back and cautiously stares at the intruder. How did he get past the barrier? Who the hell is he? Arg, ah. Kushina screams in pain as the Ninetales seals weaken even further and crawl all over her body. A blob of chakra tries to escape from the seal. Kushina. The Ninetales seal is still weak. I told you to step away from the Jinchuruki. The masked man forks out a kunai from his sleeves and held it against Naruto's neck. Don't you care about the life of your child? Wait. Just calm down a little. Minato shouts frantically. Heed your own words, Minato. I am as calm as can be. The masked man throws the baby in the air and tries to stab the baby. Naruto. Kushina yells in panic. Swoosh. Minato disappears from his place and reappears on the nearby wall with Naruto in his arms. You really are the yellow flash. But what about this? The masked man made a hand seal. SRRRRR. The paper bombs attached to Naruto's blanket triggers. Naruto. Kushina yells. Minato hurriedly jumps from the wall and removes the blanket and jumps out of the room. Boom. An enormous explosion destroys the entire room. Minato skids out of the explosion and protects Naruto. Inside the remains of the room, the masked man places a hand on Kushina and sucks her in a swirling portal. He disappears from the place with another swirling portal. Good. Naruto isn't hurt. Arg. Minato pulls out a wooden splinter from his leg. I have to resort to Flying Thunder God Jutsu already. He is after Kushina. He succeeded in separating us. I have to hurry. Minato flicks away the splinter and teleports away from the site. He reappears inside a room. In a place on the outskirts of Konoha. The masked man places Kushina on a stone pedestal. He makes some hand signs and slams his hand on Kushina's seal. A complex Fuinjutsu seal binds Kushina to nearby stone pillars and holds her in one place. Kushina pants heavily and questions the masked man. Why are you doing this? I am going to extract the Ninetales from you and destroy the Konoha. The masked man replies to her. What? Kushina stares at the masked man with wide eyes. Minato's body flicker technique allows him to teleport between locations where he had placed technique markers. It appears that he also placed one of that marking on your seal. He is constantly protecting you, but I have separated you two now. Moreover, the QB seal has weakened after you gave birth. I have long awaited this moment. The masked man activates his Mangekyo Sharingan. Inside a room, Minato gently places the baby in a cradle and covers the baby in a blanket. You will be safe here. I'll be back soon, Naruto. I have to go save your mother now. The masked man enters inside Kushina's mindscape and faces the Ninetales. Grow. The Ninetales growl at the intruder. You are. Before Ninetales could continue, the masked man put the Ninetales inside a Genjutsu. The eyes of Ninetales turns into Sharingan and it successfully fell in a Genjutsu. The volatile chakra of Ninetales leaks around the seal. The sealing chains around Ninetales shatters. Grow. Ninetales growl again and pull off the remaining chains. The volatile chakra of Ninetales leaks outside of the seal and cloaks Kushina in the version 1-tail beast chakra mode. The masked man makes a one-handed ram seal. Now come out, Ninetales. The seal around Kushina disperses and a massive blob of dense chakra leaks from it. The chakra blob turns into Ninetales, who jumps out in the air, growls furiously. The seal breaks completely and the chakra cloak around Kushina disperse. Kushina falls on the pedestal and weakly stares at the massive figure of Ninetales. Excellent. Now it is time to face Konohagakure. The masked man walks towards Konoha. Wait. The Uzumaki clan really is something. You are still alive, even after having the tailed beast extracted. You were the Ninetales Jinchuruki. So, it is more fitting that I will kill you with it. The Ninetales lifts one of its paws and smashes it towards Kushina. Boom. Large amounts of dust and debris rise from the attack. Swoosh. Minato appears on a nearby tree with Kushina in her arms. You really do move like a flash, but this time, you're too late. Minato. Naruto. Is Naruto safe? Kushina pants as she questions Minato. Yeah, he's fine. I left him in a safe place. Thank goodness, Minato, you must stop that man and the Ninetales right now. They're heading for Konoha. There he goes again. No matter. Our destination is Konoha. The masked man disappears in a swirl. Minato appears in the same room as Naruto. Why? Kushina questions. Don't worry about that, just stay by Naruto's side. Minato places Kushina beside Naruto. Minato clenches his fists and opens up his wardrobe. Minato dons the Hokage's cloak and teleports from the place. Thank you, Minato. Go after them. I'll be back soon. Near Uchiha compounds, a swirling portal opens up and a masked man jumps out from the portal. He quickly makes some hands and slams his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Ninetales appear inside the village in a large puff of smoke. Grow. The Ninetales growls violently and attacks nearby villagers and shinobis. A/N This part is standard Naruto. The later part of the attack is changed. I will release another chapter later. Chapter 72. Ninetales Attack Part 2. Kyubi, it's Kyubi. Help, somebody help. Don't kill me, ah. Yells and screams echo in the village. The Ninetales start a rampage inside the village and massacre people. Lord Third. It's an emergency. The Kyubi. It's in the village. One of the Umbu inform Hiruzen. I know already, I'll deal with it. You and the others go and help civilians to evacuate to shelters. Hiruzen orders the Umbu. Did Kushina's seal break? Did we fail, even after taking all of these precautions? Biwako. Hiruzen murmurs to himself. Summon all the Jounin commanders of the village. We have an emergency to deal with. Hiruzen orders another Umbu member. Many shinobis engage against Ninetales, but their attacks have no effect on Ninetales. Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and others turn towards Ninetale and get ready to face it. Stop. Danzo appears out of nowhere and stops them from engaging with Ninetales. It's Hiruzen orders to prevent young shinobis of the village from engaging against Ninetales. But. Sensei. It's an order. Danzo interrupts them and flickers away with his root. Many shinobis surround them, form some hand seals, and slams their hand on the ground. A barrier appears around the place and seals all of them inside it. Guy tries to punch and kick the barrier. But the barrier doesn't budge at all. It's futile. Just wait inside for a while. One of the barrier team shinobi remarks. Minato teleports and appears in front of the Hokage mountain. The Ninetales notices Minato and starts to charge up a tailed beast bomb. So you noticed me. Huh. The tailed beast bomb travels quickly towards Minato. Not on my watch. Minato clutches his kunai in both hands, form a space-time barrier seal. The tailed beast gets sucked into the seal and teleports outside the periphery of the village. Boom. An enormous explosion occurs outside the village. At present, Izuna spot the Ninetales rampaging around the village. Hiruzen, Sakumo, and various other shinobi are attacking the Ninetales to prevent it from further destroying the village. I need answers. He teleports to Shirsue's location to ask from him. Shirsue is evacuating the clan members as Izuna appear in front of him. Shirsue, what's going on? How come the Ninetales is attacking the village? Isn't it sealed in a Jinchuruki? Shirsue is surprised to see me and immediately starts to question me. Nisan, where were you? 2 months passed since we last heard from you. Izuna immediately stops him from bantering further. Shirsue, go and helps clansmen and civilians to evacuate to shelter. I will deal with other matters. I will answer all of your questions after this situation is over. Without waiting for any confirmation from Shirsue, I sense the location of Minato and teleport to him. Minato is engaged in a fight against a masked shinobi. Minato creates the enhanced version of Raiznon which I taught to him against the masked shinobi. He throws a kunai towards the masked man. The kunai phases through the masked man. So, he is a Beto. My Mangekyo Sharingan activates on its own and records the jutsu. The information about Kamui appears in my mind. Wait, I can copy the abilities of Mangekyo Sharingan too. Isn't that a bit of overpowered? Minato teleports on top of the masked man and slams the lightning style, vanishing Raiznon on the back of the masked man. Boom. A large explosion occurs and forms a large crater. Dust and debris block our vision. The masked man jumps out from the crater. His right hand is limping from his shoulder as blood trickles from it. His right hand is disabled for this fight. Swift release, Godspeed. I disappear from my place and appear in front of the masked man. Fuinjutsu, summon suppression seal. I suppress his summoning contract with Ninetales. The masked man loses control over the Ninetales. The genjutsu cast on Ninetales is dispelled. The Ninetales continue to attack Konoha despite gaining control over its body. Aito tries to shift space using the spacetime ninjutsu, Kamui, of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Not so fast. You aren't going anywhere. I immediately make some hand sign and slam both of my hands on the ground. Fuinjutsu, space locking seal. Various sealing formulas start to spread quickly from my hands. The sealing formulas crawled in the air as they start to firmly bind the space. I lock the space coordinates of the surrounding area. I seal the surrounding space, thus preventing the use of any space ninjutsu in this isolated area. Stay here. We need to figure out your identity and motive behind this attack. I won't allow you to escape so easily. I start to walk towards Aito as I infuse some chakra in my palms and prepare to seal the chakra of Aito. I have already sensed the presence of Black Zetsu hiding nearby. After I am done with Aito, you will be next. You manipulated my grandfather for the sake of your plans. I am sure my grandfather isn't even aware of my existence. I don't even know my own backstory. I will get my answers from you. But first, let's settle the business here. Izuna Uchiha, one of the elite shinobi of the Uchiha clan. I am Madara Uchiha, your ancestor. Why don't you join me in my cause and create true peace in this world? Aito tries to bluff me with his usual crap. Others may fall for your bullshit. But I am aware of the entire story of Naruto. I ain't buying that crap. But I will comply with you. So, this is how you want to bring peace to the world. By releasing and controlling the Ninetales on the Konoha village. You found this village together with the Hashirama Senju and now you want to destroy the same village you developed from scratch. Konoha was a mistake. Hashirama was a fool, his idealistic way of thinking only lead to more wars. True peace can never be achieved through such tender ways. Only absolute power will bring true peace to the world. And gathering the tailed beasts is one of the ways to achieve power. Starting with Ninetales, I will collect all the remaining tailed beasts and use them to bring salvation to this cruel world. Now, come and join hands with me. We will bring salvation together. Your powers will be a great help for our noble cause. Aito tries to entice me. Don't listen to him, Izuna. He is trying to buy time to allow Ninetales to rampage more in the village and destroy it. Minato warns me. It's over, faker. I will unmask your actual identity now. I stretched out my hand to shatter the mask of Aito. Found you. A raspy voice interrupted us. A figure clad in a purple cloak tore a spatial rift and appeared on top of us. He is floating in the air without using any tool or ninjutsu. A chill ran through my spine as alarms start to ring in mind. My body froze on the spot and I couldn't even lift a finger. An invisible pressure starts to bore on us as my limbs start to bend from the pressure. Is he the backup of Aito? Was Aito stalling time for this guy to appear and interrupt us? Who is this guy? This level of power. I can't even fathom his power. Who is this monster? How come Aito knows him? If he is my enemy, then I am fucked. He is very powerful, Izuna-kun. I can't even sense the depth of his power. Minato warns me as he is also pinned to the ground. I look toward Aito to see his reaction. Aito is also pinned to the ground, similar to me. His expression is quite ugly behind that mask. Aito pukes out a mouthful of blood as he struggles to even breathe under this pressure. I guess Minato-san's previous attack had done a number on Aito. He is barely hanging to his dear life. I turn in the direction of Black Zetsu to see his reaction. Perhaps Black Zetsu might be aware of the identity of this newcomer. Black Zetsu is also stunned to see this newcomer. He is as clueless as me as he glances warily at the newcomer. Time out. Will anybody answers our doubts? The purple cloakman floats towards us. He reaches near my space-locking seal and touches it. A low-level space sealing barrier. I never expected such a thing to appear in this backward low-level dimension. He grasps my sealing formula with his hands and crushes it in dust easily. No way. That's the highest level space sealing seal which I recently learned from the Uzumaki heritage. He stares at us for a second. I can't sense anything from this guy. I can only feel danger, a life-threatening danger. Oh. Seems like it found a new host for itself in this low-level dimension. I never expected such a thing. This complicates things a little, and I don't like complicated things. I will just kill this guy and drag his soul with the grimoire. The newcomer mumbles to himself as he decides. He stretches out his right hand towards me. I felt a very strong, attractive force acting on me. I tried to resist the attractive pull. I riled up my chakra without any care for the Sin seal. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. I create my Susanoo, whose upper frame is properly built and has 4 hands. The attractive force weakens a little bit. I form a large pair of katanas in Susanoo's hands and slash them at the cloaked men. A purple barrier blocks my attack and my katanas snap in half. Interesting, quite interesting. The purple-cloaked figure is amused to see the technique utilized by these low-level beings of a backward world. He increases the attraction force. My Susanoo starts to dissipate from the large attraction force and my body is pulled towards the cloakman. The cloakman grabs my throat and starts to fly higher in the sky. I try to struggle from his grasp, but resistance is futile. Minato and others look at me with wide eyes. Chapter 73. The Unknown Assailant. A/N It is just the groundwork for future. I am writing the story with Boruto in mind as this part will fill the void between Naruto and Boruto. So, our new villain won't mess much. Most of you who dislike this part, hear me out. Izuna will reach God tier in future and he need a catalyst to do that. It's not like I can pull 6 paths power out of thin air and you guys will accept it happily. I will write everything step by step, his struggle to gain God tier power and new enemies he will face during this journey. So, be patient with the story. Also, thanks for your support. No more nerfs from here on. Obito and Black Zetsu immediately escape from the situation. Minato engages in a fight against the Ninetales. His chakra reserves are low from the previous fight. Ninetales prepare another tailed beast ball to shoot at the village. Summoning Jutsu, food cart destroyer technique. Minato summons a giant toad on top of Ninetales and crushes it on the ground. Minato teleports to Kushina and newly born Naruto to check on them. Kushina clutches his hand and nods to him. Are you sure, Kushina? You have just given birth to Naruto. You are very weak now. Also, a powerful enemy kidnapped Izuna. The village is on the brink of destruction. Minato questions her. That's the more of a reason for me to seal Ninetales. We have to save Izuna after that. Kushina walks out of the secret room with baby Naruto in her arms. Adamantine sealing chains barrier. Kushina incorporates the adamantine sealing chains in a barrier to restrain the Ninetales. Minato, I will use the 4 symbols seal to reseal Ninetales inside me. Kushina had tears in her eyes as she tried to convince Minato. Meanwhile, in the sky of Konoha, the cloakman holds Izuna in his hands. He grabs the right hand of Izuna, the Sin seal turns visible to naked eyes. A similar seal appears on the cloaked man's left hand. Small chains come out from his seal and enter inside the Izuna's seal. Ah! Izuna yells in agony, his soul starts to get ripped apart from his body. The cloaked man draws a transparent apparition out of Izuna's body. You will get out of your misery soon. Such dominant power is not meant for an insect like you. Let this power return to its rightful master. The chains around the grimoire rattles. The cloakman pulls grimoire out from the separate space and inspects it. It is still incomplete. Only 2 eyes are present around the seal, the rest of them are still missing. It makes things more complicated. Guess I will collect the rest of them later. For now, these 2 are enough. The cloakman pulls the grimoire as the chains around it snap. Arg, ah. Izuna writhes in pain and struggles desperately. The Sin seal on Izuna's hand activates and tries to counter the chains of the cloaked man. Futile attempt. The cloaked figure suppresses the seal and gives the last push to rip apart the grimoire. Izuna's consciousness fades away. No. I can't die like this. I haven't lived long enough. His desperate attempts for survival initiate a change in his Mangekyo Sharingan and evolve it further. The silver scara forms 3 inner rings around the star-shaped pattern of his Mangekyo. Ah. Large amounts of chakra rile up in his body. The force from the sudden burst of chakra pushes away the cloaked figure and forms a complete body Susanoo. Many dark markings and totems erupt from the seal and cover the Susanoo. The katanas of Susanoo fumes with the dark chakra. Slash. The Susanoo slashes the pair of katanas diagonally at the cloaked man. The cloaked man creates another barrier around himself to block the katanas, but the katanas slice through the barrier like a hot knife cutting through butter. A large crisscross slash mark appears on the cloaked man's chest. No blood spills from the wound, the darkness corrodes the wound. The impact of the attack pushes the cloaked man towards a nearby hill. Izuna Susanoo chase after the cloaked man. The cloaked man stands up slowly and cracks his neck. I never expected such a situation. This insect can use the powers of grimoire subconsciously. Still, if that's his best bet, then I will end this soon. The seal on the left hand of the cloaked man shines brightly and covers his body in a warm yellow light. This light removes the corrosion from wounds and repels the dark chakra. A floating grimoire appears beside him and heals his injuries. Roar. The corruption on Izuna Susanoo spread even further and encase it in black color flames. Dark flames coats katanas and the Susanoo swing them at the cloaked man. A large pale white barrier blocks the swing and repels the flames. Boom. The shock waves from the impact of katanas blow away the nearby hill. A large narrow gorge appears in its place. The cloaked man shrugs off the attack and floats higher in the sky. Wings sprout out behind Izuna's Susanoo, and he chases the cloaked man to clouds. It's over. The cloaked man creates a large spear out of the pale light and aims it at Susanoo. The spears shoot at Izuna at a rapid speed. The Susanoo attempts to block the spear with the pair of katanas, but they snap in half because of the power of the spear. The spear travels further and penetrates the Susanoo and stabs Izuna. Izuna pukes out a mouthful of blood. The Sin Seal absorbs the blood and shines brightly. The two Sin Eyes detach from the grimoire and float in front of Izuna. Limbo Hengoku. Two limbo shadows rip apart the dimensional barrier and float in front of Izuna. The Sin Eyes shine brightly and attach to their chests. Dark markings similar to Izuna appear on their body and cloak them in darkness. Roar, roar. Both shadows roar violently and form Susanoo of their own. Their Susanoo is smaller than Izuna. One of the limbo shadows forms aside from the chakra and the other limbo form a large greatsword. Both of them disappear and appear in front of the cloaked figure and attack him relentlessly. Oh! You can even summon limbo shadows from border prison dimension. But your power is still too weak. The cloaked figure stretches out his right hand. Shinra Tensei. A large repulsive force pushes back the limbo shadows together with the Susanoo. You may be invulnerable to physical attacks and sealing because of the Sin Eyes, but that doesn't mean you can change your nature. Two clones of the cloaked figure appear beside him and engage in combat with limbo shadows. In the end, they are still shadows and fears the light. Now let me take back what I came for. The cloaked figure vanishes and appears in front of Izuna. Enough prancing around, it's time to sleep. The cloaked figure coats his hand in strange white energy and grabs the last chain of grimoire connected to Izuna's soul. Ah! The intense pain wakes Izuna from his slumber. In a desperate attempt to preserve his life, Izuna claws his left hand on the seal of the cloaked figure. Ah! The light burns Izuna's hands and the surrounding darkness disperses. Ha ha, ha ha. Your grimoire of sin is of dark nature, and my grimoire of virtue is of light nature. They are polar opposite to each other. What are you trying to achieve other than bringing harm to yourself? Izuna continues to clutch tightly around the seal. The virtue seal on the cloaked figure's hand activates and releases an enormous amount of light chakra. Izuna frantically absorbs this chakra and his Susanoo changes again. The right side of Susanoo turns black from the dark chakra, and the left side turns white from the light chakra. Light-darkness fusion, cosmic obliteration. The Susanoo compresses the stolen light chakra and dark chakra in a large volatile ball and throws it at the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure is stunned at this drastic change. How is this possible? Impossible, how can you combine the light and darkness? Boom. The attack launches the cloaked figure towards space and explodes violently. The brightness from the explosion lights up the sky momentarily. The grimoire retracts back to the Sin Seal. The chains of the grimoire have extensive damage to them. The Susanoo dissipates and Izuna's chakra reserves hit rock bottom. Having drained the last bit of his chakra, Izuna falls from the sky. His consciousness starts to fade. Izuna forces himself to stay awake and concentrate his mind on a space coordinate near Minato's location. Flying Thunder God. Izuna senses Minato's coordinates and teleports to him. They still have to deal with the rampaging Ninetales. I don't want Minato and Kushina to needlessly sacrifice their life. I will protect them. Whoosh. Izuna teleports from the sky and falls on the ground. The large Ninetales wrapped in adamantine chains appears in his vision. Chapter 74. A new Jinchuruki. I made it on time. I have to stop the Ninetales. Before Izuna could react, the Ninetales stabbed its claw through Minato and Kushina. No. Izuna yells and wobbles over to Minato and Kushina. Minato nii-san, Kushina ne-san. I won't allow you to die here. Naruto needs your love, he can't an orphan. He stumbles and fell on the ground. The earlier fight has weakened him a lot. There is still a large gaping hole in his stomach which is healing slowly. His chakra reserves are almost dry. Izuna. Thankfully you are alive. That enemy is very powerful, he is way too strong beyond any of our league. I am glad you can somehow escape from him. I don't have enough time remaining. Take care of Naruto for me. I am sure you will be a good brother to our little Naruto. I will seal the remaining half of Kyuubi in Naruto and make him the new Jinchuruki of Ninetales. I want him to grow stronger and face against that masked enemy. I will leave that cloaked figure to you. Minato leaves his last message to Izuna. Izuna-kun, you are my favorite kid. I want you to act as a role model for our Naruto, and I don't want Naruto to live a life full of loneliness. You must act as a big brother and parent for Naruto. Don't pamper and spoil him too much. Don't allow him to stray from the path of shinobi and make sure to follow the taboos of a shinobi. You are the only person beside Minato whom I trust in this village. Kushina leaves her message to Izuna and whispers her blessings to Naruto. Why, this must happen. I won't allow you to die here. Yes, I will use the ability of my left eye. Izuna activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and activates the ability of his left eye. Mangekyo Sharingan, a Meneminakanushi. Blood trickles from Izuna's left eye. The time stops in a radius around him. The Sin Eye awakens from the grimoire and hovers above him. A/N Izuna unleashes the world. I don't want to do this, but my inner JoJo fan took over me. The Sin Eye opens with the new pattern of Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. A bright blue light shines from the eye and falls on Minato and Kushina. What is this, Izuna? I can feel that the surrounding space-time is caught in an infinite loop. What kind of ability is this? Minato questions me. This is the ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan. I can use it to gain absolute control over the space-time in a certain area for a period. I have set this space in a time loop. I won't allow both of you to die here. Minato sighs and looks at me. Izuna, you can't maintain this time loop for eternity. There is a time limit to this power. I can sense it, the surrounding space is struggling to gain back the control over spatial and temporal laws. The world will set everything back to normal. Besides, I have already made a death contract with the Shinigami of Dead Demon Consuming Seal. My soul will be sealed inside the stomach of Reaper soon. No, I have a way to stop that. Izuna activate the ability of the right eye and summon a Limbo Shadow. He passes the Oni mask to the Limbo. The Limbo wears the mask and the other Sin Eye fuses with Limbo. The Limbo creates a scythe of darkness and slices open its stomach. The Shinigami behind Minato is stunned and its stomach is pried open. My Limbo swings the scythe again and cuts off the connection of Minato with the Shinigami. The soul of Minato is released from Shinigami's grasp together with the remaining half of Ninetales. Izuna capture the een half of Ninetales and seal it inside the grimoire. Various chains erupt from the Sin Seal and pins down the een half of Ninetales. They start to suck chakra from Ninetales, and the damaged dimensional chains linked to my soul start to repair themselves using Ninetales chakra. It flabbergasts Minato and Kushina. Kushina weakly points at me and questions. How are you able to do that? It is another ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan, I reply to her. It is futile, Izuna-kun. Most of the vitality of Kushina's and mine body is lost. We won't live for long. The claw of Ninetales has pierced our body. The volatile chakra of Ninetales is corroding our body. Minato remarks. I won't allow that to happen. I will heal your bodies and souls. I need time to do that. Give me some time, Minato-san. Until that moment, I will place you inside the isolated space of my weapon. I show the Grimoire of Sin to them. I have enough trust in them to reveal the existence of Grimoire. 2 more chains come out from the Grimoire. They tightly bind around Minato and Kushina to hold their body and soul together and prevent their soul from dissipating. We will leave the rest to you, Izuna-kun. You have done a lot for us. I want my Naruto to turn into a fine shinobi like you. Kushina smiles at me. Both of them are pulled inside the grimoire and are sealed inside together with their consciousness. 2 pages appear inside the grimoire with the picture of Minato and Kushina. What I have done is just my way of repaying some of your gratitude. Both of you taught me everything without holding back. I will pass all of your and my knowledge to Naruto. He won't be a loser like his original self. I won't allow the villagers to discriminate against Naruto. If anyone stands in my way, then he should get ready to face King Yama in hell. The tardiness from before kicks in and Izuna's head spins. I still have a task to do before I lose consciousness. Izuna picks up the blood of Minato and Kushina from the ground. Fuinjutsu, Shadow Body Blood Clone. 2 lifeless clones of Minato and Kushina appear near Naruto. This will allow the villagers to know about the sacrifice of Minato and Kushina. Izuna's vision turns blurry and his consciousness fades away. A few moments later, Hiruzen together with some Umbus and Sakumo arrives on the scene. Hiruzen stares at baby Naruto, then at the lifeless body of Minato, Kushina, and Izuna. He immediately rushes to them and inspects their body. Minato and Kushina are dead. Hiruzen takes a deep breath and sighs in grief. He walks up to Izuna and examines him. He is still breathing. Come and immediately take him to the Leaf Village Hospital. He is a student of Tsunade, take him to her. Hiruzen shouts and orders one of the Umbu guards. The Umbu quickly picks up Izuna and dashes towards Leaf Hospital. Yuwa, Yuwa. The cries of a baby echoed. Hiruzen directs his attention towards the newborn baby and picks him in his arms. He looks very similar to Minato. So, he is Minato's and Kushina's newborn son. Hiruzen remarks at Naruto's appearance. Looking further below on Kid's navel, he spots the 8-trigram sealing seal. Minato sealed the Ninetales inside his newborn son, despite knowing the intricacies of the matter. It seems there is much more to the matter than it appears on the surface. Only one person can provide answers to me. I have to wait for him to regain consciousness. I don't believe Minato is rash to take such an action. Lord Third, what should we do at this moment? Sakumo bows before Hiruzen and waits for his further order. Go and help the remaining villagers. Make a tally of deaths and arrange for a funeral for them. We will have to conduct an emergency meeting due to this incident. The village can't stand without a leader. Konoha had suffered huge losses in this incident. The death of the fourth Hokage and the loss of many lives. We haven't even recovered from the losses of the third great shinobi war, and yet we faced such a catastrophe. Sakumo nods to Hiruzen and instructs the nearby Jounins and Chunnins. Hiruzen flickers away from the place together with baby Naruto in his arms. Two Umbus stayed there to guard the bodies of Minato and Kushina. I have to meet with Biwako and inquire about the details of the attack from her. Inside one of the underground shelter, Shursue frantically moves back and forth with a tense expression. Itachi, I met with Izuna Nii-sen earlier. He teleported to fight with Ninetales right after I met him. I am worried about him. I hope he is doing well. I don't want to lose Izuna Nii-san. Izuna Nii-san will be fine. He is much stronger than both of us. He will be able to escape easily with the teleportation jutsu if the situation turns unfavorable. You have to believe in Izuna Nii-san's prowess. Itachi assured Shursue. But he too had a tense expression on his face. I hope you are right. I believe in Izuna Nii-san. It is just that I have a bad feeling about this whole ordeal. Shursue silently stares at the moon in the night sky. A/N Well, technically I saved Minato and Kushina while also killing them. Well, the opinion of community is divided on this matter. I prefer their temporary death to allow Naruto's character to grow. Chapter 75. Emergency Meeting. Hiruzen hands over Naruto to Sakumo. Take care of him. He is the hero of the village. His parents sacrificed their lives to protect the village. I don't want their legacy to suffer any harm. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. He is the son of 4th Hokage. Also, Minato was Kakashi's sensei. I will protect him. Sakumo carries a sleeping Naruto in his arms. Hiruzen nods to Sakumo and flickers away. A few moments later, Hiruzen arrives at the destroyed, hidden room. He is stunned to see the present condition of the room. How come the barrier is still present? How did the enemy breach the barrier? Biwako. Hiruzen had a bad feeling as he frantically shouts the name of his wife. There is no response. Hiruzen rushes inside the remains of the room and searches. Soon, he spots the body of an old woman. He hugs the woman in his arms as tears trickled down from his eyes. My awful premonition came true. Biwako. Hiruzen stayed still for a while and mourned in grief over the death of his wife. I have to look for that Uchiha kid for answers. He is the only alive witness of the entire incident. Hiruzen carries away the dead body of Biwako. Inside the Hidden Leaf Hospital, Tsunade clicked her tongue as she looked at Izuna. His chakra reserves are dry. He has suffered a tremendous loss in vitality, and there is a fist-size hole in his guts. I wonder how this kid survived this incident. It is a miracle he made it up to here. Tsunade inspects the unconscious Izuna. Don't die, kid. I believe in you, your words gave me a new hope in my life. I don't want your flame to extinguish before it could shine brightly. Tsunade frantically uses her healing jutsu to heal Izuna. The wound around Izuna's stomach is healing at a very slow pace. Despite all of Tsunade's efforts, Izuna failed to gain consciousness. What things transpired for him to suffer such a wound? Earlier, Ninetales appeared and attacked the village. This kid isn't reckless enough to engage in a fight with Ninetales despite knowing the odds of the victory. Hiruzen arrives at Konoha's hospital and directly meets with Tsunade. Tsunade, how's that kid doing? Has he gained conscious? Tsunade shakes her head in denial and replies to Hiruzen. Sensei. He is still in a coma. His injury is very fatal. I don't know when he will retain his consciousness. Sensei, fill me on the details of the events which transpired in the village. Sensing no harm in describing the situation to Tsunade, Hiruzen explains everything to Tsunade. Tsunade sighs in grief and looks towards Izuna. I still can't believe both Minato and Kushina lost their lives in this incident. Even Izuna is in such terrible shape. The enemy must be insanely powerful for such a thing. Yes, earlier I sensed an enormous amount of chakra on the periphery of Konoha. That chakra outburst was on a different scale, even the chakra of Ninetales couldn't compare to it. What kind of enemy is after Konoha? Hiruzen reveals this matter to Tsunade. Both of them contemplate on this matter. An Umbu arrives in the room and bows down to Hiruzen. Lord Third. The village elders wish to start an emergency meeting. They request your presence in this meeting. I will be there shortly. Hiruzen nods to Umbu. The Umbu member flickers out. Sensei. Looks like your retirement days are over. You have to rehandle the affairs of the village. Tsunade remarks. Hiruzen sighs again and leaves the hospital. The village comes before the family. I can't allow this incident to ruin the efforts of Hashirama and Tobirama-sensei. In a meeting hall, various village elders and clan leaders gathered to discuss the course of action required. Hiruzen arrives at the meeting hall and the discussion starts. Our village has lost its leader. We need to reinstate a new competent Hokage to look after the village. Otherwise, the power of village will weaken and the enemy will use this opportunity to strike us down. Danzo raised this matter. I agree with Danzo, we have to reinstate a new Hokage to maintain stability in village. Hamura agrees with Danzo. It would be difficult to search for an ideal candidate for Hokage's position. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sakumo had already refused the position and there aren't any other capable shinobi present in the village. Koharu speaks the matter. I think I will. Why not allow Lord Third to retain the position of Hokage? He had done a fine job leading the village in the past, and all of us are aware of his abilities. He can continue his reign until we groom a successor for the position. Shikaku cuts off Danzo and presents his opinion. That's a wonderful idea. Many other elders and clan leaders chimes in. It's decided then, Lord Third will retain the position of Hokage until we find a new successor. Koharu and Hamura pass the final verdict. I don't agree with your decision. Hiruzen isn't competent enough, all of us have seen this during the Third Ninja War. Danzo stands up in disagreement. I don't quite agree with your opinion, Danzo-sama. Lord Third did a good job of handling the peace treaty. Konoha would have suffered more losses if the war continued. So, I support Lord Third. Shikaku interrupts Danzo again. Shikaku has a point. The wits of Lord Third prevented heavy losses to the village. Many other elders chimed in. Very well, the meeting is officially over with Hiruzen Sarutobi reinstated as the Hokage. He will still be the third Hokage of Leaf Village. Koharu and Hamura end the meeting. A few moments later, Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo sit around a table in a private room near Hokage's office. I still don't agree with your decision. Danzo slams his hand on the table. Danzo, Hiruzen is the most powerful shinobi in the village. Also, all other potential candidates are not interested in the position or they aren't fit for it. Koharu toned down Danzo. Anyway, we have gathered here to discuss the cause of the Ninetales attack. Hiruzen, you were in charge of the matters of Jinchuruki. How things escalated to this extent? Hamura questions Hiruzen. The enemy could breach the barrier, and he even killed the Wako and rest of the Umbus guarding the Jinchuruki. Minato had sealed the Ninetales in his newborn son, Naruto Namikaze. Also, an Uchiha kid close to Minato and Kushina fought with them. The kid is in serious condition. I hospitalize him in the Leaf Hospital. He has the answers to all of our questions. Hiruzen explains things to his friends. Hiruzen hand over the Ninetales and that Uchiha kid to Root. Ninetales will turn into a weapon that will protect the Konoha. Our Konoha has weakened in these past few years. If we can control Ninetales, then our power will increase drastically. Also, I will interrogate that Uchiha kid and gather all intel of the incident. Danzo demands. No, that won't do. Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze. His father sacrificed his life to save the village. Naruto is a hero of the village. I won't allow you to turn Minato's legacy in a mindless weapon. As for the Uchiha kid, I don't have any say in that matter. He is the disciple of Tsunade, Sakumo, Minato, and Kushina. I don't think Sakumo and Tsunade will allow you to interrogate him en route. I will question the kid and get answers from him. Now, if you have any other intel on this matter, then present it. Hiruzen denies all the requests of Danzo. TCH. Danzo clicks his tongue and scoffs. I do have information regarding the Ninetales. Someone summoned the Ninetales inside the village. It appeared in a puff of smoke similar to a summoning. Also, it appeared near Uchiha compounds. While fighting against Ninetales, I noticed it was under a strong Genjutsu. This only leads to one conclusion. Uchihas controlled the Ninetales. They released the Ninetales on village and caused this massacre. Danzo, the Uchiha police force helped a lot during the Ninetales attack. They were the ones who were the first to take action and evacuate civilians. Also, Fugaku with many other Uchiha clan elders fought against Ninetales. I don't think your claim makes any sense. It can be a coincidence or a setup against Uchihas. Hiruzen disagrees with Danzo. Naive, you are too naive, Hiruzen. A normal Sharingan can't control the Ninetales, but what about the Mangekyo Sharingan? I am sure you are aware of the prowess of Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara Uchiha was a prime example of this. He attacked the village with 9 tails. Danzo states the fact. This makes sense. But we still can't blame the Uchihas with no solid proof. Their contribution and merits are undeniable. Let us leave it for now and focus on the stability of village. Hiruzen ends the discussion as he walks out of the room. Koharu and Hamura follow him along. Danzo looks at their departing back and clutches his fist. I am still weak compared to Hiruzen. Orochimaru, I hope your research is fruitful, otherwise I would have to get rid of you. Danzo looks at his right hand. Chapter 76. Relocation of Uchiha clan. Inside the Leaf Village Hospital. Izuna's chakra recovers enough to trigger his healing factor. The wound around his stomach heals at a rapid pace. In a few moments, his wound closes and Izuna gains consciousness. Tsunade, who is examining a medical report nearby, notices the change in Izuna's body. This is incredible. Izuna opens his eyes groggily and inspects his surroundings. He lies on a bed with an 4-drip attached to him. Izuna slowly stands up and removes the 4-drip. Kid, you finally gained consciousness. How are you feeling right now? As a medic, you must know your condition better than anyone else. Izuna flexes his hands and muscles. The soreness he felt earlier fades away. He takes a few steps and stands in front of Tsunade and bows to her. Thank you, Tsunade-san. I have recovered from my injuries and I am good to go. You should thank Hiruzen-sensei. He was the one who sent you here. You were in terrible shape when you arrived here. Also, what was that just now, kid? Your healing was almost on the same level as my creation Rebirth, if not higher. Tsunade curiously looked at Izuna. Ugh. How to explain this to her? Izuna stays silent. Tsunade sighs and remarks. I know every ninja has their own secrets and techniques. If you don't want to reveal it, then it is fine with me. But you can always trust me. Thank you, Tsunade-san. I hope you won't mention this to anyone. I will reveal everything to you in the future. Suddenly something clicks in Izuna's head and he anxiously questions Tsunade. Tsunade-san, where is Naruto? The son of Minato and Kushina. He was with me before I lost consciousness. Calm down. Izuna. Naruto is fine. Hiruzen-sensei is taking care of him for now. He will eventually assign a caretaker for Naruto. Tsunade calms down Izuna. Tsunade-san. I have a request for you if you are fine with it. Izuna requests Tsunade. Well, make your request. I will fulfill it if it's within my capabilities. Tsunade assures Izuna. Tsunade-san, the village won't allow me to take care of Naruto. I am an Uchiha and many elders will be against the decision. So, I would like to request you to take care of Naruto for at least 5 years. You can leave him when he enters the academy. At that time, I will personally train Naruto. This was the last wish of Minato and Kushina. I hope you agree with me. Tsunade ponders for a while before sighing. Fine, I will take care of Naruto. Initially, I planned to leave the village with Shizun. But your request has delayed my departure. I will talk to Sensei about this matter. Also, Naruto is a part Uzumaki like me. So, it makes us a family. I will be his godmother and take care of him. Tsunade agrees with Izuna's request. Also, Hiruzen-sensei wants to know the details of the entire incident from you. Apparently, you are the only survivor who knows about the details. I will answer all of his questions after the funeral. Izuna changes his clothes and teleports from the spot. Later during the funeral ceremony, Izuna joins other Uchihas in mourning. He silently stares at the crying baby Naruto placed in a basket in front of the symbol of Will of Fire. Hiruzen walks forward and addresses the ceremony. We lost many lives, including the 4th Hokage Minato and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. The facts behind the incident are still unknown. But for now, let us mourn our comrades. All the shinobi silently pay their respect to their dead comrades. Tsunade walks to the basket and picks Naruto in her arms. TCH. Danzo clicks his tongue and stares at Hiruzen. Hiruzen ignores Danzo and continues with the ceremony. At least, Naruto won't have a miserable childhood this way. Minato and Kushina, this is the best I can do for the current Naruto. He needs motherly love and Tsunade will be an excellent mother. Izuna stares at the departing back of Tsunade and other villagers. Inside the private room, Danzo slams his hands on the table and questions Hiruzen. Hiruzen, what's the meaning of this? Why would you allow Tsunade to take care of that Jinchuruki? You also know how irresponsible she is. Danzo, I won't hear any question on this matter. Tsunade volunteered to take care of Naruto. Also, both of them are part Uzumaki. I will change Naruto's last name to Uzumaki to prevent Minato's enemy from hunting down his son. Staying with Tsunade will also grant him additional protection. Hiruzen rebukes Danzo. We agree with Hiruzen's decision. We have other important matters to handle. Almost 1/3 of central Konoha was destroyed. We have to conduct a meeting with various clan heads to discuss reconstruction and relocation. Koharu and Hamura discuss serious matters. Let us summon them and start the meeting. Inside the large meeting room, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura sit on elders' seats with various clan leaders seated around a table. A large map of Konoha is placed on the table, and Danzo explains the plans to clan leaders. With a long stick in his hands, Danzo moves back and forth around the table as he explains. The Ninetales caused major devastation throughout the village. Almost 1/3 of the village is destroyed. For the reconstruction, we have decided to revise a number of the village's boundaries. He points the stick at a certain part of the map and explains. We'd like the Abirame clan to move into this district. The clan previously submitted a request to occupy the forest, so we took that into consideration. Shibi Abirame nods to Danzo, and Danzo continues. The Nara clan's territory was not part of the stricken area, so they will remain where they are. The Leaf Police Force headquarters which sustained damage will be rebuilt here. Danzo points at the furthest end of the village, almost near the outer periphery of the village. Fugaku frowns at this decision. And the Uchiha clan will move along with the headquarters. Fugaku stands up and slams his hands on the table. Lord Danzo. The Uchiha clan makes up the Leaf Police Force that protects the Hidden Leaf. As such, that location is too far from the village center. We wouldn't be able to act swiftly in an emergency. Other clan leaders nod in agreement. Danzo cuts off Fugaku and argues. We have the ANBU Black Ops for such emergencies. The Leaf Police has to commute to the training ground, does it not? This location is near an area that's ideal for training. You can use that area exclusively for the Uchiha's training grounds. Hiruzen points out the facts. Continuing on. In conjunction with the reconstruction of the Leaf Police headquarters, the Uchiha clan will also relocate. Home and buildings that were spared will be. Danzo continues to explain the construction plans. Inside the Naka Shrine. Many Leaf Police Force members gathered for a secret meeting. Fugaku and an elder led the meeting. Izuna walks to the Naka Shrine and notices Itachi at the Torii Gate of Shrine. How are you doing, Itachi? Izuna questions him. I am doing fine, Izuna Nii-san. Father has summoned you for the meeting. Itachi replies to Izuna. Izuna walks inside the Naka Shrine and meets with Fugaku. So, the dog of Umbu has appeared for the meeting. One of the police force members taunts Izuna. What are you doing at this secret meeting? Another police member questions him. What I am doing here is none of your business. Izuna activates his Sharingan and stares at the police member. The police force members activate his Sharingan and stare back at Izuna. Izuna murmurs. Genjutsu, Sharingan. The police force member sweats profusely and pants heavily. Another member tries to dispel the Genjutsu but fails. Enough, stop this unnecessary quarrel right now. Fugaku bellows. Izuna dispels the Genjutsu and walks in front of Fugaku. You have summoned me, clan leader. Yes, today we are conducting a secret clan meeting and you are also one of the elites of the clan. We will start the meeting now. Fugaku signals to start the discussion. During the Ninetales incident, we Uchiha were not credited because they feared that we used our Sharingan to manipulate the Ninetales. One of the Uchiha member remarks. Even worse, there are some who say that the Uchiha caused the Ninetales incident. Another member yells. They are sending us to the outskirts of the village to keep an eye on us. Another member states his opinion. This is just like during the second Hokage's era when the Uchiha were rounded up and isolated in one part of the village. Another member complains. This time, it is even further away. The village suspects us. Another member chimes in. Captain, we can't accept this decision. We should reject this outright. One of the members riles up the crowd. Captain. Captain. Captain, all of them shout in unison. You are absolutely right. But the other clans have accepted their respective relocations as well. The Uchiha cannot be the lone voice of dissent. Fugaku interrupts them. But Captain. I'll do what I can to negotiate the conditions. But we must accept the move. Pass the word around. That is all. Dismissed. Fugaku dismisses them. Izuna stands and starts to walk away but is interrupted by Fugaku. Izuna, stay behind. I have some matters to discuss with you. Izuna stops in his tracks and waits for Fugaku to speak. After a while, when all members dispersed, Fugaku speaks. Izuna, you have been part of Umbu since the tenure of the last Hokage. So, this makes you a trustworthy person in the eyes of Hokage. I would like you to monitor village elders, especially Danzo Shimura and the Hokage, and report their matters to me. The welfare of the clan should be prioritized. I don't want our Uchiha clan to fade in the annals of history similar to the Senju clan. You will be our spy in the Umbu. What? He wants me to spy in Umbu. I don't want the Uchiha clan to go extinct. I will act accordingly for the betterment of my family. Yes, clan leader. I will take care of that. Fugaku nods and dismisses Izuna. I am strong enough to deal with Danzo. But first, I have to collect proofs against him. Orochimaru is still in the village. After Orochimaru leaves the village, I will put my plan into action. Izuna is lost in his thoughts as he flickers towards his house. Chapter 77. Interrogation. Izuna is packing the luggage with his family. Their house survived the Ninetales attack, but they had to shift to a new location. Izuna picks up lots of his luggage and makes some hand signs and store it in a scroll. Enclosing technique. My. That's too convenient, Izuna-chan. Fumiko looks at Izuna in amazement. Izuna scratches his head and replies. I learned few ninjutsu techniques from 4th Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, Izuna replies with a sad expression. The atmosphere turns gloomy. Akira, Yagami, Aiko, Fumiko, and Shisui silently stare at Izuna. An Umbu flickers and appears in front of Izuna. Vice Captain. Hokage-sama has summoned you. Please follow me to the Hokage office. The Umbu whispers to Izuna. Izuna flickers towards Hokage's office and the Umbu member follow him. Inside the Hokage office, Hiruzen sat on a table with eyes closed. Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura stand in front of him. Hiruzen, I would like to watch the interrogation. I just want to hear the details of the incident. Danzo demands. We would also watch the interrogation. Koharu and Hamura states. Danzo, the kid has done no crime. He is a trusted member of Umbu who has progressed in ranks with his merits. Reaching vice captain rank in a year speaks for his talents and skills. You don't have to be skeptical about him. He was very close to Minato and Kushina from his childhood. I don't doubt the credibility of his words. Hiruzen defends Izuna. Hiruzen, the Ninetales attack has heavy involvement of the Uchiha clan. You want me to believe this incident does not involve the kid? I had checked the records of his presence in village. For the past 3 months, he was away from the village. Just before the Ninetales attack he miraculously appeared out of nowhere. He even survived the attack against Ninetales, which killed the 4th Hokage and his wife. Do you want me to believe his story? Danzo persists. Fine. I will call the Inoichi of the Yamanaka clan to monitor the kid. He will be easily able to spot any lies mixed within the truth. Hiruzen agrees to Danzo. No, that won't do. He is an Umbu captain. He specializes in information gathering and disposal. Tell Inoichi to use the psycho mind transmission technique of their clan to enter inside the kid's subconsciousness and search his memories. I will send one of my root members to extract information from the kid. Danzo adds another condition. Danzo, your action might earn us his distrust. Are you sure you want to do such a thing? Hiruzen questions. I will go to any extent for the sake of village. This is a grave matter. Many villagers lost their lives. I won't sit quietly in this situation. Danzo continues. Yes, Hiruzen. Danzo is right in this matter. We agree with him, it is better to take some necessary precautions than betting on circumstances. Also, we hope that as an Umbu vice captain, he will understand the graveness of matter. Koharu and Hamura agree with Danzo. Hiruzen rubs his forehead and sighs. Fine, I agree with your terms. I just hope that it won't earn us the distrust of Uchiha clan. In a separate room, Izuna arrives with the Umbu member. The Umbu member explains things to Izuna. Vice Captain. You are aware of the recent development of events. You are the sole survivor of the attack who knows the information of the culprit. Hokage-sama. Just want to ask some questions from you regarding the incident. We hope for your cooperation. Izuna looks at the surrounding Umbu members and nods to them. It's fine. I will comply. There is nothing to hide in this situation. Please, Vice Captain. The Umbu member leads Izuna inside a closed room with a chair in the center. Izuna sits on the chair and closes his eyes and patiently waits for Hiruzen's arrival. A few minutes later, Hiruzen together with other elders and Inoichi Yamanaka arrives inside the room. Other members of Konoha's torture and interrogation force follow them closely. Izuna Uchiha, I don't doubt your credibility and merits. It is just that the recent events had a tremendous impact on the village. I hope for your cooperation. Hiruzen walks in front of Izuna and speaks to him. Izuna nods his head and replies. I will follow your instructions. As long as the questions aren't related to my secrets and powers, I will answer them. Very well. Let us start with the details of the Ninetales attack. Hiruzen questions Izuna. Narrate the entire series of events for us. Izuna narrates the entire incident involving the Ninetales. How Minato used Reaper Death Seal to seal Ninetales. How he used the 8 trigrams seals to make Naruto the new Jinchuruki. How Ninetales in a struggle to save itself mortally wounded Minato and Kushina. Hiruzen looks toward Inoichi, who nods his head. Hiruzen continues. Can you describe the characteristics of the assailant? You must have faced against them. The assailant used space-time ninjutsu to breach the barrier. He wore a one-eyed white mask with some markings. He extracted Kyubi from Kushina and attacked the village. Izuna explains. That's not all the details, I am sure you know much more. Danzo interrupts the interrogation. Yes, there are other details, but they aren't relevant to the Ninetales attack. Izuna calmly replies to Danzo. Then can you explain those extra details? We are interested to hear the entire details, Danzo presses the matter. If you want to hear them so badly, then listen. A powerful entity attacked us while we were fighting against the Ninetales. He easily destroyed our barrier with a snap of his fingers and pushed back the combined might of Minato, Kushina, and me. His target was me for some unknown reasons. He captured me and flew away from the village. I could somehow escape from his grasp thanks to my abilities. And you know the later series of events. Also, I am sure some of you must have sensed the massive influx of chakra. That was the chakra of that entity. I would rather advise all of you to get ready to face against him rather than playing some politics and power game. Izuna looks towards Danzo and scoffs. Izuna, if it is fine with you, then can you allow Inoichi Yamanaka to enter your subconscious and allow him to relay the series of events to us? Hiruzen inquires. I will only relay important information about the attack. I will hide all of my secrets and jutsus. If you agree with my conditions, then you can continue. Izuna states his condition. Very well. I have no problem with your condition. Hiruzen nods his head. Inoichi slowly enters Izuna's subconscious mind. Izuna sorts all of his memories of the Ninetales attack and presents them to Inoichi, who relays them to others using a special device. So, that's how it is. Now, we have an important clue regarding this matter. Konoha won't sit idle and find the perpetrator of the attack. Hiruzen clenches his fist in anger. I am not satisfied yet. Danzo interrupts Hiruzen and signals his root member. The root member walks up to Izuna and places his hand on top of Izuna's head and enters his mind together with Inoichi. Danzo, stop it. It will put a mental burden on that kid's consciousness. Hiruzen tries to stop Danzo. Inside the Izuna's subconsciousness, the root member forcibly tries to break all the mental barriers and blocks. I have to get the information required by Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama wants me to unveil all the secrets of this kid. I have got this chance, I won't spare even a small piece of information. I have to scavenge all of his secrets. Before the root member could intrude further, a pair of large Sharingans appears in Izuna's subconscious mind. Another purple and blue eyes appear with Sharingan. Genjutsu, 5 senses break down. The Sharingan casts a powerful Genjutsu on the root member. The root member suffers a backlash. His body slowly limps on the ground. Foam froths from his mouth and blood leaks from his eyes, ears, and nose. He lies on the ground and his body twitches uncontrollably. Even Inoichi suffers from backlash, but his condition is much better. Inoichi's entire body is covered in sweat and pants heavily. What was that? Thankfully, it wasn't directed at me or I would have suffered the same fate as this guy. Inoichi sighs in relief and looks at the twitching root member. Immediately, 2 root members beside Danzo flickers in front of the root umbu and carries him with them. One of them walks towards Danzo and silently conveys some information. TCH. Danzo silently clicks his tongue. Anger is apparent on his face. What's the meaning of this? Danzo bellows at Izuna. You have permanently injured the mind of one of my elite of root. What excuse do you have for your crimes? He continues. This root member tried to infringe on my secrets and techniques despite my warnings. He suffered a backlash from my mental barriers in his attempts. If you want to blame someone, then blame him. I did not fault in this matter. Izuna replies without even looking at Danzo. I hope you have got your answers. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Izuna continues. Hiruzen nods at him. Izuna stands up and flickers away from the interrogation room. Danzo clenches his fist and walks out of the room. His root lackeys follow him. Chapter 78. The Last Mission. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Izuna has been regularly doing missions in Umbu. He has become the captain of Team Ro because of his contributions. During this time, he will sometimes train with Itachi and Shisui. Itachi has graduated from the academy and recently became a genin. Orochimaru had escaped the village when Hiruzen found out about his experiments. Kakashi was able to get over his grief from the death of all his team members thanks to Izuna and Sakumo. Sakumo personally trained Kakashi and Kakashi grew a lot stronger. Initially, Kakashi faced a lot of problems with the management of Chakra. Izuna solved the problem of the Chakra drain caused by Sharingan. He created a Fuinjutsu seal to deactivate Kakashi's Sharingan. Kakashi had to form a Ram seal to activate the Sharingan. Kakashi still adopted his usual style of covering his left eye with the headband. Izuna lies on the training ground while monitoring the progress of Shisui and Itachi. Both of them have grown stronger than their original counterpart thanks to Izuna's training. Izuna will secretly train Shisui in the construction of Susanoo. Shisui quickly grasped the technique and improved at a rapid rate. Now, he can make an upper-body humanoid Susanoo. I have successfully mastered many other Kekkei Genkai nature transformations. I have to figure out a way to learn Sage Mode. If I can learn the 6-path Sage Mode, then I can easily heal Minato and Kushina. The Sin Seal has stopped bothering me. The Een half of Ninetales provides ample amounts of chakra for the seal to suck dry. In my current state, I can easily defeat Grandpa Madara with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Rinnegan, let's not talk about that. I am currently the strongest shinobi of the shinobi world, excluding the Otsuzukis and that unknown cloaked person. A shiver ran down Izuna's spine when he thought about that fight. Who was he? He is aware of this Sin Seal and its powers. I refuse to believe I killed him with that attack. I don't know the extent of his powers. But if I have to make a guess, then he is at least as strong as Momoshiki Otsutsuki. I wonder what happened to him after my attack. Izuna shakes his head and quietly stares at the interactions of Shisui and Itachi. A young Sasuke walks up to him and lies beside him. Izuna-Nisan, teach me a jutsu. Father won't teach me any jutsu, and Itachi-Nisan is busy training with Shisui-Nisan. Only you can teach me a jutsu now. Sasuke stares at Izuna with his puppy eyes as he puffs up his cheeks. Izuna pokes Sasuke's cheeks and reply. Sasuke, you are only 4 this year, why do you want to learn ninjutsu this quickly? Nisan, I want father to praise me just like Itachi Nii-san. So, Nisan, please teach me a jutsu. Sasuke stares at Izuna with puppy eyes. Ah, so, cute. I can't say no to such a cute expression. Izuna pulls Sasuke's cheeks. Okay. I will teach you, fire style, great fireball jutsu. You can later impress Uncle Fugaku with the jutsu. Now, follow me to the nearby lake. I will show you the hand signs for the jutsu. Memorize them and practice slowly. Izuna walks to the Uchiha Lake and slowly makes the hand signs for the technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. He spews out a large fireball above the lake. Lots of lake water evaporates from the jutsu. Now, it's your turn. Sasuke haphazardly makes the hand signs and spew out a small orb of fire that flickers for a while before extinguishing. Sasuke drops his head depressingly. Izuna rubs Sasuke's forehead. Don't be sad, Sasuke. You did well for your first attempt. If you practice diligently, you will eventually reach the same level as me. Izuna cheers up Sasuke. Come, I will treat you to your favorite popsicle. Yay. You are the best, Nisan. Sasuke hugs Izuna. Izuna and Sasuke walk through new Uchiha compounds while licking a popsicle. Izuna receives a signal from a nearby hidden Umbu member. He stops in his footsteps and urges Sasuke to continue. Sasuke. Big brother has some urgent work to handle. Go and play with your friends. Also, don't be mean to Naruto. Don't allow others to bully him. He is also my younger brother, just like you. So, that makes you an elder brother to him. Protect your younger brother from bullies. Sasuke puffs his cheeks in annoyance. Nisan, why I have to take care of that baka Naruto? Izuna gently strokes Sasuke's head. He is the son of my late teacher. So, it is my responsibility to take care of him. If you take care of Naruto and protect him from bullies, I will teach you many cool new jutsus. Izuna tries to entice Sasuke. If you say so, I will play with Naruto and protect him from other bullies. Sasuke nods his head. You can also call him during your training, I will teach both of you. Now, big brother has to go. Izuna vanishes from the spot in a burst of particles. Wow. So cool. I want to learn this jutsu. Sasuke looks with shining eyes. Inside the Hokage's office. Izuna appears in front of Hiruzen in his Umbu costume. You summoned me, Hokage-sama. Izuna bows in front of Hiruzen and waits for his orders. It has been 4 years since you joined the Umbu. From a normal member to a captain, you have risen in ranks quickly. I have received your request for retirement from Umbu. I would like to know the reason behind the request. Your career as a shinobi is at its peak, and Umbu lacks geniuses like you. It would be a waste to let go of such talent from Umbu. Hiruzen stares at Izuna. Izuna removes his Umbu mask and replies to Hiruzen. I had my fair share of bloody battles and missions throughout my career as an Umbu. I am tired of all this bloodshed and I would like to explore the world outside Konoha. So, after my retirement, I will journey across the shinobi world. Also, I have hit a plateau in my growth recently. I have mastered and honed my skills in these 3 years. I am not a rookie with a lack of experience anymore. I have to figure out a way to master Senjutsu or Sage mode. I will start with Shikatsu Forest. Then there is a lack of proper summoning creatures for me. I haven't been able to form a proper contract yet. The Tsin Seal won't allow me to form a contract. Hiruzen contemplates for a while before he replies. I will process your request as soon as possible. But before you retire from Umbu, I have a last mission for you as an Umbu captain. Please, Hokage-sama. I will complete the mission. Izuna nods to Hiruzen. A Megakure has been suffering from a civil war since the Third Shinobi War. Hanzo's rule in AIM lead to many bloody slaughters and large-scale genocides. Recently, a new organization called Akatsuki has appeared. You are aware of the fact that Orochimaru escaped from the village this year. I have my suspicion of him joining this organization. Hiruzen picks up a file from the table and passes it to Izuna. Izuna schemes through the file while listening to details from Hiruzen. We don't have any detailed information on this organization. But from our sources, we have tracked the origin of this organization to Megakure. Our previous attempts to gather any intelligence failed miserably. All of our previous spies are MIA or murdered in cold blood. Hiruzen passes another list with the name of spies and their duration of mission in Megakure. Hiruzen continues. Danzo previously led his route team to investigate the matter. But I had lost trust in him after his recent attempt to assassinate me. He has grown quite power-hungry in all these years. But I can't remove him, his route is too crucial for the survival of village. Hiruzen sighs and reminisces about his past. Sensei. I have failed the last mission you gave me. Danzo became the darkness of the village, but he is slowly getting consumed by this darkness. I can't bring myself to kill my disciple and now my lifelong friend. I am too soft-hearted. Hiruzen takes a deep breath and continues. I have issued this top-secret mission to you. It will be an infiltration mission. Infiltrate the Megakure and gather intelligence on the current situation of AIM. Also, remember. If the situation turns too dangerous to continue the mission, immediately abandon the mission and retreat to Konoha. You are the third person to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, your life is far more valuable than any intel. It won't be an issue for you to escape from enemies' encirclement. Now dismiss. Hiruzen dismisses Izuna. Izuna disappears from the spot in a burst of particles. I still can't get used to this kid's technique. Hiruzen slumps down on Hokage's chair and smokes from his pipe. Orochimaru. I hope I haven't made a mistake to allow you to live. Hiruzen contemplates while smoking from his pipe. He pulls out the drawer and picks up a large crystal sphere. It's time to watch the progress of Konoha's new seedlings. Chapter 79. Infiltrating a Megakure. Izuna walks out of Hokage office to prepare for his departure. This infiltration mission is going to take some time. I will depart after meeting with Naruto. Izuna flickers towards Senju compounds. He enters Senju compounds and enters Tsunade's house. Naruto. Naruto had just left the house. He is out in the playground to play with his friends. Shizen walks out of the house and answers to Izuna. Thanks, Shizen-san. Izuna thanks Shizen. Kid. Come here. I need your help. Tsunade shouts from inside. Izuna and Shizen shake their head, and Izuna enters inside the house. Kid. You are quite rich. You have done plenty of S-rank missions. Loan me a few million rios for a while, I will repay you in the future. Tsunade gestures Izuna. Tsunade-san. You have yet to return the previous 10 million ryo. I won't lend any more money to you. Why don't you stop gambling and choose something else as your hobby? Izuna questions her. You are no fun, kid. You don't know the thrill of gambling. Betting money on an uncertain outcome and then excitingly wait for the result. Tsunade hypes up. There is no thrill when you know the outcome already. No matter what, you will lose every single gambling match. Why don't you gamble with your money? Izuna rebukes Tsunade. I have to take care of Naruto with my money. My expenses are too high and Naruto is a growing kid. Poor me. Tsunade sulks. You and poor. Not in a billion years. You received the Senju clan's inheritance. That's a lot of money and you get a hefty salary from Konoha's hospital. I will take custody of all of your expensive sake. Izuna stands up and kicks the nearby floor. A wine cellar popped up. There are many expensive sakes and wines lined together in the cellar. Izuna sucked all of them in a storage scroll. Tsunade looked at him with teary eyes. This is my installment for the 10 million ryo. Tell me if you have more money to repay me. I will take my leave then, I have a mission to do. Izuna walks out of Tsunade's residence. Tsunade sits in a corner of the room and draws circles on the floor with her finger. Tsunade-sama. Don't sulk over this matter. You should save some money. Shizen tries to comfort Tsunade. Sob. My premium sake. I just imported it from Land of Honey. I haven't even taken a sip of this sake. I even hid it underground to prevent Izuna from noticing it. Tsunade continues to sulk. Shizen continues to persuade Tsunade. In the playground. Naruto is taking a ride on the swing. Nearby, Sasuke is surrounded by lots of girls who pester him to play with them. I hid my presence with light cloak and silently watch their interaction. One of the civilian kids throws a stone at Naruto. Naruto avoids the stone by somersaulting from the swing. Hey! What's your problem? Why are you throwing a stone at me? Naruto frowns and questions the kid. Give my father back to me. You killed my father, Ninetales. I won't forgive you. Another civilian kid joins him and throws pebbles and stones at Naruto. Naruto avoids most of them but is still hit by a few stones. Sasuke pushes back the girls and walks up to the civilian kids. Stop. If you dare lay even a finger on Naruto, then I will beat you up. Sasuke threatens them. One of the civilian kids ignores Sasuke and throws a pebble at Naruto. Sasuke gets angry upon seeing this. He balls his small hands into a fist and punches the civilian kid in the gut. The civilian kid faints from this punch. The nearby kids start to attack Sasuke, but he manhandles them. That's Sasuke for you. So, there are still rumors about Naruto. I have to talk to Hiruzen about this matter. Izuna silently walks behind Naruto and heals him. Guess Sasuke will take care of Naruto and it will form a bond of brotherhood in between them. Izuna flickers away from the playground towards Konoha's exit. 2 days passed by. Izuna has successfully infiltrated the Land of Rain, and he is on his way to Omegakure. Izuna stares at the distant Omegakure with his Sharingan. Various sky-high metal towers are pointing towards the sky. The whole of Omegakure appears to be more industrialized and developed than the rest of Hidden Village. It is continuously raining inside the village. He activates his Eye of Insight to look at the rain. Small droplets of chakra appear in his vision. So, that's how it is. Rain Tiger at Will technique, the technique that allows Nagato to monitor the entire Hidden Rain village. By infusing his own chakra in rain, he allows it to fall on the village. If any outsider enters the village, it will warn the pain of the arrival of the intruder. Quite a handy technique to use on the unsuspecting intruders. I don't have to be afraid of pain. I am capable enough to fight him. Izuna slowly walks towards the village and enters the village. The rain droplets fell upon his body and detect his chakra signature. Inside one of the metal pipe tower. A man with short spiky orange hairs with many black piercings through his body opens his eyes. His eyes are purple with many concentric circles covering the entire eyeball. He wore a large black cloak with red clouds. Conan. A very powerful chakra signature just entered the village. I just detected his presence with my Rain Tiger technique. Locate him and relay his features to me. Many paper butterflies combine to shape into a woman. The newcomer had short, straight blue hair with a bun, amber eyes with lavender eyeshadow, and a labret piercing. Pain, I will relay the feature of intruder immediately. Conan closes her eyes and sends some butterfly-shaped papers in the direction pointed by Pain. She soon spots Izuna walking along the streets of Omegakure. Izuna notices the paper butterfly but ignores them. So, they are scouting for my identity. I have to see how high of a threat I am to them. He continues to walk along the streets. Conan opens her eyes and relays the feature of the newcomer to Pain. Pain, it is a problem. The newcomer is Izuna Uchiha, the silent Shinigami. He has infiltrated our village. In Madara's list of people to stay from, he comes at the top. We can't fight and win against him. We have to find a way to drive him away from Omegakure. Conan warns Pain. Shinigami or not, he has intruded into the territory of God. He will suffer God's retribution for that. Conan, intercept him, I will activate other paths of Pain shortly and send them to help you. Pain orders Conan. Pain, are you sure about engaging him in a fight? Madara has warned us against it. Conan tries to convince Pain. He isn't aware of my abilities, which gives me a huge advantage in a fight against him. Today, the Shinigami shall know pain. Pain interrupts Conan and walks away inside the tower. Conan's entire body and clothing turned into multiple paper sheets, which folded into many butterflies and flew towards Izuna's location. Meanwhile, Izuna is inspecting the buildings of Omegakure. They sure like to use lots of metal. Even their houses are made of metal. I can't find a single building made up of wood. This rain will decompose wood easily. I guess that's why they are using stainless metal to construct their houses. But why is everything in the shape of huge metal pipes? What's with this design aesthetic? Izuna walks up to a nearby food stall and picks up the freshly fried takoyaki. Oh basin. How much for this takoyaki? He picks up a tray with 6 golden takoyaki in them. Drool leaks from his mouth as he gulps his saliva. Izuna is in his original appearance but has removed the Konoha forehead protector to adopt the style of a traveler. That will be 100 ryo. The old lady replies. Izuna takes out 100 ryo coin and hands it to the old lady. You aren't from around here, the old lady inquires. Well, I am an orphan who is traveling across the world. During my travels, I will sell my wares, which I bought in another nation. It is my first time in Hidden Rain Village, and I am excited to try its specialties. It sure is peaceful here. Any recommendation, Obasan? Izuna warms up to the old lady. The old lady invites him in and gives the freshly fried takoyaki to him. We have been living a hard life. The civil war among the top powers of AIM had affected our livelihood. If you want to try local specialties, then my takoyaki is one of them. Then there is the special day-to-day appliances built here in AIM. Our AIM is one of the most industrialized nations. You will find all kinds of machinery here. The old lady explained everything to him. Hanzo-sama has taken good care of Omegakure to develop to this extent. Izuna tests the old lady. The old lady snaps at Izuna and throws things at him. Get out right now. I don't want to hear that name again. He executed my husband and family. Get out. The old lady throws random things at Izuna. Izuna quickly runs out of the shop. Many passers-by stare at Izuna with an unfriendly expression. Izuna scratches his head and walks into a nearby alley. Chapter 80. First encounter with pain. Izuna slowly walks through the pipes of the AIM sewage system. He notices some AIM jounins on his trail, but he ignores them and continues to walk further along the pipes. The AIM jounins continues to follow Izuna in the pipes. They soon reach a dead end, but the intruder is nowhere to be seen. Before they could turn around, large rock hands bind them to the ground as Izuna appears out of nowhere. The AIM ninja struggles to get free, but he seals their chakra. Searching for someone. Perhaps me. Izuna slowly walks in front of them and interrogates them. I will ask questions and you will answer them. Now my first question, where is Hanzo? If you dare lie to me, then the consequences won't be to your liking. Izuna threatens them. You can try anything you want, even our ghosts won't answer your questions. We have a god behind us. Go. God is constantly watching over us. He won't allow his subordinates to suffer. One of the AIM ninja gulps his saliva. If you want salvation, then submit to our God and follow us. Or else God's retribution will fall upon you. Another AIM ninja haughtily reply. I will deal with your God later. But first, you will suffer my retribution. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Say hello to Miltan. Izuna has an evil grin on his face. No, somebody help. Help me. Save me from this monstrosity. No. Let me go. No. Not there. No. The AIM ninja struggles desperately. Izuna turns to another ninja and smiles at him. If you won't answer my questions, then it will be your turn next. Trust me, you don't want to know what kind of suffering your friend is facing right now. The AIM ninja continues to scream for help. The other ninja gulps his saliva, his back drenches in a cold sweat. I know nothing. Angel-sama ordered us to intercept the intruder. That's all. The AIM ninja stutters. I don't want to know about your god or angel. Tell me about Hanzo. Where is Hanzo? Give me the location of Hanzo's residence. Izuna questions him. I know nothing about it. Please spare me. I won't bother you again. I won't even report this to Angel-sama. The AIM ninja pleads. Many origami butterflies surround Izuna. The paper butterflies open up to reveal many paper bombs. Boom. The paper bombs explode before the AIM ninja could react. The smoke clears to reveal Izuna, who is completely fine. Izuna cracks his neck and looks at the newcomer. The origami papers surround him again and bind his body. The remaining papers turn into the upper body of a woman who held a paper spear in her hand and stab it toward Izuna. You know. You are underestimating me. A streak of purple lightning flashes and crumbles all the papers. Lightning release, purple lightning. The origami papers float and shape into a woman. Angel-sama. Angel-sama. Save me, Angel-sama. He held me hostage and interrogated me. But Angel-sama, I have revealed nothing to him. The AIM ninja pleads to Conan. Get out of the way. You are being a nuisance. I will personally deal with him. Conan replies in a cold tone. The origami papers turn into many shurikens and kunais and shoot towards Izuna. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Izuna spews out a giant fireball without making any hand signs. The fireball burns the paper kunais and shurikens. Dance of the Shikigami, paper chakram. Conan raises her hands and shapes many origami papers into a large paper chakram which spins rapidly. She launches the paper chakram towards Izuna. The paper chakram turns into multiple chakram midair. Conan manipulates them. Lightning release, Raikiri blade. Izuna stretches his right hand and forms a large lightning blade. He slashes the paper chakram into halves and cuts Conan's chakra from them. Conan infuses more chakra and turns it into multiple origami papers. The origami paper shapes into large wings behind her, which she directs towards Izuna. So, you are the angel. The messenger of God. That's a fancy appearance right there. Impersonating, or I would say cosplaying as an angel. Izuna taunts Conan. Conan ignores Izuna's taunts and points a finger towards him. Dance of the Shikigami, paper rain. The paper wings shoot the paper's projectiles at a very high velocity. Inferno release, blazing destruction. Izuna spews out a concentrated red fire beam from his mouth, which collides with the paper. The highly concentrated flames incinerate the papers and travel towards Conan. The flames incinerate her paper body into ashes. Paper clone. Izuna frowns. The ground turns into many papers which engulf Izuna. Many paper bombs appear amidst the papers and detonate. Boom. The explosion engulfs Izuna. After a few seconds, the smoke clears out to reveal Izuna shrouded in a silver chakra skeletal ribs. He is perfectly fine with no damage to his body. Even the skeletal construct is unharmed. That was a pretty nice trick. But playtime is over, I will have to capture you to get my answers. A large skeletal hand grabs the paper body of Conan. You are my hostage now. Now answer my questions. Where is Hanzo of the Salamander? What happened to him? Izuna questions Conan. It was during this time when Pain killed Hanzo. But I want to confirm it from her. Answer my questions within the next 10 seconds or else I won't mind turning you into a corpse. Izuna threatened Conan. You are overestimating yourself, silent Shinigami. You are in the territory of God. If this is the extent of your power, then forget about getting alive out of here. Conan remarks confidently, with no change in her expression. Then summon your god here. I will also like to taste the true power of your so-called god. The Susanoo arm squeezes paper Conan tightly. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force acts upon Izuna and throws him out of the pipe. The powerful force flung Izuna out of a megakure through many metal buildings and towers. Metal release, adamantine skin. Izuna coats his body in metal chakra and prevents damage from the collision. Conan turns her body into various paper butterflies and avoids harm. At the outskirts of a megakure, Izuna stands up from the rocks and debris. He dusts up his clothes and cracks his knuckles. I am fired off for this fight. It has been a while since I had time to go all out. I hope Pain will give me a decent fight. I can feel my blood boiling when thinking of a fight against Pain. Is this the side effect of being Madara's descendant? I knew Grandpa Madara was famous for his lust for battle. Maybe I have inherited some of his characters. Izuna stands up and floats out of the crater on an iron pipe. So, you are the leader of Akatsuki. The so-called god. Have you dealt with Hanzo already? Or are you manipulating him and ruling a megakure from shadows? Izuna questions the newcomer. The newcomer has large orange hairs tied into a ponytail. He had many black rods as piercing all over his body. The newcomer wore a black robe with red clouds pattern. Summoning jutsu. The newcomer summons a large red and white crab summon. The crab spits out a white corrosive foam from his mouth. The foam surrounds Izuna and corrodes everything in its way. Scorch release, extreme steaming murder. Izuna makes some hand signs and throws out a large yellow orb towards the crab. The yellow orb evaporates the white corrosive foam and collides with the crab summons. Steam rises from the crab's body as the crab gets cooked. The body of the crab shrivels and all the water in its body evaporates. A meaty aroma rises in the surrounding and the crab summons disappears in a puff of smoke. That was a well-done crab. Too bad, I don't have any salt, pepper, and sauce to enjoy the dish. Izuna jokes at Pain. Pain looks at Izuna with a blank expression. Shinigami or not, you are still a man. But through infinite pain and suffering, I have transcended humanity. Yes, from a man to God, I have attained godhood. Now watch the power of a god with your eyes. Pain opens his arms widely. A large summoning seal appears beside him. Summoning jutsu. Inside an underground hideout. Black Zetsu opens his eyes and walks up to a masked Obito. Obito. An unexpected situation had arisen. The Uchiha boy with the moniker of Silent Shinigami is facing against Pain. The boy infiltrated the Omega Kure earlier and now he is engaged in a fight against Pain. He easily defeated the Conan, which forced Pain to show his hands. It is hard to decide a winner between the boy and Pain. We can't allow our chess piece to fall so easily. We have to intercept their fight. We can't allow things to fall apart so easily even before we put our Eye of the Moon plan in motion. Help Pain deal with the nuisance. You don't have to defeat the kid, just separate both of them from each other. Also, summon rest of our members. Obito stands up and disappears into a swirling portal while remarking. The plan won't fall apart. I will handle the situation. Black Zetsu enters the grounds and disappears from the hideout.